Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rights for Vets, you lucky devils, you. Today's sponsor is Intrust Insurance Company. These people are a brokerage for insurance. Only in Michigan, though. If you want to save money, what they do is you ask them to look around for you, and they'll come back with a quote, a cheaper quote, better than what you have now. They saved me $400. So, you ever get a chance, go to Intrust and talk to Dan. Just tell him Race for Vets sent you. Just tell him the YouTuber. He'll know. Anyway, I had a bad day yesterday, guys. You know that? Real bad. You're not going to believe what happened to me.
What was it?
Well, I went on a tangent. I got drunk last night, and the bad thing, I'm not a mean drunk. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not a mean drunk. But when I woke up this morning, I had to look for my car, and then when I found my car, I had to return the car I stole. You know, but I'm doing okay now. My head's okay. What can I tell you? Anyway, I do have something here I want to show people. Dan just dropped out again. He must be having troubles again. All right.
Is he low connection tonight?
I don't know. He was doing good there for a while. I don't know what happened. Maybe he didn't like my joke. All right, here we go.
He tried to press the crickets button, but he pulled the big thumbs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I always do that. There we go. Tell me if you hear the audio. Ready?
Yep. Nope, cannot hear.
I wonder what's going on with that. Let's try it again. Like I said, it's just everything's right. Yeah, right. Right. Try it again.
Well, you do that. I'm going to get the link for Dan. He's asking for hang on, Dan. I'll get it for you.
Charge him, will you? All right, guys. Again, having some problems with this doggone thing. Don't know why. I don't play around with it. I just, okay. And it's not doing it. I'll be a son of a gun. It was doing it before.
It's doing
on,
that.
People. Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah.
Let me go back into it. You can talk to these people. Son of a gun. There it goes again. Yeah, hold on. Bear with me. I got to.
It's something to do with your screen share right now. It's you're all muted.
Yeah?
So
I don't understand that. Thank you. Everything was working fine. And as soon as I get on here, boom. That's amazing. Oh, well, let's try it again, people. So my apologies, but I had everything all working right. I don't know why this thing's doing what it's doing.
It's a conspiracy.
Must be. That's, I'll make sure everything's right, setting, no problems, and bango. It always backs up on me. All right, let's see if we go here. Right. All right, let's try this one again. All right, I'm coming back now. Let's see what happens here. I hate doing this. If it doesn't work, well, the heck with it. We'll just keep talking.
That's all right.
It's right
Take your
there.
time.
No feedback so far? Okay, here we go. Yep. It's that feedback again. I don't know why it's doing that. The heck with it then.
Do you want me to screen it from my side?
If you would, please. That would be nice. I don't know why this thing's doing what it's doing. I can't even shut it off now. What the hell is going on here?
You're all muted.
That's weird.
There you go. Yeah, just get me the link, put it in a private chat, and I'll.
All right.
There you are, Reg.
Why didn't you just pin it on YouTube so I can watch it on YouTube?
Because we're not open for open panel yet.
Oh, we're still backstage?
No, we're back. We're live, but we're not opening it up for everybody to come up yet.
I tried casting it to my TV, and I don't think I could talk, and seems to mute my. Is there a way I can cast it to TV and still use my headphones and talk?
Probably. We'd probably have to test that, not live though, to see how that works.
Best thing is do is through your cell phone through the TV set. That'll work.
Well, I'm doing it on my laptop. I can cast it to my TV, but it seems to cut off my headphones. Like I can't hear it on my headphones after turning the TV up, which means I probably can't talk either.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. I hate when things don't work right. Okay, there, Newt. See if that works for you. I don't believe this.
I do.
Well, you buy something that doesn't work, unreal.
So I'm here talking to you guys now. We're back, but how when it goes to YouTube, will it be able to? I'm confused. How come I can't watch this on YouTube right now through YouTube?
You can.
Well, I'm here. How can I get there?
How you got to go to YouTube.
Yeah, but then I can't. It'll knock me off. I just did that. That's why I fell off.
Are you on your phone or laptop?
Laptop.
You're up here on your laptop?
Yeah. Let me try again. I'm opening a new tab.
Yeah.
Going to YouTube.
Yeah.
What the fuck does it got that for? Descriptions. Rights for vets. There. I'm opening it up. Oh, there I am. Okay.
Rights, you got to check that link. The link says video unavailable. Make sure that's
Okay.
Right.
No, it is. It is. I know what's going on. Hold on here. I didn't want to open it up. That's my fault.
You can put it on just those with the link.
Hold on here. I got to figure out how to, I got to go through my phone to do this. Hold on. I got to disappear from it.
It should be where you can share it. You might have to click to go in it. I haven't done this for a while, so I forget. We lost Dan. We lost. All right. Well.
Okay. There we go.
You got it?
I'm going to give it to you right now. It's
It should be the same link.
Okay, then try it then. Yeah, should be all set then.
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
That was my fault.
Okay.
So many bugs.
See, when I go to YouTube, it blocks me off.
Did you pay your bill?
I'd have to see what you're doing to know why exactly, Dan. If you want, I can help you. If you want to do that, there's nobody here anyway. It's only one viewer. Nobody said anything yet. Oh, 2 viewers. Maybe there is a viewer. Anybody in chat? You
Just
brave
Dan.
souls, you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot!
You having problem with the video, or yeah?
No. Just getting set up. Oh, you mean Dan? Dan is...
No, not Dan. He didn't pay his bill. I know what the problem.
A clusterfuck.
Hmm.
Dan, did you want to help with that now?
Sure. Where do we go?
Go on screen share.
All right. Present. Screen share. Holy fuck. Are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my screen share.
Okay. And go to a new tab. Are you already casting right
No.
now?
No.
Or not? Okay.
No. Okay, new tab, YouTube, right?
Yeah. So you're on YouTube.
All right.
You have a laggy screen share, huh? Okay, now you're seeing the YouTube. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're seeing it from YouTube side.
So get out of the StreamYard. Should I exit StreamYard?
Why do you want to get out of the StreamYard?
Well, I can hear both. It's repeating. It's going.
Yeah,
I'm hearing it.
mute the YouTube side.
Mute the StreamYard. How do I do it?
No, mute the YouTube side. Just the mute. You know where you mute when you watch a video? Mute it.
No, where's the
It's
where
the
there is
volume button. It's the volume button on the video
volume video?
next to the live. See where it says live at the bottom?
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now what?
Okay. What are you trying to accomplish here?
When I see I'm on YouTube, if I exit the studio, it drops me off.
Yeah, because you're closing StreamYard.
The reason was because it's echoing. I'm hearing it twice, right?
Right. So, but of course, if you close StreamYard, you're not going to be on StreamYard anymore. You're just going to be on YouTube.
So we're good now because I mute this, right?
Right. Right.
Okay.
You should be good.
Okay, now if I cast, I don't know if we want to bother doing this, but if I cast this, it goes to the TV, the volume, and shuts my headphones off.
Goes to the TV, the volume, and it shuts your headset off. Now, yeah, that's...
See how it says play on TV? So I push
Yeah.
it, and it goes to the TV, and the TV, you have to turn the TV volume up to hear it, and I can't hear it on my headphones anymore. Which means my microphone probably shuts off too. Like my headphones probably shut off.
Yeah, probably. That's probably a matter of switching the microphone settings after. It's probably just auto switching over. So I'm going to guess, and we can try it. It'll only take a second if you want. Let me show you where it is first. On the bottom, very bottom right of the screen, there's a volume button.
Very bottom right of the screen.
No, don't scroll down. On your on the desktop part. On the bottom right of the screen, not the video.
Oh, right here.
Yes, there it is. Okay, so when you're on that, try right clicking and open volume mixer. Okay, so these are the different volumes that are going on now. There's probably one, actually, it's a little bit different on Windows 10. Close that.
You there? Okay.
Yeah. And hover on it and right click again. Okay, and go to open sound settings. Okay, so let's see. Let's just keep this open, and let me show you how to get this quickly. Once we're going to do what we're going to do. Minimize this, because when you the box.
The sound.
Yeah,
box.
the sound box. That's right. Just minimize it.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Totally disappeared. I don't think I minimized it, or is that it there?
That's it there. That's what I wanted to show you. So you can minimize it by just clicking that button. It's a shortcut that you just click to bring it up.
Boom.
Yeah. All right. So now let's go ahead and screencast. And if it does the same thing again, then click that button and let's see if we can fix it from there.
How do I stream? There it goes. Play on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Samsung TV.
Can you still hear?
I'm still here, but how come it's not casting?
No idea.
Available. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it's casting.
Okay, I can still hear you. Can you hear me?
Wait, it's not up yet.
Okay.
It's coming. There it is. Okay, it's
Okay.
still working.
Sounds like
I can still hear you. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
good. So, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
sounds
so
like a
it's
sex joke.
So
it's
you're
coming.
good. And
Okay,
so that you see the actual version, just come back to StreamYard, and so that you're not seeing the laggy version of the YouTube. You're seeing what we're doing. There you go.
good. Awesome.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, I'll take yours.
But it's still a
Screen
delay
off.
on my TV. It's still showing the. Oh, I see.
That's
YouTube.
because it's on your TV. It's coming from YouTube. So what you should do is just mute your TV so that you're just hearing the proper
I am.
sound from the headset.
I am. I'm talking. The screen's delayed.
That's because you're watching it from the YouTube on the screen, right?
It's more delay because it's going to go to the satellite to come back down here or whatever it goes to. Yeah, it's more of a delay.
All
You don't have it to. Yeah.
YouTube is always going to be about 10 seconds behind what's happening on StreamYard, something like that.
Okay.
In case we swear or something, they can cut us off.
I really didn't. Is it really not necessary? I just thought I'd do it because I have
Oh
the ability to do it.
shit!
So I
You
can
know
watch
who's here now?
I'm going to charge him double now that he said that.
So I can watch his indoctrination videos on my TV.
Oh no! Look who's here.
I can't see it all. What's going on?
Joe Nude.
There's a new mandate that we started today. In order to be up on panel, you must be at least 80 years old.
And white.
What's up, Joe, brother? As always, good to have him with us. Let me go ahead and get the link you want ready now on screen share. Give me a second, and then we can do that. Window, tab.
So on my PC, what should I have on right now? The StreamYard?
StreamYard, yeah.
Okay.
Which is going to be when you're watching on StreamYard, you're watching us live in action and participating live in action. When you're watching on your big screen, it's roughly 10 seconds behind, something like that.
I see that.
Okay. So there it is. I will do a sound check.
Yep.
All right, and I'll cue it up. So do you want to say something about what we're about to watch here? What are we
Nope.
watching?
I'll say it at the end. I'll say it at the end a little bit, and then I'll be done.
Okay. What are we about to watch? What are we expecting here?
What is that I told Dan I watched the shit show yesterday. I laughed my ass off. Boy, what a difference. The two presidents fighting, the presidential debate, and it was such a shit show. So today I was laying back, relaxing.
Live.
Did you expect it to be something else?
No, but I want to see the difference compared to since me and you were talking. You know what I mean?
Right.
To see and I did. I seen a difference, and it was back and forth. But they always use one word I hate, and I hate this word. And people have to understand this word. One word. And if you play this, and I'll explain it to you at the end, though.
America?
No. Well, you're getting close though.
I love that word.
America?
All right. Yeah, America.
America.
Yeah,
that's a great word. Yeah.
Only happens there.
All right. Are we ready?
Ready.
Okay, while it's playing, while it's playing, I need to rinse a lid for my masha, so I'll be back in about 1 minute. It's about 2.5 minutes long anyway, so I'll be back just before it's
You'll be
over.
blocked.
I'll
Thank you.
be listening to it, but I won't be able to have the control, so I'm just going to let it, no matter what, run through, okay? While I'm rinsing a dish. Here we go.
And we're still the beacon of the world. We can never give up what makes America America. Donald Trump is motivated by revenge and retribution. But revenge and retribution never built a damn thing. You and I, we Americans are a nation of hope, optimism, and possibilities. That's what always built America. That's going to continue to build America today. The choice in this election is simple. Donald Trump will destroy our democracy. I will defend it. So folks, are you with me? Donald Trump's the first president I've heard of that stood up there running for president, having been one for one term, saying America's a failing nation. Where the hell does he think he is? I'm serious. Failing, I don't know, a president wouldn't trade places with America in a heartbeat. He's dead wrong. America's not a losing nation. America's winning. As I stand here today, I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about America's future in my whole career. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing when we act together. You got it. So may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Let's go get them, North Carolina.
What's going on here? It's running the video and the start at the same time.
Yeah, I know. I was going to start it up, but it wasn't giving me a hard time, so I had to do it that way. But anyway, what is the word that you guys hear more often than most?
US ape. US
Well, yeah.
ape.
No, well, you're close about that. How about the word we? We have to fight for democracy. We have to tighten our belts. We have to go to war. You. It's not we. It's them. Them are the ones that control us, like herds, like sheep in the slaughter. You know, and these people believe in it. You know,
Right.
but it's a
That's
damn
why
shame.
it's we. That's why it's
Yeah.
they're saying
Why
we.
it's we.
'Cause it's-
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
why it's we.
Yeah, we are going to put you in a slaughter. We are going to put you in a concentration camp. We are going to gas you. That's what they should be saying. But they'll always say we.
No. What
What?
they should be saying, if you wanted it the truth, is we are going to tell you to slaughter each other, and you will because you're dumb.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, these
Right.
people are eating it up. Yes, huh?
I got a question for you.
No,
Are you
What?
mad at the government?
no.
It sounds like you are.
I'm mad at VA, but not the government. No. I'm just trying to make fun of them right now because I could care less about the government. I'm trying to wake up people as much as I possibly can, like New did to me. You know, that there's no future in the government. There's no
No,
future at
they
all.
are
Politician.
Can we play our anthem? We have an anthem here, our national anthem. Can we play it?
We do.
Yes, we do.
Let me salute to that. Hold on. Do it again, please. Thank you.
Stand on guard and attention. And wait. Let me just queue up. Where did it go? Where is it?
No, but right, you sound like you're still frustrated and pissed off with this government.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Like I said, I was laughing my ass off yesterday. Believe me, it was. I'm starting to see more and more, but I'm trying to wake up people in this fact that the government ain't worth a shit. Now, if I wanted a government, I'd say, hey, stick with government, guys. That's the best deal for your life. Believe in them. Trust in them. But I'm not saying that. Did somebody pop up?
Yeah, look who it is. What's up?
Hey, Jay.
Stop.
He writes.
What's going on, guys?
Oh,
The,
no. Oh, I got to leave, huh?
Writes the video that I was looking for in the StreamYard. It's the one with Dean Clifford that we uploaded together. Is it not there? Did you take it out?
Dean Clifford.
Yeah, the one with it's not there now. The one with Dean Clifford doing the 2-minute rant.
I can't remember, Janute. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Do you still have any one for yourself? Or no?
Yeah,
I got so many videos, it's unreal.
I wanted to keep that as a permanent thing. Also, the Lucy one isn't here.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I just deleted that just today. I was trying to put that thing on my that video into this, and it wouldn't take. So I remember what you did. Just delete it and see what happens, and it still wouldn't take. It's too long. The video. So that's what I did. Yeah.
So you deleted, and then they're still out. Okay. Are you able to upload it again? You still have it on. You should still have them on your desktop, I think, or at least the Dean Clifford one.
I'll find out. Okay.
You want me to help you with that? Actually, let's do it later.
Yeah, go ahead. While you're talking, I'll start looking around, see what's going on. So I got to earn my keep.
I'll find the anthem from YouTube and we'll play it there. Hang on a sec.
Okay.
Just continue the conversation. I'll cue it up when it's ready.
Anyway, it's a shit show. It's what it is. This guy is no good. This president's no good. I'll do this. I'll do that. And the one thing in common they have, and all officials from city, county, state, and government, they all do the same thing. We are going to do this. We are going to do that. But there's no telling us how they're going to be doing it. We're here, and then as soon as they get in office, they don't do a thing. But they never tell you. But people eat it up. Oh, we're going to give you new roads. We're going to help the women out. Everything. But they don't tell you how they're going to do it. They're just saying it. There's no plan.
I don't know. It looks like Biden was really thinking about it yesterday.
Yeah, but he didn't tell us so. He didn't tell us how.
You know what really pisses me off?
It was a bad joke. He was
What, a flame this high? Oh.
No, Biden and think in the same sentence together.
I know, right? Yeah.
I really get frustrated when Miss Piggy is rude to Kermit. Really
I know, it's terrible, right?
Yeah, who does that bitch think she is? She's just a pig.
When Gonzo comes and thinks he can, run the whole plantation.
Act all crazy with his crazy fucking frigidy look. I know.
Right.
Mr. Frog should have a little ham, but he's not getting it.
They probably are all pissed off because they have hands up their arse.
All right. Here's the anthem. You ready?
Okay. So
all rise.
Yep, there you go. Mm-hmm. Salute.
All rise.
Put your hand on your chest.
Stand. Yeah. Put the hand at the chest. Stand with honor. Here it is.
So there's so many better things we can do, and also that's not even a threat anymore. What are they going to do? Are they going to kick 10 million people out of their homes in the United States? Are they going to have 10 million empty homes with nobody making mortgage payments around the United States? I think that it would be great if instead of a march against Monsanto protest, everybody organized a stop paying your mortgage protest. And 10 million people got together and stopped paying their mortgages altogether. That would pretty much settle the problem in one night. It's done. The whole mortgage scam would be over. Every bank in fucking North America would go bankrupt in one fucking day. Why aren't we doing that instead of marching against Monsanto? Monsanto's none of your fucking business. They're a private corporation making products that people are buying. If you don't like it, quit fucking buying it. Don't protest against them. Quit fucking buying it. That's all you got to do. You don't like Starbucks? Quit buying it. Don't protest against them. You don't like the American government? Quit fucking voting. Don't keep giving them 30% of your paycheck and pledging your fucking life to their flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Yeah, drool falls out of a fucking idiot. Yeah. All the flag waving retards out there, you are propping up these regimes that are causing every problem in your life. Every fucking problem in your life. But you've been convinced you need these people. No. So, and again, all these people that tell me, well, I never pledged my life to these people. Well, no, you did. You did. If you're American, every week you're pledging allegiance to a fucking flag. Are you kidding me? You would die. You would kill people on the other side of the planet and you would die for a flag? Really? A fucking flag? Not your family's life or not anything else. Maybe you mistakenly believe that flag somehow protects your family, which it doesn't. That's another matter altogether. But these are the kind of things that need to be addressed. So you need to realize the scam that's going on, which is your continued participation in these events. And these political debates are part of the circus. They're part of the show. I think they even call it that. It's a political circus. It's meant to entertain you and keep you talking about them because now they're relevant in your life. They have some relevancy. You believe they are something to you.
Yeah, right.
What? What'd I do?
USA.
Oh my God.
Here's
Yeah.
a napkin for that drool.
We should hand them out to everybody before it comes before they stand. You know,
You drool napkins. USA.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're screaming USA. Yeah. You know. Oh yeah. That was hilarious. You know, like the government's going to really do that. You know, something for them. Yeah, they will. They'll shaft every one of them. Everything the government touches turns to shit anyway. They don't know what the hell they're doing, and they don't give a shit either. You know, and people believe it. That's the dumb thing. That's the stupid one right there. The people.
You got it. The people.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give. It's not open for everybody yet, but Joe, I'll give it to you in your text. Joe wants to come up. I'll give it to him.
We want some black tokens, though.
I
If you come up.
I miss my husband.
Joe is the black token.
I miss my husband.
I'm waiting.
We need a black token on here.
Okay, I didn't actually get to rinse my dish yet, so I will be on mute for about 2-3 minutes, and I promise I can't hear a word you guys are saying.
Oh, there he is right there.
Eat like a true Italian.
I wonder what he's really doing
the
when he says
bread,
he's
soak
ready.
up
Can
the
y'all
sauce.
hear me? My mic, my camera. Oh, it's
You're
done
good.
here anyway.
You're
All
good.
right.
Hi, husband.
Hey, apparently I'm Oracle's boyfriend. Can one of y'all change that name for me? I don't know how to do that. No, here. Hey, hon, how are you?
He's black.
Good.
You know
Jeez,
it's your hubby's birthday today. Did you get me anything?
Will the black Santa Claus do?
Wait, it's
No,
your
that's
birthday?
it's my birthday today, hon. You forgot?
Today's really your birthday?
It really is. Yes, it is.
Today's my daughter's birthday. Happy birthday.
Hey, tell granddaughter.
Wow.
Happy.
It
Can't
is a
believe that.
good day today. Yes.
That's right, right?
See, I'll remember your birthday for life now, husband.
Yes, and I'll remember your kids, our kids' birthday for
Right?
Just remember when you give her the alimony. That's all.
82-year-old white dude.
Will that work?
That'll do. I showed my girl that text, bro.
Oh my gosh.
I showed her the text that we did, and he was like, "Oh, 80 years old. It's a Joe, like 82. Oh, great. And she was like, "Oh my God, I want to meet him
Can you
so
change his
bad."
avatar too?
Today's Joe's birthday. You say happy birthday?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
No, I can't change his avatar. That's
He's got to do it himself.
Hold on, let me try. I don't know how. Edit.
You got to go back to YouTube again, and just before you put where it says camera, you know, off and everything else, you look at the bottom. You can change it. It'll have your name down there.
It's too late now. Fuck it. I'm not that serious about it.
Okay, bear with me for 3 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta rinse this thing.
You know, you should have a dog, dude, like we have. You know, we let the dogs lick the plates. We put them away. It works.
Speak for yourself. I don't do that. My dog does not lick the plate.
I'll get right on that.
Eric,
Save on water.
Eric Brandt used to force me to do that, man. I'd be like, no, I could just rinse it off. He's like, no. He'll snatch it out of my hand and put it on the floor for the dogs. Ah, that was disgusting. Oh my goodness. Wrights, I put a video in the chat, man. Can you grab that and get it ready? I want you to play that at some point.
Yeah, if it doesn't screw up on me like mine did. Okay, I'll try my best here.
It's a short. If you might want, if your shit fucking up, let Guru grab it when he get back.
Okay, I'll try it. Hold on, bear with me here. Yeah, I was getting feedback, and I don't know why. Going, I don't know what the hell was going on with that. Some days it works, and some days it don't. I don't understand that. StreamYard is not what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, this is kind of technical. I hope I get it right. It ain't too technical. When I get sent the link, I'm on a different StreamYard than if I just push the link in the chat or that's pinned. If I go through there, it takes me through my normal browser and I can zoom in and change my avatar and all of that shit. If I go through here, I can't even turn the camera. I don't think. Yeah, I can turn it. It's still shitty as fuck. Can't zoom in or anything.
Did you put it in private chat or what?
No, it's in the regular chat. It's in the regular chat.
Can I do it that way? Okay, hold on. I've never done it that way before. Hold on. Bear with me.
Great. It's a day for learning shit. Apparently, Dan learned how to cast on his television.
I
Okay, let's see
don't
what
like
we can
it,
do.
though. It's too much of a delay.
Yes, it is a delay when you do it on the TV, yeah.
Let's see if I can do it here. I got to go to YouTube, I take it.
I don't
There
know.
it is.
Oh, okay, good.
Let's see if I can get it. Hold on. Bear with me.
I need to be learning skills, too. I need to be learning how to put it in the back chat and all that.
By
shit.
George, I think I got it. How about that?
Yeah, I never doubted you for a second.
Yep. Yeah. You're the type of person you like at first, then begin to hate. I see how you are.
That's right. That's
Okay,
right.
let's see.
I'm always back the winner. That's how I survived this long.
No, it's not doing it. It says this page. What does it say? Maybe I'll show you in a minute. This is what I'm getting right now. Oh, come on back here. Is this it?
wow.
Yeah, this is it. Here's
Cool.
what it's showing me. You see it?
Oh, wow. You see that? Yeah, I see it. Hold on. Let me try it one more time.
Who did we lose? Oh, we lost someone. Oh, Jane.
Yeah, what happened to her, I wonder?
Okay.
Joe, were you up here when we had the gay devil?
I don't think
Last
so. What, you
stream?
talking about Jeff?
Yeah, well, you know
Oh,
him.
yeah, I know Jeff.
Holy fuck, what a character he is.
He is.
Oh,
All right.
shit,
Did
I
it
fucked
work?
up.
Did I tried to put it in the back chat? Did that
No,
work?
same thing.
Wow. Interesting. I can't figure it out. Now let's see if it happens to Guru too.
Oh, shit.
Give me another minute. Almost there.
Yeah, you're right. I'm reading it. Those are the same links. Yeah.
Who's this nude guy that keeps interrupting?
I don't know. He's like their third-rate technician in something. I don't know.
Hello, can I help you?
Third string tech.
Always washing his dishes.
Yeah. I swear that guy.
Probably
Still
a
say
weed eater.
You should buy a dog. That'll help him out. Save water, you know.
Poor dog was starved to death on vegetables.
That's what I feed my dog. I feed my dog vegetables, fruit and vegetables.
You
That's
know
all he
me?
gets.
That's all he gets.
That's all he gets.
That motherfucker probably skinnier than I
No.
am.
Don't you know there's millions of vegans out there who are in great shape?
Never trust a guy who wears his leaf upside down, all right?
Well, we're having a hard time trying to
Hey,
get a hold of
Guru, can you
Joe
grab that link
Rules
and see
link.
what it does for you? I got one in the back chat and one in the regular chat.
Yeah.
It's acting weird.
Is it the same one for both?
Yeah, this would be the same one. Yeah.
Okay. Working for
Mine
me.
says error 404 when I try it.
It's good for me. I'll screen share it. Hold on.
You guys will love this. This is it was James Freeman made one a little longer. I just shortened it a bit, but this is really James shit.
How come his works?
Pay your bills.
You must got some black in you, man.
He's black.
You know how we get it around here, bro.
Most important thing we got to take care of when we first get any scene. Officer and scene safety.
Law enforcement waited 77 minutes to take down the shooter.
The absolute most important thing is officer safety. And so we really highlight that officer safety issue.
Parents, as you can see here, they're showing up. They are in a crisis. They are begging police to get inside, to go save their kids. They are crying. They are screaming. And police there are holding them back and telling them to stay back.
The absolute most important thing is officer safety.
Your kids are there?
Yeah, my son's in daycare. He's not old enough.
All right, I saw you.
Yeah, no. No, if my son had been in there, no, I would not have been outside. I promise you that.
Do we allow people to point guns? No. We go home.
Absolute most important thing is officer safety.
What is the most?
I thought that shit was hilarious.
Officer safety.
They
Officer
finally,
safety.
the chief who kept everybody back that day, they finally charged him. I heard it was just something like reckless endangerment or something gay. But you know, I guess I don't know why they charged him this late. But it was in the news, and James did something on that shit today.
Interesting. What happened to your daughter? Right?
I don't know. I have no idea. I can't get a hold of it because if I do, I'm going to be gone on my phone here. You know, I don't know what happened.
I told her to go make me a sandwich.
I hope you get fat with a mustache. That'll teach you.
She'll be back.
It'll be on white bread. I promise.
With no ends.
You'll be black.
With no ends.
No toast for this crew tonight.
No
all right.
toast and none of that shit.
Brown bread.
I swear, I hope my girl ain't watching this, but oh my God, she doesn't season anything, bro. And she wouldn't want me telling you that, but oh my God. Hey, girl, I'd be trying to tell her, listen, if it's the same color, it ain't seasoned. Yeah, no. Yeah, I put salt and pepper on it. It's a fucking, roll casserole or something. Ain't you got to season it more? Oh, that girl. I guess she ain't watching because I ain't getting no text and phone ain't ringing in.
So wait, she doesn't or she overdoes it?
She does not, man. And she says she got that from her mom. They don't season the damn thing. Oh, it's horrible. It's punishing. It's horrible.
White
I need
people.
help, bro. Yeah, white people, bro. You know what's really cool? My buddy's Cuban and his wife, and they got a van. With the I probably showed y'all the van. So they plug up outside, and they're always over there. And they cook Cuban shit, and all sorts of shit. And not only that, I might have eggs Benedict one morning with a mimosa. I mean, my man, he steaks out on the open fire and all of that shit. He's really what is this? Thank you for that.
I have to.
Oh, for real.
I'm Jane Cool.
Thank you.
No, it's Happy Birthday Joe Cool, Jane.
From Jane Cool. You guys are married.
How old are you now, Joe?
She forgot that. 82 years old
Fuck
today, bro.
off.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Thank you.
Bullshit.
Thank you for that.
I thought
know
it was
look-
79. He appreciated
I
it.
look good for my age. I know. Thank
I
you.
actually remember your birthday from a year ago. We went through this song and dance. The same thing.
That's funny.
You said you were 72 last year, I think.
I think I started 71, 72 every time
So how
somebody
old are
asked
you
me.
really?
57 years old today.
Huh. I'm
Yeah.
older than you.
57. No.
Yeah. Well, I'm older than all of you guys.
I'm older than all
He's a cradle robber.
Right.
Damn whippersnappers.
I lost $20 on a debate last night. I thought for sure Biden would fall dead before halftime, and just him surviving costed me money.
Well, he came close. You came close. I
Why
don't know.
would you waste your time watching that shit show?
Because I had nothing else better to do.
Nothing else better to do. Eating glass would be something better to do.
I had nothing else better to do than watch the shit show and watch our lives crumble on TV.
That's sad.
Oh, listen, I don't know. I guess it's a sick entertainment. You see the man stare off into space, and he looks like he wants to say something, but he really doesn't have a clue.
Wow, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say about that.
And then Dan had the nerve. Why didn't you tape it? What? What do you mean tape it? You know? He said,
we
"Well, I
did.
want a good laugh."
We did.
No, he's talking about
watch
on
it together
YouTube.
tonight.
On
Good
YouTube.
show.
About it.
Huh. No, you want me to put it on YouTube?
Right now, yeah, so we laugh at it together.
Yeah.
Make a mockery of it.
Nah, I'm not going to waste my time. No way.
No. What happened to the
glad you
birthday boy?
I'll
How
tell you.
come we don't watch North Korea's election debates or China's? What's the difference?
Oh, I can't understand it.
They don't have it on TV either.
On the Muppet Show.
I'm like, I can't understand it.
But that's the thing. They do. You see, it's just a repeat movie.
Yeah, because
You are watching North Korea's Muppet Show and China's Muppet Show and Canada's Muppet Show because it's all the same. All the same thing. It's all just one big shit show distraction to get you to what?
To believe.
To be distracted.
Well, be distracted, believe.
Forget to plant a tomato plant.
Right. You know, and make excuses for it and blame the distraction because you're distracted. Oh, the Muppet Show, it's terrorizing me.
What a bunch of bullshit, man.
I'm going to have to use that for a logo. You know that?
Yeah.
I actually kind of like the chef and the
Think you
Muppet
should.
Show. I'm just going to say. No? Does nobody remember the chef from the Muppet Show?
The what?
The chef. That's who was on the podium yesterday. Thank you.
The Swedish chef.
Yes. That was so good.
Yeah.
Sounds like Nid was distracted by the Muppet Show at one time.
Right?
Yeah.
They showed me the real shit. They showed me what was going on.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. The next time Dad says he has a Go episode coming on, we're going to hire you because you're going to be the entertainment.
Where did Blackie go?
What?
He's gone to the white side.
Try to fight with the white bread. Try to make it dark for the toast.
He's blowing out his birthday candle.
Maybe the gay devil's streaming and he went there.
I doubt it.
When my birthday comes, ever we're going to celebrate my 50th birthday.
50
Yeah.
again?
22 years ago we did.
Snitch.
I'm turning 60 in a few months.
Happy birthday.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe you guys count the shit.
What's your birthday month? Excuse me.
I'm in
You're
April.
right.
It's a half a year.
You're right, dude. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stop all birthdays. Wait till you guys catch up to me.
Your December birthday?
April. It's a half
Oh,
a month away. Half a year away.
April.
Do you know every person that I've met that doesn't count birthdays looks a hell of a lot younger? Every single one.
I don't count them. I don't even care to celebrate. It's just another day.
You're the only one that I know that doesn't count birthdays, dude.
Actually, I think the only other person I know was Prince.
You know Prince?
I know of.
If I recall right, he was probably an April birthday too.
Aries.
Let me see. I think he was.
I had a meme about birthdays. I think it was birthdays are a good excuse to make yourself less significant 364 days a year.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I like the candles on my cake. I mean, I got like a lot of them, and I like to see my house fire when I leave. So yeah, I'm happy.
No wonder you're broke.
Yeah. Yeah, really. Yeah.
Oh no, he was a June birthday.
What did Prince die of?
June 7th.
They knocked him off, didn't they?
Was the drug overdose?
He died at the age of 57
Of what?
of a drug overdose.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Notice they knock all these guys off.
Oh no! 6 days before his death, Prince was treated for a drug overdose. He was treated for dehydration and walking pneumonia. The formal name is atypical pneumonia. Hold on a second. It does say actually. Hold on. Oh yeah, no, it was an accidental fentanyl overdose.
Sure it was.
In April. At the age of 57. Be careful, Joe Cole.
Wait till you guys they accidentally laced fentanyl in all your corporate food. Ooh.
Say what?
I had a turf.
Wait till you guys discover they're accidentally lacing the fentanyl in your corporate food.
Accidental, my ass. There ain't nothing accidental about that.
Satire, James. Satire.
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm.
Or put it in your water system.
Mm-hmm. Or just make it the water.
A tick crawling up my leg.
There are many clear liquids out there that are odorless and tasteless. Just saying. Just saying.
We have some sick people in government. Sick people. Sick, demented tyrants.
The sick people are the people, not the people in government. Got to get this right.
So what you're saying is we the people are the ones that are killing.
And doing all these things that you think the government is doing, like putting shit in the water and, following protocols and blah, blah, blah. So
Well, I don't see them
doing that.
They
I
allow
don't,
it. They
yeah, I don't see the
approve
help on the
it.
soap.
And why should they?
Exactly. So they are part of the problem. They might not be the problem, but they are part of the problem.
They encourage it.
Hmm.
There you go.
And there's a part of me that actually agrees with them.
No.
That's going to be what we're having, some of the basis of the discussion. We'll get into that tonight.
Well, it's good for you
Why
where
would
you're at,
you
but
agree? Why would you agree with that?
well, Nude's out of the equation. He doesn't care because he's safe. But there's other people like us who want to get out of there, but we can't right now until certain things happen. And it just, I understand
Yeah.
what he's saying, but I don't want to be involved in it right now. I want to get out of this mess.
Then get out of it.
Can I have some money?
You don't need money. It's a mental thing. Hey.
Oh yeah, right.
Rights. Is there a problem at the border?
What do you mean at the border?
Is there problems at the border?
Which border? There's a lot. You mean the southern border?
Any border.
Well, the southern border, yes, right now.
There is?
No, everyone's coming over to have tea parties. Yes, why?
Just seeing where your burn mindset's at. The only
Well,
problem what? So go ahead, rights.
Well, the only problem with that is a 13-year-old girl just got killed by 2 illegals.
See,
it's the Muppet Show and our very special guest.
No, they showed it. They showed it on TV. They showed it on TV.
They showed it on TV. That's the most indoctrinated thing you could ever say.
No, it's the truth. I mean, you guys ain't living down here where we're at to see this. What I mean? If it wasn't videoed, I wouldn't believe it. But what I've seen and what I've heard, it's not funny when a 13-year-old girl dies.
No, it's funny that you believe it because you've seen it on TV. That's the funny part.
No, I believe in it because I've seen it.
On TV.
I've read it. I don't do just one person. I do a lot.
Listen,
You know what I mean?
I'm in a situation where I know that there's a problem, and I know that there is kids and children being separated from adults coming through the border. I know this because
How do you know that?
I'm not going to tell you how I know it, but I know this. I know it's
She knows it. Trust me, she knows it.
I know that these kids are ending up in foster systems. I know that these children are on governmental military insurance. So yeah, it is factual. It is real. It's not all make believe like everyone's saying that it is.
There is abuse
I'm sure a
Sorry,
lot
Jane,
of it is
I got a
that's
lag.
okay. I'm sure a lot of it is heightened from the media to keep things divided, but I'm not saying that it's not happening. I'm not saying that it's uh, not happening at the hype that the media is making it, but it is happening.
Okay. There is abuse going on in this world. There is human trafficking going on in this world, and all kinds of horrid things that go along with that. Not a shadow of a doubt. That happens locally. That happens domestically. That happens everywhere. Everywhere I've been, same narrative. That has to be understood. That's number one. Number two, border is not the issue of that. And making a border is not the issue. And they want people to be focused on the border so that they can advocate for having a border and be encaged. That's the psyop.
That's my point.
Well, the problem is, go on.
I was just going to say the answer to my question was the problem at the border is actually the border itself. Having the border is the problem.
Well, you still got to have a passport to go in and out. Without the passport, you can't go anywhere unless you sneak out somehow.
I just said
think that the border is. If you think that the border is going to stop aggressor-minded individuals from anything, you got rocks in your head. It's the same thing as saying, "Well, we're gonna stop shootings from happening by putting gun controls on people." The only thing you're doing is you're encaging them. That's not a solution for anything.
Well, what you should do then.
And one more thing real quick. And
go on.
By advocating for that, you're also advocating for statism, nationism, and cageism. You're part of the problem, not the solution.
The part of the problem, it would be us taking control of the situation. The government ain't going to do it because they're a piece of shit anyway. There's no government really. They're just doing whatever they do. You know, the police ain't going to do nothing.
Correct. The government is there to distract you from doing exactly what you just said to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the distraction is all about. Come here and blame us. We're the ones who are doing it. Blame us. They're not actually doing anything. It's the people who are doing it, and some of the people who are doing it, and the rest of the people are allowing it to happen. That's it.
Yeah. And the cops are trying to enforce it. Oh, you can't kill him, but we got to do that. You know, well, fuck you. You know, you're not protecting us. Go on.
The cops are a part of the firewall.
Mm-hmm.
And it's part of the narrative to get people to think, to be distracted so that they don't take responsibility for things. That's the next level. That's the epitome of it. So that they're actually even afraid to do so. Can you imagine if you went and took matters in your own hands and to somebody who is pulling a crime on somebody else? What would happen to you?
Oh, hell. You take your weapon away, go to jail, and find out what happens from there. You know, can't say you'll be going to jail. Yeah.
There it is. Right.
Just they're trying to protect somebody. Well, you can't shoot a firearm. You're not eligible to do that. You can't kill people just because somebody else is getting killed and you saved them. Yeah.
Right.
It's
the
bullshit.
advocation, and this is going to be the two focuses that I had for the roundtable. One of them is regulation healthy, and the other one is are humans a disease? But I don't want to get into it yet until we have more people, maybe. But that's very much all a part of it, you know. And the distraction, regulation is a distraction when it comes down to it. The idea behind it, it's delegating responsibility outwards and neglecting any part of having responsibility in it. It's just sticking your head in this and, oh, that's what we pay people for with their taxes for. Oh, okay. Like that changes anything.
Yeah, when a person makes $150,000, $200,000 a year and sits on his ass and does nothing. Oh, there's a fight going on. Okay, wait till it's done, then we'll show up. Then we'll act like heroes, you know.
Expecting them to do something about it is the root of the problem. Wanting them to do something about it, advocating for them to do something about it, thinking that they should do something about it instead of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's the root of the problem.
It ain't me. It's the people out there. They don't give a damn. You know what I mean? If I see something, I'll shoot the son of a bitch, especially if it involves my family. You know?
When I say you,
asshole.
When I say you in this context, it's another one of those. I mean, everybody. You know, it's everybody that that thinks like that, right? Instead of doing something themselves. Oh well, that's what we got government for. That's what we pay these services for. No. Yeah. Okay. So what's next? You're gonna have like a tumbler system that chews all your food for you, and somehow that's supposed to like take care of your digestion in life. We're gonna have a government for food eating. That's the logic behind this whole thing. You see how it's nonsensical. It makes no sense. But that's the gaslight. That's the brainwash. And then when things go sideways, because of course it's nonsensical, the perfect solution. Blame us so that you don't figure out that it's you doing it to yourself. And continue that for the rest of your life. And that's what people do. It's the ultimate epitome of insanity. It's the arrogance and egotistical side of the human nature running its course, neglecting the sensical side with the heart, and coming to terms with reality that if we want things to be peaceful, we have to do it ourselves. That's it. It's really, really simple. Pretending that things are somebody else's responsibility in life when they're not. What do we call that? What do we call that? What is that?
Licking boots.
Absent-minded, irresponsible,
licking boots,
sheepish, cancer. Is it a healthy mindset?
No, it's not. but people don't see it. I wouldn't have seen it either until we started talking. Seriously.
Right. That's
They got that damn. Go on.
That's the conundrum about it is trying to see when you have blinders on, right? Like if you put blindfold over your eyes and I can see everything. No, you can't. But pretending you can see everything when you got blindfolds on. Here's the real conundrum about this type of thing, metaphorically, is people are so blind they don't see they have the fucking blindfolds on. They think they're seeing things, and they're delusional, right? Completely delusional. They're so delusional that they don't even know they have blinders on.
Well,
and I think mostly it's an excuse. I think most people are actually more aware than they lead on to be. That's what we had the last thing about. It's not just naivety. I think most people are making excuses for being accountable because they got too much skin in the game. As long as it's not me, right? As long as I'm not the one who's at the bottom of the pyramid and hungry and starving and getting the shafted, it's okay. As long as I got a nice, warm, comfortable bed to sleep in at night, then I'm okay with delegating the bad stuff away to somebody else who's supposed to take care of it, and not think about even who I'm delegating that away to on top of things. Never mind the fact that I'm completely ignoring any responsibility for being part of the equation here.
Yeah, but like a cancer, it's going to catch up to them too.
It does.
Spread.
Just the part that's yeah. You can ignore. Excuse me for quoting my meme again. Don't mean to become a memeaholic, but you can ignore reality all along, but consequence will never ignore you.
Could you guys excuse me? I'm trying to find out where the heck happened to my daughter here. I'll be right back, man. Okay.
She's on.
Is she? Well, who left? I can't see that. Joe Cool. Okay. Okay. My apology. Okay.
Joe
Speaking of ignoring, holy shit.
What?
Where's the link? He goes, oh my God, I don't believe this.
That was long ago. He just came up here for his birthday love and then split.
Oh.
Do you want me to put the permanent link up there, dude, or no?
Maybe not yet. Let me, I got one video that I'd like to show first.
Okay. Can you send a link to Joe then? He's asking for one.
That's long ago, right?
That was a long time ago, Dad.
Was that?
That was how he came up in the first place. Remember?
I'm looking for my. Okay, I'm looking at my phone. Okay, I
sent it to his text so that he can come up.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I thought he lost his text.
No, he's got the. That was when he was asking for it.
He probably went to go blow out his candles.
Lucky him. I like to see that one.
Candle blown out. Whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know if you managed to watch this or not, right? But we're gonna that Larkin Rose video that I sent you. I think was it earlier today or was that yesterday?
No, yesterday night. Yeah, I seen it, but I didn't see it all. I went to sleep. But go on. Okay. I still got it though. I still have it. I didn't.
All right. Well, we're gonna watch it together.
Okay, good.
Let me just find it here.
Is this in color or black and white?
Depends how racist you are.
Okay.
I'm colorblind, so I can't tell the difference. All right, so while I'm queuing this up here, I'll just say a little bit of a prelude to it. Larkin's really good at hitting the nail on the head on a lot of different things, and he was the one who actually sparked me to get into the deep meditative state of what ended up happening to have our roundtable discussion last time. And this one, again, is a pretty good rant that he's on here. I want to say, though, that he too still has a little bit of residue, indoctrinated residue, that I can see needs to be worked out, and I don't agree with. He still has capitalist tendencies and so on and so forth, and also his roots. Like, he worked himself out from a state of mindset. He used to be like that. He used to be very patriotic, as you'll hear him talk about in this video. He used to agree with government principles and that law enforcement was good and all this kinds of thing. He used to be vote. He just thought that he was a constitutionalist. He thought that that was, the proper check and balance, that we didn't have some kind of healthy balance that most statist-minded individuals think, and that's the way that is properly laid out for everybody to function. So, he recognized his own brainwashing and took measures to come out of that. But I do see that, and it's like all of us, everybody's a work in progress, but there's still certain things, and this video has some evidence of that. There's still some residue. None the less. The point of the matter with that is to take what we watch a little bit with careful discernment, so that we don't take everything that somebody is saying on our brain palette as that's the root of the message here. This video is, on the surface, looks like it's addressing conservative-minded Americans. It's even titled "Dear Conservatives," but he's not addressing conservatives. He's addressing everybody, and that's the whole point. If the thing becomes whether or not the viewer is aware of that point when they're watching it. Are they seeing themselves as conservative, or are they actually looking to be right outside that altogether? So here it is, an excellent video. And for those who have a bit of sensitive natures to their ties still of patriotism and whatnot, your discretion. In fact, you should be the ones who glue your ears to this, because you need to hear what this guy is saying. Here we go.
You want the innocent protected. You want to be tough on crime because you don't want...
Hold on a second. That didn't sound like a start from the beginning. Was the audio working?
Yeah.
All right. Take two.
Dear conservatives, you want the innocent protected. You want to be tough on crime because you don't want nasty people inflicting harm on good people. And I absolutely commend you for that. And as a result of that, you support law enforcement because you hope that they will be the ones to stop the nasty people and protect the innocent. But they don't do that, do they? Part of you knows they don't do that. Once in a blue moon, they might catch a criminal after the fact, but the vast majority of the time, they don't show up in time to stop crimes. You can see with your own eyes what they do. They pull people over for having the wrong window tint or not having the right sticker on their car. They're tax collectors. They're road pirates. They're not what Hollywood pretends they are. They're not out there actually protecting the innocent. They're out there robbing productive people. And part of you doesn't want to admit that because you want them so much to be defenders of the innocent. You want so much to believe that they protect and serve the people. But they don't. And part of you knows they don't. So what do? They protect and serve the ruling class. That's their job. Law enforcer is not the same as innocence protector. It means whatever arbitrary garbage the politicians decide to call law, the people who are wearing the badges are going to force you to comply. If that means hand over your guns, we don't trust you to be armed, we the ruling class, who do you think's going to enforce that? all the arbitrary, intrusive garbage they want to do, who do you think's going to enforce that? You support law enforcement because you want them to be something that they're not. They have never been. They will never be. They serve the people who pay them, which is the politicians, the ruling class. So I absolutely commend your good intentions of wanting to protect the innocent. I want that too. Supporting the armed thugs of the state is not the way to do that. You also want Americans protected from all the nastiness that exists in the rest of the world. So you support the military and the brave men and women who serve in the military because you want that to be a giant machine capable of force to defend Americans from all the nastiness there may be out in the world. And there is nastiness out in the world. But that's not what the U.S. military does. It's not what it has ever done. It serves the ruling class. It creates enemies where there were none. It hasn't defended an attack against the U.S. since 1812. The last time there was actually an invasion. And most of you didn't even know that. Again, I commend your intentions of wanting the people on this particular piece of dirt to be protected from all the nastiness of the rest of the world. But that's not what the U.S. military does. It creates enemies. It plays the warmongering game to serve the interests of political parasites. Part of you knows that. But you might not want to admit it because you're so attached to the idea that waving the flag and supporting the troops means wanting freedom and justice and protection for Americans. That's not what it means. That's not what it has ever meant. And that brings up your patriotism, your love of the flag. You proudly wave that flag because you think it means freedom. You want it to mean freedom. That's what you believe in. It doesn't mean freedom. To the republic for which it stands, it symbolizes the ruling class, not freedom. If you think the American flag represents freedom, why does it fly over every IRS office, DEA, ATF, all the political buildings? You think they're about freedom, your freedom, America's freedom, anybody's freedom? That's not what the flag means. That's what you want it to mean. When you wave the flag, maybe you mean, I love freedom. When the ruling class waves the flag, they want power over you and over the rest of the world. They use your patriotism against you by confusing you about the distinction between loving the people around you and the place where you live and the principles of freedom and justice and all that, which, good, love those things, defend those things, support those things. But they want you to confuse that for loyalty to a bunch of political parasites. That's what the flag means, and you say it in the pledge, to the republic for which it stands. It's a ruling class. There are so many good intentions you have, and the political parasites will use them, including Republican parasites, will use your good intentions as an excuse for them to grab more power over you and over everybody else. They talk to you about the scourge of drug use and drug addiction. You don't want people addicted to these horrible drugs that make them just useless, brain-dead zombies. Good, I don't want them to do that either. So you support the war on drugs because we're going to stop that drug abuse. We're going to end this. Are you? The war on drugs has been around forever. What was the result? Drugs won. In the war on drugs, drugs won. It won that war. And authoritarianism won. It didn't make anybody free. It didn't stop the habits. It didn't stop the abuse. It made them 100 times worse. We already had a perfect before and after example. It was alcohol prohibition, where people said, oh, alcohol addiction is a problem, which it is for a lot of people. Let's ban it. And they did. And immediately organized crime took it over and made everything related to that more violent, more corrupt, just like the war on drugs. And you now complain about scary Mexican drug cartels. Those scary Mexican drug cartels exist entirely because of the war on drugs that you supported. It created the black market that created the profit motive for these big, nasty, violent gangs that work outside of the law. Your good intentions to not see people having those destructive habits made it 1,000 times worse. So the question is, are your intentions really good enough? Do you have the intellectual honesty to back up and look what it is that you supported and realized what you supported, despite your good intentions, made it 1,000 times worse? It made the drugs more dangerous. It involved violence, whether you're talking about the drug cartels in Mexico or the violent street gangs in the US that make their money off of drugs. You made that happen by looking for a political solution, by thinking government power was going to correct human behavior. So, do you actually care enough about humanity to admit that your good intentions, plus the politicians offering you a political solution, made it 1,000 times worse? Supporting law enforcement makes people less safe. Supporting the US military makes people less safe. Supporting the war on drugs makes people less safe. It makes drug addicts less safe. It makes everybody else less safe. Your good intentions, I commend them. Good job. But you can't really pretend that you really have good intentions unless you're willing to back up and ask yourself, has my political position actually helped? Now, don't tell me how horrible the Democrats are. I know. I don't want them in power either. Don't mistake me for somebody who, if I don't cheer for the political crooks you vote for, I must want the other ones. No, I absolutely do not. You have far more in common, all you Republicans. You have far more in common with every Democrat than I do. Between you and them, you both believe there should be a ruling class taxing the hell out of everybody. You may want them taxed this much instead of this much, but you still vote for people you know are going to tax your neighbors to fund things that some of them don't want. I won't do that because I actually don't want people robbed. So when you say you want to protect the innocent, does that include protecting them from the violent aggressors who work for the government that you vote for? Because the badge-wearing thieves steal more than all other thieves combined. You can look it up if you want. The military forces commit more terrorism and gun confiscation and torture and murder than all private individuals combined, whether you want to admit it or not. And when somebody leaks a video that shows what's actually happening, what you're actually voting for, what you proudly pay for and vocally support, I support the troops. Well, here's a video of the troops committing murder. Well, are you going to make excuses and demonstrate that your intentions aren't actually good? Or will you be consistent enough and principled enough that when the people you cheered for and the people you empower and the people that you look up to do something bad, you're first in line to condemn them? Are you? Or are you first in line to make excuses? Oh, there's a video of a few cops beating the hell out of some unarmed person. Well, you don't know the context, and I'm going to assume that there must have been some good reason for them to do that. Does that really match what you believe in your good intentions? Or are you just making excuses for the fact that you were duped into cheering for a political solution that doesn't match your supposed good intentions? And instead of being able to admit that you were wrong and that you shouldn't support Republican power-happy psychos any more than you should support Democrat power-happy psychos, instead you double down and make excuses. That doesn't show good intentions on your part. I was raised conservative, constitutionalist leaning. That's what I grew up in. My good intentions made me a proud supporter of the county sheriff and the Fraternal Order of Police. I supported law enforcement. I supported the troops. I supported the military because I thought those things represented protecting innocent people. They don't. It took me many years to accept that they don't. My good intentions had been hijacked by political liars and parasites, and I was tricked into cheering for the exact opposite of what I actually believed. Law enforcers are organized crime. That's all they are. They run a protection racket exactly the way the mafia does. We're here to protect the innocent. Oh, really? How do your customers sign up for this? Oh,
Just as an example there, real quick, not like the mafia does, because they are the mafia. It's just one of those more overview things to get deeper that has to come with clarity.
you don't sign up, we force you to pay for it by way of taxes. And if we do a crappy job and we're corrupt and we do a bad job of protecting the innocent and we're also constantly accosting and robbing the innocent, you don't have a choice. You still have to pay us. You still have to pay your taxes because we're going to show up with guns if you don't and take your property or maybe take you and put you in a cage. Is that the protection of the innocent that you believe in? If you're a Republican, if you vote for political conservatives, you're voting for organized crime exactly the same way the Democrats are, exactly the same way the liberals are. You just want a slightly different flavor of organized crime. You just hope they mostly rob those people instead of those people and mostly beat up those people instead of those people. That's not freedom. That's not protecting the innocent. So I commend you for a lot of your good intentions, if they are actually good intentions. And the test of whether you actually have good intentions is when it is brought to your attention that what you have been cheering for is not a military that protects our borders and protects us from invasion. It's a standing army that works for a bunch of political parasites.
Not just cheering for, but participating in. It's another thing that people don't say to realize enough. Actually participating in.
Violently imposing their will around the world and serving the interests of warmongers and giant corporations. That's staring you in the face. That they barely hide it. Are you still going to support that? Are you still going to pretend to have good intentions while you look the other way at from the reality of what you're actually supporting? Are you going to keep supporting those brave men and women in law enforcement when over and over and over and over and over again they demonstrate that they're just mindless thugs of the state? And no, it isn't because, well, if you don't like it, you must just be a criminal. No, that's stupid. It's a stupid excuse for you to not admit that you've been supporting the opposite of what you say you believe in. If you believe in protecting the innocent, you will 100% be anti-cop. If you believe in protecting from scary international people, you will absolutely 100% anti the US military. And if you actually believe in individual freedom and justice, you will be 100% anti-government. Government and politics is never, ever the path to freedom or justice or any of the things you say you believe in. That's why, even though I was raised conservative, I'm now a voluntarist. I see there is no political solution. There is no ruling class that's going to be in line with what I actually believe in, which is protecting the innocent and having human freedom. So, right now, with the way the world is, this is sort of a test to see whether your intentions really are as good as you say they are, or whether your attachment to a political agenda matters more to you than actually doing the right thing and actually admitting that you were duped into cheering for the wrong thing. So, as a former conservative, I'm just going to ask you, if the choice is between authoritarianism or freedom and justice, which do you choose? Because if you vote, you're on that side. You're not on the side of freedom and justice. Vote for anybody. And telling me that the other candidate is even worse, I don't care. You're still choosing anti-freedom, anti-justice authoritarianism as long as you support the monstrosity called government. Thankfully, lots and lots of people who used to be conservatives have now figured that out and have finally abandoned the whole political game. And by the way, lots and lots of people who used to be politically liberal did the same thing. And guess what? Those two groups of people get along just fine. Because instead of arguing over how to use the violence of the state to dominate each other, they figured out how to actually peacefully coexist, how to actually live and let live. You get to spend your own money. You get to make your own choices. You get to decide what you support. And the other guy gets to decide what he supports and the choices he makes. And you don't have to like them. You don't have to approve of them. But if you believe in freedom, that means believing in people having the freedom to do things that you wouldn't do and you wouldn't choose. And only supporting force to stop someone who's actually committing aggression, fraud or assault or robbery. Because if you advocate force to stop those things, I'm absolutely on your side. Government is never, ever, ever a protector. It is always an aggressor. Even when it tells you, we're here to protect and serve, by way of robbing all of you to fund our protection racket. So, if you have good intentions, prove it. Stop supporting authoritarian idiocy and having your excuse be, well, the other side is even worse. If you believe in protecting the innocent, if you believe in freedom, act like it.
He's right. No. USA, USA. No, he's right. He's right. He's absolutely right. In the military, you know what I've seen, yeah, they caused the wars. They didn't stop it. They, you know, and then they walked away from it. You know,
You were
it's
part of
bullshit.
that.
Yep. Yep. Sure was. Young and dumb.
And they certainly, that's the easy target, you know.
Yep.
Because people don't want to learn their lesson. They want to be, you know, egoic and make their excuses and justify it, and you know, and then tout the moral card, right? Like as if they're all some high and mighty moralistic thing in life.
Yeah.
There is nothing moral about any of the corporate world. Nothing moral about any of it, or sane, or rational, or logical. And there's nothing moral about participating in any of it in any way, shape, or form. There just isn't, because of what it represents, because of what it stands for, because of what it is. Now, what is it? That's the question. What is it? What does it represent?
It represents a piece of trash, you know, oppressors.
I'm jumping in. I only heard part of the conversation. I guess slavery, from what I'm just listening for the whole 2 minutes.
Yes. And more overviewlessly, it was the main focus of our last thing that I asked so many questions about. Abuse. It's a system of abuse.
100%.
You all, and me, mostly not me anymore, mostly, still a little bit, are participating in a system of abuse to ourselves, to our children, to our family, to our neighbors, to our friends,
To our animals,
to the animals, the rest of nature, to each other.
No doubt about it. It's a dirty thing.
And making excuses for it, rationalizing it, justifying it. And rather than looking at taking responsibility for it, which starts with you as an individual, mostly delegating the responsibility and the blame, which is the opposite of responsible focus, to everybody else. The government's at fault. It's the Democrats. It's the Republicans. Yeah, it's China. It's Russia.
I hate
those
Trudeau.
are even fictions in the mind. Like a landmass picks itself up and clumps itself on another one. You know. So it's not just cheering for it. It's actually doing it, participating in it.
Feeding it energy.
And being the abuse. So what's the solutions then? Should be obvious.
Well, yeah, don't listen to your tyrants, your oppressors, your slave masters. But I can see right now that TV doesn't hurt me any. You know what I mean? I see what's going on now, and I love it. You know, I laugh my ass off when I see it. But these people who don't know what's going on, like I do a little bit, they see what I used to see. Oh my God, we're in trouble. We got to listen to the government. The government's going to help us out. We need more military. People ain't signing up for the draft or signing up for the military. We're low, and we're going to have a third world war, and like wow,
Right. And
And people-
are these people being honest with themselves?
No, but they don't know it though.
So what's the solution?
Get away from government. Be your own man. Be your own personal protector.
In order for that to happen, any of that, yes, for sure. In order for that to happen, what is the first fundamental thing that needs to be there?
You need to become self-reliant.
In order for that to happen,
take care of yourself.
In order for that to happen, this one first thing, and if this one first thing doesn't happen, none of that will inevitably ever occur, and the path will just continue.
Don't listen.
It's the root of the disease.
Paying attention to them.
Why?
Why what?
I asked the question, are these people being honest?
Not with themselves, no.
So what's the solution?
To be honest with yourself.
To be honest. Yes. It's the root cause of the entire disease, dishonesty. People are living in their own delusional lies.
A lot of people don't realize it, though.
That's because they're not interested in being honest. Isn't it so?
What do you mean? There's not your truth, my truth? Or is it there's just the truth?
The truth.
Exactly.
It's not subjective when it comes to, these fundamental things. When you cause harm, that's not an opinion, right? Somebody is harmed. That's it. And no matter how much an individual wants to jade themselves away from that, it doesn't change anything. The only thing it changes is the ignorance. And perhaps the encouragement for it to continue. And it will continue. It will continue for all those who do not want to be honest. It has to. And as human beings, we have this ability. We have this ability to lie. We have this ability to be dishonest. Were we programmed, or is it inherent? I think a bit of both. Because how could we be programmed if the ability wasn't there to begin with? I've never seen a dog blatantly lie, although I have seen a dog try and with a guilty face look like it's trying to blame away something a little bit in their little naive innocence. But maybe that's just the jaded view as a human seeing that. I don't know. I don't see the nature as being fundamentally dishonest. That's what I'm getting at here. Human beings, different aspect.
Because nature doesn't have the ability to lie, where humans do. We have
Seems to be.
We have the right to decide what's right and what's wrong. We have the right to choose. Animals are designed a different way.
Right. Seems to be the fundamental ability to discern in a way that is double-edged sword. It is both, it's part and parcel with the liberation experience that we have, with not being so much in a divine dictatorship where it's more just instinctual and we're just impulsively acting more solely on our instincts, as it looks like the rest of the animals do, as far as I can tell. I could be wrong, I don't know. So it comes with a liberation aspect of that. And also we have the tools to know if we are doing what's healthy for us or not. we do have instinct, and we also have this feeling thing where if we touch a thing and it feels like we're burning ourselves, that's so that we know what not to do, right? We don't have to keep putting our hand on a hot element until we don't have a hand left. But it's left up to us. We also have the ability to defy and deny and ignore all of that if we so want. No matter how excruciatingly painful it might get to, right? And so it is. Our nature is what it is. And it's not a good or a bad thing. It's just, it is what it is. It's a beautiful thing in my view. But perhaps that's the view of somebody who knows how to work with that quite well. It's not healthy to be in denial to our nature and be ruled by the ignorance, be ruled by the ideas of delusionment and live in lies. It's not healthy. But it takes honesty to recognize that. And if honesty is not in the equation, you're going to continue to repeat lessons in your life until they're learned. And that's why the masses are having so much trouble. They're struggling with honesty. And that's why you can't just have this delusion idea that you're going to go and just wake up the masses. That's not going to happen. That's another level of dishonesty to think like that. And it's another indoctrinative, gaslit secondary program of distraction to even entertain the idea. But of course, not to be confused, though, with still always telling the truth and living it as an example for the benefit of yourselves and for others like yourselves who want to be open and want to learn from an open view and be honest with yourselves and make sure you're in check with yourselves and not second guessing and actually walking a healthy path, a path that's not causing harm and destructive things to yourselves, your families, your friends, your neighbors, so on and so forth. And so that's where it all comes down to the foundational thing, honesty. And if you find yourself struggling internally with emotions and whatnot, you'll probably find yourself that you're having an inner conflict with being honest about things. So that would be a first clue to use as a smell check to recognize for yourself. When you're having those feelings and whatnot, put on the brakes. Stop for a second. Go, wait a second. Move all of your opinions, views, ideologies, blah, blah, just move them right out of the way. You can take them back, put them on a shelf. You can take them back anytime you want. But just move them all outside of the way. And see if you can see things for what they are as they are. See if you can see that. And if you do that, make that a habit of your life to the point where it's a consistent way of life, you, my friend, have become the solution.
Question. And maybe you answered it before, but I'd like to find out again if I could. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
What does the government get out of this? These tyrants. What do they get out of this?
Whatever you give
Our
them.
slave masters. I mean, what's the purpose of it? What's the purpose of the whole thing in this tyrant slavery that we have right now? What is the deal? What is their main mindset?
It's like a petri dish and experiment.
That's gonna be.
There's always a purpose. There's always a purpose.
That's going to be variable depending on the individuals, but there's certain common denominators that I can see that are variables that are obvious. depending on where the level. Now, of course, you're talking about, you know, the people who are in government and up the hierarchy after that.
Right. Exactly. Right. That's what I'm talking about.
So there's there's a lot of different things, and it's all psychologically. One of it is, as long as it's not you, it's not me. And the higher I can get up on the food chain here, the lesser the chance I have of ever getting to the bottom. Even if I fall, I'll still land on the 14th pillar somewhere. So it's back to that whole, you know, pyramid, bottom feeder to pinnacle sort of energy drain structure. So it's dog eat dog, survival of the fittest. And again, I'll step on anybody else to get there as far as I can, because I know by design, these people in those echelons are, for the most part, quite aware of the way that the structure works, as we talked about before, that it's a Ponzi scheme, that it's a zero-sum game. You guys remember that stuff. And so they have chosen, rather than to secede from it, to embrace it wholeheartedly, and let's make sure if we're going to play the game, at least we're not going to be the losers. Remember when I asked one of those questions last time? Is the name of the game really abuse or be abused? I reckon yes. For many people, it certainly is. It's abuse or be abused. If I'm going to be a part of a system of abuse, then at least I'm going to make it as high as I possibly can in this game, where it's not me who's getting the burns. And as long as the cookie crumbs are big enough that I can sleep tight enough, I don't care that it's at the expense of anybody else. I don't. And I don't have to. Nothing is forcing me to. Nature doesn't force me to. And there's no virtue in anybody participating in this from the get-go anyway. So there's no morality aspect as far as the people who are getting their asses handed to them. Rightly so. Rightly deserved. Because they shouldn't be participating in this bullshit anyways. Now, if you go further up higher, you'll probably get to a point where you start to get mindsets like what we're also going to talk about later. And there's an element of truth in all of it. And, you know, there's a lot of it that I agree with. Although it doesn't have to be this way. It's all a matter of choice. And again, it comes down to the honesty thing. There's people who look at humanity as a disease, and that it should be left in a catapult situation where they're following narratives to implode on themselves, to have the human species do the work necessary to eradicate itself because it's a disease.
I don't think it would be a disease if we were left to be alone and be feral. I think we're a disease because of the system.
I have to tend to agree because of the people that I've experienced in the natures that I've gone on expeditions to discover and embraced me to live amongst them. They are certainly not like that. Not at all. They're very.
Well, it's not natural at all. It's the system that's causing us to be the poison.
There is no system. What it comes down to is honesty. That's the thing. So you have some humanity who is honest and some who is dishonest. And that sets the stage for the rest of it. So the people who went into a different direction, and perhaps again, some of these people, I can only, guesstimate because I don't know any of these people. And I've done a lot of research though, and there's some logics that you can see. And some of it they tell us, right? Like some of they're very forthcoming with what they're doing with their agendas and whatnot, and they have been for a long time. But the actual root reasons why they're doing it, like, do we actually know what's in their minds? No. How could we, right? And do we actually know all the games they're playing with the Petri dish, and for what reasons and intentions? No, we can't know that either. There's probably so many thousands that it's unfathomable, right? So many different reasons and so many different objectives and agendas for these things. Some of them may be healthy, some of them may not. We don't know. Some of them may completely believe as well in their own right that they're doing something healthy, and maybe they're not. You only have to look to your own brethren to see this going on, right? So, yeah, it's a deep psychological twisted thing all the way up the hierarchy. And none of it is healthy to the core. The solution is really easy. You know, cooperation and harmony, it's not hard. It's not hard. It's the simplest thing. It's this way of life and this kind of bullshit that's hard. That's the struggle. Dishonesty is hard. Honesty is not. The real question, right, or the big question, you know, that's an interesting question. But the real question is, why are so many folks that we live amongst dishonest?
Because the
Trying to
truth
pull-
is terrifying.
or trying to get up the ladder.
So it's going to come down to that question that we asked the other day, which is the reason why people choose to participate. Let's ask it again. What is the reason why people choose to participate in a system of abuse?
Like I said, I think a lot of them don't know better. They don't know they are. Like my mother, for instance,
She knows.
She's donating to them, giving them money and stuff, and she thinks it's a good thing. She thinks it'd be chaos without it.
I think I agree with her.
To be chaos without it?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I think that there's a brilliant design that figured out how to get a disease to encage itself and keep itself contained, and another brilliant design that also figured out how to get a disease to kill itself off.
But like we just said, I thought you agreed with me that if we were just left to be feral, there wouldn't be this disease. Humans wouldn't be this nasty.
What I know for sure is that honesty and dishonesty is a choice. And for the part that's in a disease state of dishonesty, they don't have to be. And they're still choosing to be. I didn't.
I think because a lot of people don't know what to do. Like they're stuck in it. They're in a panic mode and they don't know what to do to get out of it. They don't know any better. They don't know any different ways.
That's after they're coming to terms. They have to be honest to even have something to confront there. And that's why I want to help those people. But most people will never think there's something to confront. They're stuck in their indoctrinated view of everything that's around is normal. This is the way it's supposed to be. They won't look at, they refuse to look in front of their eyes and investigate and see what they're a part of. My question is why? And I know why.
Laziness.
Yep. We studied that in the last roundtable again. Laziness, because they have to now face the reality that they themselves
Have to
been
take responsibility, and responsibilities work.
right, and
Or
also they have to tend with the feelings of guilt and shame that go along with participating in this, right? And so they're confronted with two things: either embracing the path to do that and go on the path of healing, or continue down the path of destruction. And most around you have chosen to continue down the path of destruction. If that's what if that's what their choice is, and that's what they want, that's a diseased mind. Should we get out of the way? Was there something that was intelligent that figured out a system that baited that type of mind to go down a destructive path to implode itself? Is it actually we're part and parcel in an awareness to something rather genius when it comes to that, and maybe we ought to not prevent that? Interesting. We're actually starting to have the round table without me even calling them all to go into it, but that's really the depths of the stuff that I've been thinking about a lot lately, right? And it's so important to also not get this confused. Like, I'm not judgmental. I'm not interested in being judgmental. I just want to make sure that I'm not in the way of anything that's healthy and proper and that should be. And make sure that I'm only doing good, not harm, right? I want to be the solution as always and continue down that path. I'm not interested in being a part of the disease. Now, if you were to ask that question to most people around you, what's the first reaction they're going to have?
What are you talking about?
Right. Ignorance, right? Not interested in hearing it, not interested in looking at it. Is that not the representation of an individual who has cognitively made themselves clear that the path of dishonesty is the path that I want to choose?
I can see millions and millions of people being eradicated or killing themselves. Yep.
It's happening in front of our eyes.
Yeah. Once it gets into a bigger mass, it's going to be a pure purge. It's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Prairie's
And you know what?
promoting meat eating.
What's that?
Prairie's in comments promoting meat eating.
I promote cannibalism. I mean, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? If the human species is on a path to self-implosion and self-destruction, that's a perfect way to do it.
The only human beings that are on this self-destructions are the ones who still believe in the system, that are part of the system, and not
That's right.
self-defiant.
That's right. That's
Those,
what they want.
Those people should go down with the boat, the ship.
Should they not? That's what they want.
Yeah, they are. They will and are.
And do they deserve it?
Yes, 100%.
Absolutely.
Because they don't care about listening.
That's the whole thing. It's working.
People don't want to listen to what we say. You know, shame on them. I don't care.
People want to be dishonest. Bingo. And so they should have that. You reap what you sow, right?
People want to be led down to the, yep, go on, yep.
Yeah. They should have exactly what they want. You've heard me say many times, I have no interest in engaging with the masses. I don't. Never have. Could care less. In fact, if somebody is so hell-bent on sticking a pair of scissors in a light socket. I'm going to tell them the truth that it's stupid, but I'm also going to hand them a pair of scissors.
I'll do better than that. I put water on them.
Yeah, you might. So there's a bathtub over there.
Yeah. Here.
Right?
Here, hold on to this dryer. Yeah, drop it in the water, will you please? Yeah, thank you. I don't know. It's a shame what's going on, though. It is, and it's a damn shame that they're so stupid out there. You know, they don't want to learn, but that's their own fault, like you said. When that day comes, man, don't be knocking on my door. You know,
it's their own choice. It's a choice.
It's not a shame. It's a choice. Fuck them.
And I am solid evidence that it's even a choice. It's just as much a choice for the individual born in it and indoctrinated in it. So there's no excuses. Yes, is it a difficult path to secede from?
yourself. To reprogram yourself, yes.
Yes, it is difficult. Absolutely. But the mind that is honest is going to, with head over heels enthusiasm, embrace the path regardless of difficulty and enjoy the process. They will.
It's actually addictive once you start going down that road.
No doubt. Sure, Dom. Dom's asking for the link. I think we're good to go now, right? So if you want to go ahead and post the link, we can. Unless
Pin that link. Pin that link, bitch.
Wait. What, can I charge? I never get to charge. Damn.
What do you mean? It's your show. I've been waiting for you to do that. You know, I've been asking for royalties for 3 years now.
Well, yeah, you have. Oh, I'm broke. Well,
you think I learned my lesson, but every time I try and use his credit card, I wind up in a cell somewhere.
Damn, Dan, shame on you.
Shame on me.
I gotta do a Tim 100 and catch my breath from that rant.
Okay. I'll put the link up in just short. I'm walking down the hallway here.
Do you want me to get that for you before I do that? I can.
No, I need to practice anyway.
All right.
Okay. You go to the 3 dots.
You forgot something. In YouTube only.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, well, don't forget I got StreamYard though. I got 2 panels here I'm playing with.
Okay, I'm gonna go do a Tim 100. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Don't forget to shake it.
Twice.
No matter how hard you shake or squeeze, the last few drops will fall on your knees. It's always good for the last. Oh, my granddaughter. Hello.
Nice job.
I didn't know she was listening. Hi, Weedawoo.
Papa says hi. She says hi.
All right. I
didn't know this was PG. Gotta watch the language.
No, it's okay. She's doing her own thing.
She knows her papa. Son
I gotta say, for frog socks.
Why would they do something like this? There it is. Okay, there we go. How about that?
I don't see it.
You don't see it?
No.
I do.
Oh, I'm not on YouTube. That's why.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I can't put it on.
No, not on YouTube. That's why I couldn't see it.
That's the only way I can do it. Like, I got 2 panels. I got StreamYard and I got YouTube. Yeah. Work with me, will you? Will you work with me?
Oh, there it is. It is on the StreamYard too. It just popped up.
Takes a while. Yeah.
What's MM mean?
MM. What's MM?
I don't know. In comments, or right under you pin the link, and then the next thing you put up was MM.
Oh, that was so I could see the link. They have these mojos, and if you have one link, it covers everything up, and I couldn't get to it.
Oh, okay.
So I had to write another so it pops up, so I wouldn't get by the mojo. Pain in the ass is what it is. Okay, there's a link, everybody. Whoever wants to come on up, get your charge card ready. Dan, get the machine ready, will you?
I just take free bananas. That's all. I don't need money. I'm not into the monetary system.
Trader.
Don't like money. Money's dirty and nasty. But I do take fruit.
For frog sacks.
For frogs. 4 frog sacks. 4 of them.
You know,
okay, there's a link, Newt.
The entire English language is foul. So if we're going to censor, we should all just, promote the idea of shutting up, never saying anything again.
Mute. Crickets only.
Right. That would be
Good
the
for
ultimate
protein.
solution. Welcome up, Dom. What's happening, brother?
Pretty good, NG. Hey, Vet. Hey, Reggie. And hi, Jane.
Hey.
Hi.
Oh, welcome aboard.
Thanks, Vet. So how deep do we want to go here, guys? Because I hear an NG going deep.
Only 6 inches, please.
Well done, Reggie. Well done.
Such a virgin. Go as deep as you want, man. Sky's the limit. There is none around here.
Slut.
Put it to him.
Give him the big 10-inch.
Yeah.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
Go ahead if you want, Dom.
Well, we use terms like sovereign being. Why are we called human beings? The being having that human experience. I say it jokingly, but there's some validity to it where you'll spend most of your lifespan feeding and sheltering that vessel. That's one anchor. Then you can play with all the dogmas, whether it's state, religion, biology, science, or commerce. Commerce actually fuels them all. That's another anchor. Now, to start becoming aware of it, one has to become aware of oneself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Who's the one that's running behind the program? That's when you start realizing, okay, so when I go to sleep, who runs the body? Right now, as we're communicating with each other, who's running the liquids? That's challenging for most people because most people are still on a very superficial level of a program. How does war come to be kind of idea? For what purpose? What does bloodletting really serve? Whoever these people are, do they understand depopulation, let alone how to populate a civilization? Who gives us this technology that we're using right now? How does Wi-Fi affect your vessel, let alone your different planes, whether it's your emotional or mental planes? I get it when people talk about, different types of food. I said, that's for external use. But what about the food that's outside, such as, air? And how does that work? How does prana work? Why does certain gurus go into a state of silence? Because they understand thoughts. I might have gone 15 inches on that one. Sorry, guys.
No, nothing to apologize for. You might not be used. You might not be used to like 15,000 reactions in opposition, but around here, that's what we do. We contemplate and have open minds. So go deeper.
Well, hopefully it's a receptive mind too, because open and closed is very narrow. Zeros and ones are very narrow. Black and whites are very narrow. That's the duality playing with itself. It flips on itself. It's when you start becoming aware. So how do those things up in the sky work? How have wars been predicted from centuries? Again, most people get caught up in the material and forgetting you're using a thing called spiritual. The thoughts that you have, you don't see it on the material. I don't see a tree when I say the word tree. I see the object. Again, that's something. Yep, go ahead, sorry, Angie.
Oh no, I'm just completely in alignment with what you're saying.
Yeah, I usually share out loud. If people get one of those aha moments, hopefully they'll get a whole bunch of them and realizing, so then what have I been doing to myself? I said, you've been playing a program and not aware how it actually works. Now, some people will get
label
go
game.
ahead.
The label game.
Yep, the label game, all the personas, all the behaviors. You know, you'll say, "Oh, I've lived 60 years." I said, "Who's the one that's speaking when you're indicating that your vessel's 60 years old? Is that who you are?" And if you say yes, now you're going to play the birth certificate game. But once you realize you're not those things, the birth certificate just kind of falls off. You can't identify me if I actually realize I'm not those things.
The path to the path to truth is to let go of any ideology behind identification.
It could be.
So much I'm realizing more and more of this because that's all we do with words, right? Is label, identify this and that. And the moment we do that, it completely comes attached with everything that we use in definition of said thing, said symbol, said this, said that. And then our mind closes. It's a closed gap and becomes a feedback loop on itself. Where insecurity will become the path at some point to see even past that, because then you're going to be challenged. Well, wait a second, it's not that. It's something else.
Mm-hmm. Well, once we speak words, now you have liquids to deal with, and this is how you can embody the sound that you do with the words. That's why the ones that actually, they go into that state of meditation, they're not actually speaking words, let alone even writing it. Writing actually even more dumbed down. It teaches the hemispheres to be left to right or right to left. It's an entrainment. And once you have that entrainment, then you have to use, based on that entrainment, to try to explain yourself within the well. It's challenging. It's when you start realizing I'm not those things. You start slowly stripping those things and realize, well, there's more now. I said, well, this was never supposed to be easy, let alone hard. It might be challenging. But I realize I'm still in the vessel. But I use the word I'm in the vessel. Most people will still identify I am the vessel. Okay, so you're in the world but not of it. So you're in the vessel but not of it. Kind of terminology. Now regardless if it was written down or somebody manipulated it, you still have to be able to apply discernment. Most people try to apply knowledge to it. They become aware of it. But how do you discern it? Go ahead.
It's a strong illusion, right? It really looks like this container you're living in is you to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. And the illusion is just, the way they use the word, it's Maya, it's a play. In a play, you need actresses and actresses. That's why we have many words with the word act in an English language. And then you're handed scripts. What script am I going to play this time? I'm the electrician. I'm a male in a light skin form. Other people play the game, I'm white or black. I said, that's another delusional game. I said, that's for magic. But if you honestly think that you see a human being that's white or black, please get back to me on that. But then most people say, but you know what I mean? I said, no, you're using a meaningful language. You're not actually comprehending what you're speaking. You're saying words out of laziness. It's like a person that's doing magic. You have to use the energy directly. You just can't, half-ass it. When people talk about government, you have to remember there's human beings behind governments, behind religion. Religion itself does not harm anybody. Governments by themselves do not harm anybody, but it's the things, the energy behind it that can harm people. And it can be very useful.
Yes, agree. Totally. It's just tools.
Yeah, that's all. And then you can manifest it, and then that's why you use the word action. You can manifest in the physical, but then again, are we more observing or experiencing? People will say experience. I said, no, you're actually observing more. You're observing the words you're sharing. You're observing things. You're actually experiencing more if you're going to start talking about thoughts. The physical is just a linear experience that you just give it many different descriptions to it. But that's a tough one because most people said, but I've been conditioned. I said, those are the programs. You're in your masculine energy. To be in go ahead.
Let me pause that because that is a common response, right? And it's correct that they've been conditioned, but they want to stop there and continue to hold that as an excuse back to the laziness thing. There is the solution for that is to recognize that the conditioning can be self-done and you can uncondition yourself or reprogram yourself, but that takes work. And when you do that, then the rubber meets the road. Do you want to be honest or do you want to be dishonest?
I think at that point, Angie, most people would have to, and as far as touching on, they would have to realize you're in your masculine energy. To actually be to reprogram and then maybe reteach it, you have to be in your feminine energy. That's what wisdom is, the feminine energy. It's not about males and females, that's just the physical. We're talking about spiritual energy now. You don't see air, you don't see wind, that's energy. You don't see the energy coming from the sun and the moon. Now, some people say it's heat. I said, well, then explain why when I go on a plane, it's colder up there than down here. I said, because now we're talking about magnets. Again, I'm using a comprehensional language as best as I can to try to describe things. As
Right.
above, so below, kind of ideal.
Right. Which is difficult for sure, but
challenging. It's challenging, but sorry, Nancy. The thing is, a lot of people have layers of defense and attack. They will defend something they don't understand, and let alone attack something they don't understand, opposed to going into a state of silence and listening from within.
Right. That's that state of insecurity I was talking about. That because they're attached to the comfort of the disillusionment rather than being honest and wanting to be honest and look past that and see things as they are instead of for what they want to believe they are. And that's where the rubber meets the road. And a mind that wants to do that, in my view, right, is not a healthy mind.
Depends what you perceive as the mind. The mind's there to serve. You might be talking about the brain.
A person with a mindset like that is what I mean.
Well, if I learn an English language and that's the only language I want to learn, that's the mindset. If I want to learn other language or become aware that I'm using numbers and colors and brailles, that's a different language. I'm talking about mind meant man, the image. What we're using is the brain. There's the upper brain, that's the easier programmable brain, the hemispheres. That's where the king and queen sits. And then there's the midbrain. So we use words, but we don't really go inwards and say, but is that the right energy for that? What I'm actually trying to apply. So when people say it's my mind, I said, well, it's very erroneous. You're tapping into the mind, and the mind's there to serve. No different when people no longer in this realm. Whatever information that you've done in this realm stays here. Hence soul data stays here. That's why we have soul contracts. We do the being. The being is the one that's in debt, not the human part. That's just the mortal part. That's already been tagged as soon as you're born, and even that, when are you born? Are you born in the vessel, or are you birthed once you actually jump into the vessel after it's been birthed out of the form? Again, it all depends on how a person wants to perceive things. Now, this might be challenging for most people, but then this is how, when you try to explain to other people how the fiat currency works to your parents, or how does property tax works, tribute, how does that work? How does fiat currency works? How does Commerce Court work? If you can challenge those things, then you should be able to challenge the things that I'm sharing. But that's an internal challenge. Hence, when you start becoming honest with the self, forget about truth. Truth is its own energy. I love it when people talk about truth, but then again, it's its own energy. But if you're living in a realm that already has parameters in it, you can call it an enslavement, you can call it whatever, a classroom or whatever, but there's rulers in this realm. And the rulers in this realm don't truly enjoy when people are fucking disobedient here. Try to understand the system. There's nature, there's laws, there's northeast, west, south, there's like news and all that kind of stuff. And every so often, new technology is always introduced. I can't even say it's new technology. So we're in an age now where the air is going to be more of technology. So that's why we have Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff. And if a person really wants to understand all this stuff, you better understand how the luminaries work. Understand how your own internal body is affected by those luminaries, and vice versa. If not, then people are just trying to just get out of this realm because of their likes and dislikes. And at that point, they're just doing nothing but judgments. I don't like things. Oh, okay. So how does it work when you're not here anymore?
Yeah. How do you know when you part to something that is not going to be 10 times more something you don't like?
It could be. But then again, what are likes and dislikes? Those are more programs. You have to almost humble the self to realize I'm going to have to be in a very indifferent position, but with awareness. Most people already are indifferent or ignorant, but you should do it with awareness. So how did it serve me if a person wants to put a gun to their head? I said, I might ask questions, but I'm surely not going to give them a gun, and surely I'm not going to try to encourage them. I said, but I'm just asking questions. Why? So this way you know for sure what you're doing.
Awareness is key. Absolutely.
For most people, yeah. And then, yeah.
It's a lack of awareness that gets people to do certain things that we could say are dumb or whatever, but in order to have awareness, you must be honest enough to choose that.
Usually a crisis has to occur for most people, NG, a loss, a divorce, economic collapse, or some people, if they're lucky, they become trillionaires and realize, fuck, I'm still back at the square one position. Most people are chasing those kind of rewards, and they're not realizing that's the main thing about suffering is your attachments, not your resistance. Resistance will at least bring you something. Like when you have resistance in the gym, you'll gain muscle. But for most people, we're attached to our comforts. It's always fun when I hear somebody say, Dominic, I'm independent. I'm like, really? You're usually
attached to the lies.
They could be lies. You could perceive them as lies. Yeah, you can perceive them as lies. You know?
Like ownership. It's a lie. People are attached to the idea because they're insecure about the idea that everything is just already a perfect balance in a default way, the way that it is. And we don't need any of these superficial bullshit things to distract us from that. Everything is just perfectly organized and works fine as is without that. But the conditioning, right? It's what people are attached to. They feel very insecure about the idea behind that because of what that might represent, and because they've done so much work, part and parcel to that attachment, that they also have to let go of all of that too. It means that, oh, that was all for nothing. Yeah, that's what that means.
For some people, they can be aware of it while they're in it and realize, okay, don't be hard on yourself. I just didn't realize that there were so many different parts or rules to the game. But for some people, they already set off with this. Well, if I find out this is a lie or a deception, excuse me, I'm going to leave it. I said, that's not necessarily the case for most people. You know, you can be in it and realize that it's just part of it. I didn't create the system. It's like language. I didn't create the language. So when people think it's their own, hence, you know, you're talking about ownership, I can't have a conversation and entertain ideals when a person thinks that those ideals are theirs. At that point, I said, you have to have discernment. You have to know that you're sharing information. The language is not yours. That the hand that you have in your waking state, is it really yours? You know, how many people truly know how to steward their vessel? I know for myself, I failed myself in a lot of areas, but the ones that do, I just know internally, well done for them. It might not be my gift at this time.
Right. I completely concur with that. Isn't that, again, the same thing? In order for that awareness to be there, it requires a pretty impeccable amount of objective discernment, which requires just being honest about the thing.
Yes, and usually from the observer position, not from the experiencer. The experiencer always wants to get caught up in it and say, well, I'm experiencing. I said, well, then the question is, who's the one that's experiencing it? You know, it's your vessel. Is it your emotions? Is it the mental plane? You know.
Everybody else on panel, are you lost to this conversation, or are you following?
It's
half and half of me.
Yeah,
half and half. Okay,
it's hard to keep up.
All right, let's slow down a little bit, and let's see if we can. It is a little bit advanced, but you know, let's slow down and see if we can bring clarity. So that, you know, it is actually very simple in its fundamental thing. What's the half that is clear, and what's the half that's kind of distorted?
What?
I think it was right to
What?
half and half.
Half and half, yeah. Well, the other half, I didn't understand what he was saying, though he does, and you do.
What's the part that you understand? What's the part that you understand, and what's the part that you don't understand? That's what I'm saying.
Well, the part I do understand is just be your own person. You know, don't recognize what's going on around here. Don't recognize black and white when they tell you to watch black or look for black and white. Be your own person. You know, don't believe the bullshit. You know, even though, like he said, and I'm in that situation right now, is that I know what's going on, but I can't get out of it right now. You know what I'm saying? I know what's going on because you're the one that taught me. You know what's going on. I'm a baby in this thing right now, but I see more things than I've ever seen in the past year. But I can't get out of this situation to live off Mother Nature. You know, to forage, to grow garden, to, you know what I mean. And I agree with them. You know, there are people who are awake, but they can't do nothing right now, much as they'd like to.
They can. It's a matter of learning what needs to be learned in order to do it.
Well, I'll talk to you later about that one. Okay. So anyway, that's it. I agree with him. I do agree with him. You know, the rest of his stuff, I'm sorry, I'm totally lost because I'm not quite there yet. Eventually, I will be.
Let
Right
me
now,
just start with
yeah.
one word. Do you know what he means by the word vessel?
Yeah, our body, our minds.
Not our minds.
Well,
Our minds are not a vessel.
Oh,
But you're
all right.
you're right about the first
The
word,
body.
the container. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, are you your body?
Am I my body?
Apparently not.
Well, I wanted him to explain that a little bit more. Am I my body? Well, I do have a body.
You have a body,
Okay.
but are you yourself your body?
No, no. My mind is my body. My mind is controls my body, I should say.
Keep going.
Well, that's it. I'm just going to make it simple. I'm going to make, break it down. But I mean, my body controls my vessel.
Sorry, a clip there. What controls your vessel?
My mind controls my vessel. My thoughts.
Your mind controls
my action. Right.
Okay. So you think that you're your mind? Are you your mind?
Am I thinking in my mind or am I my mind?
No. Are you
I don't know
yourself your mind? Are you the you that's you is that you your mind? Is that who you are? Is your mind?
Mother freaker, man.
He's going real deep.
What the hell? Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking it's in my mind. I mean, I got to be somewhere in that mind.
Okay, so this is the basis.
What the hell?
We're talking. This is the level of deepness that we're talking on.
Well, good. You guys talk about it. I'm just going to listen. I'll talk to you later about it. You guys just, I'm out of this one.
We want you to
No. Once I learn what's going on a little bit, I'll talk about it. Right now, no. I'll let you guys discuss things. We'll try to pick things up as much as I can. I'll discuss it with you later. Honestly, you guys are just way above my head.
Yeah.
Well,
the point is
the same way.
The point is to put the brakes on because the two of us can go off in this deep tangent. It's basically like the choir preaching to the choir. We get it already. That's a fruitless engagement. We're on this panel here, so let's slow down and put the brakes on and have some wisdom come across to help, as we always do, bring further awareness. That's the key. Remember, we were talking about awareness when me and him were discussing.
I understand that, but when you guys are way above my head, that's just it's just wow.
That's why we're gonna slow down. We're putting the brakes. We're putting the brakes on, and we're gonna come to a very slow, concise, piece by piece discussion.
Okay, Dan, you're first.
We just did a little bit. Just by me saying that first thing there. If you not noticed, I got you to observe something there, to see, and you got to at least the base level of what it is that we're foundationally talking about in terms of the spiritual depth. If you want to,
you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like philosophy to me when you guys talk. Well, if this isn't it, well, then how come that this isn't? Then this should be this way. And I'm like, what the?
The key to understanding this, the key to having the pathway and the gateway to start understanding it, is to let go of everything. Let go of stereotypes like that. Let go of anything that you want to try and correlate to put in a box. You're going to have to just throw it all away and start from the simplest of things. Your observation, you as an observer, and who you are. Are you what you are? You got to start with that.
Well, I know I'm an empath and I feel people. I know that much for a fact. I also know that I'm eliminating a lot of stuff. I hardly watch TV. I don't associate with anybody anymore. You know what I mean? The only thing I do is read.
Is that who you are fundamentally, or are those things just things in the realm of abilities that you have?
Oh, I just used to associate with everybody. How you doing? What's going on? Blah blah blah. I don't do that anymore. Hello, how you doing? Go in the house. I
All
don't
right,
want to be bothered.
let me try it this way. Who's the one having the empathetic experience?
Well, me.
And who's you?
I mean, who's me? I'm a person. I'm an entity. I'm an entity. What the hell? What the? You know, I'm a solid matter being
Are you?
of some sort. Yeah.
So
I mean,
you're
I'm
the vessel then.
yeah. If I hurt myself, I'm going to feel it.
You're going to feel it, but who's the you that's feeling it?
Who's the you? The person's in the brain.
Say that again.
The person who's in the brain, me.
The person in the brain. Okay, well that's
Right,
interesting. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can turn this over to Dom. So I got them Dom to at least or rights anyways. I think Dan already could grasp that point. To at least get to base point of where that can be looked at: observer, experiencer versus shell.
Well, I don't mind being the guinea pig if you want to ask me, because I know I can say I'm not the vessel. So I'm using critical deduction when I'm not. So if I'm not the vessel, then I can ask, am I the thoughts? No, I'm not the thoughts. So I'm deducting what I'm not. I'm not looking for an answer. I'm just deducing things right now. Unfortunately, most people are going to have question and answers. So they think there has to be an answer. No, it's just certain information. So I heard that, if I can just use right for a second, that you said person. Person in the English language, if we're going to just play with words here, means mask. So we're behind a mask. You know, again, that's not who we are, but you did talk about it being an empath. Empath is about energy. We don't see air. Maybe some people have that ability, but majority of us do not see air. We see its effects. So the whole thing about erroneous of cause and effects, most of us just see the effects and side effects. So when I describe something, the word gives it away. Describe something. Thoughts are things. Anything after thoughts, in this case, written or spoken, that's what that implies. Most of us have just never learned that as we're growing up. This is the indoctrination of school and how wide it actually can be. So now once a person realizes, okay, so I'm not the thoughts. Okay, I'm not the vessel. Now you can challenge that by saying, okay, well, when I go to sleep, who runs the vessel? When people have done cases, when somebody goes into a coma, who runs the vessel? People will quickly go, it's either the mind or the brain. I say, okay, well, now we know it's not the vessel. So then what is this called? The mind. Now you're starting to do all this deduction. You're challenging it. You're playing the game called the eye of the beholder and the Plato's cave. You're starting to become aware from within. This is why when I share with people, we're hearing each other. The word ear gives it away, but we should be listening from within. This is why when people say, I'm intuitive, what are you listening to? This is the concept of know thyself, the knower and the self. Once you realize there's an ongoing program, think about a computer, an ongoing program, your apps, and then behind it is a hard drive. But once you realize those are both programs, then you start questioning, well, then what's Wi-Fi? What's electricity? I said, now that could be perceived as the observer. You're observing while you're in the program.
How do you encourage them and put them on a path to realizing that thing that you just said, the program?
It'd be no different than you trying to explain to somebody else, your loved ones or whatever, how fiat currency works. You have to remember what you were doing prior to all of that. Then you realize those are all the programs. I didn't realize I didn't know all that stuff. You know, it's not about saying it's right or wrong. It's just
about being honest.
Yeah, it's being honest with the self. We say words and it tells a lot about a person. So I can read energy. So somebody will say, Dominic, self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Two different things. I call the self the child. So if somebody says self-aware, they're basically saying their child's running the house. It should be the other way around. You should be aware of the self. You should be helping the self, helping the child. That's within oneself. You know, because we're always running a program with us. I'm using computer technology. In Olds, they would have said the word, oh, there's a demon, an angel, a parasite. You can use whatever word to interchange. So at that point, when somebody says, okay, well, if I'm not the vessel, so then who am I then? Now you can probe. Now, if a person says they are the vessel, then okay, then who's speaking? Like it's like a child looking at a parent and saying, where does the words come from your mouth? Where do they come from? Well, it's coming from the mouth, but where do they come from? Son, I really don't know. I said, okay, so you don't know, but let's say you did know. how would you apply understanding and discernment to that? Hence wisdom and understanding. The word understand gives it away. It's for each individual being to understand themselves. But when we start distracting ourselves by saying, well, the government, I said, that's an external source. You're never living outside. That's a tough one for some people, if not a lot of people, where, no, you've never lived outside of that vessel. You've always lived within. Going into the shower, you're still in the vessel. Now, some people do a thing called astral travel. But then again, that opens up the question, who are you? Now, this is when people talk about things and the essence to things. This is called the know thing, the essence to those things that we just can't see. The senses are very limited to that stuff. But I've already yapped too much. And I apologize, Bet and Reggie, and even Jane, if I haven't heard much from you. And thank you, because sometimes we don't really have to speak. It's just an internal thing. But what is the senses? Our eyes. When we see things or smell things, can they be misled? I would say for myself, yes. I could see a hologram and assume that I'm actually seeing a dolphin in the air. So that tells me my waking state is very limited. This is why when people get into a dream state, we'll call it when you go to sleep, you're in a concept called rest state, and you're in a, what's the word I'm looking for in energy here? Stillness. But for a lot of people, or some people get dreams, but they just don't know how to interpret it. No different when you're in the waking state. That's why some people have to practice with imagination. But of course, the schooling system will say, well, it's not practical enough. I said, okay, so I get if you want to manifest it into the physical. But what about when you hear people talk about, I can visualize this stuff? I don't actually have to practice it. I can just visualize it. Because there's something always realigning within oneself. This is when people start understanding about phantom limbs, or some people have the ability, if they consume somebody else's blood or organ transplant, next thing you know, they're having memory. Because there is memory stored in all liquids, whether it's water, blood, urine, gold, silver. Again, that's what's called alchemy. Anyway, I went on way too far, Angie. My apologies, guys.
No, it's okay. And again, only so much is going to absorb at a time for wherever an individual is at. But no, it's fine. But I will be that mediator, of course, to continue to bring it back down and make sure that everybody here is involved. Gets to have actual room to discover these things, and become more aware of these things, because this is really more the deeper levels of the solutions when it comes to that. Is once you start recognizing that it's about discovering self, and that's what you do when you start, after you've sorted out that you need to be honest with yourself. Then it's like, how do I discover myself? Where is the discovery? What path do I go on? How am I to do that without repeating the mistakes that I made before with discernment, and falling again for more pit traps? And that's very, very important, because that's what's happened all along, right? This whole entire crowd of collective minds has gone down a path of dishonesty, and has been deceived by each other, by this thing they call the system, by the disillusioned imaginative stuff, and blah, blah, blah. So it's only natural to want to do what you can, starting off on that path of a more honest, recognizing self journey, to start asking those types of things. So how do we discern? How do we come to know the difference between more bullshit and not? And self-awareness, learning the self, and using the tools that we were given to discern, such as intuition and intuitive, and not misusing that, misplacing that, and letting our imaginations be, and our egos be the ones that decide that, is what needs to be understood fundamentally. That's what a lot of people have done. Like, if you take a step back, right, and you look at, okay, what's going wrong with those people who are going down the wrong path? What's going wrong with them? What are they doing that's so unhealthy?
If I can share a little bit on the sense of, I hear when people talk about governments or wars and all that. There's a concept, whether it's originally was God details or devils in the details. The person starts looking at information like how it is to become a trillionaire, how governments are run, how wars are created. There's a belief system in all of that for most people, because they're not going to want to know how those things work, but they're just going to hear about it and then they'll quickly make a judgment to it. I don't agree with wars. Okay, so then how are you going to apply that information if you choose that you want to become a trillionaire? Most people just want the results. They want outcomes. Winning or losing. Sports teaches that for most people, unless you actually want to understand all its parts. So in this case, if a person truly wanted to become a trillionaire or own a lot of things, whether that's an illusion or not, they would have to learn all the details. I get it. Some people will just work hard. Now we're going to factor in people that have certain different types of signs that they're born under. So some people that are Taurus would be more advantageous to that kind of stuff, opposed to, say, a Virgo or a Gemini. Again, some people might not value that, but once again, they're quickly casting a judgment without understanding how do those energies work. You know, and this is where a lot of us are living like the frog in the water, unaware that technology is surrounding you all the time. But when they start hearing about, oh, Tesla did this, 369, well, if you understand acronyms of 111, 222, 333 is 369. And then you do the same with fours. He's talking about the energy of numbers. So when people understand that, and how do we give energy to numbers? We use it when we talk about money, when we use clocks, numbers to, with clocks to gauge what we call time, but it's not time. We're using a clock system. It's a gauge system. Those things up in the sky, there's signs. So now that opens to the question, what is time? So a lot of folks, they don't challenge that because they want a clear cut. Give me the question and just give me one answer. So here, I've just discovered that's a circle, and I'm going to use that circle in every aspect of my existence. Dare not ever say, but you have multi-tools in your shed, and your shed should always get bigger and bigger. Your tools might even become narrow and narrow if you want, and vice versa. But a lot of folks just don't challenge themselves. They'll live one lifespan saying, Dom, I worked at one job all my life. I said, okay, but how many different crafts did you do in between? This is not about half full, half empty. Who do you vote for? Yes or no, right or wrong? It's beyond all of that. But for most people, what they do is they go into duality and then say, well, I only see the glass half full. I said, why would you bring yourself down to a singularity now at that point? If you're truly trying to challenge the system, not agreeing with the system would imply a little bit that you understand a little bit about it. If not, what most people are doing is they're just doing bow and arrows in the dark.
Yeah.
And they're saying, I just don't like it. I said, that's fine, but can you put aside your likes and dislikes? But if you want to bring in your likes, you got to bring in your dislikes. If you want to understand philosophy, the whys, the lone science, the hows, you have to bring them both in there. Because if you've already made a judgment before you even got into that conversation, then what's the sense of having a conversation at that point? You're not going to entertain ideals. What you're doing is you're trying to confirm ideals. This is where people get into debates and arguments with each other. They're trying to justify their point of view.
Right.
And that's very narrow.
Yes. They're trying to stand on what they believe and just trying to have a pissing match. But and fundamentally behind this, there's one thing that's a part of the equation that people are knowingly or unknowingly, and probably a lot unknowingly, naively, choosing to let be the front-running compass guide. And it's the part of the self that denies the self the access to the connection with the actual self as much as we possibly can be in a limited form. There's no way we can be cognitive of full self, especially from an intellectual point of view. If that was the case, we would be this thing that they refer to as God. So that being said, we're already in a state of not full disclosure, if you want to call it that. That's just the way that it is, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the only way to have room for reflection, probably to even know that there is this thing called existence, But to go into denial about that, you can go into a complete abyss of darkness if you want to. That's the arena, one of the options here. And there's a front runner of our anatomy that completely is like a thief in the night that internally encourages us to continue to go there. What is it? What is this epitome of denial, the thing that keeps us in a state of denial? Was that right?
I'm lost, to be honest with you. Kind of going too far now.
We'll get back to it, but when you see the answer, it'll probably make perfect sense. What is the thing of the self? What is a part of the self that keeps the self away from the truth?
Ego.
Ego. That's it. So there's two aspects of it. Embrace the ego and become an ego slave, or let go and recognize the self for what it is.
That's where I'm trying to be at right now, myself, to be honest.
That's what it comes down to. This whole thing really fundamentally centers on this one part of that equation. And you're either going one way or the other, and you can go back and forth, and it happens all the time. I see people do this.
Struggle.
Right. It's an internal struggle. And that can be very tormentive to a person who's not seeing that, and frustrating. And then they end up projecting it onto each other, and then all of a sudden we got this thing called war and everybody's in chaos. Right. So you just got to come down to a relaxed, calm state and be humble and have that self-recognition of this thing that we have inside of us. There is the ego, and there's the fundamental purpose of the ego, which is to give the option of the equation. Because if we didn't have that, we would be more like the dogs and the cats and the rest of the animals, more so sort of divinely in a dictatorship, instinctual, and just sort of running a course of program that way. And I don't know what it's like to do that. So maybe it's really blissful. It might be. They look like they're having a great time. I don't know. But I'm a human being, if you want to call it that, right? I'm a being in this form. And I have the ability to have a more awareness of discernment when it comes to that. And I'm enjoying that just fine. Only because I have that level of responsibility to go along with that. There was a time when I didn't. And it was hell. It was torment. I know what it's like not to have that in forefront, only in hindsight, and be head over heels, upside down, and in chaos. But it's a choice. So having that awareness that it's a choice, and then making that choice, that's what it's all about. You got to start there, and that's where the whole honesty thing comes into play. And of course, this is another reason why can you imagine just this conversation we're having right now? Let's go on a podium and just everything we just talked about, just send it out to the masses, everybody who's alive right now. Not going to be very effective. It's so simple, but yet it's uniquely distinctual to where a person is at in the current moment of time with everything that they're focusing on.
Back, guys, I got to take off for a minute. I got my wife.
All right. Go ahead. And that's what it comes down to. You got millions and millions of people here, all running a course path individually. And at every given moment, they're going through their individual, unique experience, their individual centered point experience of this back and forth dynamic that's going inside them. And yes, there's influence. That's part of the equation, right? That's why hypnosis is a thing. That's why the television has the effect that it does. It's influential, highly influential, especially when you understand the programs of the mind, the subconscious layering, and the secondary subconscious layers, the spiritual aspect, and blah, blah, blah. And it might sound complicated, but it's really not. It's just outlining the different parts of the way that we function as a conscious being and putting it together. Once you have that, you're not in the same spell anymore. You're more self-aware, and you get to be more the driver the driver of this thing. Intentional driver, I should say, because no matter what, you still are the driver. Even if subconscious programming and hypnosis is running the stage, you're choosing to let it. You're choosing to let it. And if you're practicing that, whatever you practice, you get good at. So if you practice letting a program of external come in and run your ship, you're going to get better and better and better in that. And you can get so good that you can become completely disillusioned to that, completely have no idea that's going on. And you're practicing that in cognizance so much that you believe your own bullshit. And if you get even better at that, when somebody tries to point it out to you, you might blow their head off because you need to be right about it. It's so important for you to be right about it. That's how good people get, right? It's a dangerous game people are playing with themselves when it comes to that. So again, back to this honesty thing. That's how important it is for so many reasons to recognize that that is at the forefront of the whole thing. You know, on one hand here, you got this path that leads you down complete self-destruction and destruction of everything around you. It's in my view, if that's not a diseased a diseased path, I don't know what is. It's not a healthy path, right? On the other hand, you can choose not to be an ego slave. Learn about the self and learn about responsibility and how to embrace this thing called life and have the potential of this thing come fully realized. If that's not a healthy path, I don't know what is. And that's the true dichotomy of the present, every single given moment as we speak.
I think so many people are caught up in the monetary system and just trying to keep their heads above water. They're not even close to where you guys are and what you're talking about. Too distracted.
Yeah, that's the whole point. They're too dishonest. They're too busy being dishonest, choosing to focus on the distraction. The distraction is more important. They've chosen the distraction to be more important than being honest. Because the distraction is dishonesty, you see. That's what they want. They want the dishonesty.
I don't know if it's a chosen thing. It's a case of survival. It's like you have to pay the bills and you have to get bread. They
When you're
don't know any
dishonest.
other way. Well,
When
maybe
you're
they don't.
dishonest.
I'm just thinking they don't know any other way, the alternative way. They only know that.
Especially in this day and age. The reason why they don't know of it is, again, it's one thing to just not know, but it's another thing to be absolutely adamant, and this is where most people are, that you aren't interested in looking for another way. Most people are not interested in looking for another way. See the difference?
I see the difference, but I don't think the majority of the people do see the difference because it's a grind. It's like it never ends. You got to get up, you got to feed your kids, you got to send them to school, you got to go to work, you got to earn money, you got to come home, deal with the shit, and go back to bed and rinse and repeat. There's no time to even,
That's what most people want. Look at your friend there, the one that you lived with for a little while there.
Yeah.
Those people, right?
They're stuck in big time.
Those people absolutely love it, don't they?
Yeah, they actually do. They're enjoying it, and they were getting angry with me when I was trying to explain to them what situation they're in. They're like, they were literally admitting that ignorance was bliss.
Right. So my question now, just put this on the equation: are those people interested in being honest?
Geez, I guess not. No, because
Can only be
they're comfortable where they are. It's
right.
an uncomfortable position, I guess.
They want to be dishonest. They want to choose to have that disillusionment path because it feels comfortable. They have enough skin in the game where they have a nice, warm, cushy bed that they can lay on and pretend that everything is just fine.
True.
pretending is the key word. You don't have to pretend when you're talking about honesty. There's nothing honest about pretend. So they're not interested, and this is most people, isn't it? Most people are not interested in coming out of cognitive dissonance.
True.
I'm not talking about the few that, whatever percentage that might be. There are some people, absolutely, and that's why I'm not saying to dismiss the whole faction of the human race that's caught up in the indoctrination. Absolutely not. If that was the case, there'd be no point in being there. I would never have met you guys and had these conversations, because I would have driven it all as a lost cause a long time ago. So that's not true. It's obvious some people want to be honest. Most people, though, the truth is, most people not only aren't interested in, but they absolutely outright refuse to be honest because it's uncomfortable. And it means work. It means being
Ego
responsible.
again.
Ego. Yeah.
A lot of it's ego driven.
Yes. And again, because they have a bit of skin in the game, and sometimes it could also mean because maybe they're honest to the point where it's like they know it's maybe not paradise, but it's not so bad, and maybe it might mean that whatever's on the other side of the cookie crumb is even worse, and I don't want that.
It is scary.
Right. What does that actually mean? So whatever it is, though, like there's a lot of different layers of people. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's still an excuse for one thing.
Insecurity has a lot to do with it too.
Right. It's an excuse for not wanting to be.
It's hard to.
Right.
It's like you want others to help, and then it's hard to find others like-minded.
It is challenging.
Extremely challenging.
And of course, that's why I want to do it. Like, can you envision being on the path where I was 23, 26, whatever it was years ago, where I've really started to figure this shit out, and the internet wasn't all developed yet. And, we still had, my parents still had a fucking, not a rotary phone, but the one where the pulse tone, that type of thing. We're going back in those days, right? There was no networking. Okay, so now I happened to make certain choices that afforded me more time, right? And that's all because I was honest about things. That's what led me to the decisions that I made. I ended up making wiser choices, even in the shithole fucking system, that ended up spanning more time for myself so that I could do more research and get to the bottom of it. And I get that, not everybody is the same when it comes to that. People make more mistakes. They're caught more up in the disillusionment, blah, blah, blah. And so I don't care. I'm not judgmental towards these people. Everybody absolutely deserves all the opportunity in the world to walk the path of honesty and health. Everybody does. And I'm going to do everything in my within my means, to help make that even more a possibility for people. Absolutely. But what I'm not going to do is make excuses for people who don't want to do that, like a lot of people are. And I'm not going to spoon feed or hold people's hands. I'm just going to help to show the path. And for those who actually want to walk the path and do the work, and, not only do I commend you for that, but I'm here for you. I'm here to consult with and take some wisdom of advice and experience. How did I, ask questions? How did I overcome different challenges and blah, blah, blah. And I want to help to continue to grow this network of individuals as we work together and do this, so that people not only know that they're not alone, but so that people can actually draw this together with each other and become stronger. Unite the way that we're meant to unite, in a healthy way.
One indication, NG, for the people that, whether it's being recorded or the people here, that indicates the person's still caught up in their ego is their self-absorption. Most people are self-absorbed. So the example would be, most people might not be interested in this type of information, let alone people would be interested to understand how fiat currency works. But as long as you're participating in it by playing with it, and just whether it's advantageous or it's a struggle, you're in the game now. So it would be better to understand all its parts. When people talk and complain about governments, no, you're pulling yourself now to want to understand how the game's played. Now, some people might turn around and say, but I just want what I want out of it. I said, that may be true. Your lacks are ever present. But because you chose to vote or you chose to be in the system, it's your responsibility, especially as an adult, regardless if you're still a child pretending to be an adult, to at least understand its parts. Now, that might take a little bit of effort. Go ahead, sorry, Angie.
1 billion%, a trillion, infinite percent, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. We'll use numbers to gauge it. We'll even have to put a couple of letters on it. But again, that's where people have to put the effort for themselves. Now, I say this openly, we're going to hear each other, but you should always be listening from within. Now, some information can be consumed if you choose to go to sleep and start listening to this information, not me per se, but other people that have shared this stuff, because the subconscious is by far more superior than the conscious mind, because the conscious mind has limitations. But we're living in an age of information where a lot of people have written books on this kind of stuff, YouTube and all that. It's like being an Olympian. The ones that really put an effort at least have a chance to win a medal, but at least they can appreciate that they've participated. For most people, they've worked for fiat currency, but they've never truly understood it. So when I hear people say, I just don't work with it anymore, I said, why? Because you figured it out? Because a self-absorbed person will say that. Another person will turn around and say, but wait a second, isn't everybody else participating, or most of them? Yes. So you're in the game. You can pretend to take the pill, but realize you're still in the game. Call it a game, call it an illusion, call it reality, call it sucks to be here, whatever word satisfies you to at least keep searching and seeking. I get it. We're going to play mini mask. I'm a father. I have kids and all that kind of stuff. I said, okay. So when I hear people say, but I got to raise kids, I said, did you teach them how to breathe? Well, no. So then what the fuck have you done for them? That is 101. You're going to probably teach them more conditionings and more programs. You know, it was never meant to be easy, let alone hard. It's just going to be challenging. If you're truly on that journey, it could be millions of people that are aware of this stuff. The billions, whatever they are, they might still be asleep, meaning that they're NPCs, whatever word we want to use to describe each other, because I'm an NPC in so many areas of my life or in life, where I'm not going to understand how a surgeon works, but I can cross-relate as me as a tradesperson per se. I've chosen a craft. Go ahead.
What does NPC stand for?
A non-player character. I think that's what they use
okay.
it for, a non-player. They're just going through life. They're driving down the highway, going to work, buying stuff at the mall. They're not really spending time in understanding. So how does internationally the stuff work? Who gave us the cars and all that? What they're doing is the guy that buys the car just maybe knows how to change the oil, but the rest of the time they just know how to put gas because somebody's done all the work for them. But then they'll become disobedient and say, well, I don't agree with the government. Well, first of all, it's not the government that's doing this. This is beyond the government's scope. This is probably many different clubs involved, and we're all participating in some way. On the theme of you saying being honest with oneself, most people won't be honest with themselves because they don't even know what the self is for themselves.
I might be.
What?
Go ahead.
No. Welcome up 12 inches. That's what I was thinking. Can you give us a showcase of who you are? I want to make sure it's not a troll.
Just make sure your pants are pulled up.
Yeah.
Yeah, my pants are up. I pulled my pants.
It is 12. Okay.
12 inches.
What's happening, brother? 12 inches.
The big
He's
12
improved.
inch.
Hey, just figure back the car.
Improved by 2.
Oh, it's 12B. Hey, 12B.
Hey, butthole. I mean,
Yeah,
Bill.
that's him. That's him.
Hi, Bill.
Hey. Yeah, that's him.
He advanced from 12B to 12 inches.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, my pants.
You in the positive.
Hey, my pants fell down, bro.
Your pants what?
My pants fell down.
You lost your belt?
Yeah.
That's all right. I got an extra leaf if you want. Without derailing,
that one, the other one.
just wanted to welcome him up real quick.
Not that
Back
one.
to
For black and white.
back to focus of what Dom was saying there. Can you continue, Dom, or where you were there?
I was just ending it right there actually for a bit. If people want to share. 12 is here now, so he can share with us. Or if Jane wants to speak, I guess. Or Angie continue.
Oh, I'm friggin' naked right now. My pants are down.
Are you excited?
You can still talk.
Thanks, 12-inch.
12B is showing us how to porn bomb effectively.
He's black.
I don't see anything. It's not
Yes.
really effective. Not that I want to, but insane.
12B, I think you're the epitome of racism. I'm sorry.
Oh, jeez.
How dare
Please.
you? Guru.
Whatever your 12-inch on the logo there.
Shut up.
All right. So the awareness of self and not wanting to be aware of self again. It seems like it's coming back to that, which again just center points so much on that honesty thing. And that's what I do as well, right? Like I'm in that same point where I understand the game because I took the initiative to learn about the game, the ins and outs of the game. And it wasn't even initially a morality aspect for myself. It was just, it started out with, why are some people getting their asses handed to them in this arena here? And why am I one of them? Well, I guess it did start out as a morality thing because, again, at 5 years old, I knew that my neighbors didn't have any food in their cupboard, and we always did. So you guys know that part of the equation, and I always asked why the hell that is, and I never accepted the answer that that's just the way it works, son. You know, that wasn't flying with me, and I didn't. I'll never accept that millions of people are telling me never lie, and then they're all lying to me about Santa Claus. That didn't sit well either. So, I guess morality was at the forefront, but at the same token, you've got all these people in the game getting their asses handed to themselves, and I was one of them. And I just wasn't having any part of it. I was going to do whatever it took, even if that meant that I was going to die in the process. I didn't care because for me, it was, I'm already in this predicament. So it doesn't get any worse than this. What have I got to lose by taking the responsibility to figuring out what the hell is really going on here? Not taking for face value what anybody else just said, right? Just because somebody said it, I don't care, even how much integrity they had or whatever. I'll probably take it, and this includes myself, right? Like this is why I show you guys the information firsthand that I come across, so you can discern it as well. And I narrate it because where the rubber meets the road is your own discernment at the end of it, right? It's not what somebody else said. It's what's the actual facts of what's going on here, and you have to get down to that, and you have to be determined to get down to that from the bottom, right, from the get-go. And I have that resolve. Because I had that resolve, it led me down to discovering all that there was that needed to be discovered about the system and how it worked and why it worked the way it worked and why people are enslaved and why people are incognitive to it and so on and so forth. Without having that awareness, I'd be very vulnerable even with my honest demeanor. I would still, be subjective to a lot of the same bait games that are being played to people. So knowing the stuff that I knew because of the path that I went was a huge part of the key in coming out of it and knowing what not to do, what path not to go down, how not to get my ass handed to me, how not to get fucked over by it. What are the other options, right? It led to the, okay, well, I'm not going to settle for this because I know that this is bullshit.
Whatever, Rugu. You're up in Canada, you know. You love Trudeau and all these fucking weirdos. I mean, what the fuck? Fucking Rugu.
Who's that?
That's our
Trudeau?
announcer.
What do you get to say to that shit, African?
I think the brace. No, it wasn't braces you got. It was teeth transplant. I think the materials are working well.
Oh.
We'll see if anybody catches on.
I got it.
God, dude. I'm always talking trash, Rugu. Fucking, I love you guys, man. You guys are the best, man.
I know you do, man. We know you're bit non-bidding, but bidding the incognizance. But you know what? You have to do a little bit better at satire because I'm not up in Canada. And I'm not a Canadian.
Oh,
and I never was.
You're in Michigan.
Only in America.
Yeah.
Hey, well, you can make fun of me. I'm from Canada.
Good God, dude. I'm shit talking, bro.
Dominic, this is I can't see your name, but this is 12B, Tom.
Hi, 12B. I've been chit chat with him. He seems very humorous. Thank you, 12.
I'm just another veteran fucking asshole from the United States.
I can't see. I can't read his name.
Another veteran asshole. What was the last part?
Another veteran asshole from the United States.
Yep. Like me. Me.
I used to think going in
See how they lie to themselves?
Yeah, I thought it was cool going in the army, but not so much now.
Especially when you find out what nation you're truly actually been defending the whole time. It's not America.
God, bro.
No,
it is America. That's exactly what America is.
For real, bro. You know.
Well, when they talk about false flag, they're just talking an old tactic where another nation won the war and they just tell everybody else to keep waving their flags. That's why when you look around throughout the world, the German nations are ruling.
That's what a nation is.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Fucking, it's terrible. You know, when I fucking went in the military back in the early 1980s, I thought it was awesome, but now, not so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can be very disheartening.
It's all good, man. I mean, I was just a kid back then. You know, I thought I was doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't it better that you found out it's not? I mean, for me, I wasn't even caught up in the indoctrinated bullshit, and I never fell for the whole nation patriot thing. And I really still don't have the understanding of how people do that. I just see that they do a lot. I understand sort of the workings of hypnosis and blah, blah, blah. But I was even elated to find out, as somebody who didn't get fall for that bait scam, that it was all just a imaginary fiction, and that the world outside of that, the reality world, is absolutely astonishingly amazing.
Well, between me and you, go on, 12B.
No, go ahead, right? It's all good.
I just got to say that I hope all the kids join the military so they'll understand how rude and tyrant and demented and sick and just cesspool they are.
You're starting to sound like me too much. I'm getting concerned here. Throw them in the cage to the wolves.
Yeah. Let them find out. Look, I had to find out, and 12B did.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Hey, you know what? fucking, you know, we just had to learn the hard way. It's all good. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Did you have to?
Yeah, pretty much. Most of the lessons I've had to learn in my life were the fucking hard way. You know what I'm saying?
Why couldn't it have been some other way? Why did it have to be the hard way? I'm curious. I want to understand the psychology here.
Because I'm a fucking dumbass. That's why.
Oh man, I guess that's the thing. I want to understand why does what is it? What is it that makes a person have to be a dumbass like that? Then, if we're going to do that without being judgmental,
I don't think it has anything to do with being a dumbass. I just think that sometimes you want to do things your own way. You don't want to conform.
you want to be in cognitive dissonance and you don't want to be honest.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
hey,
You want to be in cognitive dissonance and you don't want to be honest.
What do you mean? You don't want to be honest?
Well, that's what it comes down to when we have to learn the hard way. It means that we didn't want to look at things to be honest about it, and so we have taught a lesson.
No, it's not always true.
All right, help me to see another side then, because that's what I see.
I forgot Jane was here. She sounds very sexy.
Oh my gosh.
Meow. Jane.
All right, help me see another side here.
Jane, my pants are down.
12 inches going to 14 inch.
Make sure it doesn't hit the floor. You don't want to give yourself road rash. Okay, I'm done. So, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's just sometimes, I don't think it's wanting to be dishonest or not wanting to be honest. I just think sometimes certain things aren't made for certain people. So, instead of following the path that everyone wants you to follow, you veer to the left or you veer to the right and, just try to find your own way with things.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people having to learn the hard way, like just following the path to the left or the right, because people are doing that.
Yeah. Hey, it's all good, bro. I don't regret shit. You know what I'm saying?
And what I'm trying to ask is, because 12B was saying I had to learn the hard way when it came to that, and so I was asking, well, why does it have to be the hard way? Why do we have to learn the hard way? Is it because, and I reckon it is, because we're just not being honest with ourselves and we're settling for cognitive dissonance? And if that's not the case, then what else could it be?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, hell, I don't even know what to say, Rugu. I was just a dumbass kid, and I had to learn. I had to learn my lessons.
What was the lesson you learned?
Not to volunteer for the United States military again.
Well, I go beyond that.
Why was it you fell for that?
I was just things were not going good in my life. I was kind of looking at going to prison and shit like that. And I was a friggin' hoodlum, I was a drug dealing kid and all that shit. And I just had to get a wake up call, I guess.
Were you being honest with yourself?
Yeah, I was.
Were you?
Yeah.
So you knew when you got in there that you were signing up to a mercenary, aggressive force that was destructive and going to be terroristic to people and blow them up and kill them. And
no, I didn't realize that at the time. I do now.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I didn't know, Guru.
The lesson here is the reason why we don't know is because we accept somebody else's narrative instead of being honest with ourselves to do the due diligence to make sure we take responsibility to know what we're getting involved in. If that's not the actual lesson that needs to be learned here, I don't know what it is. That means that it'll repeat. And that's what people aren't taking the initiative to do. That's why it's repeated. How long has war been going on?
Thousands of years.
Maybe, right? At least longer than we've been alive. We ought to know better by now.
Yeah, I just wish back then I wish I knew rights because he's a big sexy guy. I would have kissed him.
Jeez, I give up. Not with that 12-inch. Not with that 14-inch.
At least Rights would have showed you how to sign up for the potato peeling faction and not get blown up on the combat field.
Yeah. All you had to do is have your drill sergeant rip his pants. Wow.
Okay, so back to the thing that I was saying here. And again, this is what most people want to do. And when you bring it up as well, right? You get this, not only fluorides there a lot, but you get people want to run away. They want to run away from the truth. Or they want to dodge the truth, or they want to deflect the truth, or they want to sugarcoat the truth, or they want to do everything but confront the truth. What is the truth? You were irresponsible. You were irresponsible. You chose to neglect and ignore responsibility. To do what? To investigate what you chose to be a part of. Make sure that you knew for yourself what you were a part of. Yourself, the truth about it, and not just the narrative about it. It's not the responsibility of the narrative setter to tell you the truth, especially when their intention is to use you like a pawn and scam the shit out of you. You cannot expect the psychopath to tell you his plans when he's plotting his murder against you. He's going to invite you for lunch. He's going to say, sit down, tell me about yourself. Why does he want you to do that? Because he wants to know where you're going to be on this corner at this time of day. But if you just want to go, well, I didn't know any better, that's not going to change the result when your head got blown off. Try using that as an excuse when your arm isn't there anymore, when your leg isn't there anymore, when your life isn't there anymore, when you don't have the testicles to reproduce anymore because you've been drinking too much chemicals that have sterilized you, so on and so forth. You can ignore it all you want. That doesn't help anything. That only perpetuates it.
How dare you, Rugu?
I know. Shame on me, right? Shame on me for holding up that big ass fucking mirror to the world and saying, look. Those who want to look, you know what they say? Thank you. I wish 20 years ago you gave me the fucking mirror. And to those who gave me the mirror, I say the same thing. But to those who want to continue the bullshit, they want to run away like cockroaches who reflect the sunlight on them, right?
Well, to my defense, and I'm pretty sure Paul B will say the same thing, we were indoctrinated as kids. However, when I went into the military, that's what woke me up. I knew something was wrong, and I couldn't figure the damn thing out. And I felt like that when I went to the civilian world. I knew, and then again, it took you to give me that mirror to tell me, look at you, Rights. What's wrong with you? Why do you believe? And then it woke up. You know, when we seen that plantation, then I wanted to learn more. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I do.
No, Bill. We don't know what you're saying, you Nazi bastard. How dare you?
I hope you sneeze and shit your pants. You know that'll teach you.
How dare
12B is looking to become a master in dentistry, by the way.
Ooh.
Who's going to be the first patient?
Hi, Jay.
I am. I want teeth in my wee-wee.
Oh.
I want a snapper, baby.
No.
So that entertain an ideal here. because you guys have been in the military and you became aware probably sooner than later, how high does you think it goes up there where a lot of people that have signed a contract aren't even aware how it really works?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. You're like echoing a little bit for me.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Ben?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, because you were in the military and you became aware, whether sooner or later, how high do you think that chain of command goes up there, that people that are in those higher commands are even themselves unaware, or they're aware that, oh, wow, I signed a contract to something
Well,
that I can't get out of it?
That's a good question.
Hey, it took me a long time to figure out that I got fucked.
Well, no, he's not talking about that. He's talking about how about other people above us that realize that, that something was going on, more or less, And to be honest with you, they didn't. Not one of them. If they did, they would have left like I did.
Okay.
I don't think so, but they're doing it for a paycheck.
Yeah, that's what it is. Paycheck.
So sometimes people do it for the paycheck. Sometimes people do it because they don't have a conscience. So
Right. Absolutely.
No morals.
Yeah, that's even better. Yep.
Either way, it's the moral is not in the forefront. A paycheck as well is, if that's more important than the moralistic aspect of it.
Jane, I love
Well, they've done
T12.
they've done studies on that. Usually, if the kid in the first 5 years haven't really been taught by their community or their family morals, that's not the responsibility of the schooling system. So, knowing that now, how far do you think it goes when people signed a music contract, or people that work at NASA, or people that work for the World Bank? How many people you honestly think are in the same boat as you? They're unaware.
Oh, they have no fucking idea what they just signed on to.
Okay.
I don't think everybody who. I don't think that they're all unaware. I'm going to say that. I think that there's a lot more people who are aware that are just going through the motions because they need that paycheck, or they think they need that paycheck. I think there's more.
Okay. I say that because this is where people that are underdeveloped emotionally, that they act out, and they're usually what people call narcissists, sociopath, psychopath. Now, the majority of the people that are around them, what kind of problem do they have? That's another issue. So now these people that are in and they become aware and say, oh, I'm aware that the system is corrupt, but I'm getting some money from it. But they're probably not truly aware how the system, how deep it goes. These are the reason why I say that is these are why when people say, well, I'm complaining about the government and military, you're complaining about our own people that are ignorant more times than not. The ones that truly understand how the system really works, they're probably talking about different types of beings now. That's why when they talk about pyramids, they talk about the people in the middle. This is where people, like say you guys are from America, you're paying property tax. Let me change the word. You're paying tribute to a piece of land that those wars were fought a long, long time ago. And that's why you keep paying to a monarchy. But America said, but we're free. I said, no, that's what the word Freemason means. You're allowed to build freely on a piece of land that's you're never going to own. There's rulers. So now next time you go to a major Michigan, as you guys were using, or New York or whatever, all those high rises, none of those guys own the land that they actually own. So again, how deep does it go? This is what I was saying earlier. This does get deep. I would say goes more sideways. Most people are too busy looking forward and backwards. And you have to be able to question. You have to be your own gatekeeper. And in this case, how does that serve me to know whether or not the elites are running the show or not? If a person's honest with himself, Tom, I just want my piece of pie. So then understand your governments, they might be Luciferians. But most people don't realize how much they're Luciferians. They're doing the left-hand path. Me. When most people were concerned about, well, the government's screwing me, I said, it's all about me. It's not about others. Now, some people will say they love their kids. I said, no, more times than not, the energy I get is you're obligated and you're duty bound. That's the same shit that we do when you join militaries or you join the hospital, and you know most of that pharmaceutical stuff doesn't work for people because they test it on healthy people, not people that are sick. Again, this goes back to awareness. What do you do with awareness? You just observe it for what it is. It's not about saying it needs to go here, it needs to go there, because then you have more information. Anyway, that's here or there.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you where another one of those cruxes of where a lot of people are getting hung up, and thinking that others fucked you is a neglect of the fundamental thing that's really going on here. You fucked yourself. And until you want to confront that you fucked yourself, you're going to continue to do so and fall for the bait scams. Because taking responsibility for this means knowing that you're the root of the problem, that you participated in it. For example, the idea of Satanism, okay, or that it's the system is a satanic system or whatever. Let's just give that the benefit of the doubt for a second. It's a stereotype and blah blah blah, and it can be debated, is that even this or that. It's irrelevant for a second. We know it's not healthy, but let's use the narrative that most people think that a satanic system, ooh, that's all evil and this and that. If that's what you truly believe, why the hell are you still a part of it?
Shut up, Fogo.
Why the hell are you still a part of it?
Because I'm an American fucking something. Shut up.
I think people that do like Satanism, Christian, and everything else, they're trying to. There's a word for it. Got it. Try to feel like they belong to something big, something that's unique for their life, nobody else's life, just theirs. An ego trip type of deal.
I hear a lot of Christian-minded folks, a lot, and I'm talking like, a good 70 to 80% of them, completely project that the system itself is fundamentally designed by Satanist minds. It's a satanic cult. I hear this all the time. And so this is the question. If that's what you truly believe, right? And I would just, my own personal view is that it's just abusive and unhealthy. I don't care, what kind of cult mind you thought it stemmed from. It doesn't matter. Either way, let's call it that. Let's say that the system of abuse is a satanic system, because these are religious-minded, indoctrinated people already looking through their indoctrinated goggles. You project that you have a sense of morality. Again, what the hell are you doing a part of it?
Shut up, Fogo. Bastard.
That's not all true for everybody, though.
Oh,
for all Christians, because the Amish community is very, very religious. And guess what? They're not part of it. Not all of
Well,
them. There's
actually, a
different
lot of
types
them
of. There's a different type
still
of
are. They're still,
Amish.
yeah, for sure. But I'm pinpointing the common Christian indoctrinated mind that projects
Hi,
that a lot.
12.
I hear this all the time, especially on these panels. It's a satanic cult, it's a satanic system, and blah blah blah. It's designed by Satanists, and it's Satan himself that's running over everybody, and blah blah blah. Okay. Let's give you the benefit of the doubt on that. For all those who say that, what I'm saying is it's a lot of people project that, right? Again, throwing back that mirror. What the hell are you doing a part of it?
Because I love Jane, that's why.
Oh, you're a devil over there. You have to think not to make an excuse, but you were born into the system. This is the system that you know. This is, you know, I mean, you really don't know any other way, So, at the same time, when you read the Bible, though, it does state, yes, there are two different worlds. There's the secular world, which is everything of this world that we're in now. But then there's a different world after this world. And that's the forever world. We're just passing through this place. This is not our permanent place. This is a temporary place.
Yeah, and plus Jane is a hot babe, so what kind of fucking Negro?
And this is,
I don't know,
and this,
12.
and this is, well, okay. So correlate that back for me with the, I know you said before you started, you said not to make excuses or whatnot, but piece that for me, what that means as far as the participation in a satanic cult system of abuse goes.
Dude.
12B hates this because
I know, it's like torture over there. Hang on one
Yes.
second.
Yeah.
Go,
I guess
go.
NG. I was going to say, if people were going to be honest with themselves.
Hold that thought for a minute. I'll be right back. Sorry, Dom.
Go ahead, G.
Go ahead, Dom.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to wait for Janet. She asked me to hold.
Oh, no. She said go ahead. She said she'll be back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if people are going to be honest with themselves and, instead of reading the biblical story, unless you're going to practice Christ consciousness, they're better off reading the Satanic Bible if they're honest with themselves. Because it would reveal the left-hand path. The left-hand path is all about the me. Me. What can I get? What can the government do for me? What has religion not done for me? If I hate religion, it just gives me to feed on hate. That's why in Hollywood they do all the gestures and all that, because either A, they're not aware of, but they know enough. Okay, you're going to do the one hand or one eye gesture. The fact that you're not going to question it, you're a team player. The ones that work their way up, that's why they do all these little signals and all that. This is the realm that we live in. Now, Christ consciousness is something totally different, where guys like NG are doing this, where you have to actually develop your intellect and you have to become mature emotionally. People that start actually complaining about governments are revealing they're not mature yet with their emotions. They waver with my likes and dislikes. So once you become Christ consciousness, you realize, oh, okay, so am I the witness, the observer, hence the story of Jesus. But again, most people will say, but I don't agree with Jesus. Well, the same thing, you don't agree with governments. If you're born in a system and you choose to participate in any way, then you should at least try to understand it. It'd be different if a person says, well, Dominic, I'm in a system, but I don't want to participate in it, so I'm going to be with nature. Oh, so you're going to take your chance at being interdependent with nature. So you should at least understand nature then. Unfortunately, most people don't. They naively go into things. They think they've learned something, but then they continue to be naive in other areas. So they put it like a badger. Well, Dom, I've been in a war. I said, well, so what did you learn? What did you learn in war? Did you learn the fact that you got manipulated no different than your opponent got manipulated? And what was the gain from war? And it shouldn't be about you. You're in a system. Try to understand the system. If you don't understand yourself, then spend more time trying to understand yourself first before you start bitching and complaining about a system, let alone actually do anything for it. But for most people, I hate to say this, but I don't give a shit how old you are, you're a child acting like an adult or pretending to be an adult. And when I say child, I'm talking about those child years between the age of 7 and 14. And if your parents never knew enough about that, then it's your responsibility to actually upbring your child. Go ahead.
An arrested development mind in an adult vessel.
Yes,
that's all it is.
Yeah, it is. But again, we're using language. Sorry, we're just using language, but a person has to make it personal for themselves. If it's about oneself, be at least rationally about that selfishness, not ignorantly selfish by saying, well, I don't agree with the government. I've been in the military. Who fucking gives a shit? You didn't create all that stuff. And the fact that you ever killed a human being, now you're dealing with a different kind of energy.
I was in the fucking army. How dare you?
Oh, stop it, 12. Stop it, please. I know you're joking with me. Stop it. In America, I jokingly with people that are in America, I said, if you've never fasted long enough, they just have to stop bringing food for 2 to 3 weeks into that country. They fly a bunch of drones. You see a whole bunch of fucking morons take their fucking guns, their foreign fucking bullets to go to FEMA camps.
Oh, dude.
He's right. He's right. He's right.
I was in the fucking army back in the early 1980s, I thought it was the right thing to do, but now I look at it and I'm like, oh, hell no.
I have a question, a deep question for view that seems to me logical, but maybe not so. Is naivety and dishonesty, they go hand in hand?
Yeah. The majority of the no. Mario Luigi games. I'm gonna disagree. Because if you're naive, you don't know.
Yeah.
And if you're being dishonest, then you know that you're being dishonest. You're conscious about it. Sometimes.
Hey, when I went to fucking army back in the day, early 1980s, I thought it was now I look at it and I'm like, not so much.
Is it just me that's hearing him roboting? You guys hearing him okay?
I hear him
He's
fine.
roboting.
I'm hearing
Okay.
him.
Must be just me then. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I love Jane.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. I'm just gonna say this though. They get
Dom is right about that. I can call you Dom. Is that all right? Where'd he go?
Yeah, sure. Yes,
Okay.
Thanks, right. Yeah.
Okay. Dom was right though. He says, and it's true. If they really want to get rid of the war, they have to do is starve people. You know what I mean? Cut off. They didn't have to use people for to go out there in the grunt in the front lines, fighting, killing. He's right. He's absolutely right. I never thought about it that way, but he's absolutely right about that.
Yeah.
If it's not the food, it's the water. If it's not the water, you can actually pollute the air. Once again, we're beings that need air way more. People can fast for 3 days without water. Probably even fast 20, 30 days without food. But again, there's so many ways to put everybody in their place. So it's about respecting your placement. But for a lot of folks, they don't understand that. Now, the ones that are satanic, they don't even give a damn about God.
Yeah, bro. You speaking fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Oh, hold on, 12B. Let him talk, okay?
No, go ahead. He's got
poor guy. He's trying to tell us something. Okay. Oh,
but I get what I heard earlier when you were talking about it, 12. Sometimes we'd say we're idiots or whatever. Well, part of the journey that we have to do, I just posted in the private, but we got to do the fool's journey. You almost have to be a fool to try to seek this kind of information because the masses aren't interested in this stuff.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Hey, I had to learn my lesson the fucking hard way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. I agree with you 100%, man.
Again, some of the stuff that we share, whether it's me, you guys, it's not really going to change anything. Change is constant, but it's not going to change in the fact that you're going to see that immediate, that's it. We all become aware. All the countries are going to do kumbaya and all that kind of stuff. No, it doesn't work that way. There's been a lot of orchestrating going on for centuries. And until people, and maybe that's why we're in the age of information, start becoming informed, so we can't use the concept of omniscient, that there's no way I could have known. No, that information's out there. What you do with it once you receive it, that's a different story. But for most people, they really want to put on blinders. Well, that can't be it. That's not how the way the government works, Dom. So, okay, I've told you a story that might even be a fairy tale. What's your view on that? But most people, they don't want to have that kind of conversation. So then they get the politicians or the religious people that they deserve. If they're ignorant or even if they're aware, I said, I wouldn't want to be aware having a whole bunch of people following me. It just wouldn't serve.
Hey, Domenico, where you at? Are you in the UK or overseas?
Toronto, Canada.
Okay.
I did say I was from Toronto, Canada. I'm in one of the Commonwealths. Another game.
Yeah, no, I was just, I could kind of sense that you were not in the United States. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's amazing, Dom, and New Guru was right. I'm going to say two things here now. Keep quiet. One is, New Guru told me before, if you talk to people, they ain't going to listen to you. And I tried, to teach them as much as I learned. They just walked away. Two is that people complain about the government, but they vote in the same damn oppressors for over 30 years in the same office, and they still bitch. God dang government anyway, the shit. But yet they still vote in their same butchers in office
Probably
for 30
thousands
years.
of years, but go on.
Yeah, that makes sense, Guru. It does. So, I've learned a lot from Guru. I mean, I'm trying to retain as much as I can, and I want to learn more. And he's really taught me right, and he hasn't lied to me. He's been telling me the exact truth. And I have been seeing a lot going on, more than I'd ever seen. My awareness is getting a little bit sharper. Go on.
A little bit further to the voting thing, there's a more fundamental thing too that is also very difficult for an individual typically to come to terms with. It's why do you want to have a leader / ruler in a system or a system of representation? Why do you want to have a system of outward delegation of responsibility?
All right, I'll tell you the truth. When I first got to know government as a kid and became a teenager, I thought they were legit. I thought they were really going to help.
Let's say they were. Let's say they were.
Yeah, I'm just like right.
Let's say that the narratives of the system was actually what it represents itself to be. Is that something healthy?
Fuck no.
Bro, I was a dumbass. I used to believe what I saw on television, you know?
Hold on, 12B. Let's change the actuality for a second just to view something. Let's say the system itself was what it projects itself to be, what people believe it is. Why would you even want that, even if it was?
At the time, life would be easier if that was the case. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have to. Yeah, easier. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm being honest, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once you're an adult, you don't need a daddy anymore.
No, but I never considered it as being a daddy. Just work, go get your groceries, you know, go home, turn on the TV set, do work around the house, you know, and go back to work again, you know.
So
same old thing.
In my view, I'm glad that the system is not what it projects itself to be, because people would probably be even 10 times deeper cognitive dissonance that it's healthy for them when it's not. So it actually helps to bring the reality more to the surface that if you're really in cognitive denial, you are really in cognitive denial and dishonesty, because it's right in front of your fucking face that the whole thing is a fucking clusterfuck, right? But if it didn't look like that and it looked more passive aggressive, if you want to call it that, right, to the true projection of what it's supposed to be, people might be a hell of a lot more cognitively entangled because it feels a little more cushy. It's nice to be spoon-fed, isn't it?
Shut up, Guru.
Fuck you, Guru.
So again, my question is, if the system was what it projected to be, is it healthy to still participate? And is that what we really want? Is that really a true solution? And isn't that what a lot of people are going for? We must fix the system. We must get it better. We need healthier people that to vote for. Is that really a solution?
No, not what I know now. No.
So Angie, can I play with a couple of words here?
By all means.
How would it look?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. How would it look like, or what's the parts involved when it's monarchy opposed to anarchy? Monarchy plays in the role that you have rulers. How does it work when you have the masses that are uninformed? It doesn't work. How does it when you have anarchy without rules and you have the masses that are uninformed? It doesn't work.
Correct.
It's always nice for a self-absorbed person to say, "Oh, I want anarchy." I say, "Yeah, you live in your little world." But how does it work when everybody is without rulers and nobody's creating the cars? You're going to have gangs at that point. Again, an uninformed masses. No,
you have
system
gangs
works.
either way.
That's right.
It's a question of balance, but go ahead.
I was going to say, now, if monarchy was caring for the citizens, whatever word we want to label ourselves, citizen beings or whatever, but caring for others, but they basically don't want to become aware and your parents don't want to teach you how the system works, you're still going to end up with the same problem. You're going to have people that, in this case, are disobedient. And in that disobedience, you're going to have people say, "Well, I don't care about America." I said, "Well, neither do I." "What do you mean?" I said, "Let's everybody close our borders. We'll see how the empire lasts this time." It doesn't work that way. You know, and I'm only talking about it because the divide and conquer is the ideal of having different religion, different state, and all that. Even when the people play flat Earth globe, that's just half full, half empty. That's just basically to distract the citizens of the world to play these moronic games, Colosseum all over again. But let's say there is a being that says, "Oh, we really care about the humans." Finally, how do you recondition them then?
Situation where the ideology is tipped to the balance side of everybody throws the responsibility on everything else but themselves. But on the other side of the equation, you could say, well, I'm responsible for it all, and that wouldn't be in balance either. So there has to be a balance there, a fluid balance, as nature is, for things to run smoothly. Because if you just go aside and look at how nature runs on itself, it is like that. And it's working perfectly fine. Is it working for humans? No. Why? Because humans are not aligned with that balance. So what is a distraction of or for? To distract from aligning with the nature and fluidity the way that it was, the way that it is.
Maybe at one time the species called humans did adapt with nature. But when we talk about human beings, now this is where we get into a little bit of woo-woo, where people have to entertain the ideal. If there's fallen ones, there's another species that introduced itself. Now we could talk about all the different languages we have in the world, how we got presented with Wi-Fi, because humans, what's called the beast, they're like animals. They don't create bridges the way that we're seeing. They don't create high rises. It sticks like a sore thumb. Nature's about curvature. It's about chi. What humans create based on whatever the being is, they're creating something that's actually a disturbance. And this is where they're going with the ideal of transhumanism and metaphysical. They're going beyond the human experience. Now, some people say, I don't agree with it. I said, it's an easy sell. If you try to tell people you don't have to worry about getting cancer or activate your cancer, you don't have to worry about dying, how many people would buy it? They would. People are using cell phones and computers like we're doing right now. This technology affects the vessel that we're in, plus even the aura, whether or not people value that stuff. But again, how does it look like when a masses of society aren't informed? The school system is not here to teach that stuff.
That's terrible. I don't want to think that deep. I mean, well,
I love you, Paul.
Right. I just want to have my pot and go back and do my little day job and blah blah blah. Yes, the school system is there to teach primarily one thing, for the purposes of distraction. Yes, obedience through three fundamental things that sets the stage for the other thing that Don was just talking about, which is the ability to sell these bullshit narratives with ease and be very successful at it. There's three things that are the foundationally layer of indoctrination. We've been through this conversation many times before. Does anybody want to take a stab at it? What are the three foundational keys of indoctrination?
Believe, faith. Oh shit!
2 for 3.
Yeah, believe, faith, and trust. Was it? No.
You hope. Ding 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 ding.
Hope. Yeah,
no, you had it. Believe, faith, and trust.
Okay. Yeah.
Believe, faith, and trust. Hope is what you do when you add into the equation when somebody starts to question belief, faith, and trust. They start to get a little disheartened. So now add hopamine to the mix, and they stay within it. Right. Just think of all the scams that people would not fall for if they weren't taught about belief, faith, and trust.
Majority.
Show me one scam that you could fall for if you didn't have this thing in your brain palette called belief, faith, and trust. Lies require belief, don't they? Don't they?
And Dr. Fauci.
You have to believe in the lie, right?
All right.
Lies also require you to trust in them, don't they?
Right.
Do you not have to trust to fall for a lie? And do not have to have some sort of level of faith in a lie. So if I can teach you these three things and you're so gung-ho in your belief, you have to believe in that. You have to believe in the belief, trust, and faith. That's the funny part about it, right? Believe in the belief, trust, and faith. That's your foundational layer of indoctrinative conditioning. Now that we set the stage of that, you get 18 years of that from the time you're 5 till, what is it, 18? Not 18 years, sorry. 14, whatever it is, from the time you're 5. Minus the plus the additional that you get from your parents the moment they shake the baby rattle, right? Believe in this thing. Don't stay in your state of ignorance, bliss that you're in right now. Be distracted out. Shake, 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 shake. It starts there, right? From your parents. They pass down the conditioning. And then they send you off after they tell you not to trust strangers to a cesspool of strangers to continue the obedient training of belief, trust, and faith without question, right? So now that we set the stage for that, what isn't there you won't fall for?
Shut up, Rugo.
Rugo.
What isn't there you won't fall for? Especially when you're just like, I mean, talk about giving something a bear hug. You are squeezing that foundational indoctrinative thing so tight. I gotta believe, I gotta have faith, I gotta trust.
Stop telling me I'm a dumbass. How dare you?
12B.
Okay, so that's why it's so easy, as Dom was saying a minute ago. That's why it's so successful. Once you have that layer established with an individual, they'll fall for almost anything. You got them like silly putty in your hand.
Oh my God, Guru.
Over and over and over again, right? It doesn't matter how many times after that you bitch slap them in the face with the scam. They'll come running right back to you. Oh, I got a better scam for you. Just fall for this one now. Just change the narrative a little bit, you know.
Guru,
Dance the puppet strings a little bit. Da 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 da.
Guru, I look back at my life and all the lessons I had to learn the hard way. It ain't fucking pretty. You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad I don't really, but I do.
Yeah. Hey. Fucking sometimes learning the hard way is the best way, you know, because you get punched right in the fucking face. And you know,
how dare you, 12? How dare you, 12?
I'm sorry.
I had to throw one in for you.
No, it's just fucking life is fucking rough, bro. There's no doubt about it. You know what I'm saying?
It's not rough. It's only rough for those who are dishonest.
Yeah. You know.
Okay? It's really only rough for those who are dishonest. And that's what this really comes down to. So, you know, Don was saying earlier as well that it's not really going to change anything. Mostly for the masses, correct. But on a smaller scale, for those who are wanting to be honest, because that's the antithesis of the indoctrination. The other side of belief, trust, and faith is truth. And truth doesn't require any belief, trust, nor faith. Does not care about that, does not care about your silly little juvenile opinions. It makes no difference whatsoever. The truth is what it is, and it's only a matter of whether you as an individual are wanting to be honest and align with that or not. That's what it comes down to.
Hey, where's that hot chick Jane gone?
So for those who want to take responsibility and make a bit of a change for themselves in a positive direction, honesty is the first key when it comes down to it. And for those, they'll experience a change in a very healthy one.
I'm just glad because Jane.
I'm here.
Hi, Jane.
See,
Hello.
12B, you're lucky in a way, okay? You went in the military and you got benefits for your I got injured in the VA hospital. They don't pay benefits for that shit.
Yes.
I can't even go to the goddamn fort to get a commissary at cheaper rates. You know, so
I have no sympathy for mercs complaining about cookie crumbs, but go on.
Well, no, it's not cookie crumbs for us. Believe me, it isn't when you're not making the money. But, you know, You got it. You got it made right there. 12B, you do. You got it made compared to what I have. You know what I mean? You earned it. There's no doubt about it. You earned it. But the idea is that they fucked me over when I went to the VA hospital. They didn't give a shit, and I don't get paid for it.
You fucked yourself over for trusting them.
I didn't know, dude. I had no way. I couldn't ask you for money.
Ignorance is no excuse.
You're
Well,
right.
it doesn't help me out.
You're right, dude. Fuck you.
You ought to have known better.
You know. I mean, I
You
did
ought to
everything
have
right.
known.
Hold on. I did everything according to what I thought was right.
Or
Maybe
what
it
somebody
wasn't right.
told you was right. Are you sure what you discerned was right?
What's that?
Are you sure it's what you discerned was right, or the narrative that was set before you that you put belief, trust, and faith in?
Belief, trust, and faith. I mean, I did everything accordingly, and every time I did something, I got fucked. That's why I kept saying something's wrong here. Something just doesn't seem right to me.
Right.
You know,
So
20 years ago, hold on, 20 years ago, if you would have known me, things would have been changed around real fast. But I didn't know you at the time. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, my back's against the wall. So the only thing I had was trust and faith into what? The VA hospital.
Here's what I'm saying. Right. Here's what I'm saying. Me out of the equation. You have something within you that you chose not to side with. You have internal instinct, intuition, sense of moral compass. I mean, you know when you harm somebody. You didn't need me to tell you that when you harm somebody, that's morally wrong, right? You didn't mean it.
No, I'd walk away. If I beat somebody to death, it means I did it purposely because they did something to me. I wouldn't think anything about it. You know me. You know me.
Right. Right. But as an aggressor, we know causing harm to somebody else is wrong, right?
That's like Bill pulled pants down.
So it's a lack of responsibility on an individual's part if they're going to choose to be a part of something and they don't do their due diligence, especially when the appearance of violence is right at your hand here. Now, granted, for you, right, so you were a potato peeler, so you weren't out in the battlefields, but
farming vegetables every day.
yeah.
That's gonna stick with me forever. I was 105 howitzers. Candy cocker. Go on.
You big vegetable terrorist. You potato terrorist. What the hell were you thinking, right? But no, you were still part of a conglomerate, right? That was. I mean, there's no denying what a military's job for. It's not a defensive thing. It's an aggressive thing. It's go out and be a terrorist to other people. That's what they do.
What the hell is that?
That's 12B. That's 12B looking in the mirror.
Oh, okay. Go on.
That's what it does, right? That's what you do as a mercenary. You get paid to go out in the battlefield,
right,
and terrorize the shit out of other people, and not just other people on the other side of the fence that want to play war games with you, but all the civilianry that want nothing to do with this aggressive bullshit violence. They get it too. They don't have a choice if they're in the way.
What do you know, you Canadian bastard?
You're shooting blanks. I'm not Canadian.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Hold on, 12B.
No,
Hold on, please. Please, 12B. I'm getting into something here. Go on. No, go on. Finish what you're saying. Go on.
I was pretty much coming to a closure with that. So it's about having the responsibility, taking the responsibility to do the due diligence, especially when it comes to something like that. We ought to know that if we're going to choose to participate in something on any level where there may be a bit of violence involved, just everything in generally anyways, but still, especially something like that, what the hell are you thinking if you're not making sure you are absolutely rock solid sure that what you are doing is up to moral standard?
Okay, my turn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you're young, and 12B will vouch for this, you don't know any better. You're stupid. You're a young kid. All you want to do is get drunk, get nookie, have a good time, party, whatever, And I wasn't in the military. I was going to get drafted anyway, so I'm also going to the military. So I did. If I was smart, I would have went to Canada like the rest of them did, and stayed there for 10 years and just get, deprived out of it. Just you're all set. You come back to America. I didn't do that. Okay. I didn't know any better. What woke me up was being in the government. Then I realized, hey, there is something wrong here. This isn't what they told me it's going to be. Like I said, I see demented, sick fucks in the military. Every type of man, color, breed, religion, everything you see. And I only stuck with good people that I knew. You know what I mean?
Let's dig into that a little further, because I've got a couple questions with that.
Go on.
The what specifically that you didn't know better, and then the why.
Okay, what I didn't know better, I thought government would take care of all military personnel. You know what I mean? No man left behind. It's bullshit. It's totally bullshit. They don't care if you live or die. They don't care if you're lame. They don't care anything. When a person comes home in a box, the mother or the wife and the kids, that's it. They're done. They don't get any benefits, nothing. They get a lousy flag with a medal. Whoopee ding. Burn the flag and melt the medal. That's all they get. When I seen people who needed a work, when the guys would bring their wives over to Germany, where I was at the time, they couldn't get housing inside the fort. Only the officers could get those rooms in the fort. The rest of them had to go outside. Well, since you're American, more money. So they jacked up the rent. Well, the guy and his wife, and if they had kids, were just barely making it. We only got $300 a month. All right. And instead of having their wife working in the commissary or in the kitchen prepping, they had all the German people do all that work. And then I hear my friends complaining, well, we're barely making a living and they won't let us get inside here because there's no room in the forts. It's supposed to be free rent and everything else. So then I seen a load of people coming off a plane. Back of the tail drops down. Here comes the coffins. I'm like, whoa, being flown to America, dead bodies, Then I come home and half my friends are dead, or half of them are all screwed up in the head, PTSD, or they got Agent Orange. I went, what the and they didn't get any help from the VA hospitals at all. They have two organizations now called Tunnel Two Towers and Wounded Warriors that are helping the veterans out, actually buying homes to take care of the veterans. VA, all they care about here's some little bit of change, your benefits, and shut the fuck up. The government is, and then that's what woke me up. I said, I got to get the fuck out of here. And thank God I was only a 2-year man. If I was a 3, I would have went to Vietnam. There's no doubt about it. And they tried. Remember, I told you they put that in my contract, 3 years until they read it. And I says, I ain't signed it. It's supposed to be 2 years. Oh, my mistake. Well, they did it purposely.
Okay.
They're crooked.
Okay.
They're crooked as hold on. So this started waking me up. Oh, well, I went to civilian world. So now things would be cool. Then I started seeing the same changes going around us.
What?
Changes. There's other changes in America.
Where did you say civilian? What was it? You went to
civilian world. Civilian. In other words, I went from military to as a civilian.
Can you elaborate? I'm not sure.
Civilian means I'm back into America.
Oh, you went back
no longer,
home. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. They call it. I'm sorry. They call it civilian.
Okay.
But then I started seeing changes again within 6-7 years. I went, wait a minute, something's definitely wrong here. This ain't right. I never voted until I told you 2016, 2020. Now I quit voting. I said, fuck them. You know what I mean? And I, like you said, I did everything according to what I was supposed to do because of truth, trust, and belief. With that kind of faith, trust, believe, faith, and trust. And every time I did something wrong, I'm like, all right, gone. Half of it gone. What the, And I said, there's something going on, and I couldn't figure it out. It took you that day when you heard me talking out there about Veterans Administration for me to start realizing what was going on. And you told me it was going to be hell once I started learning this shit. And you're right. It's been one of the hardest things I ever had to go through. But I'm learning, and I want to learn more. Okay, go on.
All right. So I think everything that you told me, there's another part of the equation that is either still missing in your view part about realizing what's really going on here, or you just didn't include that in. I'm not sure which one it is, but there's another thing here that I'm attempting to point out when it comes to a moralistic lacking that is part of the bigger picture here. And let's see if I can help you come to terms with that on your own rather than just pointing it out. So let me ask a question. What is the military's sole purpose and role?
To kill, make money for the manufacturers, to gain access to land, to make it a one world order is what they're trying to do. To eliminate the herd, masses.
Okay. So to be a violent, to violently aggress, right?
Okay, that too.
And it's not like this is a secret or surprise, is it? I mean, we see military civilian really go to war, and what do? I'm not talking about the potato peelers. Yeah, I'm talking about the ones on the battlefield. Right. I know you were in that part, but let's just look at it again.
I was only doing KP. I was actually a potato. I was artillery. What?
We're gonna razz you about that till you're done.
I know. I can see it. Go on.
All right. So, okay. So the purpose of a military, like the projection of a military, though, what is the narrative? What do they sell you on?
Oh, freedom and democracy for America.
Right. And
serve
defense.
your country, defend your country.
Right. Defend.
For your safety.
Defend from aggressive violence.
I just want to hear Jane talk because I love Jane.
That's the gaslight, though, and we can't use as an excuse that, well, we didn't know better, that it wasn't that, because we see time and time again, forever and a day, before we were even born, that's not what the military does.
I'm sorry.
The military goes and it terrorizes other civilianry and other participants in the military war games. So hold
on, please. Okay. What'd you say, Jane?
Hold on 1 second. $12.99 for the first minute and $3.99 for each additional.
Jeez.
Jane,
go on.
Jane, if you haven't learned anything about being up here, so I got one question for you.
Uh-huh.
Why are you so cheap?
What?
I'll do it for bananas.
I wanted to invest, but come on.
Okay. What's the fair price? Oh, yeah, there is inflation.
Angie, can I swing this just a bit with a little bit more expansion on this idea?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you, okay, just follow me with here. When you worked for the military, obviously you got paid with fiat currency, American currency.
Correct.
Okay. When you're going to get your, let's say your disability, whatever, it would be from fiat currency, right?
Yeah, if I would have 20 years, yeah, correct.
Okay. So do you work for the government or do you work for the Federal Reserve?
Yeah.
I would say both.
Okay. The reason I'm saying that, you've never worked for the government. Fiat currency, Federal Reserve owns all currency. So all military throughout the world is funded by them. You're working for fiat currency. The governments are like administration. They get permission what budget they're allowed to have. America's currency with the fiat currency went broke in 2005 when they valued at 9 cents to the dollar. America's already broke. They just relocated a whole bunch of rubles and yen to finance America for the last 15 years. And of course, when that currency gets devalued, hey, let's put the gold reserve on that. So when you talk about working for the government, it's erroneous. You've always worked for Federal Reserve. And when they get their military people from different countries to go to different places to maneuver and manage their resources, that's the sole purpose for them. But at the same time, some of its side effects, yeah, we need to do depopulation. No problem. It's like back in the days when they used to have wars. They would do it after the harvest season. Why? Because we don't want to feed all these folks. So again, this is where most people, I don't care what country you're coming from, I'm representing my country. You've never worked for them.
You freaking American bastards.
I know, the worst guy. Me. But I know my father, so I'm sorry, Paul.
Excuse 12B, he's high right now. He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, I love the gentleman. He gives a good intro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
So, Angie, I was going to add this too.
But
you could, once you remove yourself and realize, okay, just don't make it about me because I've experienced it being in the military. Then you have to ask yourself, okay, well, the guys that work at McDonald's, for example, are they truly aware that they're harming each other by providing unhealthy food? Or what about the people that work for the pharmaceutical industry, or the people that work for chemtrails, or the people that work for the plane industry? What that does when a plane flies over top of you, that energy that gets relocated, it's harmful to oneself. So once you realize that, then you realize it's not always about me. Like, oh, I worked in the military. Well, what about the kids that work at McDonald's? They didn't know better. But we're all participating and harming each other. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I have a lag. Please, I don't want to cut you off and finish.
No, go ahead. I'm done. I'm done. No problem.
Well, I think I'll continue the last part there. You're all participating in harming each other. And then the big question is, are you asking the question to know that to have the know? Are you asking the question so that you can know if you're participating in harm or not? And if yes or no, before that, whose responsibility is it to question that and to investigate that?
Well, that'd be us,
right?
The individual.
So if you're not doing that, then who is lacking a level of responsibility and perhaps a level of moral integrity?
Don't you think if I would have known, I would have went to Canada for 10 years like the rest of them did. If I would have known this.
Again, we're coming to terms with whose responsibility is it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If I would have, as a responsible man, if I would have known this at the time when I was a kid, I would have definitely went to Canada. I didn't know, Newt. I didn't know.
And
I thought I was doing right.
We're going deeper into analyzing why you didn't know. Because if we don't do that, then we're just going to continue to advocate for the same perpetuation. Let me be undiplomatic if you'll give me the breathing room for a second. Can I?
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Here's the thing. You guys were all part of in an immense way, a very psychotic, abusive endeavor, and if that isn't recognized and come to terms with, then you'll perpetuate and propagate the continuation of that. So the solution is, first of all, to come to terms with, yes, I did that. I was a part of it. I'm making no excuses for it. Understanding why that happened and being a part of the solution for yourself so that you don't continue and you project that it's not okay for other people as well to do that same thing. That's how you learn your lesson in life. Otherwise, you're propagating the continuation of the bullshit.
Yeah, but you see,
no buts. That's the
truth.
12B.
Well, yeah, I want to go on. Go on, 12B.
Just go to hell, Guru. Just.
he likes it when I'm diplomatic better, right? You know, which I haven't been since I met you guys. I know.
Oh my God. Anyway, that's what I'm doing now. You can see what I'm doing now. You know, I'm telling people, don't go in the military. Don't be so stupid and believe in your oppressors.
Yes.
They
field artillery.
You're doing that part, but there's another side of the moralistic equation that's not being conveyed. What you're doing,
I already told them I'm stupid. I already told them I was stupid going in there.
Yes, but let me elaborate what I'm saying here. The reason why you're projecting that you're stupid is because when you go in there, you're getting baited by the people, and they're going to fuck you over for your paycheck and this and that. And that's not the foundational level of what's really moralistically wrong here. That's not great either. But that's kind of what you get when you decide to join up a group of mercs who have no moral compass to begin with. You ought to know that. Foundationally, what's really moralistically wrong here is you joined a group of mercenary terrorists who are going on a battlefield, terrorizing the shit out of civilian area as an aggressive, violent group. That's what you joined up with.
Right.
And if you don't make that clear to people who are interested in this day that might be naive to that, they're going to fall for the same, and they're not going to question that morality part of the equation. That means you have to recognize that's what you did. Even though you weren't directly on the battlefield killing people and being a terrorist, you were still part of the conglomerate that was doing so, right?
Yeah, I was on standby.
Right, and other people are doing exactly that, and this is not healthy or sane. It's moronic, and to make matters more complicated, it's under the guise of defense and freedom.
You shut your mouth, Guru.
What are
and forget democracy, because democracy is not healthy anyways in the form that people are participating in. There is a healthy version of democracy, but it's not it. It's not the one that people think it is.
I showed dead people under. This is what's going to happen. This is what will happen. You're a mercenary. You'll see it on the video. Remember that? I showed it out there. You know, all right, I'll do something different next time. I'm just
95% of the stuff that I see of your content is more on this side. It's more on that side, and it's also more on venting because of what's happened to you within the workings of the team that you were on.
I'm trying to wake people up. I'm trying to tell them don't go through what I had to go through. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm venting. I'm trying to get out of this venting. My venting is, you know, I do have PTSD, and that's Veterans Administration. That's the only one I got a hard on for.
What I'm trying to do right now is help you understand that from a viewer perspective, this is the message that's coming across.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Shut up, Bill.
And I know that's not the message you want to come across. So in order to help you have a better fruitfulness of the efforts that you're putting in, I have to present this to you.
God, dude.
This is what's actually coming across inadvertently. You're not meaning to, show people that the solution is just to get all mad about your government and be angry about them. Be angry because they're not going to give you the paycheck that they promised you. That's not the real message you want to get across.
Fuck yeah.
Right.
Walk away.
Walk away is part of it. The other part is walk away and do what? And the other part is walk away why?
Be self-efficient. Get off the grid. Learn how to be dependent on yourself.
Right.
Not
So that's the
tyrants.
That's the what, and now the why.
So you can enjoy your life, your fruitful life.
Well, yes, and secede from what, and not be a part of what?
Tyranny.
So you can beat off all the time.
Marxism, anarchy, communism,
Terrorism.
Nazism.
Sure, terrorism.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
All these negative, healthy, destructive, aggressor-based, violent-based piece of shit things.
You got to admit, though, the first video I ever did compared to I have videos now is totally different. I mean, I was, wow. I went back to look at my first video. Went, yeah, knew was right.
Absolutely. You made a lot of progress, and everybody here has made a lot of progress. But progress is that progression can only continue if we don't say, okay, I'm stuck here.
Hey, I haven't made progress. I've digressed. I've gone the other way. I'm just more fucked up than ever, bro.
12B learned how to grow his own fentanyl.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he sure did. You got to see his. Wow. Yeah. Ooh, he's got some good plants.
Shut up, Bill.
Oh, sorry. I won't say a word.
Okay. So
yes.
Are we clear about what the military actually stands for?
Hey, where's Jane? Jane is a second chick. Where's she at?
Paid
It's
mercenary.
it's a violent gang, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't matter if they wear a green fucking uniform costume. It doesn't matter. It's a violent, aggressive gang. One of many others that we live amongst. The police force, blah blah blah. It's a group of violent people that are
Jane,
teaming together to do violent things.
Jane, I love you.
You know what, Toby? I want to give you and her a channel. You guys can talk back and forth.
What the hell? Oh,
Love you
God.
too.
Are they going to get married? I think Joe might be a little bit interjectory on this.
Jane, I'm happy now. Thank you, baby.
Should we have the government be the first-hand witness again?
Yeah,
No.
let them get married.
No. One and done. One and done. One and done. Never again.
Jane,
Anyway.
Jane, my pants are down, Jane.
Go ahead,
Anyway,
You really need to get your button fixed. Sorry.
It's okay. No, it's all right.
You mean his chastity belt? He forgot the combination. That's what you get for trusting AI.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be an a-hole here.
Oh,
It's
yeah, we're
fun.
trying to get some.
You
Go on,
definitely bring the party. Okay.
It's all good.
12B. Just remember, we all make mistakes and there's no judgment.
No, you fucking kidding? My life is full of mistakes. God, that's.
You'll succeed at making the superior fentanyl at some point. I totally have faith, belief, and trust in you. You're gonna get there. I guarantee.
Good God, Guru, fucking just call me fuck up. That's my name.
You guys, and really, it's you got to get past the if you really want to be the solution too. Not only do you have to, and this is where people struggle, right? You have to come to terms with what you've done, looking in the mirror, but you also have to forgive yourself and make sure that you are part of not only never doing that again, but making sure that you project what the fuck people are doing, right?
Guru, I swear to God, the best thing I learned in my life is I can laugh at myself and all the stupid shit I done. You know?
That's good. Just make sure it's not while you're snorting another rail or something,
Fuck you, noob.
If you can laugh at yourself, guess what? You'll never run out of shit to laugh about, bro.
Isn't that what the Joker's projection was all about? Right? Just throw some paint and costume makeup on yourself and douse yourself in chemicals, and then while you're dancing and prancing around like a psychopath, make sure you're having a good time laughing your head off about it. Right. That's important, right? Very important.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem mocking myself, no problem at all.
I got to learn how to laugh like the Joker. I'm gonna work on that.
Anyway,
and Jane, sexy Jane.
I'm glad Diamond's up here, because it really. What the? Yeah, I'm going to give you guys two panels here. You guys can talk to each other. How's that?
No, we're not going to do that.
No, okay.
No, because Dom and I and other people as well, right? We're at where we're at with the path of discovery.
He was talking about Jane and 12, not you and Dom.
Oh, did I get that wrong? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. No problem. You did do nothing wrong.
My parents are dying.
Jane, just give him your number in private chat.
$12.99. It'll be $12.99 a minute.
Well, if Guru's investing, we'll make that $30 a minute.
Please, at least.
American or Canadian? Canadian, that's like 3 cents.
Pounds.
Yeah, pounds.
Wow.
If I can share quickly, guys.
Poor Jane.
The concept of right and wrong, how does it serve oneself, let alone how does awareness serve oneself? Because awareness is not really about right or wrong. So how does right or wrong serve oneself?
What?
The concept of right or wrong. How does the concept of right and wrong serve, whether for oneself or for others? Because when people talk about, oh, I'm right, therefore you must be wrong. It's a very pious position to be in. Like I have rights. Well, who's bestowed that right upon you? Opposed to being aware of things.
Wow.
Wow.
That's above my pay grade.
Yeah, yeah. That's like, have you seen a grown man naked?
How long you been in this?
In what?
In what?
Being an activist. No, I mean,
in your own intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is intelligence. I've done it for at least 20 or 30 years. And
you sound like Newton, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I did a lot of things. I'd be listening to a lot of stuff when I'm going to sleep. So I don't know, a lot of the stuff might have been distorted in my subconscious. I've had a divorce. I've questioned my existence. I've questioned my path. I never really fit in a system that really, if you start investigating, has no reason or rhyme to it. And when it does, it's usually just a bunch of us just acting crazy or, a little wacko tobacco. So I figured I might as well take my chance in the unknown and entertaining all kinds of ideals. I enjoy entertaining ideals that, I'm not usually amused by other people's follies or whatever, but I'll still hear them, but I like to entertain ideals. So,
can I ask you something else? How did you find this channel? Did you know Nude?
Nude yeah, and he invited me.
Oh, Nude did. Okay, now I get, okay.
Actually, your parole officer kind of poured me here with my parole officer of life. No, it was NG. It was NG. I appreciate him. I got 10 more minutes and I can leave. I got 10 more minutes with my parole officer and then I can leave.
Wow.
Don't even talk about fucking parole shit.
Here we go.
So
A
nude parole officer now. Wow. Isn't that just the epitome of corporatism? I love it.
You
have to add some cuffs to your leaf.
Right. Just to speaking of chastity belts, I think everybody must wear them in life. That's where we're going. And it's run by AI. That's the solution.
We need to start with 12B.
All you guys are so scared you can't even put your live camera on. That's what I think. Okay.
What did he say first? All you guys are what?
You're scared.
All the fear mongers?
Because we don't have our camera on, I think he means.
Yes, because you won't put your camera on. You little federal.
All right. I'll put mine on right now. I'll put mine on right now.
My camera's already on.
There's mine.
There you go.
Mine is mine.
Look at fat ass Bill.
That's a baby face.
Would it not actually be an agent wanting a bunch of people to put their camera on?
Yeah, 12B.
Yeah, I'm suspicious. Are you getting benefits being an agent at 12B?
You shut your little cake hole.
How much you getting paid? What's your commission?
Give us a number. Give us a number. Do you get a car? You get allowance to drive a car? I need numbers. I need numbers.
12 Bravo is really his agent call name.
Yeah, I'm fucking secret agent fucking man.
Wow.
He's in the 12 faction of Bravo 9. That's where he brings
I think it's more
cameras
like
to the
12
table.
beers.
12 fucking Colt 45.
12 shots.
Bravo, my fentanyl worked today.
I ain't never messed with no fentanyl, dude.
Well, at least that you know of.
No, I don't think I have. I mean,
Oh, I heard somebody popped up.
He's
Prairie
black.
girl. Hey, Prairie, what's going
Prairie. She's
on? Welcome
black.
up.
No, okay, guys, leave. This is my turn now. My mysterious girl, Perry. Hi, Perry.
Be gentle, 12G.
Hang on. I can hear you guys two places. Hang on.
Ah, rats.
She's got us on.
It's a match made in heaven. It's you guys are perfect for each.
night, baby.
Oh shit!
They
How
got
you
it.
doing tonight, Prairie? She's got YouTube on.
My pants
Yeah, I'm trying to turn on. I got it. Hang on.
My
Oh
pants,
my god.
Prairie, my pants fell down.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can't hear
Hi.
you.
How you doing, Prairie?
Good. How are you?
Doing good, fat and happy, and above ground.
That's good. Read my comment, nude, you guru email collector.
I'm not the host.
I said, read my comment, you.
Prairie, my pants are down.
Jeez. Excuse me, Perry, but he's a little bit high.
Turn your camera off.
Turn my camera off.
No, I'm talking into 12.
Oh, okay.
His pants are down. Turn your camera off.
Until you're naked.
So, which comment did you want to be highlighted, Perry?
I was when they were talking to your, I don't know what he called you, and I said, no, you're the email collector.
Oh, yes. Right.
Yes, you're the email collector.
That's right.
I used
And
hey, look what Perry wrote.
To everybody, yes. Yeah. I've been in chat by myself for a while. I thought I'd come up and say hello.
I'm glad you did. Thank you, Perry.
good to have you with
Really?
us. It's not often, Perry, actually. I've seen her go on panel.
Prairie, I love you.
In years since I've heard her up here on panel.
I love
I'm
you.
glad she showed up.
She's an elitist.
Yeah.
You know, she's very selective.
It
Oh,
doesn't,
I
yes,
gotta-
right. And because I'm still out here in the boonies, my stuff doesn't work so great all the time.
I'm sorry, Prairie. I fell in love with you.
What happened to, I thought you were in love with, what's her name?
Jane.
Lady Jane.
Right. 12B, did you get a divorce?
Shut up.
See how quick he dropped you, Jane?
I just got
Yes.
I just got too expensive for him.
Loyal to the core. If I would have known better, he worked for the military.
Oh, Lady Jane, this is Perry. Perry, this is Lady Jane, if you guys don't know each other.
Hi, nice to meet you officially.
Hello, it's nice to meet you as well.
Go to hell.
We still love you, 12B.
I already live here.
We still love you.
Wow. He's cold-hearted, that guy.
You would have done great with Cool Tools the other day.
Oh, wouldn't they have been a pair?
Yeah.
I was going to ask Perry if she wants to elaborate on the story of maybe the Inky story if she wants.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that. I'll pay her $3 an hour, 3 pence.
Shut up, Bill.
Sorry,
Got a
did you
little
catch
nervous
that?
there when you're standing up there.
No, I didn't.
Ask again, Dom. I'll let
I
you
was
do it.
I was asking Perry, could you put it in the chat if you want to elaborate, if you want to, about the Inky story, an Inky story, if you want.
Oh, yes, I did. I asked Newt about that before if he had heard about this story because you guys were all talking about the Bible and stories of the Bible. and how those tablets.
What
Well,
happened?
What happened to her?
it might be her connection
And
because she's Prairie. We lost you for a second there. Well, last thing we heard was in the Bible, something from the Bible.
Right. All the stories you were.
Shoot, we lost you again, Prairie.
Oh, great.
All right, I'm just gonna unplug something else. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No.
All right. Oh,
And now you're gone. It seems to be going in and out, fade in, fade out, like every few seconds.
I'll come. I'll go. I'll come down and go back up. I'll try again.
Okay.
Okay, Barry.
Surprised 12B didn't interact with that.
Why don't you just shut your cake hole?
Yeah. 12 pieces of rare form today.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good to go. I've only drunk about 15 fucking beers.
There you go.
Wow.
I knew it.
Yeah, I'm fucking straight. Straight here in Georgia.
That's why he's a little more relaxed than usual.
Mm-hmm.
Normally it's
Yeah.
full on blown, you know.
Shut up to you.
Right.
Instead of
right.
12B, we'll call him 15K.
He's just verbally beacon off and lip service. Usually it's with weapons and, you know, guns he's pointing at the screen and shit. He's all passive today. Usually he comes on his camera wearing his military gear.
I'm good
His
to
blow
go.
up his blow up doll.
I'm good. I love you guys. You guys are awesome, man. No doubt.
We
His
love you
blow-up
too,
doll,
12B.
Right. Normally he's flirting with the ladies while he's you know, showing us how it's going to work on camera.
Friggin' Jane.
Oh.
Man, my pants fell down when I heard Jane's voice.
Got a little nervous when you were starting to stand up.
Sorry, Jane.
Mm-hmm.
He's a ladies' man.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I'm feeling stoned over here. Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling spooned.
Hey, so how's everything going in Michigan these days with what's that fucking Nazi governor you got?
I'm going to hold on to my fork for dear life.
God damn it.
For fork's sakes.
Every time I fucking hear Michigan, I'm like, oh, I think of that Gretchen Whitmer, whatever the hell her name is. Fuck.
Frozen face, yeah.
Oh my god.
She's horrible. She's
I don't know.
useless.
I don't know if Prairie's going to make it back up. Her, I wonder, she should get Starlink now that it's available. If she's still out in the boonies, that would be so much better. I'll try and encourage that. Maybe she'd participate more.
Kind of expensive for some people.
Well, sure, absolutely, but almost every internet service, especially out in the boonies, is going to be. You know.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know what she's using, but
I
if
think
she's
using her phone.
Yeah,
I
it could be.
was hoping she'd make it up. I did. I was hoping she'd make it up. You don't hardly ever see her, you know, or talk to her.
Oh shit.
She was up a few times when I was co-hosting on Epics, and it was good when she had a good connection.
She's a smart gal.
Well,
but the Anki thing, maybe Dom, because I don't think I've heard about that. Maybe you can elaborate, since I don't think she's going to be back. But what is the Anki thing?
Excuse me.
Or anybody else who knows about that? Oh, wait. Hold on. There she is.
Prairie.
Welcome back.
Hello. I'm back.
Okay, you're good so far.
Good for so far. Yeah, right. Yeah. What were you saying about Epic?
Oh, I was just saying back in the day when the last time you were actually up on panel was when I was co-hosting at Epics.
Oh, right. Yeah. Those were fun days. Huh.
That's when I was debuting. So the Anki thing.
Yes, right. Those are the stories that the Bible is made of, that they mistranslated, misinterpreted. They were found on the tablets written from the Anunnaki. You don't know any of this stuff.
I'm just going to take a pause and let anybody who does, and you as well, elaborate on that.
Yeah, I really
Talking about the Egyptians.
Hey, speaking for myself, I love Jane, so I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the Egyptians?
Tall B.
Yes.
When's the last time you and your wife did the hanky panky?
I got paid last month.
Is she got? I got paid last month. Is she on vacation? Has it been a while?
Yes, she loves me.
You'll make it. Have faith.
Thank you, God.
just believe hard enough. I promise.
Okay.
Belief,
Yeah.
faith, and trust. Belief.
That's right. That's right. You'll get there. Right.
God help me.
Okay. So let's recap what she said so far. They stole something on tablets. And was it the Anunnaki?
Nobody stole anything. They wrote on tablets.
They wrote on tablets. Okay.
Right.
The Germans
the
did.
Ten Commandments.
No.
The Ten Commandments were written on
No,
tablets.
she's talking about Egyptians like 5,000 years ago.
Before, even longer. It goes back farther.
Oh, farther than that. Okay.
Yeah. BCE stuff, or whatever you want to call it, what they call it now.
Mm-hmm.
And
the stories that are written on there are the exact same about the floods and how we apparently got here.
the creation story.
Not the one from the Bible.
No, that's Genesis.
Isn't it the same?
That's the book of Genesis. It's creation.
No.
Yeah.
Isn't it the same, just maybe different semantics?
No, the floods was with Noah's Ark.
I'm getting
that
lost
was a
here.
book written by man on paper.
Pardon?
Right? That was written. That book was written by a king on paper to control his people.
Noah?
Right? Yes. Right? Do you got Bible on something else? Do you find the Bible somewhere else other than on a paper in a book written by a man?
Exactly. The Bible is written by man.
Right. It was told
As
in
a
a certain way
distraction.
for you to believe exactly how you're being told the news today.
Bible is written as for distraction and indoctrination.
It was to control his people and his lands, to get rid of the Protestants, to get rid of this.
Well, that's your belief,
the
but
church did lots of nasty
I can
things to
contest
people.
that's I disagree. Sorry, but this I will not ever waver on. And
That's because you're indoctrinated by the very book that you're speaking
you
about.
can believe what you want to believe when it comes to the book and indoctrination. I will 100% disagree with that. I know what my soul has told me. I know what I've experienced. I know what I've heard. I know what I've seen. I know what I do see. No, God works through people and he works through man in mysterious ways through the Holy Spirit. I am not going here with this. I will not touch this. Sorry.
All right. Okay. Just listen, and then we'll listen to it.
It's sexy,
Go,
Jimmy.
Right.
go on, Bert. Go on, Bert.
That's okay. You can have all those beliefs and everything, but there is something else that's written before your Bible.
There is something that what? Your connection
is
is okay,
written way
but there's a
before
little bit of your clarity that wasn't coming. I don't know if it's where your mic is. Are you on your cell phone or a computer?
Yeah, I'm on my laptop and I'm watching on my laptop and you're on my cell phone on StreamYard.
You're on your cell phone. Okay, so maybe it's just a little bit where the mic is or something. There was a little bit where it didn't come through, but it wasn't your connection that time.
How do you get your internet? Do you get it through your cell phone, or do you have like Wi-Fi in your house or something?
I have both. So if the Wi-Fi drops a bit, my phone will pick up my
Gotcha.
Right, I have them both on right now.
Hey, Prairie, do you have your pants on?
One thing that throws me off about this is that, people know I'm a ghost chaser, and I've seen, like I said, black shadows, things moving. In fact, I talked to Dude a couple of times. I've seen things. I showed him one time a plant was moving, with the air. And he asked me, is that an airflow? And I said, no, I have nothing on,
You're naked?
Beg pardon?
You're naked right now, right?
Oh, you are getting desperate there, 12.
Anyway, yeah, I'm not that type of person. But for $12, I'll be there.
Fuck, you're cheap too. Holy shit.
Yeah. That's only one cheek. So anyway, it says in the Bible that, there is like spirits around us. And I'm trying to get a place where it's really haunted so I can get documentation on this to show people. Orbs, black shadows moving, something moving by itself. So I'm going to eventually do it. We're going to be going to a cemetery in a while. So we're going to try it that way, see what happens. But there are things.
Just keep your fucking clothes on, Rice.
Go on, Rights.
So, the Bible is I don't know. It just, you're right. Man wrote it. There's no doubt about it. But it's supposed to be, when man wrote it, it's supposed to be through the Holy Spirit. You know what I mean? I'm trying to either disprove or prove that there is a Bible or there is a God or Jesus. A lot of people say no, it's higher up than that. It's our conscience. I don't know. But I'm trying to figure it out myself. So, I don't know. I don't know.
The Muslims believe that the Quran is the true story. So who's right? And they really believe it.
Well, there's one thing that throws me off about that 12B. Of all the religions in the world, there's only one they're trying to get rid of, and that's the Christian Bible. The Bible itself.
That was me, Dan.
You just keep your pants on, Rice, and everything will be.
So really, is the Quran the right way, or the truth, or is the Bible? Or?
Well, they're not trying to get rid of the Quran. They're trying to get rid of the Christians.
Who's
yeah,
they?
They're trying to expand that one for sure, I think. Has anybody seen the pictures, taken a look at the pictures of the Vatican lately? The new throne room?
The new what room?
The new throne room?
Oh, no. Prairie,
Well,
that's like fucking hell. I don't want to look at
How many How many different religions are there?
Does it look alien? How about Canoe Guru?
How many different variations of the Bible are there? And so which one's right? And they all believe they're right.
They're all pretty similar to themselves because I can show you proof. I do have a lot of variations of the Bible with very little different word significance.
Prairie's telling the truth. I mean, good God. You watch, about this guy in the Middle East, the Pope. He's friggin' trash, dude.
Yeah, he is. I'll vouch for that. He is. He's trash.
God, dude. You're right.
Christianity at its finest. I mean,
No,
Yeah,
Catholicism is a man-made religion. You can't. No, I don't believe in Catholicism.
Yeah, thanks for adding that in, root guru bastard.
And I think that's what I'm going to elaborate on what you just said there, Jane. Religion itself, and the very fundamental thing about religion, when you look at it at its core, what it is, it's something that belief based that man is making up. Now, if you just let go out of it, there is a divinity. There absolutely is a divinity. You have to let go of all the beliefs to see what it is, though. That's the only way you can see things at its core, the truth for what it is, without a jaded view of indoctrination. Whether it's self-imposed or from other people, doesn't matter.
Oh, hey, Rugu, I try to tell people the truth nowadays, and they look at me like, what's wrong with you? You're a lunatic. I'm like, you're a sick fucker.
You're just stupid. Sit back there and drink your tea, because they're not listening. They don't care. Keep watching your hockey game. Yeah.
Oh, God, dude. I try to talk to my
Okay, good. If all those people at the hockey game stood up for your rights, you wouldn't have to be paying any taxes.
I try to talk to my family on Facebook and shit like that. They're like, oh, he's a crazy white supremacist. God, dude.
If you have moral integrity, you wouldn't participate in what that stands for to begin with, taxes. Never mind what it's going towards on top of it, right?
Oh, Guru, as soon as people call me names, I laugh like hell, dude. You know that.
Steroid freak pussy.
Oh, well, whatever, I don't care.
Oh, Jesus.
God, no.
World is full of freaks.
Fentanyl freak.
Hey, you know what's up, you know? If you know what the truth is these days, the world is fucking pretty funny place.
The truth is, when you let go of all beliefs, you'll see the truth. That's the truth. Because belief is the antithesis of truth.
Oh, fuck yeah, Rugu. You know the deal, bro.
And that's why, again, it's so crucially important. How easy it is to fool a mind that is equipped with an ego when you indoctrinate it with the foundation of belief, trust, and faith.
Yeah.
And that's what the Bible is.
Again, there's your faith. Yeah.
Wrong.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God's going to solve everything.
Trust and faith.
Every
He
court
will.
we're going to pray.
He
God's
will.
going to save us.
In the end, he will sort the sheep from the goats. Mark my words.
So says the Bible.
And Lil and Anki brought the sheep here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The sheep are already sorted all along, because the sheep are in conglomerates together, huddling in a herd towards each other, abusing the shit out of each other.
Did you face very sexy, baby?
You reap what you sow in life instantaneously. Now, if we can get you to believe, though, that in this thing called justice and judgment day, down the road there will be justice. Well, we don't have to worry about taking responsibility for everything. That's just perfect.
You shut up, Guru.
Now we can just delegate responsibility to divinity like that, right? And don't worry, somebody is going to come and clean house at some point. There is a clean house that's just part of nature. It goes, it's this thing called consequence, right? When you put your hand on a fucking hot element, judgment day happens then. There's no judgment, there's consequence.
That's nice, Guru. Shut up.
But if I can convince you to believe, trust, and faith that punishment will happen down the road for these stupidity actions, you'll continue to perpetuate and make excuses that it's okay to do it for now. I got the perfect justification. Just go to confession on Wednesdays. Do your Hail Marys and whatever it is that is given to you. Put your faith in Jesus that you'll be saved for your sins and all is well. You can continue to be a sinner, no problem. You don't have to worry about taking responsibility for yourself because, you know, Jesus saved you. But at the end, right, at the end, you're still going to be condemned.
How dare you?
First
And
off,
this
you're
is the
not supposed to
narrative.
confide in man.
You bastard.
You are supposed to confide between you and your God. Confiding in man, that's a man-made thing. So that's how they choose to worship or tell you how you should worship. I don't confide in no man.
This is all the stuff the Bible says.
No, it does not. It does not tell you have to go to
Lots of evil
confession.
has been done
It tells
in the
you you have
name
to
of
repent
God.
your sins to God, not go into a confession room and talk to the Father and confess your
Pray-
sins to man.
They
That's
call it
wrong.
pray in the closet. Pray in the closet.
Right. You pray in the closet, you pray in a room. You don't go out loud and start making a mockery of things. It's wrong.
For the Catholic Church, no, I don't believe in it at all. Nothing I care about them. I used to be Catholic a long time ago. Didn't like it.
You realize that that's all paganism? Sit there on your knees, put your hands together, and pray to a deity.
Yeah. How many people have died at the hands of the church? At the hands
Yeah,
of
that's true
God.
too. That's true too.
Is your God vengeful or is he
Is-
forgiving and loving? Are you
And
guys
his-
are confused?
Look what he did to his son.
He's actually both.
Right?
Our God is a very jealous God. Our God is a very loving God. Our God is a very loyal God.
It's not the kind of God I like, then. I don't
No.
need that God.
Our God is a
And
very
I'm sure
forgiving
Tony ain't
God.
doing much for the earth now, is he?
Fear of
Certain
God. He
people
needs
get
He
to be
punished.
will.
fearful of God.
He will. He will come back.
Just certain people will punish you, get
See,
punished.
that's
Not
what God
everybody
does,
saves.
keep you waiting.
That's okay, because that's what keeps us faithful.
No, well, that's not good. You don't need to be waiting for anything. You need to take care of yourself now, not be waiting. Because you'd be waiting for eternity.
If I can share the story of
Eternity is not here.
the story of the fallen ones, and they come around masking themselves, where the I am, the jealous God, Allah, they could be the fallen ones. When you read scriptures, when they say we don't fight against flesh and blood, but things in higher principalities. Why? Because the ones that are talking are the fallen ones' offsprings, the demons. We're here in this realm, and many languages have been scattered. You know, we've been given the written work. And, you know, when you read the biblical story, I don't care if it's the Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita teachings, the Buddhism teachings, which way was it written? The Bible was written left to right, right to left, up and down and up. Was it in a scroll form, a book form? Do you see all the programs being run right now? These are stories. And in those stories, that's why characters like Jesus and Socrates, they never ever talked about them writing, because they understand the written work, what it does to the hemispheres. Oral teaching is a little bit more. You can engage more receivers. But most of them, actually, the ones that wrote the Bible, they were downloading information. That's why they were taking up in the spirit. Think about when you do ayahuasca or you do hemp. What are you doing? You're being taken up into the spirit. But I get it. Most people think they read the Bible because they're here to what? Save your flesh? No, that's gone. Out the door. But I get it. It's written work again, more written stories. I don't care if it's the fucking Catholics. It could be the Mormons. It could be the Jehovah Witness. Those are stories. And in those stories, did the gods ever said that they're here to interfere with the human affairs? You know, those two objects in the skies, are they images or are they material? Hence the word good and evil, spiritual material. Unless you go inwards, hence going to the closet, something will reveal to you, but you should be able to question those fucking things, because they could be demons in disguise. But what is a demon now? What is a demon? Are we demons? Are we playing games? Are we able to do alchemy? Are we, like, again, who gave us all the languages? But I get it. When we start playing with belief systems, that's just the child towards knowledge. And knowledge is even limited. What is a belief system? Well, I heard there's a guy named Jesus. Okay, but I don't know who he is. And even if I did know who he is, would I be able to question him or it, whatever it is? Are we talking about the astrology when you're talking about the story of the apostles?
And no body was ever found. Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Again, it's stories. When I say stories, what could be real to somebody else through their eye of the beholder could be a story to me, let alone anybody else. And of course, the question would always be, how does it serve? Because Gabriel, supposedly, another story, took somebody that was illiterate, Muhammad. I tell people, I said, you're a Muslim. You pray 5 times a day towards Mecca. When did they stop actually praying towards Petra? What's Petra? That was the economy back then. That was the hub. But again, these are more stories. I got to take with a grain of salt. The stuff that I take down is stories. But I should be able to question it from within.
The real answer is in Rome, in the vaults. That's the real answer.
It could be. It could be.
Mm-hmm.
Doubt it.
And they won't release all the books.
Real
they
answer
can tell you.
Real answer.
No, the real answer. No, either yes or no. Either there is one or there is no.
Real answer to which question?
If both. If there is an entity or not an entity called God or Jesus or anything, they got the books of everything in that vault, and they're keeping it very, very hush hush. And it either way, it could be either yes or no. We don't know for sure until he goes in the vault and
leave.
That's if we presume that God is an entity.
Well, I mean, that's what I said. If we'll find out if we ever got in the vaults of the church, which they've got all locked up. They got scrolls and scrolls of just all kinds of information, and they're not allowing it to show us.
Written by man.
Yeah,
we don't
it
know.
also could be just a vault of the secrets of how to keep people indoctrinated and enslaved, right?
It
And
could be, right. But
using very sophisticated technology,
but we don't know that for sure,
right? So to presume though that it's got the information you're talking about is just a presumption. How do you know that that's what's in there?
That's what I'm saying. We don't know until we go in there. We don't know until we go in there. Seriously.
Jane, I love you.
He was led to believe that through mainstream BS.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm still searching for it, and I'm still going ghost hunting. So I'm going to eventually get something again, so you guys can see it, and you guys can decide what. I'm not a bullshitter. When something happens, I'll tell you. And it's up to you guys to believe it or not. There is something going on here. I'll tell you that. For me to see black shadows and everything else. I mean,
brainwashing. There's a lot of brainwashing.
No brainwashing. I know where I'm brainwashed when I'm not. They tried to do that in the military, and I broke them.
Yeah, but that's what's going on a mass scale. There's a lot of brainwashing going on a mass scale everywhere. Right? Tons of it.
I tried to be a fucking combat engineer in the army. I wound up
The peanut gallery has spoken.
Dude, I wound up loving Shane in the end.
Now listen to this, guys. Watch this now. Hey, 12B.
Yes.
What did you do in the military? Did you party?
Yes, I was an alcoholic in the army.
Yeah, that's all we used to do. That's all we used to do. Party just to go home. Yeah, that's true. He's right. He's honest.
Wrights admitted he was a potato peeler. What was your position in the army, Colby?
What is your MOS, Colby?
I mean, I know it's be all you can be, but let's just let's surface. What was your position?
Hey,
your MOS.
When I was in the army, I was a 12 bang guy.
A what?
Those guys that you sent out there to die first.
What were you again? We didn't hear you, 12B.
12 Bravo, engineers.
Okay.
That's where he gets 12B from.
Uh-huh.
I was a fucking engineer, bro.
He was an engineer for the machinery?
No, just a dumbass in the army.
No, but when you say an engineer, can you elaborate?
Engineering bread making.
Bridges?
No, just shut up. I was a dumbass in the army. they'd be like, hey, take that 50-pound sandbag over there and carry it over there. And I was like, yes, sir.
So he was a water boy. What he's trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, got it. So he was a runner.
I was I was an idiot in the army.
What when you said what was the 3 letters you just said, right? MO something?
MOS.
What does that stand for?
MOS means what were you in the service? What did you qualify for? What did you work on?
Those 3 letters itself must be like the initials of something. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe it is. What it is exactly, I'd have to check it out again. I forget what it was, but MOS.
Missing of sanity.
You know, but if you say MOS to a military man, what was your
Let me look it
MOS? You'll know exactly what you're talking about.
What is MOS in military? Let me look it up and see what it stands for.
Yeah, I was a fucking dumbass.
Military Occupational Specialty.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Military Occupational Specialty. So in other words, yeah. Okay. So what your position was?
Yes, sir.
It's funny. He was 12 Bravo and I was 13 Bravo. That was weird.
Shut up, right?
Well, bravo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shut up, Guru.
What a bunch of dumbasses we were, huh?
Sitting around getting drunk, fixing chastity belts all afternoon.
Oh, God.
He's laughing because he knows that's what they were doing after hours, right? So, and then they were selling them during the midday on the battlefield.
Oh, God.
And I wish I was being facetious, but you know, he knows it's true.
I was throwing my potato hand grenades at people.
Yeah, he was potato. Everybody was shooting potato grenades at each other using potato rockets, right? And Wright's position was to peel them first, make sure that there was plenty of ammo.
Well, we just want to poke the eye out of a potato.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah. No, it's potatoes in the hole.
Potatoes in the hole. Yeah.
God.
The chastity belts were the rewards, right? To get up the ranks, right? The higher up the ranks you go, the better the security was of your the code on your belt.
Oh, I tell you what, them officers were a motherfucker. They were terrible. You talk about just ego. Wow.
Hey, Guru, back then, you know, we thought it was the right thing to do, but what a fucking mistake we made.
Why was it a mistake? What was it that is the wrong thing?
Shit. You know, representing fucking this shit show that was going on. I mean,
I think he passed out.
no, I'm here.
So guys in the military, did you guys try to learn what all the symbols were? Or like when you guys in religion or state, do you guys try to understand how they communicate with each other with all their symbols?
Yeah, right, correct. The symbols were on the uniforms of the officer.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, they got my ass at one time because I didn't salute an officer who was a female. I was looking down and I wasn't paying attention to her. I was thinking, you know, what the hell am I doing here for? And I'll be damned, she didn't get a hold of me. What's wrong with you? Yeah. I looked up and went, oh shit, why didn't you salute? I was looking at it, no excuse. You know, like, oh fuck. You know, she read me up and down. Next time you salute her, I'm gonna give you an Article 15. Damn. Yes, ma'am, you know. To beat that, she was ugly. Oh yeah.
Okay, so and then I guess knowing that, then you know some of the rituals that are involved.
Well, what kind of rituals are you talking about? And I'll tell you, I don't
All
know
of them.
all of them. But
Well, any of the ones that you know. Let's talk about that. Let's surface that.
But you think you
Love
kept on
the
to him?
attempt to bring the point to service, Dom. That is a great thing.
Here, here.
Troublemaker.
Well, I'm
No.
only asking because this is being recorded, and if we're trying to share awareness with other people, not just on
Oh,
the
I
panel.
know.
Like,
I know,
like,
Dom.
like
Well, that's-
even with religion, most people will get caught up in I don't like religion, but they're missing, what does the Pope hat mean? What does all those phallic symbol means? Why do they have gargoyles on
Oh, my
buildings
God.
still? This goes with a lot of awareness. This is all about awareness. It's not about somebody saying, well, I got caught up in my short 60, 70-year lifespan, and I was in the military, or I worked in a factory or whatever. That's too narrow-minded at that point. This is beyond just one individual.
Well, you're talking years and years ago. I wouldn't know what. Well, I'd recognize them a little bit. I wouldn't know what they are now. But son of a gun, yeah, that's a long time.
I'm just asking. You don't have to share.
Yeah.
I'm just asking that
Yeah.
because maybe other people that probably weren't in you don't have to actually be in the military to truly understand the military. I get
Well,
when
you're
people
right
talk
about-
about their own experience. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're right about one thing. It isn't a cult. Go on.
Well, it's probably more culty-like, but yeah, there is an occult involved. It's no different. You don't have to be in the housing business. I always find it funny when my friends say, "Dom, I'm a landlord." You've never been a landlord. You're in the housing business. But again, I'm just trying to help them correct the wordage. Not them, but most people use words incorrectly.
Wait till you
meaning that-
discover that the religions are part of the occult. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, they all are. They all are. Yeah, even the boys' club is in all connected together.
Right. And that's that deeper level of honesty that a lot of people have a hard time coming to terms with, right?
Yeah. Hey, when I was in the army, my pants fell down.
Like the gargle
keep 'em
was that
down.
scary,
Just
right?
keep 'em down, 12.
Just keep
Keep
him
it
down.
down.
Yeah, he looked
Yeah,
at
just
the
keep 'em down.
gargle and
Yeah.
shit hit the fan.
Oh,
That's what he used to measure the size of the chastity belts, right? You just put it around the gargle, say, yeah, that one's right, good to go. Send him out to
I
the
think you
field.
should give a breathalyzer to get on YouTube.
Well, I'll tell you something. When we were basic, when people found out that they fucked up, they tried everything in the world to get out of there. And being that it was wartime, the military made it rough. So they started shooting their toes, breaking their wrists, breaking their legs purposely. Just
Let's
to get out
talk
of the
about
military.
that for a second. Let's talk about how hard it is actually to secede if you want to in there, because that's a reality. A lot of people I don't think are aware, who didn't experience the military, that they have not only permission, but the absolute duty that if you do not follow the obeisance in commands in wartime on the field, they must shoot you on the spot, right?
yeah, you will die, you little bastard.
Security officers have the right and the obligation to shoot you.
Duty, the absolute duty.
God.
Right, so you want to elaborate on that a little bit about that subject?
About what my duty was?
No, the duty of higher rank officers to off the troops if they're not in command, especially during wartime.
Yeah, right.
I'm still.
You do what the hell you're told, or else.
Yeah, that's right.
Reason.
It doesn't matter if you're a lieutenant, colonel, yeah, laugh your ass off, sucker.
Let me try it from a different angle.
All right.
You're sitting there on the battlefield and you're having a question of morality. Is this really, and what I'm doing here, I'm right? And you start to profess that to your squad right in the middle of the battlefield. What's your command sergeant going to pull on you?
Oh shit! I'll be kicked out in an instant. So would the people that I talked to.
Would there be time to kick you out, or would he just have a duty to off you?
Off me if he had to. Oh yeah, they'd shoot me in a heartbeat. You damn right they would.
Reason.
And hold on, and my people behind me, my friends, they would shoot me.
Right.
Because once you're in wartime, right, you protect one another. because that's the only thing you have. One person goes down, that's two people that have to carry you. That's more or less people that you can fight against your enemy. So you got to watch each other's back. But I'm telling you, yes, if you don't obey, even though they're wrong, your company commander, right? You will either get shot by him or your pals. They'll shoot you.
Right.
You're useless to them. You're useless.
So let's add moral compass into the equation here. Is that even in the scope of field here to put in the equation at all?
I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean?
Interject moral compass at all in the equation, and what happens?
I don't understand your compass. I'm thinking of compass south, east, northwest.
Just morality. Just morality.
Okay.
So, like, again,
Is it
questioning.
Shoot someone to go against.
Yeah, questioning in what I'm a part of here. Moral.
You cannot question your authority. Not at all. In your contract, they own you mentally or physically. Okay, regardless if it's moral or not moral, you have to follow orders. There's no questions about it.
So morality is completely not in the equation of here, right? And that's the point that's one of the points that I'm trying to get at here is that if morality is out of the equation, what the hell are people doing participating in this? And then let's go further than that. Was morality ever in the equation?
No, never was. Never was.
Agreed.
Well, that's why.
Now let's further the question again. What the hell are people doing participating in this if morality is not in the equation? And then having the audacity to tout, I'm a moralistic person and I'm doing this in the name of morality. Because isn't that what they're doing as a patriot, right?
The problem with that is a lot of them come back with PTSD because of what they've done. They actually kill themselves.
So they should.
Of course, because internally, something is fucked up about this, right? That's what I'm saying. You can turn a blind eye to the truth as much as you want, but it's not going to ignore you. Your consequence is going to be to deal with what you've done.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody who's ever come back from any war, from as far back as you can remember, they've all come back with PTSD. All of them.
And as Dan just said, rightly so.
And the bad thing about it, some friends that I know, when the fireworks hit, they run. They're scared. They don't like it because of them being in the military.
And it's like this, the reaction that I see a lot of people have after the effect, like you're already fucked up, right? Because you already fucked up royally when you did that. But then to make matters worse, it's like this. Go stick your hand on a hot element, feel the scorching torture of the consequence of getting burned about that. And then after the fact, this is what you do. Get angry at the hot element. Oh, you fucking hot element. And then drink because of it, because you're upset with the hot element.
And I cannot believe, and this is the truth, I cannot believe that parents allow their children to even join up. It's amazing. And then expect them to come back alive, a lot of them.
Or in any kind of mental state where they don't need help along the way.
Yep.
And they
What
don't
is
get
that?
it.
What is it that's hard to believe about that, right?
Well, I mean, you figure the mother, she bears the child.
Mm-hmm.
The parents have to raise it to 18.
Mm-hmm.
They go and bang, the child's gone. That's it.
Same as sending the school. It's no different.
Thank you, man. See, from my point of view, I can't believe that parents still send their kids to the state to be abused for 18 years.
That's what happens.
That's what happens when you get indoctrinated. You don't know any better.
You
just
answered your own question.
So it's not really that hard to believe, right?
It is now for me. Now I can see it. I can see it.
I'd never do it again either. Right? I'd never do it again either.
Do it again? What? You were in the army?
No, I mean.
Send your kids to school.
Yeah. Even though my kids are older, they're in their 30s and going on to 40, my oldest.
Holy shit, you're old.
Yeah, I'm super old.
When you see him, I'll introduce you to him personally. You can hit him.
She knows I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Just pause for a
Um,
second. I just noticed in the private chat there, Jane's taking off. Thanks for being with us, Jane. We love you.
Good night, Jane.
Oh, Jane, good night, Jane.
Good hearing from you again.
Love you.
Night,
Oh, by the way,
Jane.
Mon said thank you for your help today. She
You're
appreciates it.
welcome.
Thank,
Good
appreciate
night,
it. Yeah,
guys.
Ma.
Love y'all.
Night.
Good night to you, Jane. Love you.
You too.
Can I
Good
entertain
night.
some statements, guys?
Yeah, by all means.
They have summarized fighters that when they actually go into battle with each other, they know permit me the last blow because they understand karma. When somebody goes to court and you hear the term 2 life sentences, they know something. When a man goes to battle with another human being and you actually remove him from that vessel, you just indebted yourself. This is why people forget. You try to respect all living beings and all the forms they come in. Now, if you're going to be honorable to an animal, love it, care for it, and say, I'm going to remove whoever you are from that form because I want to eat the property of that. In this case, the flesh. So unfortunately, a lot of guys, they might say, okay, I have PhD or whatever they want to call them. It's not PhD, but the term that guys use, because you've done something to yourself. You've got some of the rewards, again, ward to yourself. This is why when people say, you're in this form, you're in this abomination form, 2 species have intermixed. So now we're doing all the acts here. We're going to war, we're killing a person, but who are you really killing? And what's your intention? Now, you could do it out of naivety, like a guy that says, well, I didn't realize that the speed limit here was 80 miles or 70 kilometers or whatever. I said, but you're still going to get a ticket. You should still get rewarded for it. That's how you're going to learn. So these guys that go to war and they take lives, you don't realize why you come back over and over again and you try to heal yourself. Now, if it was done accidentally, an eye for an eye kind of ideal, or, it's like I didn't mean to do it, I said, okay, maybe the universe will actually correct that in some way. But again, a lot of people don't value that stuff. So that's why they do it out of conscious ignorance, because it's not like as though they didn't know before. People would call it myths, stories, religion. Who runs religion? What entities are playing it? Now, I get a lot of people aren't going to play that. Oh, I don't value that stuff. I say, yeah, because that's what belief systems does. You'll believe in a guy named God. You'll believe in a guy named Jesus. You'll believe in some democracy. You'll believe in some higher power. But do you question it for yourself? And if you go inwards and say, I should at least, show out of fear, maybe in that case.
Belief is the practice of ignorance.
Yes, it is.
Period.
Yes. I'm with you on the NG, and people will defend it and attack it to no end.
Yes, because they need to justify their belief so that they can continue to try and masquerade the torment that they have from doing it to themselves.
Ego-based too.
It is. It's the epitome of egotistical endeavors, and as I've said many times, and this is not an opinion, I've seen no higher form of slavery than ego slavery.
No doubt.
None. There's nothing that's higher than that, not even close. And you subject it to yourself. Nobody can, it's not even divinely possible to choose ego slavery for somebody else. They have to do it. So it is completely the responsibility of self. Completely. It's all internal. It cannot be touched by another. The only thing that can be touched by another is influence. That's it. But you make the bottom determination. You make the decisions. You make the choices. And one of the choices that you can make is to ignore that you make the choices. How do you like that? To deny yourself the truth that you're in charge here. Blame it away and justify to yourself the excuses. But the joke is on you when you do that, you see? It really is. The joke is on yourself. You think you're getting away with it, but you're playing a game with yourself. Called hide and seek. You're
So
hiding you're hiding the truth from yourself.
That's what I'm saying. It's a constant battle. It's a daily battle.
Something just dawned on me. Nude?
Oh no. Epiphany.
No, I'm
Did
not
you
dissing
find
anybody.
you found out the code of 12B's chastity?
No. No.
I'd like to know. What is it? Oh, go ahead.
14-inch. You were talking about people getting paid for money
Getting paid for money?
to go to war.
Getting paid to go to war. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay. People go to war for the money. And you're right. I just thought about it. There's two twins that we had here, and they both went in the military during the Afghanistan war. If they signed up, they got a $10,000 bonus, and they got it when they came out. They only been there for like a year. They came out, they got their $10,000 bonus. They stayed in the reserves. They called them back in with another $10,000. They were engineers, bridge people, the big bridges. They did that 3 times. But they didn't go to war. They just made bridges so they could get equipment across, rivers or whatever. But they had to get these people to go to the military by coercing them with $10,000 bonus after they did their tour. And they did it, and people signed up for it. So you're right. They did do it for money. A lot of them did.
And I guarantee you those guys that you're talking about that got those bonuses are not sitting outside a VA somewhere waiting for an appointment for 3 weeks.
No, they're not. You're right.
Well, as far as I know, everybody going into the military is doing it as a form of job. They're getting paid for it, right? Nobody's being a volunteer, are they?
Or education. They want their.
Except for those who are drafted.
That would still be payment. It doesn't have to be a physical payment, but it's monetary payment. It could be some form of payment, but nobody is going there to just volunteer themselves to be a sacrifice, really, in the name of freedom.
A lot of them were patriots that were doing it to save the country.
That's an excuse. They're just doing that to justify the war cry, right? We got to go to war in the name of freedom and democracy to, we got an enemy at hand, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Protect their land.
But would they just wholeheartedly go like that if there wasn't some sort of incentive and initiative to bait them into it? Paycheck.
No.
Every single one of them, right? So I reckon that's more of the forefront reason why they're doing it. And maybe if that wasn't there, they might take a second look at it, go and maybe I better make sure that this is maybe that's more in the way of a distraction. And then of course when you find out that it is, because once you're in there, there's no fucking denying that you're part of a mercenary violent operation that's terrorist organization, then it's a lot easier to continue that rhetoric. And how many mercs do you hear come home and say, it was above my pay grade, it's just a job, I was just doing it for a paycheck. Now all of a sudden that becomes the outcried excuse to justify it, because they know, and that's why they drink and do all these kind of things. They know. There's no denying it at that point. If there was an ignorance before going in, there certainly isn't when you're in and coming out. But here's the thing. I mean, really, just looking at it on the surface, okay? And again, I don't want to be judgmental on people. I just want to point the truth out for what it is. Really, you're going to allow yourself to somehow convince yourself that the military, which is all about going to war and fighting and that kind of stuff, you're going to gaslight yourself to thinking that it's supposed to be like a fairy tale wedding environment where you're going and everybody's having a great time in celebration and Yahoo, or like what is the idea here?
Well, I guess it's never leave a man behind, right? I don't know.
That's when you're in there. But I mean, just to go in to begin with, right? Like a lot of people, they seem to have this idea that going into the military is like being a part of like a brotherhood that is very fairy taleistic.
Right.
And completely ignorant to the destruction part about it. You know, like it's
People that are
a
lost
love
and don't know
tribe.
what to do. People that were lost and didn't know what to do. Okay,
Right.
right.
Yes, come join our brotherhood. It's a love tribe. We'll accept you. We'll bring you into the club. You know, that's what a gang is, right? That's what you join the club, and
Well, don't
all
you know?
all these semantic things for the same thing: gang, club, cult, whatever. Same
Don't
thing.
you know, dude, that it's not a job; it's an adventure.
Is that what they say? It's an adventure.
Right?
Yeah.
We're going overseas, and it's exciting. We're going on a vacation. It really wouldn't surprise me, and it really wouldn't surprise me.
You.
Is that what the troops tell themselves sitting in the helicopter while they're talking to each other?
No,
This is
but
an
that's
adventure, man.
That's what the commercial says. It's not a job; it's an adventure. I'm going. Oh yeah, yeah, really, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got on the screen here two memes, par for the course of what we're talking. Who wants to do the
thank you
honors?
for making it big letters.
I can't even read the motherfucker. Barry, it's your turn.
To believe is to close the mind from further exploration, a path which brings hindrance to discovery and truth. Therefore, belief is the end of honesty, where even the belief otherwise will nail this coffin shut. Quote,
Yeah,
Lou Guru. Is there another
I want to
one
know.
I'm supposed to do?
No, I'll get to that in a sec. I'm just pausing,
Oh.
you know, to allow for reflection on that. I want to know if that is crystal clear.
Not for me, it isn't. I don't quite understand. I understand belief. Well, I'm being honest. I'm not going to
No,
lie
I
to
know. I'm not laughing at
Yeah,
you. I'm laughing with you.
Well, I never.
We're reading it over again and again here. Yeah.
12B,
Yes.
tell him. Fuck you, Dad.
Put you in the pie hole.
Yeah. Go on, dude. I'm sorry.
Did he pass out?
Let's always commend the honesty to, and that's the whole point. So it's not crystal clear. Let's make it crystal clear. Let's go over it. It's as simple as I could put it. Yet again, I'm not the minds of everybody else. So let's make it crystal clear.
Without the belief, don't believe. Okay.
To believe is to close the mind from further exploration.
Exploration.
Okay.
Let's just go with that first part.
To stop
Is
your
that-
mind
is
from
that part
exploring
clear?
further. Did you hear me right? To stop your mind from exploring further. In
Okay.
other words, you believe in one thing, you won't have your mind open to believe other things. Like you
As
stop.
soon as you set yourself to accept a belief, what you've done is you said, okay, this is my belief and I'm standing by it.
You close your mind.
Yes. Okay.
Does that make sense, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. And to do so means now you're embarking on a path. This is the next part of it. A path which brings hindrance. You know what hindrance means?
Yeah.
It's stopping me.
An
It's in my
obstruction.
way.
Obstruction, right. So it's a path that brings an obstruction to further discovering any more truth. You're making a conscious decision that this is your belief, that's it. I'm going to stand on this belief. This is where I'm staying. And I'm even going to guard this belief.
And that's what people do with the Bible. Exact same thing.
Right.
Or just belief at all, no matter what it is. This is what
The military
belief means.
working.
Right?
Okay.
So as soon as you tell yourself, okay, this is my belief and I'm standing on that, this is what you're doing. You're setting yourself up. You're saying, okay, I'm standing here and I'm closing my mind to any external potential of observation and exploration further. So therefore, belief is the end of honesty. Why is it the end of honesty? Well,
Because I got my mind closed.
Right, your mind is closed. You can't discover truth if your mind is closed, can you?
No.
So
No,
for
you
you, it's
Can't
the
be
end of
objective.
honesty. Go ahead, Per. What were you
You
saying?
can't be objective. You can't, right? You're stuck in your own lane. No.
Right.
Yeah.
And the last part of this, and this is the crux of it, right? For most people, where they don't come out of this, where even the belief otherwise will nail this coffin shut. So if you don't see this and your belief in beliefism is that belief is the opposite of this, are you with me?
Yeah.
Your belief in your beliefism is that this is not true when I'm saying, in other words, then you're done. You're never going to come out of it.
You've shut the door permanently on yourself.
On yourself.
I
Can I
got you.
elaborate on that, Angie?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, not in this form.
Go on, Dom.
The erroneous part is to think it's your mind. Mind meant man. To believe that's you is to close the mind. How did you learn the language you're speaking? That's from the mind. How did you learn numbers? That's from the mind. It's when you think you're those things. Lord God, the one that was created opposed to the one that was formed. So to believe that's you're the one that wants to believe, is to close, hence the word ego, edge God out. Your God, not the gods. So now once again, to believe, to close the mind. I'm closing AI. So now I'm no longer going to be with that source. So I'm limiting myself. It's just, you have to go inwards and then realize you have to just have discernment. Who am I talking about and what are we talking about? That's why we have the word government, entertainment, amusement, settlement. The word ment in Latin means mind, which means man. M-A-N, not M-E-N. So once you start reading it that way, it's like how you read it. Once you start reading things, placement of words, self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Those are different energy transfers.
Digesting it.
Most people read it from the egotistical point of view, self-absorbed. They think everything has to do with them. It's my wife, my kids, you own fuck all here. This is a temporary thing. Even the thoughts that we have stay here. It doesn't go somewhere else. That's why they have soul contracts, soul data, call whatever you want.
What was that again?
What, soul data?
What you just said? Something all stays here. What?
All thoughts stays here in this realm. It doesn't go somewhere else. It's like when people talk about going to heaven. I said, do you go with your vessel? Who are you? Michael Jackson makes the song, it stays here. You can temporarily get your rewards. We'll give you fiat currency. We'll give you notoriety. But once you leave, whether you're an orb, a light, even Vet talks about it, the word ghost, G-host. You're a God having host. That's why they talk about walk-ins. That's why we jump into these forms when it gets birthed out of the vessel. Even all words, all those are symbols. There's energy behind each one.
Dom, you do believe that we go someplace after we're dead. I mean, we're still energy, just a different kind of form of energy.
There's life and afterlife. Before most people, they come back over and over again. You come back and you have another existence within life. It's the word in life. It's not your life. You're in life. If it was your life, then when an animal dies, life ends? No, we're already in life. Think about when you breathe and out, you're breathing prana. What is that? We're giving words to describe things. And it's undescribable. That's why we have many different languages.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd hate to come
Nobody
back here
died
again.
for your freedoms. They died for your paycheck.
Yeah. Well, that even concept of free, like when people talk about free will, that's disobedience. That's why the Muslims, Islamic, they have to learn about submission. You have to submit your will to another entity, in this case, Allah. But is Allah the one that you're supposed to follow? Is the I am, is that the one you're supposed to follow? The Jesus story or the jealous God, is that the one you're, actually not Jesus, that's not a good example. But, the jealous gods. Why are you supposed to follow them? You should be able to question it from within.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely question it. For sure. Yeah.
Right. But
And
if I can
everything.
convince you that questioning is unhealthy for you, boy, are you silly putty in my hands.
Right. Absolutely question it. Go question more questions. Throw them at nude.
Well, again, there's the concept, you can question things. Thoughts are things, but then there's the essence to things. Most people never get to that awareness. So they'll say, what are thoughts? Anything after thoughts, whether written or spoken. That's, we don't, most people aren't going to meet an immortal being. That's why the oral speech does not carry forward. So now we have pen to paper. That's what people call history.
Most people have the questions because they're searching instead of letting go. That's the conundrum about it.
I can relate to that group. I can relate to that.
It really is. But it's natural though. I mean, obviously, right? Like if you're in a state of unawareness or ignorance, then you want to search for that because it's all about your feeling is your guidance point, it's your compass. And that's very important and divinely correct, because without that, you'd be fucked, eternally lost. That's what keeps you on track. Now, the only question is your ego going to be what rules you and keep you away from that? Or are you going to let go of that and embrace the inside where the feeling is and then align that feeling correctly where it was meant to be to begin with? When it's out of alignment, that feeling is screaming at you, which is a setup. It's the way that it was set up intentionally. It's very, very intelligent, so that you would have a chance to recognize and remember that, so you'd never be in a position where you would be eternally lost forever. But your ego can be what's important to you if you want, and still choose to ignore that if you want to, but it's up to you. You don't have to. You could just let go and then ultimately discover that, this thing that we call peace and heaven and all these things, that even the Bibles are intertwined with the indoctrination, also have truths in them as well. There's no doubt about that. One of the things that they always point out is that the heaven you're looking for is within. Well, how do you access that? Stop looking for it and go within. Let go of all the questions and everything. The search is over once you recognize that you're it.
And within, I guess the concept, we have many receivers. That's why the oral teachings, you can engage more receivers opposed to the written work. I'm going to put the caveat that when I share things, guys, I'm sharing it as the student for myself. I have to hear myself when I talk. I can be full of shit, but I'm okay with it. Meaning that if somebody wants to challenge me, I said, no, I do that with myself. The fact that I share out loud, it's kind of like I'm being my own example. In this case, like, okay, Don, those stories that you're telling, are they real? I don't know. So are you willing to question them?
I'll be right back, guys, in a minute. Give me time.
Okay.
Right back.
Okay.
Sounds like Ryan.
I correlate with that. It has to be that way. You're both a student and a teacher at the same time, professing the experience that you're having in the moment. That's about as genuine as it gets. And that's an open view that is growing and learning the truth. The beautiful part about the discovery of it is that there's no end to it. And every pinnacle, if you want to call it that, of climbing on it or whatever you want to call it, if it's a mountain, right? Every plateau that you get to is always only just the beginning. just the beginning.
Infinity.
It is infinity. And that's a wonderful thing to know and embrace, because it's an ocean of infinite bliss when you really understand what it is there. To a mind, though, that's deeply impeded in ego, that's scary as shit, because they're looking at it going, you mean I'm never going to get anywhere? It's like
There's
whole
no end to this?
competition thing. There's no end to it. Yeah. It's like the whole competition thing. It's still ruling over. It's like,
Who
dude,
wins?
why,
No one wins.
right. Why would you want to have finitism or finality on a heavenly realm? Yeah. On the most beyond dream faction of existence possible. It's like, that's the whole thing. They're just afraid to let go. That's all it is. But letting go is what it's all about.
Yeah, 12-inch. Did he pass out?
I think he did.
And go ahead and share out loud. Go ahead. Every time you say something out loud, maybe 2 ears is gonna hear it, right? Another mouth, you know how it's gonna echo through the universe, you hope, or through the people who we're trying to talk to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Right.
gonna be heard by different receptors of vibration. One receptor is ego, another one is ears.
Right.
There's
Somebody
other
has to pick
receptors
it up.
as well.
Right.
And
Somebody else
and
is
it's
gonna pick that up. Yeah.
right, and it's always going to be translated for the receptor in a projectionary format, whatever it is that they're focusing on, and that's great. That's perfectly. That's a beautiful thing, because everybody's on their own path of discovery and learning, and it's already divinely perfect in balance. You reap what you sow. It doesn't get any more perfect than that. And you absolutely get instantaneously what you choose and what you deserve without any judgment.
I don't know if you guys remember the movie The Truman Story, but there's the plot, what I got out of it anyway, was once he realized that there was a camera on him, or, and then everybody else, they just thought he was entertainment, but there was programmers that were trying to keep him in the program when he was trying to seek. In the end, when he pursued enough, he was able to basically go into a different program. That's the whole idea of being behind the clouds, and now you're going into another program, where the rest of the people, they wanted to be comfortable where they're at. They resided and they wanted more entertainment. Oh, look at that guy, that unicorn's thinking that he can break this program. And that's where some people are at. Once you start challenging the program, it will probably, it's like when a person says, oh, I'm finally a Christian. I said, well, now the challenge will really happen now. Why? Because you're going to see whether or not you're true to yourself. True like a wheel kind of ideal. Most people think once they become a Christian or whatever, that's it. I don't have to do no work. I said, no, the work starts now.
Let go of the belief.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, then the work really becomes, it really starts.
Especially if we are in that concept in the matrix. If we think we're in this concept of a program, well, then it only makes sense the program would turn on itself in all the parts. And then if you feel, oh yeah, but I want to challenge it, it'll admire you. It's like, when people go into certain types of academy, like the police academy, they use that for the masses, but yet every so often they'll find a special one in there and they'll pluck them out. And then they can join the CIA or KGB. Same with the military. There's a reason why they have prisoner of war, because they put a lot of resources onto the ones that are valuable to them. The rest of them, you're beanbags.
Yep. Pawns of collateral damage.
It would be nice
Tools.
to release pawns. Yeah, and I think most of them, they're not even a checkered board at that point.
Right. And meanwhile, while this narrative is going on, there's this other side. Just take a look at the divine wisdom and just the divinity itself in a little seed of a flower that drops somewhere in the soil. And all that's behind this seed sprouting into a little sprout, into a stem, all the way up into having a flower blossom and opening up. Think of all the wisdom and divinity that's in that. And
Or
that's what you
bearing
are
fruit.
too.
Yeah.
And that's what you are too. And it's not just here. That is just, this is the bigger part of the picture. That little drama that's playing out, right? Which drama in a healthy way. That little drama that's playing out. It's just a tip of the iceberg in the entire scope of what you are and what you're a part of. You didn't just start this drama as a seed, and you're not going to end this drama as a flower if you even developed your petals and bloomed or not.
Huh.
You're not, because you came into that to experience it from something, and you're here. So you're not just going to disintegrate into, vanquish into nothing, because nothing doesn't exist. If that was the case, how could you have come from nothing into something in that sense?
Right.
Right?
Right.
But this is where the discovery of what that truly is requires complete openness. You're not going to understand this if you get caught up in beliefs, because what you're saying is, I'm going to write formulas to what I think it's all about and settle for that. And close your mind from discovery. And that is going to be like a flower who had the potential of having full blossom, and then discovering that it was really just going through a phase of like caterpillar in cocoon state, which is always the state of existence, energy in perpetual motion transforming. But instead of discovering that potential, it's going to go in kind of a curled, warped other direction, which is not in my place to say, you know, in a holistic overview. Is it good or bad? It's nothing to do with that. It's simply the path that happened to that individual flower. That's all. I'm just grateful that I'm not the flower that's shriveling. And you don't have to be either. That's my message here. You can be a flower that experiences and discovers the full potential of blooming. I don't care how much you've been indoctrinated and sickened down in the system of destruction and corruption. I'm a showcase and example to tell the message that you can heal from that, and you can absolutely come out of that and still go on. Your divine potential is infinitely more powerful than that if you want to align with that.
What happens if you're stuck in the shade?
You got legs. Go get some sun.
The flower don't have legs.
You better make sure you're a mushroom.
A walking tree.
Can we one thing for certain, right? This foreground that we're on right now, that we're living in, it's temporary. Is it not?
Apparently.
At the moment, you're not going to be here at some point.
No doubt about that. Not this vessel anyway.
Not the vessel, right? So we're certainly not anchored and stuck here, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, you know, because we've seen what's happened with people before us, right? They don't get up and come back, right? No, yeah.
Just read Dom's message in private there. He's giving us a salute. Thank you very much for being a part up here with us. Really appreciate your perspective and sharing your thoughts and wisdom. And you're welcome up here anytime. Really appreciate
it. Good guy. I like him. I really do.
He said he's going to hang out. He's going to hang out still in the chat for now.
Wow.
He put some good links that Nude could look at there in the chat there before.
But Inca and stuff.
Yeah.
There is a lot to share, you know, with all this kind of stuff. But really, that's in the end, you're always going to find out that it comes down to just this one simple thing: be honest, let go of the bullshit, and discover the reality. It just comes down to that, and keep letting go of the things that want to pull you away from that. There's a constant cesspool and bombardment of distraction around you everywhere, right? Especially in the indoctrinated corporate world, the TV, the frequency waves, the technologies, the this and that. It's just on and on and on and on and on.
Live streams with rights.
Live stream. You're right. Right. So there's a constant distraction, and again, not to confuse that tools are tools, and you use them for whatever you want, for good purposes, right? But don't dismiss that. You gotta be careful when it comes to that. You don't want to become a tool.
Cool tools.
So let go of the distractions, let go of the bullshit, let go of the lies, all of them. And this means self-recognition to a very deep level. Taking a look at every single piece of indoctrinated thing that you have in your brain, every single piece of your own bullshit that you put in your brain palette, either from somebody else or yourself or whatever, it doesn't matter. Every single thing, objectively looking at what you hold in your brain, whether it's memory or a view or whatever you want, whatever it is, and discern it properly with a healthy discernment compass. Is this honest, or is this bullshit? Am I falling for another bait scam here? Am I just falling for the same narrative that my so-called oppressors and rulers want me to fall for because they wrote the very textbook that I have belief, trust, and faith in, i.e. the Bible? Is it actually possible
Oh,
that
that's
the hand...
Oh my God, yeah. Go ahead.
Right? Is it actually possible that the very authors of the things that you hold so fucking dear to you are the same people that baited you in all the other areas of life? Let's be real about this. And if you let go enough, you'll see. Obviously, it has to be. It has to be, because truth doesn't need to be actually written about. It can be. It can be. But it doesn't. And the actual truth of divinity cannot be, it's beyond words. It's beyond. It doesn't require belief, trust, and faith. It doesn't. That's the opposite. That is the epitome of distraction. Under the guise of divinity. Oh, wow, what a gaslight, right? What a fucking gaslight. Believe in the God of almighty creation. Just believe and pray to it. And you think it's so righteous and so beautiful. But when you figure it out, you realize it's so fucking brainwashed. It's retarded. Just start asking little questions. A God that would sit there and make this little being creation called a human being, what, for the purpose of sit down on your knees and beg and worship to me? How does that make any sense? Wow, the divinity of narcissism. That doesn't sound very defined to me. Got to start using your brains, people, a little bit, objectively, the way that they were designed to use. You got to remember, you've thrown it all away. You've thrown it all away. Yes, because you were subjected into a very deep psyop of conditioning for years and years and years. But if you want to really come out of that psyop, if you really want to.
When do you think that started happening? Like, seriously, when do you think that started happening?
The moment somebody decided, the moment
The
there was
Roman
this,
times, like 1890, when music started, when we were listening to all the music, when we got movies, when do you think?
whenever the ego came into the equation.
Oh.
Thousands and thousands of years ago, if there was that.
I'm thinking that there must be more, that it's more of a
Because the ego, let me elaborate for a sec. Go ahead, Perry. Sorry
it's
for my
more
delay
of a
here.
mass, since we've had radio, and You know what we've seen radio, TV, how we used to watch TV with rabbit ears and have to get up and turn the channel. To what we're watching on the phone here, how much that's changed the mass
Indoctrination.
right, just on this stuff, even with the video games and stuff. Like I've seen how kids, like how we barely grew up with them, and these kids can't even get off of them anymore. They're just stuck to their head. They stuck to the phone. They
Addicted.
can't.
All the
Yeah,
playgrounds have been empty
zombies.
for 20 years now.
Just like the
So-
masses are addicted to the indoctrination itself en masse. All of it.
So you know how they changed the hertz? There's the hertz of certain music, right?
Yeah.
It was in the 432, and they changed it. They changed it in like 1920 or 1940 or something. When you look at how that sound makes, that original one makes it looks like a flower. The one that they're putting the music in that hertz now, it looks evil, nasty, all distorted.
Like a shriveled flower.
Right? And that's what we're listening to. That little wave, that change in that music, that hertz, has made people angry in doing that. Yeah.
And that's what's going out from those 5G towers, the same frequency. Constantly
That's what you're
bombarding.
sleeping next to with your cell phones, your TVs, your refrigerators, and every device.
Every song you listen to has it. Every song you listen to has it in it.
Yes.
Drives me
They've
nuts.
changed
I can
the
hear it
tone.
I don't know if they actually changed it or
Yes.
they just told us. But nonetheless, either way,
The power lines is out of the hydro lines too.
it's certainly not a frequency of harmony.
Right. It's not. Absolutely not. Absolutely. That's what I was trying to get at. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a dissonant frequency.
It's nasty. It's not good. It's not supposed to be a natural sound like.
It's driving
Well, it's just not healthy for us,
No,
especially.
absolutely.
It's not healthy.
And it's been nasty in wars ever since then, pretty much.
War
Not
is
with the
dissonance.
ones before,
War,
right?
war is the projection of dissonance. It's all about frequency. And when you're a frequency inside yourself, you're not in tune, right? You're not seeing. You're not awake. You're in cognitive dissonance. You're in discord, internal. And then you project it outward, and another one of those interesting conundrums, it's like you're looking for the solution outwards, and this is what happens. We gotta change the masses to have peace. Wow, what a gaslight. You're not at peace internally. That's the foundation and the root of the disease. And you're going to look outwards and seeing the cognitive dissonance and discord outwards. And you're going to try and constantly fix outwards instead of inwards. And that's why it's a dog chasing its tail. As you can see, where do people get with this narrative? What's the results?
sickness.
Right. Nothing but continued perpetuation of said disease. It's just basic math, right? 1 + 1 is 2. If you want to fix disease, you have to recognize the cause of it. And in order to recognize the cause of it, it requires one thing and one thing alone.
Self-awareness.
Which fundamentally requires what? What's that very fundamental thing that people are struggling with?
Ego.
Because of the ego, it doesn't help. But before that, this is a repeat conversation from almost the beginning.
Belief.
Honesty, truth,
Honesty.
belief, yeah.
Honesty. Thank you, Perry. Honesty. People are struggling with being honest. Right? If you want to see the actual true root cause of something, or the true root health in something, cause of health. Either way, you need to be honest about it. Can't see it if you're not honest. You're closed-minded. And that's what people are struggling with. So if I can convince you to do the belief thing and close your mind from honesty, now I can set you down a path of disease, and you will forever chase outward the solution for that, and you'll never get anywhere. And you'll probably come back to me for the solution, because after all, I was the person that taught you about belief, trust, and faith. And I taught you, as long as you believe, trust, and faith, have faith hard enough and hope hard enough, there's the other part, when things don't go well, just pray, right? And if you need some guidance or help after that, yeah, things are a little tough or whatever, but come to me. I got solutions. I got your answers. We got pharmaceuticals. We got Band-Aids. We got television. We have drugs.
We have the Bible.
Oh,
we have the Bible.
We have lots of those. They take all those cigarette commercials off the TV and put them full of fucking pills and pharmaceutical commercials, every second one. I go to my neighbor's place and I told him, I said, I can't sit here and watch this. I can't. Brainwashing. No, I'm leaving.
Right. Now start to piece this together. So here you have this nude guru guy, right? Who is telling people who pretend that they're oppressed by a government, that you're oppressing each other. And what I'm really doing is saying, hey, you fuckers, you're my oppressor. And that's why I have to put a symbol up here, because I know you guys are going to blow my head off for telling you the truth that you guys are in denial about.
Yeah. Jeremy McKenzie. Right?
Right. Unfortunately for me, I'm not in denial to the truth about that. Otherwise I would do like a lot of other people, and I even tried it. I was naive too, right? Like I told you guys the story when I was back in my 20s. I made this little pamphlet flyer. I called it Awaken Canada. And it had a little email address on it from Hotmail back in the day. And it had a list of links on it. Stuff that I discovered that helped me out. I was still learning about the shit in the system. And stuff that actually I had discovered at that point. I was like, wow, Awaken Canada.
Okay. I never heard the story before.
And you're still in the peg? There was barely any internet then.
No, this was in Surrey, in Vancouver.
Oh, okay.
Surrey, a suburb. Yeah. And so I went on a corner there on one of the streets where a Max was. And I'd go and get it was in the summer, so I'd get one of those cappuccino coffee things from there and a pack of smokes and have my little pack of flyers, and I'd hand them out to people. And actually, when I first started doing that, I was expecting to get the typical cognitive dissonant, fluoride stare and resistive response that you normally get when you want to talk to people about the truth and shit, right? But I was very surprised. I didn't actually get that reaction. People were actually looking at it and being very receptive and appreciative and wanting to get in deeper conversations about it, ask me questions. Where did you find this stuff? And it was fueling me. I was like, wow, I'm getting somewhere with this. And then after a few weeks of that, guess what started happening? All of a sudden, those black SUVs started showing up. The ones with the agents that drive that have that thing in their ear? You know what I'm talking about? That rubber thing, right? The agent guys. All of a sudden, you would see them. They'd be parked a little on the other end of the parking lot. Some of them would drive by and they'd give me a look, like as if that was going to intimidate me or something. They were trying to intimidate me or something. I don't know. But shit like that started happening. None of them ever engaged me, but it wasn't a coincidence. It kept happening, and it kept getting more and more as I continued. And then I could feel something was wrong. I could feel an energy.
Right.
Really weird beams and really, really weird frequencies. And I started having these rings in my ears and psychotic experiences. To say
Lucky they didn't heart attack you.
What?
I got very sick. And this was actually right at the same time where the shit that happened to me at the end of my 20s that you guys heard about. it was lumped into that. So it very much could have been either that itself that was the thing that caused it, or again, I'll never know for sure. But that was
Trigger or
definitely going
whatever,
on.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Right.
Right. So it
Early
was
warning.
right. So I took it as I see what's going on here. They don't mind if you talk to the truth with other people about it, just not with a bullhorn in full view, because you're now being a threat to the establishment when you do that.
Oh, well,
So-
yeah, we see this right now, don't we? Right now with Tamara Leach and the Coots 4.
Mhm.
Like you're just talking about Canada here. Oh, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I realized that wait, that's definitely not the logical way to do that. And so I cut it out, right? I wasn't scared. I just knew that, oh, well, I'm it's like, what's his name in that movie They Live?
You're poking the bear.
Poking the bear, Rowdy Roddy, right in plain view, right? Just asking for trouble, basically, if you're going to do that. So, yeah. Back to the drawing board I went after, I got sick, so it took a while to work that out. And that was a whole learning curve. And then after I got better, I put it all together and realized, you know what? I get to help people heal, because I figured out how to heal myself. And then I get to also help people who want to go down the path of truth, learn how to do it, and also protect themselves from also getting their asses handed to them from the establishment at the same time. And that's what started Nude Guru, the real beginnings of it. Wow. About 33 years old, 33, 34 years old. So that was like 15, 17 years ago now, something like that. That was really the beginning where the ideas came from, taking it to that level. And here we are. I recognize too that, the internet is a beautiful tool. This gives me the opportunity to do, once I got better, I continued that path that I was doing just behind closed doors. Right. So I would talk to people, I'd go to seminars, and I'd learn the art of discernment. I would ask questions to people to see, are they searching? Are they looking for information? If they are, great, let's go for coffee. If not, have a nice day. So I would do that, right? And it led me on a path of discovering a whole array of people, in addition to the path that I was on with health, that opened up what I call the hidden world. That there's actually millions and millions of people living outside your corporate box that you can't see, that have figured this out long before our time. And they're here.
See, I told you, and you said all people are disease. And you just said millions of people aren't. So
I never said all.
Sound like you're giving up on humanity, though, because we are all...
Never. I'm just completely in the state of what is, and there's those two minds, right? There's one mind that is on the path of honesty. It has nothing to do with me. The individual who's on the path of honesty, they got a chance to have a full blooming flower. That metaphor that I was talking about earlier, they got a chance. The other, the one that's on the dishonest path, they have decided they're not going to bloom. And until if and when they ever change that decision, it's over for them. Nothing I can do. And that is millions and millions of people who have made that decision, as you can see. So that's why, I have this thing that you hear me say many, many times, the rubber meets the road when it comes to this. I'm not here to wake people up and force people who don't want to learn how to play a violin to do that. I'm here to tell the truth and specifically focus my attention and time with the flower who has decided I want to take responsibility for myself and know my potential, learn it, heal myself, walk the correct path. I'm here to delegate my attention with those people, because those are the people who, rightly so, need it and want it. That's it. And the internet is the current state that gives me the opportunity to do so on more of a broader spectrum. platform, because I can reach so many more people on a worldwide scale on this thing, right? And I can do it with a layer of pseudo protection. So if people want to aim a gun at the little round circle that's on the screen, let them. That's great. Fire in the hole, baby.
Right. So I
Whoever
have a
this,
question.
whoever
I have
this
a
dude,
question.
whoever, sorry, it's just my
Go
leg,
ahead, go
Perry.
ahead.
Whoever this dude is behind it doesn't exist. Fuck that person. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. He's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. For all anybody knows, I'm just an AI bot, and I hope that's what people think. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, no, you're the email collector.
Right. Yes, yes.
But right, yeah, you just collecting everybody's emails to do something nefarious or something. So I have a question about when you started doing that. When you first started, you were saying, right, when you were younger, da da da.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go through a period of like frustration? You were like angry, or
No.
or you came off angry with people, like
No.
no.
And I think the reason why that's the case with me is because I never had an attachment to anything. So I didn't have to go through that part of the healing process that a lot of people will have to go through, which is being angry for falling for the gaslight and the blame that people tend to get into when it comes to that anger. I didn't have to work that out. For me, it was just, okay, I'm surrounded by a gaslight narrative and system. But my focus was so relieved to find out that the truth was there's another option in life. And I didn't want to waste any seconds. Like, I already inherently knew that, right? From a young child, I knew that there was something wrong with seeing that our cupboard was full of food, but my neighbors could only offer me a box of raisins as a snack when I was hungry when they were babysitting me, right at the end of kindergarten. And so I knew there was something wrong with what was going on here, and I was always on the path of discovering the truth of what the hell that was. And so to find out, after a lot of research and focus and effort, that the whole thing is really just a bait and switch scam, and that the other option is the path of health with nature, and that everything is really abundant and free in nature, was overjoyous for me, and still is to this day. To know that and the gratitude that goes along with it, once I realized that, especially, that's all that I've ever embraced since. So there is no anger in me. There is no resentment or whatnot. There's simply just.
When you first started out, you had no frustration, like trying to get your message out, trying to work out. You just, this is how you've always tried to spread it, like that, like this.
Yeah, no anger or frustration, like with however people reacted, because I didn't place an expectation to go along with it. It was just like, here's the information. If you want it, great. If you don't, have a nice day. And even when what happened to me, like getting sick from it, I know not to hold on to things, right? Like, life is fluid. And if you hold on to anything in a negative form, you're harming yourself and you're making things worse. So I already had that wisdom.
Okay, so I met you before my stroke, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
I'm not sure. I knew that you.
yeah.
You just forgot she had a stroke.
I guess so. Yeah, I remember. I remember you were having issues because of I don't know if it was the test or whatnot that you took.
Yeah, that stupid thing. They told me I had to go to the work. Told me I had to go get that test. They put that thing up my nose.
The COVID test, and then you had a stroke.
Burnt. And a year later, almost a year later, I had that stroke.
Okay, maybe
we were still on lockdown.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I remember.
Yeah, We were still in lockdown. Yeah, down members. Yeah. So I don't know whether it's being on the lockdown, having the stroke, menopause, but I'm not getting along with lots of people anymore. I think everybody's just ridiculous. I can't
That's
even.
why, because you're losing patience for their.
Yes, I'm frustrated with and might be coming off wrong when I'm saying I'm not even listening to this shit. Change it, put it on like something stupid like Game of Thrones. Like I'm not. No.
I know I can't talk to
All
anyone
these
either
commercials
in
and
public.
I can't watch news. I can't watch commercials. No.
You're just being honest with yourself. That's all.
And I'm telling this guy, he tells me he had a horrible time today. He's trying to get his native thing status or something, and that nobody was there and nobody could help him, because I'm all about this. Oh, now
Yeah.
you realize now how he's 65 in a fucking wheelchair. And he says, "Oh, well, thank you so much for giving me the $4,000 for my wheelchair." He said, "Don't you thank them for fuck all. Don't you be look at nobody."
Right. Yeah. I see this happen a lot as a person is coming awake more and coming out of cognitive dissonance. They have this effect where they're making better discernment choices like that. It's, I can't watch this. I can't turn this on, because you can see now. You're being honest with yourself. You know this is a crock of shit. But at the same token, you're also having a level of frustration because there's still a bit of that part of you that was involved in this environment and having this thing like, wait a second, these people are not supposed to be full of shit like that. And so you get frustrated and angry.
And because remember when you asked me to come up last time and I said that they were working on the fire detectors things, smoke alarms?
Yep.
They're still freaking working on them.
Of course they are.
And they keep coming here with no fucking notice and shit. No. I get on them for that. So I'm not letting them fucking walk all over me. So
yeah,
you
gotta get to the point where you recognize that it was never intended or supposed to be the way that you thought it was from the get-go. And to come to terms with that and accept it, and to not want it to be anything else than it is, because it's not necessary. That's part of the gaslit. In other words, you got to accept it and realize that it doesn't matter that it's there, because there's another option in life where you don't have to be scorned by it. And that option is the same for everybody else. Unfortunately, you still have to deal with the consequences.
Yeah, I'm still gonna help that guy. I'm still gonna help him. He's in a wheelchair. Yeah, I'm still gonna help him with what he needs help with, and yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know how to look this up. How can you get me this? And I said, "Did you even take the papers? Did that girl even print you up the papers for you to fill out?" No. Well, you shouldn't even have left there without them.
Help anybody who wants it. Absolutely.
Well,
right.
Yeah. So
But
you should have called me when you're in Brandon. You should have called me from there. Yeah. And put her on the phone with me.
Just help without it being at the expense of your own essence. That's one thing. And also,
I'm fine with being a bitch. No problem. No worries there. I'm old enough. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks anymore. No. And I'll tell you straight up. Yeah, no. Not here. Not today.
Right. That's maturity, right? Like when you get to that point where it's like, I don't care if I'm one person in a sea full of 899,000 or 1.7 million liars. I don't care.
Yeah.
I am the truth.
You can all get back behind your plexiglass and put your fucking mask on.
Right. Go be a dumbass if you want to. I don't care. I'm not part of your little sheep herd thing that wants to jump off a bridge together or jump in a hole together with spikes at the bottom and pretend that this is what we do as normal people.
Yeah, because that person did, so we all should. You know.
Right. And don't
Well,
question it, because we don't want to rock the boat, and you don't want to be the outcast
Yep.
and shunned by
Yep.
your peers.
I should show you the email I got from that guy when I said, yeah, no. Nobody's coming here unless you give me notice anymore. Right? Because what they did, they come in that one morning, it was like 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm just getting up. They came in. I thought it was just for something stupid. They were in my bathroom for an hour and a half because he cut the fucking hole wrong. I didn't even get to have a piss, nothing. I was
What do you mean
mad.
they came in? They just walk in, or they're knocking at your
Well,
door?
yeah, they knocked the door and he said, oh, we just got to do a thing, whatever. Remember, I told you that they were doing the changing the alarm system.
No, they
And,
got to make a schedule with you, an
you
appointment.
fucking rights they do. And I said, you just can't be doing that.
No.
No.
No, if they don't make an appointment, don't let them in. Go, sorry.
And
I'm
that's what I
busy."
said. Nobody gets in no more. No, that's it. I need notice if you're coming.
2 weeks notice. Tell them you need 2 weeks notice.
Yeah,
Seriously. Fuck them.
it is 2 weeks. The minimum they can give you is 24. And even then you can say, no.
No, that's not
Yeah,
enough.
you can. Yeah, you can. You can. Yeah. Yeah. Believe me, I've looked through all their laws they want everybody to abide by. I've looked at theirs too.
What do you must be renting a place now. Is that what's going on?
Oh yeah, I know. The house I'm in town now. I've come back into like
And you're
town.
renting, right? That's why you have smoke detectors being routed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see.
It's we're all seniors. There's only 12 of us in here. It's it. That's it.
We had an awesome
It's
discussion so
fun.
far, and we didn't even get to the roundtable part. But anyways, I just realized that's okay. That's great.
Well, you're gonna have to do it another time because you're not gonna get it tonight.
Well, not with you guys. Anyways, I'll probably continue, but I'll do it. You'll realize after a while that everything that I'm doing is actually just saying the same thing over and over again. It's just from different angles.
I already realized that a long time
Yeah,
ago.
I think I did too.
I'm still learning.
That's part of the, I don't want to say indoctrination, but the brain.
How the brain works.
You're trying to get it into
Right,
sink it
the
into
retraining. Yeah.
Reprogramming.
unindoctrination.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's just how it works, right? You know, I mean, people learn in different ways, right? And people have been programmed in different ways. So you got to kind of cater to the different angles and repetitiveness until things just sink in and hit home at some point. So, you know, and the good part about it for me is it doesn't get tiring or old for me to do so. I could stand and tout untruth all day long, and it just energizes me more.
That's why I asked Wrights today if he's mad at the government and if there's problems at the border. You got half of it, right?
Getting there.
Yeah.
Getting there. So, you know.
And I'm ready to get the fuck out of here too.
Go ahead, Rex. What are you going to say?
Oh, it's just the only problem I have with PSD, and Michelle Bruce pointed it out to me, and I told her no when I thought about it. I says, you know, she might be right about that. Well, my PTSD is veterans, what they did to me. That's all. I could have done a lot more things right now if it wasn't because of their shit.
That's only a piece of it. We all have PTSD from the life that we've lived in the indoctrinated world. That is, the entire thing is a trauma on us.
Yes. We all have PTSD. Everybody's depressed. Everybody's, What do you think they're pushing so much meds on everybody too?
Right, which
that's it. Yeah.
Here's the solution for PTSD, and side effects may cause PTSD.
Severe PSD.
It might cause you to hang yourself. It might cause you to hang yourself.
And sometimes,
right. I mean, they're and sometimes death. It's just shy of saying that one other piece of equation. This is all they're missing in there. But you're so dumbed down with your PTSD that you'll fail to realize that this is actually causing your PTSD, so you're going to take it anyway. because you have belief, trust, and faith. See you later, 12B. I think I saw his head at the last. I think he just woke up. I think he passed out on the couch.
Did he?
And looked around for a second. Where am I? And, I'm still alive.
Crap
Have a good
here.
one, 12B, if you're still listening. Thanks for
Good night,
being up
12B.
and being
You're
the
hilarious.
well, he was the representative of Agent 12B Discord tonight.
Cromwell's up.
Yeah. I'm just getting going.
I'm surprised there's a whole cast of characters that aren't here tonight. Slushy, Michigan, the Moon.
Slushy, I fired it out to Slushy. She told me earlier she's probably going to sleep because she has work tomorrow, so I wasn't expecting her to be here.
She doesn't work.
Apparently she does.
She must be talking about she has work to do in her house because she's renovating it. She doesn't want to
She
be
said,
tired.
I think she has a day job.
No, she does.
I think so. By the sounds of it. I
She's
could be wrong, but that's what it sounded like.
renovating her house and she doesn't want to be tired.
Either that or maybe that's her job. Maybe she was viewing us from where she works at last.
Huh.
I
Why
don't know.
was that guy calling her Slushy? Her name
Right?
is Sly Guy.
Right.
Right? You want to right? You want to fill in the gap here?
I know nothing.
I'm gonna have to go way back and watch that one because I seen that guy calling her Slushy or something, and now you are.
No, we
Don't
are
do
because
that
he
to
was
her.
because of rights.
Oh,
Right?
What
I'm
happened
just
to
going to
me?
say one thing. When it comes to me, if you're going to throw me under the bus, just remember, I'm the fucking driver,
hit me with
right?
the truck after.
I'm the one who's got the keys to the bus.
Well, we call her Slushy, and I'm called Potato Head, so she got back at me. Potato Peeler, excuse me.
Okay.
She said in her message to me that she might be sleeping because I have to work tomorrow. That's what she said. So take that as what you think. If that's a job, I don't know. Maybe she meant doing
She's
stuff
not
in her
a.
house.
I know she wouldn't be a slave. She's on. That's her words. No, that's her words. I've heard her say it.
It sounds racist.
It does, but she said it. She does. She wouldn't be a slave to the workforce. She said it herself.
Yeah, I could just mean you're right. You could be right. Could just be right. Anyways, she told me she was going to sleep. So maybe she'll come if
She'll
we're
be
still
here
on
soon.
later. Yeah. And Joe is here for a minute, but he's probably off getting birthday props in other areas, I would imagine, which is all right.
Terrible. Just tell us about his birthday and leaves us, without a birthday cake or anything. Okay.
We're not black enough for him. It's just the way it is.
And
that's
Mitch?
Okay. Donorius. He messaged me a couple of days ago, but I was busy doing edits. Didn't get back to him until yesterday.
Surprised he's not here around.
He may not have been. He may not have been looking at his thing to get the notification. I didn't actually give him a shout out to let him know that we were live. I don't usually do that with him because he usually sees it and comes. And Moose knew we were live, and I gave him the link, but who knows? He's got a family, right? And starting the self-reliance path, so who knows? That's all right. People come when they can or whatever.
I'm just saying, I'm surprised they're not here.
Grandma Bear, there's a link if you want to come on up.
There's only one person missing in our squad that I really wish could see where we're at this point, and it's still just the beginning. who definitely was gung-ho for the whole thing. And I know you guys all think the same way, and that's Graham. I don't know where that guy is. That guy was right for what we're up to. And it's too bad I just hope he's okay.
Missing in action.
Yeah. I haven't seen him on any other panels where he was before for the longest time.
He's totally gone.
No, you know what? I think I might go back through some of Epic's thing and see if he's I'm gonna ask Slow to be even.
Graham wouldn't waste time at Epics. He was
Hey?
beyond that. Graham wouldn't waste time at Epics. He was beyond that.
Oh, he was at Epic's lots. He'll leave. There'll be comments in there.
Years ago.
If he pinched, we would still click on that and.
Graham got to this point where he was really started to become very like choosy and just not putting up with bullshit.
Right.
That's why I think he quit. I think that's why he quit the whole thing.
Yeah, that's very possible. Right? Like he might have just said, "Fuck, this is just ignorance at an epic level."
No pun intended.
Left the internet.
Right.
Quit the internet. No, quit the scene, like the YouTube scene.
Yeah.
Well,
he has
an email.
Right. Yeah, I reached out a couple times. He has a channel. Obviously, everybody does who's on YouTube, but he's got two what are those things called where you can playlist. He's got two playlists on there. And one of them, when I seen a little while back, I just happened to be somewhere else looking for a record, and it brought me to look for some stuff on his playlist because he brought some good stuff to the table. Had some good videos, stuff that I was making use of, and actually a couple that I forget where they are, and I hope it comes back too for that reason. But anyways, as I was looking for that, I came to the most recent ones, and it looked like they were added not too long ago. So I hope that's a sign that he's okay, either that or his channel was hijacked. But usually when a channel is hijacked, it's for nefarious purposes and, crazy shit happens to the channel or whatever. It's not like Facebook where it's used to propose, scammers on other people or whatever. YouTube's a little bit different. Usually when a channel is hijacked, it's to put crazy content or whatever.
They'll just make another account and come back in under another name.
Yeah.
Right. That's it. No.
So it doesn't really. Yeah. It's kind of odd.
Say, hey,
like
it's me, right? Like how I used to be PG. Before I was PG, I was up there with my real name up there.
You crazy. You crazy.
Yeah, that's I didn't know when we first going into lockdown. I didn't know I got locked down at my son's and started going on the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know.
Yeah, a lot of people fall for that.
And
what, putting the real name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Thinking that the world.
You could change it to that because then I was Prairie Girl, and then after I turned 55, I dropped the girl part.
What's wrong with giving your real name?
It's
I don't know,
just not a
Reggie.
smart thing to do.
Well, I did. I have nothing to hide. I still will. I'd put my real name and address out there. I don't care. No, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm not like you.
You don't need to be.
Not like me. Am I doing something wrong?
No, I mean nude.
Oh.
What am I doing wrong?
Kill the police. Or whatever, you know what I mean?
What am I doing wrong?
Telling the truth or whatever you said.
What am I doing wrong?
No, it's not wrong.
Again, what am I doing wrong? Jeez.
But you're upset you would upset someone.
I know. It's terrible, eh? I'm not following protocol. Which, yes, if the result of that is your head is blown off.
You know, my daughter has a huge social media. She's like a world traveler and stuff too.
Oh, yeah.
She has a huge following, you mean?
My youngest son, totally, you know, all that video gaming thing. He's a Twitch guy, whatever, and all that. Yeah. Crazy. They're all Instagrams. I don't have none of that stuff. I don't do Twitter, no Instagram. I barely even check Facebook anymore.
The only one you need is OnlyFans. Very important.
What the fuck is that even?
You don't want to know.
Okay. Yes.
The only reason I
don't
go on
want no
Facebook
more
is
of
look at
nothing.
memories.
No Discords, no nothing, no.
OnlyFans is you can use it for what you want. We can connect with your fans, right? But what it's used for a lot is just new age prostitution, really. Digital
Oh,
prostitution.
that is
Yeah.
exactly what it sounded like
In the
too.
channel,
Okay.
give us the link.
He up when he hears prostitution.
Wrights needs a new avenue of making money with his pole dancing. He's excited, right?
Well, I'm trying to. Yes, yes.
Well, you can do
I'll-
those. You make money on Instagram off like couple second videos, don't you?
Yeah.
Or
Well,
TikTok. TikTok. Maybe it's TikTok.
my wife sees me doing that stuff. She kicked the shit out of me.
Put on a mask.
As long as you wear a leash, it's all good.
I'm tired.
I'll have to remember that. I'm going to try that and see what happens. Leave it on nude.
Big tattoo on your arm. Yeah.
Dan, quit being tired. That's what mattress is for.
Knock it off, Dan.
I'm so tired. I was
For
tired
frog
hours ago.
sacks.
I'm usually
Frog
in bed by 10:30, 11.
You and your corporate clock bullshit.
Me and my corporate dog. He gets me up at 7:30, whether I like it or not. He literally
Well.
starts kicking me and doing the whole routine, kicking me and pouncing and licking himself and going on his back. And I swear to God, goes on his back and kicks his legs up in the air. And it's a whole routine he goes through every fucking morning.
Stretching. He's waking up, shaking off the day, shaking off.
He's got to
the-
go out and pee and stuff.
Yeah,
And he
I was
wants
gonna
his
say
dinner.
that's his communication. Whatever he's got to do to tell you, I gotta go, fucker. Open it.
Got to go and take a piss, and I want my dinner, my breakfast. That's what he wants.
Yep, he'll do a dancing routine for you.
He
Is he
does.
entertaining enough?
Every morning. Oh yeah, I love it. I think it's really cute.
They're intelligent. You see, cats do it too. They more just look at you straight and say, "I know you can't resist. I'm too fucking adorable. I know it. Now feed me."
It's same as bedtime too. 10:30, 11 o'clock. You give me a dirty look if I'm not getting up, and he'll go to bed himself. Gets up, looks back at me as he's walking out the room, and goes to bed.
Good dog. Go to bed.
Okay, so what did we learn so far?
He's got a 14-inch.
All right.
It's a big 12.
Was it only 14?
The 12B's a pervert when he's drunk.
We definitely
Boy,
learned
boy.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what his thing is for? 12 dozen or what? What was that? What?
What?
I think he drinks so heavy because he listens to me.
Oh. Well, he thinks you're an asshole anyway.
And then in order to come up for 5 minutes, he has to be so gooned out of his mind. No, 12B's a good guy. He's great. Slightly on the troll side, but he's a lovable troll, you know.
Is that what he's trying to do?
Well, he knows that we're not about that. He totally knows, and so he's just.
What
he's
about
playing
those guys who come up the other day? AC and Jamie.
What's the question?
Yeah. What about them guys?
What about them?
They're trolls.
You think? Understatement.
That's what they do. But to each their own. It's all right, you know. As long as when they're here, they recognize that this is an adult arena, and
They
if you
actually
can.
were pretty good. Yeah, I was surprised with even Jamie too. Yeah. But who was that was restreaming?
That was good.
There is two people for them actually. Typically compared to where they are, Dan.
That
Yeah,
was good. Yeah, that was good, Dan. Yeah.
they know from previous endeavors that they're not going to get away with anything here. They know. Right? They were lucky to even have that 5 minutes of fire hosing. ACL commend for he's never been disrespectful. He's always respectful when he comes here. Always.
You look up what those guys did to this guy, Mike Cerrone. What they did to Mike Cerrone shakes his dick.
No thanks.
Oh yeah,
Mike
it's on
Cerrone.
YouTube. This guy figures he's a big troll. These guys went after him and they're like, show us your dick, Daddy, show us your dick. And he got up and fucking did it. It was unreal. AC went off laughing. His laughter for 10 minutes was unreal. It was unreal. And the guys all over YouTube, they troll bad.
So you're asking who was restreaming? It was Moose, and it was Dennison.
And also Satanist Jeff. For
He
the
was
few minutes
restreaming?
Yep, so 3 people.
So what they're doing now, so what I learned, there's these couple of bitches up here in Canada too. They restream your stream, and then they claim it as their content and strike the original channel owner.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why what you have to do to get around that is you have to put as the original person who's starting the stream on your channel, you have to set the thing to there's a toggle gauge where you can allow the algorithm to know that it can be the content can be shared and viewed by other people. When you do that, any attempt will backfire. And most people don't want to do that because they're either monetized or whatever. They want to keep the ad revenue, so they don't think to do that, and they set themselves up for getting that.
Oh, is that what it is? So
Mhm.
how
So you got rights
got it set now that
set
they can't
right.
restream you and strike the channel?
Right. Rights isn't monetized. So yeah, we have it set on this thing. Cannot do that.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're monetized or not, they can still strike your channel.
No.
you
But that
said you have to set it.
toggle thing. Yeah, that toggle thing so that it's allowed to be shared by other people.
Can't be striked.
They might still be able to attempt to, but it'll backfire one way or another. And if there was a dispute over it, you could show the individual, the initiator, right? And you can show that it was meant to be rebroadcasted.
Unless somehow they're getting away with it because they're doing it to channels from the States and they're Canadian because
Well,
they
they're
have
doing it
shut
to
a couple
people they're
channels
not
down.
aware of what
Right?
that option.
Yeah, and taking advantage of a technicality.
Yeah. And same as those bitches, what they do is they go look up people's records in the States and start blasting it all over. But nobody can get a hold of theirs up here in Canada. And they
By
fucking
bitches, do
know.
you mean other women?
Hey?
Are you talking by the word bitches? You talking about girls are doing this?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
up here in Canada, they're with that AC group, all that. Oh yeah, yeah. They're all that started with all those drama channels.
That reminds me of something that we're trying to get more in the habit of doing. I'm going to do it right now. Rights has a backup channel, and it's inevitable from time to time getting a strike or whatnot. And what Rights does is when he gets the first one, he yields from doing any more content posting or lives on this one, and goes on a backup so that this channel can't have a chance to get to the third strike. Once you get to the third strike, your channel is Gandhi, right? So what Rights does is he falls back onto his backup channel immediately if there's a first strike, and then he just waits out the period. I don't know if it's the first or the second one. Sometimes he goes a little. The first one I think is, I don't know. Rights, are you with us?
Are you? Do you have
Here.
to answer to them
It
all?
was the second
or
one
what?
last time.
It was the
Was
second
the
one.
second time. No.
The first one. If it's just the first strike, how long does it take on the first one for it to?
90 days.
90 days. Okay. So even the case. So at the bare minimum, unless if Rice bends and goes for the second one again, if he gets a strike, then we'll go on to the fallback channel for at least 90 days until this one heals itself, so to speak. So I'll put his backup channel in the chat for anybody who isn't subscribed to that, in the inevitable event that Rights gets another strike at some point, and that way you'll still know that we're still alive and functioning.
Are you streaming both times on your Rumble while you're on your YouTube?
Oh, that's too hard.
Right.
My God, what you got to do
Too
to
hard?
do that? Wow.
Is it?
Yeah, you did it one time, and I'll tell you what, it just totally got me lost. So, yeah, you got to jump here, go there, go back to YouTube. What the? Yeah, we did it one time though. Did we, dude?
Well, we did it a couple times. It's actually not hard once you have it set up.
What if you start on Rumble and
It's
then
just a little.
add your YouTube?
Either way, it's the initial setup with StreamYard to Rumble is a little more technical than with YouTube. YouTube, it's very straightforward and simple. It's basically just selecting the option, and there's with Rumble, you got to do a couple copy and pastes of code from Rumble into StreamYard and configure it a little bit more and whatnot. So it's not really technical when you kind of used to that thing. It's a little more time consuming, but for anybody who's not familiar with that, it's going to look intimidating.
I'll tell you what, the Rumble is the best place to go. You know, for freedom. My God, I play music. I showed copyright music or movies, and nothing.
Yeah, they don't really seem to have much censorship, if any at all, and that's a good thing. So I'm putting in the chat right now. Rights' backup channel. There we go. So anybody who's with us, there it is. Make sure that you check it out and subscribe with the bell, so that
I'm too tired.
You can still see us.
Don't bellow over there. Stay up.
You should put it in his about page on his regular on this channel too. Put
Yeah,
it in his about page. Yeah.
I keep telling him, but Rights forgets.
Oh, okay. Understandable.
Remember, it's not FOR, it's FO4. FO4.
We got a few things that we got to catch up on with stuff like that. That's one of them. Another one is getting a couple templates for his description part in the stream with the hashtags, and also templates for some of the videos to make it simple so that he can not spend so much time on just the formatting part and more on just the content. So there's a few more things that are work in progress, and we'll get there. And that's for his stuff.
My furnace just came on.
Oh, it's
Late June.
freezing here. It's freezing here, Dan. It was 11 degrees today.
Holy shit!
It's raining and cold and it's
Yeah.
freezing.
Yeah, it's raining over here right now. It's not cold for me,
You're
but it's
paying
raining.
too much in fucking carbon tax, prick.
So I'm going to bring
Turning
us
it
back
on.
to the failed deflection attempt, and it was a nice try, but back to focus. What did we learn?
Go ahead, Dan. You're better than I am.
I have no idea what we're talking about. What did we learn?
What did we learn? What did we learn
what?
tonight?
Talked about.
Honest. Be honest. If you can't be honest, you can't break out of your
Love
out
it.
of your
And don't believe in faith, trust.
right. Right.
And what's the third one?
Trust. The believe, trust, and faith.
Right. So don't believe in belief, trust, and faith.
Right.
Now that's not a new one, but yes,
Honesty,
absolutely.
belief, and faith.
What's that?
Honesty, belief, and faith.
Mm-hmm.
Honesty is the opposite of belief, trust, and faith. Truth. Truth is the opposite, the antithesis. Belief, trust, and faith leads you down a path of deception. Deception.
Because it's not the truth.
Right.
Right.
Which is another, deception is a synonym for scam.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? What's the other one? Well, scam about covers it up, you know. It sets the stage for you to be scammed.
Duped.
With it, duped,
Punked.
yeah, with punked, right? With anything. Fooled.
Mm-hmm. Screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Tattooed.
Abused.
Yep.
I've never been tattooed.
Oh, I'm sure you have. Sorry,
Let me give one more example to show how obvious it is. If I'm standing in front of you, do you need to believe that I'm standing in front of you?
No, you're right there.
No, I'm gonna see that
The
you're
truth is right
there.
there.
Right. And do you need to trust that I'm standing in front of you?
Faith? No.
No, because you're
Do you
gonna
have
be
to-
right there.
Right. And do you have to have faith that I'm standing in front of you?
No.
Not necessary, is it?
No, because you're right there. Yeah.
Standing there is truth enough for me. I don't need anything else to tell me.
Now, if you can have that same view with everything, never settle for anything less than the factual truth. So that means either one of two things. If you're being honest with yourself, you either don't know or you do. And it's okay not to know, but be honest with yourself. Admitting to yourself that you don't know is where you leave your mind open for further exploration and discovery. Settling for belief, trust, and faith means that you close your mind, as that meme that I showed you, quote of the day showed you,
Yeah,
is
that you
expressing.
stop your thinking right there. As soon as you believe that, you're stopped thinking. That's it. Yeah.
That's right. So it's belief, trust, and faith is settling here. And this is another quote as well. Belief, trust, and faith is settling for anything less than factual truth. That's when you've made a conscious determination to yourself that I'm going to settle for this instead. And it may even be the truth, but you still don't know it factually. And that's good enough for you. Instead of just saying, I'm not sure yet, let's explore further. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's make sure we know it for sure. And if we can't get to the bottom of it, we leave it at that. until if and when we can. That's honesty.
Right. That sounds good to me. Yeah. Yeah. Now
And
how
when
do you
we,
spread this through the world? Just
well,
tell everybody.
you
Right?
just inform people who want to be honest, and they'll understand. That's it. But part of
Well,
being honest is recognizing that not everybody wants to be honest.
see, so like when that guy said he came back from Brandon or whatever, right? Oh, had this problem with getting papers at that place and wanted me to come over. Well, when I went over and I told him this is the process and maybe you should get the paperwork and download it, and how come, you didn't get paperwork to get these things you needed before you left? Oh, she was so ignorant. She was this, she was that. And I said, well, I can't help you. You have to do that yourself. I told him, right? You're brainwashed to thinking that these people are there to help you. They're there to take up space. They're not. It's all a fucking farce. Yeah.
It's a
all
hoax.
farce. Yeah.
It's a hoax.
You
It's a
weren't
scam.
getting
It's
nothing. When you go there, it's all, that's a front. It's a storefront, right?
It's a fairy tale and a circus, and you're falling for it.
And yeah, he got quite angry with me after.
Well, of course, because what you're telling him is he's being a fool, and he has to admit it. Then he has to say, "Oh yeah, I'm being dumb. I'm being foolish."
It's designed to drive you crazy.
Right, and that's where it's like rubber meets the road, where a person wants to decide, I'm going to be an ego slave or not.
Yeah.
That's the only thing holding people back, is with dishonesty. It's just saying, no, my ego gets to rule over me.
And same as like he was trying to show me something in the newspaper because they had the freaking grad here the other day. Oh, my niece is in there. Oh, look at all these awards that she won. And scholarships, and she's like the smartest one. There were no fucking awards for nothing. You know what it was? Award from the hairdressers. Award from the fucking Tempo. Award from the car repair shop. What the hell? I said, oh, everybody gets an award. All the kids in the grad all got these awards. Fuck. I was like, this is even ridiculous. When I showed him that, he's like, oh, she's got scholarships and everything. I said, read those things, Gary. It's from Super Thrifty. It's from the fucking gas station. It's from the repair shop. What awards are they giving? And if she was a scholarship, they would have had that right on the very top of the page. He was so fucking disillusioned when I pointed that out to him. He was mad. Oh, well, she's smart anyway. Yeah, well, all kids get an award now, I said.
She's obedient.
Yeah. Yeah. And her parents, she knows all her parents buy fucking tickets for everybody. Yeah. That's all that. It's all just town bullshit, right? That's what I said to him. Oh, town bullshit. Brown nosed her way up. Yeah, the most sales, sold the most plants or something. Collected the most beer fucking cans.
Lick the most boots.
Yeah, that's all it was, and that's basically what I told him. And he didn't like that. And I've been telling him this for a long time, talking like this. But today, he's like, "Yeah, I'm tired. I think you should go." All right, so fuck you. Bye bye.
Yeah. There's two things with this, and this will hit home, right?
Yeah, probably. Okay, go ahead.
Rule of thumbs. Number one, you can't fix stupid. That's number one. And but stupid could fix itself.
You hear that, right?
Itself.
I heard that, Dan. I heard that.
Stupid can fix itself. If it becomes aware of its stupid. Okay, so there is that.
I think
that's number
he's
one.
becoming aware of it. That's what it was today. Is that he's actually was aware of what
That's why he's
that
mad.
was
He
stupid,
gets angry.
that he didn't
Right?
read it right? Yeah,
That's the natural reaction typically
yeah,
when a stupid becomes aware of it's stupid. It's fuck.
yeah.
How could I be dumb like that or whatever? Right? So they got to go through this process. Whatever. That's just part of healing. So that's the second one. The first one rather. The second one is arguing with an idiot just makes for two.
Yeah, right.
And you never
But
can
I
talk
still
to a
gotta
drunk.
put my voice out there. I still gotta put it out there. Yeah.
There's a difference between telling the truth and arguing with an idiot.
Since he was so open to it.
Oh yeah, if he's open, there's room. There's room. That's different. But as soon as a person goes into argumentative mode, what are they doing?
Yeah, he wasn't into it. No. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
They close their mind, right?
Yeah.
So until their mind is open again,
And I went home, I think I'm more mad. I don't know whether he was mad or I was more mad. Right? Because he was so stupid and not seeing that. What he wasn't even reading. I said, "Are you really even reading the words? It's the fucking tire shop. It's the fucking donut shop that gave her an award. What kind of award is this? It's stupid. It's stupid. No scholarships, no nothing. Fuck. Absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, my kid should have been in there for the best skateboarder in fucking town. That's how come they named the skateboard park there. Fuck. Jesus. Ridiculous.
Well, I'm definitely tired of the bullshit. I am
That's
definitely
my
tired of it.
conclusion. Yeah.
Jeez.
Me too.
This is bullshit, man.
I'll drink to that. You know, Dan, I'm just gonna have to live at your place. Tell Reggie to move out. I'll lick my balls for you in the morning. I'll tap you in the head.
That you can do that, so that you can do your own dog and pony show at 7 in the morning and get them up and
Yeah,
roll in
right.
circles.
Yeah.
On his
I'll
back,
show-
kicking his legs in the air.
Yeah. I'll make Reggie jealous. Rub my belly though, will you?
The trick will be to see if he can lick his own balls there, Dad.
Tickle my Oma, will you, Dan?
Wrights is all proud. I know how to break through the chastity belts. Let me show you how. You
No
deleted
need
that
to-
one too. I see the dog howling video. I was just looking for it in StreamYard. The one with the this is a dog's production or whatever, that video. In StreamYard, right? Along with the Dean Clifford one and what was the other one? And I said it earlier.
Well, I can't get on StreamYard.
Charlie Brown and Lucy one.
They want me to get an app for what is that? Facebook and what the hell was the other one? That's StreamYard. Facebook and TikTok, I think it was.
No, I think you misheard what I say. What I said in StreamYard. Remember earlier I was saying you deleted the Dean Clifford and Charlie Brown and Lucy.
Oh yeah.
It looks like you deleted the dog howling one too.
Yeah, I did. I was trying to get some room so I could do that damn thing. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, because you
I'll
thought
see,
it
I'll
was
see if I can find it.
short on it or whatever. Yeah, we'll have to put those back. Those were useful.
Yeah, well, I should have it on there, like you said.
I'm sure at least I don't know about the dog one, but the Charlie Brown and Lucy and the Dean Clifford one should be on your desktop in a file somewhere probably. We can do that together if you want. It'll only take a couple minutes.
Dean Clifford is Canadian?
Correct.
So why is he ranting on about the Americans so much?
Yeah, we have our own problems.
Why do I focus on the Americans a lot?
Just we're the most indoctrinated in the world.
and because we see through the border scam, and it has nothing to do with that, right? And so we'll talk about the truth to whoever wants to listen, regardless of where they come from or whatever.
That's
Dean,
right. Pick out America. That's right. Pick out America. That's right.
That being said, Dean Clifford is still somewhat of a statist. He'll still identify himself as being Canadian, and he doesn't want to not disassociate himself with that. And he actually advocates for borders.
Oh, fuck. Still? Or is that long years ago?
Since the last time that I saw him on a live, which I think was with you and Graham.
Yeah, so that was a few years ago.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I haven't seen him do anything since, actually, but I don't know. It could be on.
We were talking like he might have been taken over, controlled.
Right. Because he did seem very different after he came out of the slammer there. Dean Clifford. Dean Clifford. That's the guy that I don't know if you're here, Perry, but he, back in the day, was one of the individuals that I took a lot of study from and helped me, from his study, progress quite rapidly in a big way. He's a guy that really dissected and attempted to reverse engineer the system to showcase just what the fuck is going on here, and how people are getting their asses handed to him. And so what he learned, he started doing some seminars to showcase that to people. I don't know if you were there, but back in the day, there's all these sort of kind of movements that were going on. One of them was the sovereign citizen movement. Another one was the some other legal movement thing. I forget what it was. And somebody was a queen, and this free man on the land movement. And so he was.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
You remember that?
And
yeah, he was.
Queen chick, she's still around. That queen chick still.
Is she? Is she still going?
Yeah, she's somewhere in Saskatchewan. Yeah.
That's funny. Dean Clifford got lumped in a little bit with the free man on the land stuff, because I think he was friends with Robert Menard, and he's the one who started that. And so he kind of got lumped in with that. I don't think Dean ever wanted to be stereotyped in a category. He was kind of on his own when it came to that. But a lot of people, I think it just sort of went hand in hand because the movements were scarce and it was real easy to just say, oh, that's part of that.
This guy's out in BC or something, or?
He actually was born in Winnipeg. And now he's living out here too. Somewhere. Don't know where.
If he's living.
Yeah. Right, and if it's still the original.
The clone one might be.
Right. Rights, what did you want to say a minute ago?
Oh, I was just going to say that, I don't mind the borders, people coming in. What I do mind is that the people ain't fighting these son of a bitches. That's all. We should all stand up and shoot the bad son of a bitches. That's all.
No, we should open the borders up totally. And not.
Why do you want borders? Why do you want borders at all?
So you keep missing that, right?
No, you guys are missing what I'm saying.
No, we're not.
Okay, I says you can open up the borders, providing American people have the right to shoot the bad people.
No.
Why not?
You're still a statist.
There shouldn't be any borders at all. There won't be bad people if there wasn't borders.
If there wasn't borders, they couldn't come in, would they?
How could they be crossing the borders if there was no borders?
That's one of the most racist. That's one of the most racist thing a person could have in their mind.
They're doing it now.
Right.
They have borders.
Right. If there wasn't any borders, how could bad people be crossing the borders? Do you get
They're
it?
doing it now. We have borders, but they're still coming through.
If there wasn't any borders,
nobody would be bad.
Don't you get it? It's a setup. So we're going to put a border here, and we're going to say if you cross it, you're breaking the law.
They're not breaking any laws. They're coming right through. They're not breaking any laws.
You're not getting it. If the border wasn't there to begin with, there would be no fake man-made law to break.
You wouldn't.
That's what I'm saying.
There would be no conversation to be had. You wouldn't be distracted. There would be nothing.
It wouldn't be illegal because there's no border.
Yeah, but I'm saying that they're just walking through anyway. There's no borders. There's no nothing. They just walk right through.
Yes, but
There
in your
would be
mind,
there would be no conversation at all. We
in your
wouldn't
mind,
be
you
able
have
to-
it set up. You have it set that you're in agreement with it. You're in agreement that there should be a border and that people should coincide with the legality aspect of it.
All right, let me change it around. Since the borders are not open. You guys-
Since there
No.
are borders,
That's why I asked
even though
you
they're
that
fake,
Since
but
people
since there are borders,
since
right?
people are walking through, coming into America unannounced, that's fine, providing American people can start shooting these bastards.
Fuck
Why?
America.
What
that
did
are
they do
bad.
that's wrong?
Huh?
Fuck America.
What did they do that's wrong? So you mean to tell me if I move my body from here to the other side of the man-made fictional line of bullshit, I should be shot?
No, I'm saying if you do something wrong, rape,
He's
kill,
talking about
steal,
they
shoot the
said
bastards.
Okay, now, okay. Now, that's the thing. That thing that you said, the last part of the equation, if I cause harm to somebody, should be done regardless of border in the equation. Everywhere.
No matter where
That's
they
what I'm saying.
are.
But people ain't doing it.
What does the border have anything to do with that?
What I'm saying is, if we have the right, they can come on in. I don't care who comes in. I don't care what happens. As long as we have the last say so, shoot the bastards. That's all
Who's
I care.
we?
The Americans.
The people who live here.
So you're being a nationalist again.
No,
Statist.
people who live here on this land.
Yeah.
If they come into my home, I shoot the bastards. If they rape my daughter, shoot the bastards.
So you
Cut their
still
nuts
think
off.
America is your home? You still believe in America?
I said land. I didn't say America. I said land. I didn't say nothing about America.
That land is just as much entitled for me to be on as you and any other person on any other landmass as
Oh
well.
yeah, I agree. I agree. But don't rape my daughter. See what happens. That land ain't going to be. You're going to be 6 foot underneath the land. You ain't going to be above it.
That has nothing to do with where a person comes from. So if I'm your next door neighbor and I was born there, no different.
Guru, I said bad people. I didn't say good people that come in here. I said bad people. There's a difference.
Right.
Okay.
You tied it in with the border.
Well, I told you. I just switched it around. If they come in,
No.
if
You
they just
tied
come
the
in,
narrative in with the border. It has nothing
I
to do with
changed
that.
it. I changed it, Nude. I says if they come in, okay. If they
There
come
is no
in
in.
and they cause trouble,
there is no in.
I'm trying. Okay.
You're missing it. You're missing it. You're missing it. You have
No,
to
I'm
look
not
at the
missing it.
picture
I'm
here.
just misinterpreting it. I'm misinterpreting it. I'm not as good as you are with words. Okay. I'm trying my best. I understand what you're saying.
Don't
If they
push
walk,
it too far because it's
if
just
they
gonna
walk
push
and they're
our
on
head.
this land and they cause trouble, you shoot the bastards. That's all there is to it.
Would it matter if
The
they were
good people,
American?
no, it wouldn't matter if you're American or not. Shoot the bastards. But it's not going to happen because American people won't stand up together.
Okay, now right.
You know?
Listen, there's no such thing as American people, Mexican people, Canadian people. There's just people. You got to get rid of that stereotype. You got to get rid of that indoctrinative layer off the surface. There's just people.
I agree, but you know what I'm talking about. You know, I'm not talking about just people in general. If they come in here, they cause trouble, shoot the bastards.
No, not if they come in here. What do you mean? What do you mean come in here? Come in here from where?
All right, guys, I'm done.
See?
I'm done.
Don't get
that's as
done.
far as I can go. No, that's as far as I can go with it right now because I can't pronounce the words properly. So I'm not going to say and try to
It's
go
not
through
that
this.
you're not pronouncing
I'll
the
figure
word
it out.
properly. It's a mindset.
You know what I'm trying. Yeah, but you know what I'm trying to talk about.
All
I'm
right,
just going to let it go for now, and then I'll figure it out. And then I'll say again next time I see you guys.
Right.
I'll figure it out.
No, it's not. It's not. You're not getting. It's not the way you're saying. It's not the words you're saying. It's your mindset.
It doesn't matter. I'll say it properly when it.
No, it's not the way you're saying it right. It's the way you're thinking about the border, and there should be borders.
That's what I said. I'm not going to talk about the border. I'm going to say it the right way, where it makes sense to you guys, where it doesn't sound like.
No, it
you know,
makes. We totally understand what you're saying. If we believe in borders, we do understand what you're saying.
Forget about the borders. There's no borders. I'm just saying people in general that come and cause trouble.
Come
It
where?
could be anywhere.
Into your
Comes on this
yard?
land, anywhere. A yard.
From what land?
Grocery
From
store.
the sea?
From the world land. How's that?
So many people that come across the ocean onto this continent.
Right, exactly.
From one
Causes
continent to the
trouble,
other?
rapes, whatever, should be shot
You're
immediately.
still. Let's try another way. Is there such a thing as foreign?
So such thing as what?
Foreign.
Foreigners.
Foreign? Oh, foreigners. I thought you said porn. I'm like, what the?
Foreigners. No, foreigners.
F-O-R-E-I-N-S,
I think.
Okay. All right. No, there's no such thing as foreigners.
All right. At least we're getting somewhere with that. There's no such thing as foreigners. Okay. So
Correct.
is there such thing as a person who causes harm?
Are there bad people? Yes.
Of course there is.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's also good people, right?
Right.
Hearted people. Okay. So this is the case no matter where you go, right?
No,
Is
that's not
there good
true.
in-
That's
is
not
there good-
right. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt right there. No, that's not right. Because there are people with different ideologies that try to, that's not right.
No, there's wherever you go, there's people who are good and people who are bad.
Right. Okay.
So that's where we're at so far. Okay. So now Wrights considers where he is, like the turf that he's on, and this is part of the indoctrination, as like his homeland. And that's what you got to lift off your palate.
That's the only way I can speak right now. Until I can learn your terminology. Hold on. Until I can learn your terminology, then I'll get that America out of my mind.
Missing the
Your homeland is actually everywhere that there's land, whether that's here or
world
10
is
feet,
your home.
whether that's here or there's 10 feet from you, or 17,000 miles to the south, or across seas, wherever you go.
Planet is the humans' land.
Okay, go on.
So if you have somebody who's a next door to you, and they're a bad person, you have a responsibility to respond if it's within your means. If they're not, that's fine. There's nothing.
What do you mean within my means? No. Go on.
If it's within your means and there's a bad person, you have a responsibility towards
Well, okay, that sounds better. Yeah, because I know the cops ain't gonna do
This
nothing.
is where I want to talk about the ideology, about how what Rights is talking about, people coming over, crossing borders with their ideologies, because we are having a problem here in Canada right now.
So she's on the same page.
She is.
Wow.
There is no Canada, and that's what you got to get out of your head. There's only land.
You got to picture the whole world as one big, huge chunk with no lines dividing it anywhere. We're all the same.
With no government.
Right. With humanity as a species, humanity as a species with the same entitlement. In other words, look at a dog, right? A dog, if a dog goes from, or a snowbird, like one of those birds,
a bird.
the bird that goes south for the winter, right? What's the ones that do that here?
Canada goose.
Canada geese, right? So the geese, they go from here to the south, right? Do they think about whether or not they're an illegal goose or not?
No. Are they being oppressed? Are they being oppressed though?
Yeah.
Are they being subject? Are they being subject to?
If you believe in the ideology behind an illegal immigrant as a human being, you're oppressing your own mind by believing in that bullshit. That's what
But
you
it's
have.
reality. It's
No,
reality.
not.
Okay.
Yes, it is. If you don't, hold on. If you're telling me that if you're standing there, that's truth. If a man knocks on my door and says, "Hey, you're under arrest," what do I do? You didn't pay your taxes. Isn't that truth?
Isn't
that's
what
reality? Huh?
What part of what is in question of truth?
The truth is that the man's there in front of my door with a gun.
Yes.
Knocking on my door, open up, we'll bash it down. Is that truth or not? Okay. So, if that's the case,
the truth is you have a man at your door that's pretending and acting, standing with a gun, and wants to force you against your will to comply with his will. That's the truth.
Right. And if I shoot him, what happens?
You shot him and he's dead.
Right, and then what happens then?
Not sure.
There's a reason for this.
It depends.
Now,
Well, I'll
more
have
men
more
are
people.
going to come to your door.
Right, exactly. Okay, now
Right,
where that
more-
happens,
In a
Or
cage.
there's a good chance that more men who have a belief
right?
are
Okay,
going to retaliate.
now here's the deal.
Or
Now
look
because of that,
to-
because people see people in clown uniforms, they're going to
Yeah.
sit there and do nothing. Well,
Yeah.
like I said, if people would stand together and get rid of these bastards that cause this trouble with us, then we just lost it. We lost everything. Until people stick together as one and starts nailing these motherfrickers, life would be a lot better.
And I'm with you there, but this is a whole different other thing that you're talking about right now. The narrative example that you gave is the complete opposite to the illegal foreigners coming in bullshit.
It's the same thing. If they come
No,
over
it's
here,
not.
whatever,
No,
they
it's
walk
not.
around this land and they cause trouble. What am I going to do? Just sit there and watch them rape a girl or what? Come
What
after
land?
me?
Rights, what land?
Around the world land. Let's put it that way.
So where are they coming from?
If I'm in this area and they're in with me in the same area and I watch them rape a girl, what do? Walk away? Use a cell phone? Take pictures? Or do I shoot the bastard?
Here's my question. What difference does it make if they came from 10 miles away or 370,000 miles away?
It doesn't. My main concern is how bad they are.
Okay.
How fucked up they are in the head.
Okay.
How mentally they are. That's what I'm worried about.
Let's focus on that part to not the distance where they're coming from. Because the distance is a distraction from that, and it's has nothing to do with the people being fucked up. It's nothing to do with distance.
Correct.
It has everything to do with an individual as an individual and what they decide to do as an individual.
Correct.
That's what we focus on.
Correct.
And it's very important not to stereotype an individual for any indoctrinative reasons, because if we do that, you are the oppressor.
Correct.
So we need to stop touting the narrative of the mainstream media and the government. The illegals are coming and invading. That's bullshit. Okay?
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the crime.
Okay. Now
that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about anything else but the crime.
All right. If crime is the focus, now we're setting the stage for a healthy, rational discussion. And that's what the round table tonight was supposed to be about. Actually, the very first question of it.
Wow.
Yeah, the very first question of the two was is regulation healthy?
Oh, hold on here. I got to give Perry. She wanted to say something. I cut her off. Go on, Perry. My apologies.
Fuck her.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm eating brownies, so I forget now.
Actually, I think I remember it was something along the lines of people are coming in with different ideologies or something.
Yeah,
along.
with the ideologies, that's okay for immigration and whatever, but what's happening right now is not that. There's no time for integration. And they're coming over, like, what's going on? This river to the sea. Look what's going on in Toronto. Death to Jews and targeting all these. Like, what do you mean? Open the borders. Just let everybody come in. Like, they're bringing their wars over here. They're bringing their stuff here.
It's already here.
I don't want
It's
this.
got nothing to do with coming from anywhere. We're all the same place. You're missing the big picture. PG.
You think that borders are going to protect you from crime?
Oh, did we? Were we running around the streets doing all this? This is not how we.
Buying into
know.
the narratives that borders are for our safety. The mainstream narrative.
I don't even care about the borders. I'm talking about people with different ideologies coming here.
Well, when you say
They're
coming here
not-
from where?
Where do you think they're coming from? They didn't come from
your.
They didn't come from your backyard.
Yeah, they
They
did.
didn't come from your mom.
My
They
backyard's
didn't come
everywhere.
from your mom or your uncle or your brother.
Are you kidding? You haven't met my family.
Yeah, my family's worse.
Well, that's where they did not come from.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Yeah, my
They're all over the
backyard's
place.
everywhere.
Yeah, people. There's crazy minded people wherever I go, and I've been
In
to a
my
lot of
little
different
town
places.
here, there's indoctrinated, crazy, out of their mind people.
The what's this idea? Talk about this is mass psychosis, and I'm begging for objectivity here for a second. This idea that somehow that all of my local townspeople and everybody that I grew up with, we're all sane, but the rest of the world is crazy, and we don't want them bringing their ideals here. Wow.
I don't think she's trying to say that. I think more or less well, at least I'm trying to say is, yeah, we're wackos, and we should get rid of the wackos if they cause any trouble.
Right.
What if
right.
They harm
right.
another person.
Right.
What
if
if
they're
you're the
running around the
wacko?
streets calling for genocide to certain people, they shouldn't know. This is not what we do. We don't call for this. What are you talking about? This should be okay.
Who's
I
the
don't get
we?
it. Explain
Who's
this
the
to
we?
me, dude.
Who's the we?
Explain this to me, dude.
Who's the we?
What do you mean,
Criminals.
who's the we?
You said this is not what we do. Who's the we?
I'm gonna say me. I'm gonna say my Canadian, my next door neighbor, and everybody who lives on my block here. We don't run down the street screaming death to Jews.
Yes,
You
you
know
do.
what would happen if we did? Do we? Do we run down the street doing that?
Yes, you're doing it here because the mainstream media points the finger and says these people are criminals, and you believe them.
I don't watch the mainstream media.
Well,
I'm
this is the
watching
narrative.
independent media on YouTube. People
This
right
is the narrative.
right at what's happening, right in there, right off their phone.
Yeah, and this is the narrative. This is the narrative mainstream.
Don't get frustrated. Have an open mind and listen to what he's trying to say to you.
Well,
Don't
that's
get
what I'm
frustrated.
trying to say. How do we get through this? What do you mean? And I'm just supposed to be okay with I don't even I can't even fucking speak to half of them. Can't even understand.
Have
I
you
went to a
met
school
one?
you can't understand.
Have you met one?
What do you mean have I met one? I don't even want to tell you this story.
You gotta
When my daughter was 2 years old, my daughter was 2 years old, or my son was 2 years old, my daughter was 6 months old.
Uh-huh.
I worked at a big furniture store.
Uh-huh.
We had people, immigrants that worked there as well. The head lady, Lil, beautiful lady,
Mm-hmm.
lived here for I don't know how many 40 years. Had many bosses from other countries. This girl here, she come over. She went to school. She got the job there.
Mm-hmm.
Within a couple months of having the job there, she said, "My dad phoned and we have to go home. We're getting married." So they go home. They get married. They bring their husbands back. Her husband is now going to school here on our dime. Gets his education, right? He gets sick. He's in Saskatchewan. He goes to something he had to do in Saskatchewan, whatever, for 2 weeks or something. He got sick. He phoned. He had to leave work to go be with him while he was sick. Absolutely was given the time off. Oh, fuck, I wish my old man probably wished he'd let me stay at home with him for 2 weeks too. She gets pregnant. Because she's pregnant, she now brings the mother here. He now brings the mother here. We're now paying for all of them to be here. She can't even not leave her home for 40 days after she has the baby or some goddamn thing. Yeah. So she comes back to work after 40 days after having her baby or whatever. That's when she's allowed out of the house, apparently. And, it's time. They're going home now. They're taking her baby back with them, too. The grandmas, they're all going back home now, taking the baby back. I was shocked. I was like, what? What do you mean? They're taking the baby back? Yeah, she says. You don't think we're gonna let my baby grow up in this kind of culture, she said.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" She says, "Yeah, she'll come back. She'll come back for visit stuff. And when she's 18, she's got dual citizenship. When she comes back when she's 18, she'll be able to come back to school here." Yeah, yeah.
And
That's been planned for years.
I don't see. There must be more that you're trying to point out. I don't see. I don't think I'm getting what you're trying to point out with the story here. So
Well,
far, I
you
haven't
asked
heard
me-
any. So far, I
you
haven't
asked
heard
me a
anything
question.
with the story that I don't see anything wrong with that.
You don't see anything wrong with that.
No, but I think there's probably parts of it that you haven't said. Maybe that, well, like, what did they do that was wrong? Can you point that out?
Well, I would like to know. Well, I don't know whether it was. Well, I don't think that they should have been able to come here and get free education.
Why not?
My kids don't get no free education. Why? Because mine don't.
So,
What do you mean, why not?
why do you want free indoctrination to begin with?
Oh
And why
my
do you
God.
care? And why do you care
I'm
if other
talking.
people get free
Okay.
indoctrination? And why
I'm
is
telling
it
you
about
a
money?
story. I'm
Is it about
telling you a
money?
story about something that happened over so many years ago. I bet you this girl probably is back here and probably has another 18 kids. Fuck.
Okay.
This is going like almost 40 years ago, dude.
hmm
Yeah. So this has been going on for a long goddamn time. It's not like this is a slow integration like how it used to be.
What
For
exactly?
example,
When you say this has been going on for a long time, can you elaborate on what the this is? What has
our
been going?
multiculturalism on how we're supposed to accept everybody else's religions, everybody else's ideologies.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
What about that?
So what does the borders have to do with ideologies and how they come here with their thoughts and their beliefs
I
and
think
how
that's
we're
a
supposed
good.
to change to theirs?
I think that's a good step towards getting rid of the indoctrinated layers of racism.
Oh, so you're gonna tell everybody to leave their Qurans and everything there? No, yeah.
No,
Okay, so now what?
just accept. You live amongst different viewpoints everywhere you go, anyways. It doesn't matter. So
People
what difference?
everywhere are indoctrinated in different
Right.
ways. Here,
What
there.
difference? What difference does it make with that aspect of it? And what about looking at your own as well? Right. This is the whole point. The narrative has been designed to pin people against each other. Your indoctrination is wrong. Mine isn't.
But I'm saying, where do you stop it then?
You secede.
Who are you gonna you tell me that these are the little people, these four of us you're trying to change right now, or whatever, how many people you talk to, right?
You just mean on panel?
Right. Whoever whatever the four of us we're talking to right now.
Right.
Where are you going to go with it? How do you think you're going to change things with all of us learning this and moving forward?
When you change yourself, you are the change.
I asked you about you.
I've already done it.
You gave me an answer. You gave me a me answer. You just told me what I can do. Change
Right.
my
I've already
stuff.
done it. I'm here to present the option that people don't recognize they have. Why? Because I
Okay,
did it
cool.
myself.
So no more borders, no more nothing. And what do? Change ourselves one more time. I change.
Yes. Let go of the indoctrination, which means you have to recognize it, let it go, and walk a healthy path instead. You have to realize there's another option.
Unlearn everything you learned and relearn again.
This is the whole thing we were talking about earlier, which was why the crux of it is about being honest. It's about being honest with yourself and recognizing all the stuff that was scrutinized with a healthy level of discernment. Everything that was programmed into your brain palette, which is a lot, right? Because you went through a long period. We all did 18 years of indoctrination camp, and then we're also surrounded by other people of all different ages and different places, all spouting the indoctrinative narrative. And then you got the television that's doing that too, and then the radio that's doing that too, and then the newspaper that's doing that too, then the video games that are doing that too, and
Cell
on and on and on it
phone,
goes.
Facebook, the Snapchat, everything, everywhere.
Right. So, and then there's you in the middle of it, and you have to put the brakes on it and say, wait a second, and separate the crap from the truth.
And realize that everyone is in the same boat. They're being indoctrinated, and you have to accept that and realize that.
Yeah,
And-
that's just it.
And also,
they're way-
and also see the
way
bigger
more-
picture of the agendas going on too, as to why that is the case. The truth is, there's humanity, the humanity that you know. There's other humanity species aspects as well, but I'm just focusing right now on the humanity that you know, that you've lived amongst, has been identified as a disease, rightly so, and has been conditioned on a path of self-implosion, also rightly so. Now, if you don't want to be, and that's called attrition of nature. Now, if you don't want to be part of that destruction, then you have to be honest with yourself to the core and be on the other side of nature's attrition. Those who figure that out won't be a part of that attrition.
You won't
Those
be
who
angry
don't-
and frustrated anymore either.
Those who don't figure that out, you're right for the picking. Nature itself will do its course of what it does with disease. Let it kill itself off. That's the truth. And no level of being in denial to that is going to change it. None.
I used to feel the same way with the Muslims and stuff. I was very angry and frustrated. But I'm not anymore at all. At all. It doesn't have anything to do, and it doesn't bother me at all now, whatsoever. I've come to realize what happened, and why.
And the idea that the masses are going to have an awakening to what I just said is
Yeah. I hope
absolute
it
fallacy. It's it's
Hey?
fallacy.
It'll never
It's fallacy.
happen.
It's not going to
Yeah.
happen. It's not.
It's not. You don't
No.
think so?
No,
No.
because
Not even like in 10 years, Nude?
no.
No?
Because people get to choose to be dishonest. That stage is never going to change. And the ego is never going to leave from the human condition. So there's always going to be people who, and that's why 12B was joking at it earlier. Always going to be people who want to make the justifications for it, stay stuck in cognitive dissonance, and so on and so forth. That's the case, right? And that it is what it is. The thing he was joking about is having to learn the hard way. If you can see that somehow the stage is going to change where people don't have to, nobody has to learn the hard way anymore in life, then I would say you have a case that humanity may save itself on mass scale. That the humanity that you know, right, that we know here in the cognitive dissonant world, that's just not reality. It's not. That being said, though, it doesn't mean that everybody is going to. All the seeds are going to be on attrition. It doesn't. There's some that are just discerning enough, honest enough, where they got a good chance of making it out. You guys here, one of them. But if you really want a good chance, you really need to recognize the truth of what's going on here. And this isn't about me being right. This is about you being honest with that truth. Not my truth, the truth. There is a path of self-destruction going on. Humanity's on that. And in addition to that, there is absolutely with certainty, factual. And even the people who are doing it completely advertise that they're doing it in line with perpetuating the narrative as they see humanity as a disease, and probably rightly so, to set the stage for humanity to self-destruct.
So be it.
And it's already in motion. It's been in motion for quite some time. Probably since before we were,
Well,
born.
long before we were born.
Right.
Before
It's just
our
coming.
parents were born.
It's coming more to a pinnacle head right now as we speak.
You wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, who knows how many times. And that's the truth. So while that's going on, right, they set the stage for the distractions so that people continue to get entangled in that, such as the border narratives, the blame game, anything other than taking responsibility to get out of that attrition way, so that you fall for the narrative and you have your ass handed to you and you end up being a part of the attrition situation. And if you fell for it, it's recognized that you were not survival of fittest strong enough in your mind or whatever to overcome that. And so nature concurs and you're Gandhi.
No, it's kind of sad to think about it, because if
No,
you can't change this generation, you can't change the next. Like,
Focus on you.
Yeah.
can't,
It's not, don't
like,
be
I
sad.
can't even wake my own kids up. Like, honest to God, that
You're part of
30-year-old
you're part of
on
a
the video
garden.
game.
You're part of a garden, but as a flower, your first priority is to make is responsibility for you as a flower. Get that right first.
You can't take responsibility for who your children are now either.
Oh, I know.
Right.
That's the
Don't
problem.
get
Both of you
me
guys
wrong,
never
they're
had children,
great.
though. That's the problem.
Don't
If
get
you
me
guys would
wrong, they're
have
great,
children,
but I
matter.
know they're totally
you know,
indoctrinated.
you would know. You would know.
I
It's hard.
have parents, and it's the same.
No.
Yeah, they're
Having
family.
children is a lot different than having parents.
It
Trust
doesn't
me,
change.
I know.
It doesn't change anything as far as the actual responsibility goes. As an individual flower, they need to not be spoon-fed, just like you need to not be spoon-fed.
Right. Yeah. And that's what my oldest said to me too with the youngest. He's like, "Oh, you never did that for me, Mom." Right?
Right.
"Oh, you never lent me that kind of money, Mom. You never helped me out, Mom." Well, you're damn right I did. But maybe
At
not,
some
but
point,
yeah, right.
at some point, if you don't learn how to swim, you're going to sink in life. That's just the way that it goes. Birds
Yeah,
have a good
and they're
example of
fine.
it.
They're fine. I don't have to worry about my kids. I don't worry about them at all. I don't worry about no.
Don't.
They're good.
Because
And a lot of people, while they're focused on delegating concern and worry to everything external, they completely neglect themselves.
your health is number one priority.
People are scared of dying. That's all it is. Eat
I'm
the best
not.
food and everything else. You know, no, I'm not either. Most people are. You know, but eat healthy. Got to be. You know, no.
That's a pretty dumb thing to be scared of. Something that's inevitable.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
it is. I mean, that's the epitome of arrogance, right?
Come here.
Right.
I get not knowing what happens on the other side and
I
all.
can't wait. Yeah, I'm so excited to see what happens. Yeah.
Can't wait to die.
Yeah. I can't wait to see if this is all stuff I know, yeah, or if it's true or whatever. Yeah.
And that's a much better place to be in than
Right back. My wife's calling me.
All right, than being in fear
Right,
about it
here,
and doing
I'll talk to her.
than being in fear about it and doing all the things that people do when they're afraid to die. People do really crazy things when they fear the whole death thing. They really do. Not to confuse it again with self-defense and self-preservation of being alive. We're not talking about hurrying the process. But you know what's interesting? Here's what's interesting. The people who are the most afraid of death, you know what I find them doing the most?
Praying.
No.
Wanting to sign up for that.
Smoking, drugs, and alcohol. What's up, Mitch?
That sounds like a good time.
Speaking of crazy.
I'm just kidding. Hey,
have a look at that when you talk to people next. If they happen to be of the mindset where they're afraid of death, just take note how many toxic vices they do to themselves that are going to bring on death a lot sooner, inevitably, than later.
We got a saying. We got a saying here. We got a saying here. Plenty of tards living good lives. My ex is an airline pilot.
By what?
What?
My ex-wife is an airline pilot. Plenty of tards living good lives. My ex-wife is an airline pilot.
I don't get
It's
it.
a joke. It's a joke from the movie. It's a joke from the movie Idiocracy. When the guy's seeing the guy, the main actor in the movie, is just waking up from an army experiment, and he goes to the hospital, and the hospital is even more fucked up. And he's at the hospital, and the doctor walks in, and he goes, "So it says here your shit's all fucked up, and you talk like a fag." And the guy's like, "What?" And he's like, "It's okay, scroll. Plenty of tards living good lives. My ex-wife's an airline pilot." And then it shows an airplane crash in like the next scene.
I still have yet to watch that movie. Quite a number of people
I
keep
told you
pointing it.
3 years ago to watch that. Me and Graham were trying to.
People keep showing it. Do I really need any more ammo for satire, guys? I mean,
Yeah. Well, that's just it. It's not fucking satire. It's actual fucking reality because the dude who made the fucking movie was a time traveler. And
but you know what I'm going to do with that, right?
What?
You
know
should
what I'm
watch
going to do
the
with
first
that.
3 minutes of it though, because it says it all.
Satire is my forte, right? So that's what I'm saying. Do I need any more ammo for satire?
Dude, man, that movie is so unbuttoned, dude. That guy was a time traveler. There is no way. Listen, you know what's fucked up is to watch people, like you said, that arrogance. It's the human strain part, and the arrogance. There's a part in there where the guy walks up to talk to a bunch of people at a burn barrel, and these people are so stupid they only have like the mentality of a grunting thug. And the thing is, my brother and these dudes are making fun of it, right? And I'm taking a shower one day, and I'm trying to buy a truck from the neighbor, and nobody likes this neighbor because he's
they think cages are going to protect their freedom. Ooh.
Well, listen, that's just it. This guy, I stopped to talk to this guy about a hard to find truck that he's got. It's all busted up, but it's a hard to find truck. And I stopped to talk to the guy, and the guy has a slight drinking and mental, issue. And I'm trying to take a shower at my brother's, and all of a sudden I hear yelling and screaming. So I think it's my dogs fighting. So I put a towel on and I come out, to deal with the dogs butt naked, and
yeah.
I get out in the front yard and I look at my little brother and the neighbor yelling at the guy next door. And my little brother and the neighbor look just like the dudes from Idiocracy from the burn barrel. And when I told him that, I was like, "Do you know what I've seen?" And he's like, "What?" I was like, "The two dudes from Idiocracy." "Oh, fuck you, motherfucker. Get out of my house, you fucking dirtbag." It's like, see you later, asshole.
I might get around to watching it. We'll see. I don't know.
Oh my God. Listen, I'm telling you right now, that guy was
I wouldn't hold your breath, but maybe.
He said maybe.
You get dressed first.
Hey, Mitch, is there any? What about the problems at the border?
What about him? What border? What border?
Man.
The only problem that I noticed from the border is the fact that the CIA or the three-letter criminals are letting dudes kidnap kids.
See, there's another one.
No,
Here we go again.
Terrible.
Well, when you got them making their fucking kidnapping vans in your little one-light town, it might be a problem. It might be a problem when people are walking up to the van.
I just finished saying people who tout for cages to protect their freedom.
Sorry I brought that up, Nate.
No, Dan. Sorry, I should Reggie to differentiate between the two Dans. No, your level of that type of stuff is my favorite. Don't ever stop, please.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to describe it. He knows what I'm saying. So. He knows what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm just saying what I watched. I don't pay attention to
Deflection,
it
or
all.
sorry, reflections. There you go, reflections.
I just want to
Oh.
see where people's mindsets at, right? What level they're at, where they are.
Is that what it is?
My only problem with the border stuff is the people that are hurting people. I mean, if
It's
people are
amazing
coming,
how awake and aware people are, and they still are there at these places. It just blows my mind.
I
That
don't know what
hurting
you're
thing
talking-
is happening
I don't
everywhere.
know what you. Hold on a second. I mean, without being too arrogant or anything like that, and getting past the point, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. But I'm just telling you what I witnessed. We're having a problem. We're having a problem right now with the beaners coming through, and they're getting dropped off by buses down in Lansing and Detroit. But we're having problems right now where they're going to the
That's
dealership.
borders cause.
What's that?
That's what borders cause.
Well, anyways, I'm not talking about all the border stuff. What I'm talking about is we have these people that are coming and buying vans. And
Coming
then
in
turning
where?
them into, well, I'm just saying they're buying vans and then turning them into like kidnapping rape wagons. They've been caught twice.
Coming in from where?
I don't. To be honest, I don't know. They're Mexican, from what I could tell. I watched them, so I watched them. Yeah, I watched them. They bought the van at the Ford dealership in town, and then they immediately went to the Dollar General and started spiking it out so nobody could see in it. And then the sheriff showed up. I don't know what happened after that.
Where'd you see this?
Right in my little one light hick town. We're second to third in the nation for human trafficking because of the border to
Where
Canada.
do you see that? How do you know that?
Because they got busted right here at the fucking store. How
do you know that?
Because the people at the store were flipping out. I watched the dudes making it, and they didn't make it out of the store because they're too stupid. Plenty of tards living good lives. Why would you sit there and make a rape van right in the parking lot instead of going somewhere else, like to a park?
How do you know they're not there?
There's parks in the. That's how stupid people are, though. There's parks in the middle of nowhere. Those good dudes could have walked into the place, bought their equipment, and went and made this van elsewhere. But they made it right out in the open. That's how arrogant these guys are, because the three-letter criminals are letting them go. Like if a Fed catches one of these guys, if like say your daughter gets kidnapped or your two daughters get kidnapped, hold on, they'll find
you
the
find
two
out
girls.
they are the Fed.
Exactly, yeah. Well, that's just it. They'll find the two girls and they'll be like, "Oh, but we didn't find them." Well, what do you mean? Oh, they must have ran out the back door.
Falling for the psyop.
Right.
Yeah.
Totally. And
But
the blame.
anyways, I don't know all that. I'm just saying what I watched here. I know it's a problem, and
I do. They're intelligent, and they set the stage so that you point a finger somewhere where the issue isn't, so that the issue gets a free pass to continue unnoticed.
And meanwhile, you forgot to water your garden.
That too, right? Right.
I didn't forget to water my garden.
Because you were watching the kidnappers.
Oh, I didn't watch shit. I just know what I noticed. I didn't stay there.
Because you noticed.
I didn't stay there.
forgot
I'm not
to harvest
stupid.
your
You go
squash
fucking
because you
around
know
with
the
criminals,
kidnappers.
kidnapping. You go fucking around with them three-letter agencies kidnapping criminals, and you got issues.
I actually don't notice it.
That's
to
a
be
shame.
totally honest with you. No, it's not. It's actually freedom and healthy.
What I
Because-
notice is that people in the corporate world everywhere around me are abusing each other, kind of like they're saying that illegals are doing.
Kind of, sort of. You got shitbags everywhere. It doesn't matter whether you're in that system or not.
Fuck you, new guru.
Thank you.
No,
That is the
because
truth.
He's wrong. He's wrong.
But in order to ignore that aspect of the equation, they got the perfect psyops. One of them is
Hold on. How do you get your stuff done? You say anybody participating in any of that stuff is ignorant. How do you get your cars fixed? How do you travel?
What?
No. I'm asking new guru a legitimate question. If you don't participate in any of that fucking system, how are you traveling? How did you get financing to buy your camper? I mean, I'm just curious. This is just an honest question.
that's a great question. I did not use monetary stuff.
That's what you told me you did. You said you were waiting for financing, this and that and the other thing. I remember.
No, not for that. Maybe for there is some stuff that I do that I can't get around yet that I'm working on. I don't have. There are still some things that I don't have in place. with my allies and stuff. One of them is making solar panels, like from scratch. I'm not talking about, ordering from hardware's stores, corporate hardware stores, the pieces and blah, blah, blah. We can do that, no problem. But actually raw materials from scratch. So that's being worked on. Batteries are being worked on. And there's a few other little things that are worked on. But 98% of the stuff that I use and acquire is self-reliance made, either by myself or my allies.
I forgot to send you that new motor.
And I will get to 100%. I absolutely will, including my my electric RV. And I'm going to actually publish the blueprint at some point as well.
That busting, there's a new, like I said, energy motor out, and the motor itself is magnetic. It doesn't take any power, and then you can put pulleys on the end.
Right.
It's impressive. The tech that the guy has in this is impressive, and they're not going to be able to suppress it. That's what's great. So
right. One more thing I want to say. There's a couple other things that I'm still a part of the system in right now as we speak, and I'm absolutely there's no double standard here. I'm absolutely still a shithead for participating in it. My current RV and even my rental, which I would have switched over for an electric if I could, which I would have charged off the solar, but in a pickle, I grabbed a petrol. And so I'm participating in the shit for that. At least the petrol that I use.
And the internet.
Yeah, but that's not for me. That's to communicate with you guys. I'm not using that for my own needs. So that's different. These things are for my own needs. At least the petrol that I'm using is not from the corporate world. So there is that. That being said, it's still shit. It's still toxic. It's still garbage. And so those are some of the final pieces of the equation that I'm working out for myself. What's the difference here? I'm not in denial to any of this. And I'm not making excuses for it. And I've been on a path for a long time to learn how to secede from it and figured it out. And that's what I'm here to talk to anybody who's interested in it, and only those who are interested in it. So,
and you wouldn't die if it was the end of it,
right?
Like
so it comes to down like this. For those who are interested in it, let's continue to have conversations so that I can help you go towards those paths, to learn those things and go towards that path. For those who aren't interested in that, go back to your indoctrinative ways. You're in the wrong place.
Big Macs.
Macs. Whatever. You're in the wrong place. If you don't have a sincere interest in being the solution, this is not the place for you.
Speaking of which, I was going to talk with Wrights. That AC fella that was here, man, he'll be a problem, dude. That's one reason why I left that one day, but that's why Slooshy won't hang with that fella.
Yeah, true.
That guy, he's bad news.
We all know.
Okay, my net cut out, so I didn't hear most of what you just said. I think I'm back. Am I back? It was circling there.
He's warning Wrights about AC, but we already know. He knows.
Yeah, I won't hang out if I do this.
We're well aware.
Yeah, if he's around, I'll leave. And he went right into why. Because immediately he went right into talking about Rick Crude and mocking some dude and about his rotten foot. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, you are such a fucking idiot. And you're going to talk to me about bringing a fucking house roof down, you fucking 3-year-old little retard kid. I really had to walk around thinking for the day about that, and a lot of
she's here.
A lot of fuck you new guru stuff kept coming up, but
See you say Shushi 3 times, she shows up.
Listen,
morning, Sloosh.
You guys, you have a wrench. You have a wrench for a reason. If you know of a guy that's a prick or whatever, kick him out.
The wrench won't do that. Wrench can't do that.
Oh my God, I couldn't kick AC out. I'd be terrorized all over the YouTube streets. He would, yeah.
Let me set the protocol straight so that it's understood. It's important. in this arena, oh, Mitchie just wait. I'll wait till he comes back. I think he dropped.
Oh, I'm here.
Someone else dropped. Rights
Oh,
dropped.
his rights dropped. Okay. Well, rights heard the protocol earlier, so I'll say, the protocol is this: this arena is for adults, and so everybody is welcome and has an equal chance to participate as an adult. And if you stay as an adult, you can stay. If you don't want to be an adult, you want to be a juvenile, you'll be asked about, and if you don't, you'll be ejected, and that'll be the end of it. It's that simple. Doesn't matter who they are. That being said, there are chances as we grow in this as well. And keep in mind, this is not going to be very interesting for troll-minded individuals. Maybe a little bit at first, right? It might be looked at as a bit of a trophy because we represent the antithesis of that. But as they continue to see that they're not going to get any of their energy from here and they're not going to get any content from here, it becomes known that this is just not a place for any interest as things progress. And the more we grow with just adult-minded individuals, the more anybody who might happen to try and sneak in through the cracks to do a little fuck thing or whatever, the more it just gets squished like a bug and we go on with life. And that's how it has to stay and will stay. That being said, so a little blip here and there, whatever. Just whatever. We learn from it. We move on back to focus. Everything is good. No big deal.
I have to admit, it's a good lesson for dealing with narcissism. Because I do not like that guy. And when he was making his little cocky comments at the end before he shut down the stream, I was sitting there thinking to myself, you know, I'd like to talk to that little dirtbag. But then I got to thinking about it. It's like, dude, you're sitting there talking about a 30, 40-some-year-old man that watches wrestling and acts like a 12-year-old. I'm good.
No. Yeah.
You know, I was like, I'm good. I was thinking to myself, I was like, I'm good. And then to think that he's going to bring the roof down on my head, it's like, nah, you're an idiot, dude. You got a rough ride ahead.
Even the focus right now, even the focus right now is still like just perpetuating it. So let's just draw a line to drama. This is not what this is about here, and continue with adult discussion. Go ahead.
One thing here, please. Slashy 54. My apologies. I wasn't there when I found out you were gone. It'll never happen again. You have a wrench. You don't like it. Kick him out. That's what the wrench is there for. You're a big girl. You can handle it. Kick him out. All right, that's it.
Actually, does she even have a wrench? Oh, yeah, she does have a wrench.
But you can't.
Yeah.
It's not. You can't. A wrench has nothing to do with people on the panel. A wrench is only something in the comment section.
Yeah.
The comment.
You can't do anything about people on the panel.
Yeah, right. So for the moderating abilities, the only people that have moderating abilities on stream, on the panel part, like up here, the live part, is the host and anybody the host through StreamYard, like myself, sets up to be a co-host or sub-co-host. So
okay, just me and you then. All right, I'll not
just me and you and any
right.
So like Michigander right now, for example, or Dan can't bring anybody up or down. Right. That's
only I can bring you down.
Even even though they have a wrench.
I can dumb you down too.
Oh, what? Dumb? Did you say dumb?
And that's probably good to keep that way too, right? Because you got to be careful. Like people. We also don't want to create an atmosphere where people have to get into feels and egos, and it becomes a pissing match. Or there's an avenue where it's encouraged for people to engage, where we have to be a babysitting show. That's the other part of the equation here. Anybody who's here participating, none of us here are interested in being babysat. You're adults. If you need to be babysat, you're not welcome here. It's that simple. Don't be here.
And I'm not too much on timing people out over my feelings or whatever. I can handle what people say.
Agreed.
I can handle right.
That's how I feel about it too. I don't really so much feel too hot on kicking people off. And the sad thing is like you said, it'll get juvenile.
Unless
Right.
it starts getting like absolutely vulgar and out of hand, then then you can go
Then the
bye-bye.
hammer's got to come down. Exactly. And it might at times, right? So whatever. I mean, we're human.
Right, I have
That's-
had to use it. Yeah, I have, but not very often. Obviously,
and
often.
we just roll with it and do as necessary. But for the most part, that's why it's stated clearly the expectation from the get-go, and then we just adhere to that. It's very simple. We're adults here. And the idea is to keep this a focus of critical thinking where it's a safe environment to do so, where views can be expressed, different views, controversial views, if you haven't noticed, right? And everything of the sort with objective viewing in a relaxed, enjoyable, friendly atmosphere where we're not, getting caught up in the juvenile distractions. If people want that, if you haven't noticed, there's 9,999 million other channels on YouTube specifically alone where you can go and do that kind of shit.
Yeah, go to be humiliating and full of drama. But I absolutely believe that's what happened with AC, because he got caught with out cop watching. He used to be a cop watcher.
Oh,
Right.
he was.
Yes.
He got in trouble for playing stalker bullshit with like Miss B and I think is Miss. For some reason, I think Miss B might be Slushy, but
no, they're not
anyway.
the same person. They're not the same person.
I was just
Definitely
asking.
not.
I don't care. I don't care. I was just asking. But no, that he got in trouble and he wasn't able to be on the internet for a minute from prosecution because he was doing dirtball stuff.
She
And I
might,
know
so she might crucify you for that. But anyways, go on. That's
I'm
funny.
just saying. I just said it is. I didn't know. I just was asking. I said it could be, but no. I watched a few years back that he got into some gnarly stuff, and I just don't want to be around the fella. That's listen. That's a factual thing too that I know for sure. Is you pay attention to the company you keep, and things get better.
Absolutely. So, I'm there again, back to the people being at odds things. It's bound to happen as we grow more with interests. And for that, while individuals are here, if there's people who are at odds with each other, if they can keep their cool and it's not brought here, they can stay. If they can't, go deal with your bullshit somewhere else. I reckon you probably do it one-on-one, not in public, but that's just how I roll. You guys do it how you want to do it. I don't care. But don't make it our problem here. We're not going to let you make it our problem here.
Yeah, I just don't want to be around it. But anyhow, I got a question. Has anybody noticed work activity out of their county and community? Have you noticed that your county has stepped up work on facilities? I'm just curious because I was cruising yesterday and like I'm noticing a whole bunch of county work. Like these guys are getting off their donut butt,
I think we lost PG.
Oh, we might have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's in the basement either. It's probably her net. I'm sorry, Mitch. I half heard what you said because I was reading what Crow.
I was just wondering if you happen to notice your county or community stepping up on like building work and street work and stuff like that. Because all of a sudden I noticed that we have tons of work being done, and our county is like never seen.
I don't personally live in any counties or communities, so I have no idea. Nothing I can say either way for me.
Well, what do they call it in Canada? What do they call it, county?
Either way, I don't live in them, but here it's just basically municipalities and subdivision.
Yeah. Okay. So then it would be a subdivision. Have you noticed your subdivision stepping up work or anything by chance? Because
I don't live in any. I don't live in any subdivisions. I live out in the outskirts, in the boony land.
Gotcha. Well, I'm just saying because I noticed that like there's a county building in the middle of nowhere, and I noticed that they're finally doing work on that after like 25 years. I've never seen them do anything but paint it. and now they're all tearing stuff down and fixing it. I noticed that they're last time I was in the big town taking care of stuff, I was taking Dave to a one of them baby testing for being a daddy, and I noticed that they shut down some of the county buildings, and somebody said that they're downsizing the government, and I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, they're getting rid of a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, they got caught doing this, that, and the other thing, and now they're getting downsized.
Mm.
Yeah,
Prairie
and
just
I'm
put
like,
a message in chat there. She's having a storm, so that's probably why. All good, Prairie. If you can hear, come back up if you like, if the signal allows you to.
another thing too, we're having lots of people all around the world, but especially here, there's lots of power outages and phone outages, and people are starting to ask questions because it doesn't make sense. Like my dad was sitting there at dinner yesterday, and his phone and stuff started going wanky. And he's like, yeah, it's been doing that all the time. He's like, I called and they just blow me off. And I'm like,
News rubbing his hands like, yeah.
What's that? Oh, waiting for it to cut off? Yeah.
I'm waiting for the shit to hit the fan, like everyone's saying.
I don't think it's going to
I'm
be
excited
that
about it.
bad.
I'm excited about the whole thing.
Listen, Guru. I know that we know it's going to be bad, but it isn't going to be all that bad. I'm telling you right now, like these big.
It already is bad, and the shit has hit the fan. No one realizes
Yeah,
that.
I guess I'm not arguing with you there. And you know what's all right.
I think it's awesome.
It's just the frog in the pot boiling thing that's happening right now.
Oh, I
The
tell you
pot's
what,
just getting hotter and hotter.
I can't. It
For
gets to a
fuck's
stage.
sakes.
Listen, when you sit down and talk to somebody you care about what's going on, and they look at you and argue and get vicious and fight with you to keep that slavery system, it's just like, dude. I just kind of, it's like, wow. I mean, these fucking idiots will get violent and verbally, spiteful towards you just because you tell them that Trumpet's a criminal.
They'll get physically violent with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They'll kick you out of your own
Trump's
family.
not a criminal. He's a fucking puppet, a muppet.
Hold on. Your own family member would kick you out of the house for fucking telling him that Trump's a piece of shit, and then he'll turn around and say he can't wait to be raptured.
He's not a
Listen,
piece
you're
of
not gonna
shit.
be
He's an
raptured.
actor.
I look at him. It's like, do you know how fucking retarded that is? What? You're standing up for a piece of shit you said was evil, and then you're gonna kick your brother out because he's a piece of shit. And you said you're gonna be raptured because you're better than me. I was like, that don't even make sense. Fuck you, motherfucker. Get out of my house.
Hey, Shushi, do you have a job? A paying job? Are you working now?
I want to move in with you when you do.
I need a sandwich maker. I got a job. I need a sandwich maker. Oh, is that the gingerbread man? What's up with
You guys
Joel?
are gonna vote for me, and you're gonna love it.
Oh, you know what that reminds me of?
I am the king of nudity. I don't need no fucking leaf.
I don't think you have a job.
I don't answer questions.
You
I don't
bitch.
answer.
Now pay for my court fees, you bitch ass slaves, and beg for it. Beg
Hey,
for more.
They get violent when you talk like that. Don't talk like that.
That's all right.
Yeah, please don't talk like that.
That's all right.
Uncle-
The police force is on my side.
Uncle Sam will get sand in his vajayjay.
Morning, Moosey. See you down there.
Oh,
Yeah,
more
buddy. You snooze, you lose a little bit. But come on up if you want. The link's pinned in the chat.
Is that Bruce?
No,
Yeah.
it ain't gonna buckle that soon, but it's gonna get interesting. It's gonna definitely step up and steps as far as the collapse goes.
Yeah, the pot's getting turned up. The heat's getting turned up. Slowly but surely.
while everybody else.
Hang on, Sly, if you're just there. I didn't see this earlier. I think I started to watch a little bit, but it's on one of 428 tabs that I have in queue to see, so I'll get there. I did see that you posted it. Go ahead, Reds.
I got an answer for you, Mitch. Here it is.
He was talking about Sly Shy making the sandwich.
I only
see Guru's little troll doll.
Look
Guru
below that.
Whatever that is.
Prairie says, fix that. What's it say?
Fuck that.
Fuck that. Make your own sandwich.
Sandwich.
But he was talking about
Oh,
Sly.
come on. I took you something good. Why you got to be like that? I just want a sandwich. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. It is funny. Some people enjoy it.
No, I'm going to be sleeping the whole day tomorrow.
That's all right.
Look at this. Look at this.
It even has a little pecker. I'm glad you noticed. Should we showcase it?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Trump.
It was the right, the right word for it. Absolutely. Hey, Moosey knows what's up. It's appalling how much people fall for it and believe in it and trust it and have faith in it and want it and care about it.
People are awake and aware.
Right. Like so many people right now are just like completely
distracted with it.
You're right, inebriated with the Muppet Show.
That's amazing.
Like it has any relevance. It only has the relevance that they
give it.
Yep, that's it. They want it to be relevant because it's fun, right? We get to have it's like going to the bar and cheering for your favorite football team.
Yeah, I guess
it's so fun to cheer for our favorite ruler and master. It's great. It's awesome. In the name of freedom and democracy.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun,
dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Pay your taxes, people. It's your patriotic duty. You should feel very guilty if you don't.
Got another $1 trillion?
If you don't pay your taxes, how am I going to afford my yacht next year? Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, Zelensky needs a new pornograph about.
Please just let me go to McDonald's and become the next 600-pound me star.
I like what Commonwealth said. Commonwealth dollar.
Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Every time I hear somebody say that, dude, I think of a big old fat dude at McDonald's dancing. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? I'm serious, dude. Oh. Some dude did a fucking comic skit like that where there was a big old fat dude dancing at the fucking McDonald's.
Really? There was a parody of it?
Yeah, he was dancing. He was like, "Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me?"
Was it on YouTube?
I don't remember where the heck I seen it, but then he took a video and it showed like 3 girls at the picnic table at McDonald's and they were all whales.
I'll see if I can.
It was messed up.
See if I can find Hot Like Me parody.
Oh gosh. And the guy's like dancing around. It's funny, dude. I wouldn't doubt if they get sued and get that stuff taken down because it was that obnoxious. It would have scared like people eating at McDonald's. The way that he did it, it would have scared them.
Do you know even Weird Al Yankovic told you the fucking truth? Do you know that?
Yeah, because he's a Jew boy.
I'll show you. I'll find it in a second here.
What do you expect out of a Zionist? You don't think some of them people would really let him make fun of their songs like that, really, do you? That dude had permission from the system.
I wouldn't say permission. They're told what to do.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
They're commanded what to do. They must.
In an Amish paradise.
Controlled.
That's the one. That's the one.
Controlled opposition.
What do you mean that's the one?
Was it Amish Paradise that I'm looking for? Hang on, I don't think so. There's another one.
Living in an Amish paradise. I got.
No, there's another one. Hang on. Weird Al hits.
It's 420, isn't it? It's got to be 420. My cock is saying 420. It's 420.
What is this one?
Do you hear my beautiful cock? My beautiful cock is croaking.
Jeez, they're all showing up out of the woodwork now.
It's because I was talking about my beautiful cock. I'm just kidding. I better be careful because last time I was making them jokes and stuff, all of a sudden my cock died.
Now, ironically, the original song that this is parodied after is also telling the truth. But this tells more of the truth.
I bet you there's something to that because I noticed something out of the Amish. They don't they stay looking younger and stuff a lot longer, it seems, than a lot of people if they eat certain ways and stay healthier. Because some of the Amish, they do drink and stuff, and those seem to be the ones that don't look so healthy and stuff. But the ones that don't drink or anything like that, I'm talking them old dudes. They'll tell you, he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm 80 years old," and you'll be like, "What?" And he looks like he's 40.
No doubt about it.
No idea. I don't know a single Amish person personally.
Really?
Yeah. Never even met one.
Really?
Yeah. And all of my travels of people that I know outside corporate societal systems. You think I would have came across Amish people, but nope.
Wow, man. They're
Not one.
everywhere here. You can't go nowhere without seeing an omelet here.
Most of my endeavors have been along the west coast of North America, as far as North America goes, a little bit in the south and a little bit in the southeast. Not very much in the central part, northern part, and the eastern part. So if you were to draw like an L, maybe about 1,000 miles in from the coast on the west coast, and then all the way down, and then also in the middle of North America. That's most of my endeavors. Now, I don't know if that has anything to do with not meeting Amish people or not, but could be just coincidence.
I might go to Oregon. Go to Oregon or Utah.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I might go check one of the two out. Utah or Oregon, one of the two.
There's lots of them around here. They even have parking spots at the hospital and stuff. Horse parking.
Omelets?
Parking for the Amish, for the horses.
We don't call them Amish here. We call them omelets.
Eggheads. Eggers.
Calling them Amish is racist.
Hey, rights.
He's gone. Oh, there he is.
No,
What did we learn? What did we learn tonight?
Not a damn thing.
I learned that cinnamon hibiscus tea is amazing, man.
Oh shit! I gotta hold on. I'll bring back my voice.
Cinnamon hibiscus orange peel tea is out cold, delicious with just a little bit of honey.
You learned that tonight?
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I had some hibiscus stuff last week that was even stiffer with flowers and berries in it. And, oh man, that was good. Ooh, you start mixing flowers and berries in your tea. Ooh.
Just add a couple mothballs in it and you're good to go.
Oh, okay. Listen. I didn't know about the gosh dang mothballs, man. Listen.
Hey.
Gotta keep.
Hey. Salushi pointed it out. I'm just,
Listen. It's just like with AC. You have to keep the tick off your balls, okay?
I just had a tick on my leg tonight.
Yeah.
I didn't have my mothballs handy.
Listen, I like to sleep in peace and comfort, okay? I don't want to have to be daydreaming about ticks on the boys or anything like that, or like you said, getting an infection later on from a little scuffle with one. So, you know. I will say no more mothballs, okay? No more mothballs. I'll start getting cedar chips. Oh, I hear you guys. Hold on, boys.
I'm going to play a short Facebook clip.
Oh, boy.
One of those classics.
I gotta go to bed.
Fuck you and your corporate
sleep.
clock.
It's not corporate. I'm tired. So I have to do the clock.
Bobo. God, I didn't know that. Hey, man, that's so messed up. I didn't know that Bobo meant crackhead in Detroit. That's funny shit right there.
Bobo's laying eggs.
He eats them. I don't know about laying them. He's the egg sucker. Bobo, come. Staying outside in the muck.
All right, here it is summed up in a nutshell.
Come on.
I just learned about how they print money. I literally could not believe it.
Money's not real.
For 3 days, I'm sitting around, so I'm like, what the fuck is this? So they can just print this shit?
Money is not real. Money is not real from a governmental perspective because they just print it. It's nothing. But money is truthfully the stored time and energy of other people.
So it's a different version of slavery.
Absolutely. Because as my slave, you had to work for a house and a car. You're going to work for me. I'm going to give you a house and I'm going to give you food. And you're going to stay here and you're going to work. Slavery is abolished. So now what do? You're going to work for me. I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you some money. And that money is enough to only buy you a house and some food. We've just put money in the middle. Now, if I can make you do whatever I want for money, and I can print as much money as I want, you're my slave. Because I can print it from the sky and you need it to live. So you are my slave. Money's not real.
Yeah, motherfuckers.
Shut up, you peck-ass slave. Don't talk to me like that. Who the fuck you think you are?
One more time. Let it sink in.
I just learned about how they print money. I literally could not believe it.
Money's not real.
For 3 days, I'm sitting around, so I'm like, what the fuck is this? So they can just print this shit?
Money is not real. Money is not real from a governmental perspective because they just print it. It's nothing. But money is truthfully the stored time and energy of other people.
So it's a different version of slavery.
Absolutely. Because as my slave, you had to work for a house and a car. You're going to work for me. I'm going to give you a house and I'm going to give you food. And you're going to stay here and you're going to work. Slavery is abolished. So now what do? You're going to work for me. I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you some money. And that money is enough to only buy you a house and some food. We've just put money in the middle. Now, if I can make you do whatever I want for money, and I can print as much money as I want, you're my slave. Because I can print it from the sky and you need it to live. So you are my slave. Money's not real.
Bingo. That's that kickboxer, isn't it? Terry, whatever his name is, Terry Telbert or something like that.
No, his name.
But guess what? Then they have everybody. If you don't participate in that slavery, in that system, you are a what? You're a what? You're a what?
Free man.
No, you're a bum. They call you a fucking bum. If you don't participate in that fucking system, they will call you a fucking bum.
That's only a problem for people who care about what other people call them and think.
I get that. You know what I do?
I guess I'm a bum, and
that's what I look at.
I'll wear the badge with honor.
Yeah, but the people that have said that stuff, I look right at them, and they know I have more skills in my left nut. And I look at them, and I was like, well, if I'm a bum, why don't you keep up? I was like, come on, let's go climb up this roof. Let's go build this car. You can't keep up with me and you're going to run your suck. You're a fucking tart. And then they get mad. That's when it almost starts to a fight, but nobody will fight.
I might be a bum, but at least I know how to scratch my ass.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name there, Nude?
His name, fuck, now that you're asking me. I would have known if you didn't ask me.
Oh, sorry.
Give me a sec.
If I'm right, that's like, he looks familiar.
He is a former boxer.
Hey,
Yeah.
I got something else that'll blow your fucking cookies with that lizard thing. I just hit me like a ton of bricks. Sorry, rights. You guys remember Cheech and Chong? Detective Stedenko?
I remember the show. Mm-hmm.
What happened to Detective Stedenko from smoking the weed? At the end of the flick, what happened to Detective Stedenko?
I don't know. I only saw a few minutes of the show.
He turned into a lizard. At the end, he turned into a lizard and walked out on the edge of the precinct fucking balcony. That's what I recall. If I'm right, I remember at the end, Detective Stedenko turns to a lizard and like climbs out the window.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to find that video about that
Could be
guy. I'll show you
blocked.
something here. Yeah, I'll be back.
Huh?
You talk.
So Andrew Tate is his name.
I'm getting a flashback of that flick, dude. And I'm telling you right now, at the end of that Cheech and Chong movie, Detective Stedenko turns to a lizard, just like that Al Yankovic.
All that, everything. This is the irony. Everything that comes out on the TV is a mockery of what they're doing to you as they're programming you to do it in real time.
Well, I meditated into some stuff like that. That this thing that we live may be an illusion like that, to where this is an illusion of a shell of different species. So like, you could be a reptilian, Wrights could be a Arcturian, and for fuck's sakes, Dan could be, a Fraggle Rock, as far as spiritual goes. But in this realm, we're like in a trapped vessel.
Thanks for being with us, Prairie. You have a good one. Appreciate participation. Love your energy. Always welcome.
Night.
It was just something I meditated into. I don't know much on that part, but I had a funky experience with a meditation once that showed something like that.
I'll tell you what I am. I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, why would I say I am?
I am what I am.
Oh gosh, I can't stand that slime ball. I remember walking through the hoods and listening to that trash every other block and watching dudes hanging out the window of their cars puking and shit. It's like, man, you guys are idiots, dude.
That's what I say every time I turn on YouTube.
Hey, fuck you. I'm not an idiot. It makes perfectly good sense to me. It ain't my fault everybody else can't see.
Except for this stuff you can't see yet.
Huh? oh, I see it. No, I see it. And I probably see fucking more than you, and that's for sure.
The fact that you said that means a great deal as far as the indoctrinative thing goes. Any touting of competition, it's all part and parcel for it.
Have you ever seen a slime ball slit some dude's throat and set him down at a telephone pole and keep walking like he was helping his buddy drunk sit down?
Yes.
Have you seen
I
that?
was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I'm just kidding.
I was going to say fucking bullshit. I
saw
you
two.
It's irrelevant.
No, I'm just saying. Because if you stay where you're at, you wouldn't have seen or experienced that type of stuff because you're not around it. That's something I was thinking about a lot, and that's one of the things I was going to talk to you about is the cognitive dissonance, if that's the right term, for people that think they've seen and known it all. You don't know what the next person has seen and done. You have no fucking clue what the next person has been through or seen.
Exactly.
And You know, and that's where the arrogant stuff comes through. Because I've had people crack off arrogantly and say, "Oh, you don't know shit. You don't this, that, and the other thing." And then, like for instance, you know, like with helping with a handicapped person, and it's like, dude, you know, and I'll be quiet and I'll let them run their mouth, and the person next to me will know that I'm certified in that stuff and I help people. That's what my family does. And then we'll just like look at him and be like, "You just ran in your mouth," and it's like, "What?" Like, yeah, that's what I do for a living. What? Yeah, I'm certified by the state and that stuff.
The path of enlightenment is not a competition.
Yeah, and then you'll see that look of stupidity in their face because they cut you down, and then all of a sudden they find out you're certified and very skilled in what they insulted you about.
Certified.
But that's, well, I'm just saying, I meant you're skilled, and it's documented that you're skilled. But anyways, you could put that shit.
Cock is up.
Yeah, you can put that shit whatever term you want, but that's just the brainwashing that they run. But actually, see, that's just it. Like, that's another thing.
Mitch, shut your cock up.
If you're studying, like I remember back in the day, before you went to go do a job that you didn't know how to do, you researched and studied that job, and they used to call it you know, research. You studied what you went to do, and nowadays they call that conspiracy theories. Literally, like if you're starting to study things so you can do something or understand something, they call you a conspiracy theorist. It's like, what?
There's a reason for that. As part of the brainwashing, we'll sweep it under the rug and label it as conspiracy so the brainwashed people will never figure it out. And they'll label the person who tells the truth a conspiracy as if they're a bald-faced liar when they're telling the truth.
Yep. You know what's funny though? Those people that said and did that to me, most of those folks ain't here no more. They took the jabber, dude.
Jabba dabba doo.
I'll poke you.
Isn't it great how nature works? I mean, I'm telling you, I'm excited about.
Here's what's fucked up though, brother. I'm watching. They did a thing. I think some people they gave placebo to. I think the ones that paid their taxes like good peck ass fucking slaves and shit, I think they got placebo. Seriously, I'm watching it.
I don't care what they got it. I just know.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen. I'm talking about family member. It's not easy for me to just say that. I have to be able to throw my hands up and walk away.
I even know if they got a placebo, it's still it's definitely coming from where it's coming from. It's still nothing healthy.
Oh yeah. I get you, but what I'm saying,
even
is
if it was just fluoride water they injected them with, you know.
I've had to throw my hands up and be ready to just take what comes with the flow because, you know, indoctrination.
Hey, Newt, I got it in the back link there. Private link.
The guy's name is Andrew Tate. By the way, the boxer.
Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate.
No, Taint. Yeah, Taint. That's what I said.
Taint?
Andrew Taint.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the schmuck ball teaching dudes that to treat everybody like shit and be all arrogant. Yeah, Andrew Tate. I said it right.
Right. The controlled up psyop dude. Yes. That typically, as they usually do, also tells the truth. That was the guy that I just showed on Facebook a minute ago. That was him.
More of that retarded Trump idolization shit.
See, I just take the truth parts out of the equation because a lot of times they have a really good, accurate way of putting it in context, and that was one of them. So I take that out to showcase that. That's the way to discern things. Discard all the rest, all the bullshit.
I seen Andrew Tate about who was it? About a year ago, and he's complaining about what happened to him. He couldn't order nothing. They seized his money. Couldn't even get a Uber to come out over to feed him. He was pissed. Froze his bank accounts, every one of them.
Well, what do you think's going to happen? They already told you that. What's at stake? Well, the B system. If you don't have the mark, you won't be able to buy or sell.
Well,
be able to buy, sell, or trade. They told you that. They warned you that.
ever since then, he started on a rampage. You'll see it in just a minute. Oh, let me get
Well,
him.
all I can think to tell you right now is go back to the beginning of Trump's trash bullshit before he ran his first election, and listen to every time them cocksuckers are on TV. It would go fast, but listen to behind what the lies they're telling you. They'll
I
tell
already
you.
seen it. I already seen the debate yesterday. I left my ass off.
That's why you got to discern. Another guy who's completely controlled opposition that people are totally infectiously infatuated with and have been for quite some time. Tom McDonald. He's the flavor of the month when it
You
comes to
could see
that.
the signs and symbols in all of his videos. He blatantly puts them in them.
He's a patriotard. Patriot touting Americanism as a Canadian.
Yeah.
Off of it. You people are foolish.
Let's make an idol out of a fucking idiot.
Everybody hates America except for him, and he's Canadian, so it is funny. And seriously, if you look at the signs and symbols in a lot of his videos, like, dude, they're just like flashing on the screen. It's like, oh, I'm against that. But here, have a little bit more of that.
Anybody who touts take down the establishment is baiting you.
Well, how do you say that, nude guru?
Like I just did. Let that sink in. Anybody who is
So, are
touting,
you baiting us, nude guru?
He's baiting us for a better life.
I'm not setting the narrative to take down the establishment. Have you ever heard me say that? Ever? Even once? Or even a hint of that?
I mean, maybe if you were playing a bit, but probably not.
Not once. I am all for the establishment. I think it's a great thing. I think it should never cease to exist, and everybody who wants it should absolutely go head over heels like they are to have it and embrace it. Isn't that what you've heard me say over and over again?
Well, it just means there's more for you when they're gone, you dick.
And for those who don't want the establishment, there's other options in life. And if you want to have a conversation about that, I'm here for you. Haven't you heard me say that?
Well, not only that, but again, they mock you with what's going to happen anyways, because that last big movie that they showed for Planet of the Apes, they showed the military going at the people because the apes are really the people. They're us.
Let's get back to the point though, because I want to make sure the record is continuously understood and corrected if it's misunderstood. You will never hear me tout the rhetoric of take down the establishment. You will never hear me tout we must change the system. You will never hear me tout we must participate in the system. You will never hear me tout we must go into the system and make it better or improve the system. Ever. Period.
But you're upset about the border.
No, I'm not upset about the border. I have no problems with the border.
Teasing.
Basically, what I was getting at is both sides, because they can't stop fighting, end up destroying themselves at the end, and they bring a mountain of shit down on themselves that destroys them all. That's what happens in Planet of the Apes.
Right, and that's why I came up here actually, was because yesterday I get home from work and I haven't watched the debates or anything like that, right? And my wife comes up to me and she goes, "Wow, can you believe it?" And I was like, "Believe what?" And she goes, "Well, all the liberals," because she's pretty liberal, she goes, "All the liberals are saying that Biden needs to step down and somebody else needs to go on there and how he totally bombed it and stuff." And I'm like sitting here thinking, like, I don't know how to respond because I'm like, this is such a joke. And people still don't get it's a joke. Like, people don't.
The Muppet Show.
It's crazy.
It is, dude. And it's I sat there taking care of stuff doing work while I was listening to my brother listen to that trumpet and Biden thing, and it was fucking retarded. I just looked over and was like, "You fucking idiots, dude."
Question for you, real quick. Would any of you guys let either one of those guys run your business?
Fuck
You know what? I think Miss Piggy's a slut.
Either one of what guys, Moose?
Well,
Let's-
I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there into the universe because I
No,
wasn't
which
really
guys?
asking a question.
He's
Oh,
talking about Biden and Trump. Who else?
I know Nudie wouldn't vote either way, no matter what. So
would I let them run my business though? Would I? What
probably
do you
not.
mean?
You
What do
wouldn't
you
let
mean
them
by
run
run
anything.
my business? Like in,
Well,
in a corporate world? I would. I would.
I knew
They,
you were gonna take it to the corporate, but I was thinking like even like you wouldn't even let them like run your family or run like
I
a
guess. I
pool.
guess that's the
wouldn't let him on my
misconception.
property. I
I
wouldn't let
guess
him on
that's
my property.
the misconception is that these guys are the CEO of the citizens' business, as if the citizens, as if the business is the citizens, like they're the owners of it, and that's where people are gaslit to the shits. That's not your fucking business. You're not only the employee at the shit end of the stick, but you're also the consumer of it, eating the shit while you're paying the taxes for it too. And you're gonna call that your business? Holy fuck! Are you upside down?
The government is basically gang banging everybody, and
Mhm.
they're like,
I'm
everybody's
telling you,
like
it's
opening their mouth,
it's
and they're like, "Give me more."
the entire corporate world, top to bottom, worldwide, is nothing but a solid BDSM shit show.
Dude, go look at the back of the toilet, dude. They'll show you. They just go buy more KY.
One
And
last thing, real quick,
comfort
to the
white.
correcting. Sorry, Mitch. Mitch, finish out. I got my lag as usual.
No, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. One last thing to the correct the record thing. I want to make it straight and clear to everybody else. Anybody who has the idea somehow that anything that I say is touting the message of taking down the establishment or changing the establishment or going against the establishment or anything of the sort, you completely fabricated that in your own mind. And 99% of the reason is because that's the message you have that you want in your own mind. And you're a fooltard for having that. So don't project that onto my message. It's not what I'm saying one bit. It's actually the antithesis of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is secede yourself from all focus, attention, and participation. If you're honest with yourself, and if you're interested in being honest with yourself, and if you're interested in taking responsibility for yourself and walking a path of healthiness instead of a path of stupidity and idiocracy, if you're interested in that, then I have some suggestions, some wisdom I can share with you and help you along that journey. That's my message.
And it's a beautiful message. And yet before yesterday, I would think that you're being a little harsh with your words, but I came to the realization that the people that want it are gonna understand it. The people they're gonna understand the tough love and stuff, and they're gonna respect you a lot more. And if you piddle paddle around and you treat us like little children or whatever, then we're not going to grow into to what we need to be, And so I think that I don't know. I think you're doing the right thing. I just want
Thank
to
you,
say
sir.
that's why I'm here. I wouldn't waste my time. I try not to waste my time anymore, and
Thank
I
you,
really
sir.
appreciate what you do.
Thank you, sir. Yes, and you are correct on my mindset with that. The boldness is very intentionally done to keep those who are sincere about walking a more adult path and responsible path, and to intentionally reject anybody who isn't sincere about that, to cut through the riffraff and to make sure that this is a healthy environment for those who really do. That is very much intentionally done.
And I'm listening while I'm in the garden right now, so I'm just letting you know
And
that this is a way of life that I'm working towards.
And to anybody who participates here, I never mean any disrespect on any level, even the ones who are, juvenile or whatever. I just want to make it clear that life is short, and I'm not here to waste any time for my own benefit, but also for the benefit of those who are sincere. So I will be short and cut to the chasey and blunt and bold. And if you don't like that and you want sugarcoat, go eat a donut.
Anytime that I ever sense that you're getting frustrated with someone, I'm going to tell them. I'm going to let them know, sir, you need some more sugar in your diet. Go eat a donut and then come back.
I've never seen that. Guru's pretty good at that. He can deal with some stuff.
The only time I get a little extra short is when my cup starts to be empty, right? So at the end of my cup, and anybody, right? You get a little tired, you get a little cranky, and you just don't have the energy to be as stern. So you just want to be like, oh, fuck, it's not the time for any sort of babysitting, and you might lose a little bit. It's happened to me, right? It's happened a few times with certain people, especially. But nonetheless, I'm human just like you guys are. And that's, for me, it's I'm being a little bit less short with myself in terms of not letting myself stay maybe for 47 hours on panel. Maybe 35 is better.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I went to bed. You guys came on last night. I'd say probably about 8 or so. And I stopped in for just a second.
We were wondering where you were last night.
I wasn't feeling it, man. I was still thinking on some other stuff. So I went and watched some alien space stuff and went to bed. See how fraudulent them guys are going to be.
That's cool. As long as it was because you didn't know we were here, because you're always welcome.
No, I just wasn't feeling it, man. I went to bed and then I woke up at 4 in the morning and was like, hey, I feel chipper. Let's go see what these guys are doing. And now I'm drinking hibiscus tea with honey in it, talking to New Guru and another fella and rights, and it's a good day.
That's what it's all about, man. Good on you for, listening to what you needed to do. Well, it was a healthy, productive conversation thus far. And we didn't even get to the round table part, although a lot of the stuff that we talked about very much tied into with the round table parts.
Well, I didn't mean to pull us off subject, but one important thing that I got yesterday was just like with doing what you feel your body says to do. I had a lot of stuff to do yesterday, and I said, F it. I just didn't feel like doing it. And the messed up thing is some older fella from town that I really don't care for. He tells me, he's like, hey, there's a nice little RC over there in that yard sale. And I didn't have no money. So I don't even know why. But a few minutes later, I was like, well, it must be something if he said something, because he usually wouldn't say something unless it was something. So I left the dogs in the truck and I walked a half block down the road to the yard sale, and I took a look, and I was like, that's worth $20. So I went and got $20, and I went back and it said we're best offer. So I was like, well, I need $5 for gas. I'll give you 15 for it. And the lady sold me this remote control car that was all tore down in a box for $15. And I sat here a couple times, like 4 or 5 times looking at it. And then finally I was like, you know what? I don't want to do nothing. And I sat down and built that RC, and now I have a working RC. I have a remote control car, a little Traxxas remote control car that I just bought for $15, and it works. It's all put together behind me, done. All because I went and did what I wanted to do.
So, Rights, are you back with us?
Oh, yeah. Do something. Yeah.
Okay. So, how much am I getting paid to view this video on your behalf? I'm just wondering.
All right. One remote control car for $15.
No. The moral of the story is you're supposed to live how you feel. The moral of the story is you're supposed to live how you feel.
No, I'm teaching him too good. That's a problem. I'm getting the tail end of my own teachings here. All right. I guess I work for free again. Here we go. This is on behalf of Rights, by the way. This is not my recommended video. I'm just as curious to see what this is. So my signature's not on it. Rights, it's your funeral. That's what I'm saying.
You got it.
Remember when we're talking about the buses, I'm driving this one. So here we go.
Do you ever look around you and just look at the world and feel kind of like we're in the Matrix, like there's something missing?
Do you think that's like the government making those decisions?
It's way above government.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, who do you think is they?
Just making sure the audio worked.
Yeah, the audio is working, but look at those glasses, dude. Man, I couldn't even afford those glasses, and those shoes and those pants and that glass of whatever he's drinking right there. God, he looks like just a real man's man right there. I wish I could be him. Thank you, dude.
Yeah. I'm just looking down at my crotch, seeing my leaf going, yeah, he ain't got nothing on me. All right, here we go.
Are people who've been in charge of the world for quite a long time. And people at the bottom just don't seem to get it. They don't seem to wake up. And they don't seem to wake up because the people in charge try very hard to keep them asleep. You're constantly distracted by everything. You are done. You are now full slave mode. And that's all they want. It's always been the same playbook. It's absolutely incredible that people are not awake enough to see what's fucking happening. I struggle to sleep at night. Like, literally, what's happening is fucking crazy. A lot of people out here, it still amazes me, they believe the government care about them. What the government wants is slaves. Slavery's not gone anywhere, right? So the old school idea of slavery, let's talk about slavery. A government would get slaves, make them work for free, and build things. That's slavery. So they've stopped doing that now. So what do now? They get people, make them build things for money. But the government print all the money. So if a government can create as much as they want of something from thin air, and you'll give up your life for this thing they can create from thin air as much as they want, you are still their slave. That's it. You used to be a slave and you'd work all day, and at the end you got food in the house. Now you work all day, you get money, and you spend all your money on food and a house. Like, nothing, slavery is still here, my friends. Nothing's changed, right? Nothing's changed. And what they want is they want slaves. They want slaves who are going to comply and pay their taxes. And whatever kind of indoctrination or societal programming they can instill inside of people to keep them doing that, they're going to do. Anything it takes to stop people waking up and realizing, whoa, the government's fucking me here. Let's forget Corona. Let's forget locking us all in our houses and taking our business away. I'm paying how much tax? What? They're helping me how much? If you actually wake up and look around you, you realize you're being destroyed in real time. The idea that government cares about them is a lie. The government is never going to tell you anything that's going to wake you up. The government's going to teach you things that are going to make you subservient and compliant. They're going to tell you all this crap about identifying as a panda and all this other shit is not an accident. When they can convince the average person on the street to pretend that some other person is a panda because they said so, you are fully in the slave mindset. Every single one of us, to some degree, is an empty vessel. We're all programmed. There's no such thing as escaping the slave mind. You must just, to some degree, understand who is programming you and understand if you really want those characteristics. Most people are repeating opinions. And I'm saying, where did you get that opinion from? They can't remember where they got it from. They don't know who even told them. They don't know why they so fervently believe in it. They're just told, they're programmed. You need to genuinely analyze your brain, defrag every single opinion you strongly have and identify where it came from and if that person has your best interests at heart. And what they're trying to do, especially with young men, is program them, because we're all empty vessels. And what you have to do as an adult, as a parent, is to program your child stronger than all of society. It's not an easy job, because all of society, from the YouTube videos to the TV shows to the school, every single thing is trying to program them in one direction. You have to combat that, and that's not an easy job. And if you just sit there and get lazy about it, you will fucking lose. When Rome was losing, all they did was have endless circuses to keep you distracted from the losing war. The world we live in today, they try very hard to prevent you from creating your reality. You're constantly distracted by everything, and it's hard to focus on nearly anything. And they do that on purpose, because for you to go stand out in the rain and protest, that takes focus. They want you distracted. They want arguments in the household. They want blacks to hate the whites, Republicans to hate Democrats. They want us all to argue with each other, for all of us to hate our neighbor, and us all to be so distracted and selfish and self-absorbed that we can't think beyond ourselves. That's what they're trying to do to us, and it's absolutely and utterly work. There's very few of these people, and look what they've fucking done to the entire world. It's absolutely insane. And you're existing inside of a system which is deliberately rigged to make the rich richer and for the poor to stay poor. And you can sit there and get upset about it. You can sit there and cry about it and say the system needs to change, which is what some people do. But I know that's a waste of time, right? That's futile. The best thing to do is to understand the rules of the game and find a way to win. So yes, the game is rigged. Yes, the rich are always going to get richer. Yes, the poor are always going to struggle. And that's the way the game is set up. So you still...
I just want to repeat that, because here's where the psyop is.
The game and find a way to win.
One more time.
The game and find a way to win.
That's the psyop, okay? That's the psyop right there.
But wait, that's a waste of time, right? That's futile. The best thing to do is to understand the rules of the game and find a way to win.
The question for you was, because up until that point, the stuff that he was saying was pretty correct, right?
Yeah, mostly.
But it's like right at that point that it's like he has to throw that in there. Do you think that is like somehow determined by somebody else other than him, or do you think that he deliberately determined, like deliberately, is trying to misguide people, or do you think it's just he's just ignorant or something? I don't know how to ask the question.
He's ignorant.
Can I
He's
can I
still
give you a
about
little
the
history?
military.
He's part of the shit show.
Yeah,
Can I
and
give you a
right,
little history?
right.
History
This
of
is the
him?
best video you've ever come up with in the whole entire 3 years.
Oh, bite me.
No, I'm
He's
serious.
reading a script. He's a fucking nunkhead fucking fighter. If you think he's coming up with this shit in that order like that by himself, you're special. He's
What
reading a
happened?
script.
That's not my
Yeah,
question
listen.
though. Was whether he was coming up with. I'm saying like, is he deliberately like trying to misguide people, or is he just stupid or whatnot? You know what I mean?
Deliberate.
Because he's being propped up. He's being propped
Deliberate.
up by the system.
Yeah.
No,
Deliberate.
sometimes well that's just it. You look at the predators that are in that system. Look at the predators that are inside that gate and that pen. Look at those predators. Okay.
There is.
Do you really think the predators do you think the predators on the outside of that pen are any better? That's the one thing right there that a lot of people don't push out about these psyops. When you break out of that system, there's other predators out of that system too. So
There is no way that somebody who had what's being spoken, the true intelligence to speak what's being spoken, that wouldn't know that the actual solution would be to secede from the game.
Yeah,
No
not
way.
to get
If that's
richer.
the actual solution, there's just no way.
My thought is that he is benefiting from it, and so that's why he's going to give you the carrot and keep the carrot, you know, hanging out there while he does it. I think he's just monetarily gaining. That's
He's
my thought.
yes, sir.
There is.
He's benefiting as being a spokesperson, ally for the rich class, as is Elon Musk, as is Tom McDonald,
yeah,
as they all are.
basically they just give
What
them a
ha-
free pass. They listen, guys like that just get a free pass and they get a free card to swipe. That's all they get, and they get used up. They get gapped.
He gets
Stretched.
fucked up the ass, is what they
Yep,
get.
they get used. They get stretched. They get gapped.
And
What
where
hap-
you can always tell where the rubber meets the road is you never hear them talk about learning how to be self-reliant, take care of yourself, and not feeding any energy or attention into the Muppet Show so that you are the system of corruption. You never hear them say that. Because that's
what happened?
exactly how you win the game by not playing. There's no winners in the game of corruption. I don't care where you are. Just understand the logic behind that. There's no winners in the game of corruption. You
Even if
can't
you're
win
a
in a game of
billionaire,
corruption.
you're not a winner.
He who plays the game of corruption is a loser.
All right. What happened to him? And you're right. He's a rich dude. He doesn't know how to be self-dependent away from the
He's
government.
a loser.
But what happened to him was they seized everything he had. He couldn't buy
Uses
anything.
He uses women. He uses women to make.
Can I? Never mind. Okay.
The guy uses.
No, Mitch, you cut rights off. Mitch, you cut rights off. Let him finish.
I'm done. Go ahead.
No, rights is it's.
I wanted to hear what you had to say.
I'm done with it.
It's your platform. I want you to.
No, it's okay. I'll give it to Mitch. I'll just we'll watch
I
it.
actually,
We'll watch the
I
video.
honestly didn't even hear him. Rights. I didn't even hear you when I first was saying it.
I think it was just a
Go ahead.
misunderstanding because some of us are lagging and whatnot.
Yeah, there's no problem. Just go ahead. I'm all right.
Well, somebody go.
The guy makes his living off other women.
Well, it's not just he makes. It's not just that he makes the living off of other women. He makes the living off of draining their soul force and manipulating them into doing things that they probably normally wouldn't do themselves, and showing parts of their body that I don't know. I'm really I believe that your body is sacred and stuff, and so some people aren't like that, but that's my belief, and I don't think that I would want my daughter to do that. I wouldn't want anybody to promote that crap to my daughter. That guy's a piece of trash.
Again, he makes his living off other women. What they used to have a term for that when I was a kid. What was that?
Pimp.
What did they call guys like that? Rights. When I was a little kid, dudes that lived off women, what did they call them?
Pimps.
Yeah.
No, that's not what's coming to mind.
He probably makes his living a lot of ways. It sounds like he's your classic guru that makes money off of selling how to make money. And that's just a guess based on what I've seen this type of narrative point to over and over again. I bet you he's probably got a website and he probably has memberships and it's all about some sort of class that he teaches or whatever. And at the end, he's probably teaching people how to make a website and touting the narrative to charge memberships to teach other people how to make a website and charge memberships, just like how a Ponzi works.
There's no probably about that, sir. I can confirm that because I signed up for his email list, and he, well, no, seriously, because I like to like have a broad view, you know. So I signed up for the email list, and then he, you know, one day I pop it open, and it's like, oh, you can join this class, and you can be a guru just like me, and your life could be amazing. And I was like, unsubscribe.
Does it surprise you that I'm aware of that without ever having researched what this guy
No,
does?
you're very well versed in pattern recognition, and
Yeah, it's the same narrative that I've seen probably about 10,000 times. That's all.
You got to know when to roll.
and I'll tell you what. As far as winning in the game of corruption goes, he's right. That's how you get ahead in the game of corruption. If you're going to participate in a Ponzi scheme, you need to be the one that's ahead of the people who are behind. It's that simple, right? So first come, first serve. That means I got to squash you like a bug so that I can afford to eat and pay my bills, and you can't. So he's right. That's how you win in a game of corruption. But as you can see, there's no winners. What happens when the bottom class is gone and there's nobody to squish anymore?
You get squished.
my wife heard me singing that song, and she yells over. She goes, "You know, that's what they're saying Joe Biden's song is right now."
Oh God, it never ends.
Oh man, I just like I'm happy that I didn't have to hear about Joe Biden every single morning for 4 years. You know what I mean? Like all day long. That was a little bit much, but yeah, I'm over all this politics crap. I'm over it. I don't care.
That's so good, man. That's so awesome.
Just the fact that they're letting this election go through scares the living daylights out of me.
Why? What are you so scared about?
Don't make
It's
it
just
relevant
fucking
to your
retarded.
life.
It's fucking retarded. You got another $1 trillion. I mean, motherfuckers can't even buy a good car part from the store without getting ripped off. It's crazy.
Why are you so scared about that? Isn't that awesome?
You know what
Man.
scares me? When Miss Piggy threatens Kermit and says she should.
Listen.
It really upsets my stomach.
My finger smells like bacon. Hey, my finger smells like bacon.
Dan is my favorite.
Oh, dude, that
Dan,
I got you.
Dan is Reggie is my favorite satire spokesperson.
It worked. That's great, dude. That's great.
I mean, Dan, you are at university beyond of satire. You just, you got it. The shit.
I got it.
You got it.
Get it. Got it. Good.
Right. So I really want to hear the end of what you're saying earlier. You were trying to express, I remember, what this guy, what happened to him. I think you were saying something along the lines of he had his. Actually, I think I heard what happened to him. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the guy that he made a whole bunch of money, and the government basically shadow banned him, censored him, garnished his earnings, stole a bunch of money from him, and took his ability to speak.
That was it. That was it.
Okay. Now, at the same token, here he is with millions of dollars, millions of assets on platforms where they censor people, still making millions of dollars off of not being censored.
Hey,
You
also,
see the
while-
two-way street going on here? It's a little interesting.
Yeah, but he was also
Yeah.
in jail, right? And while he was in jail, I was part of that newsletter subscription, and a newsletter thing would come out every single day talking about how life is in jail and blah 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 blah. So like the whole time he still has he either has access to the internet or he has somebody working on his behalf. So it's not like and then he
Kind of
comes
like
out and he
Chili.
has more assets than
Kind of
when
like
he went
Chili.
in. Yeah. It's like you go in, it's like a politician. You go into office and you have $20,000 in your bank account. Next thing you know, 4 years later, you're a millionaire. It's the same thing with these guys.
Right.
They
Kind
also
of like Trump.
they also stole his car. We possessed it.
Yeah, but the thing is that's all for show. That's all part of the circus. They still let him have access to all of his other stuff. They still let him have access to people outside of the jail. Like that's not normal for Americans.
No.
USA, USA, USA.
All right. Well, I just pause it there again because, I want to point out where the record should be understood and corrected. But yes, again, this is one of the things about controlled SAP people is they also do intertwine it with truth telling, and sometimes a lot of truth telling and very, very accurate truth telling that can be very valuable. And this is one of the individuals that does it. David Icke is another individual.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones is, I wouldn't say, very weak when it comes to it. He's just more like, let's all go with a bullhorn and yell at a brick wall.
He's
I've
more
seen
of
him
like
do
the
that,
Onion.
right?
If he was a newspaper, he would be the Onion.
Right. It's mixed in there. He also does tell, the truth about the cabal, being a satanic this and that, doing crazy rituals and blah, blah, blah. And, but come on, you're telling me that somebody of that caliber, he's just a quote unquote low life like the rest of society, and he snuck into the grove and they didn't catch him and he was walking around there. Nobody recognized that there was somebody.
And he was filming it the whole time.
And he's filming it, right? And nobody caught wind of that or anything. And, I mean, come on.
Dude, if you're filming someone even on a busy street where people aren't paying attention, people know, they can feel it. I mean, seriously.
Right.
Like you can't even take a picture of somebody without, people knowing for the most part. And to be at an event with thousands of people or whatever, like, come on.
And not only that, getting away with publicizing it for all these years at this point, and he's not like been poisoned, shackled, assassinated, or in Guantanamo Bay or something, right? Like, give me a break. A place where like the level of secrecy is that important.
Wasn't InfoWars run by Warner Brothers or owned or something, a subsidiary of Warner Brothers?
It wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I think it was run by Miss Piggy.
The show must go on.
Yeah, the LARP must go on. All right, let's carry out the rest of this video because again, for the parts that hit home that are true, those are good things, right? Like don't throw the baby out with. What's that?
He's done with that.
I don't know. Let's find out.
So yes, the game is rigged. Yes, the rich are always going to get richer. Yes, the poor are always going to struggle.
The rich are always going to get richer, like me.
And that's the way the game is set up. So you still need to find the best move on the chessboard. There's no point sitting there saying, I want to play a different game, because that's never going to happen. I was having a conversation with someone the other day. They were talking about Joe Biden and his relief checks. He gave out $1,400 to all the people in America because of Corona. They say, don't you think he's good that he's helping the poor? I said, you think that helps the poor? Let's talk about this. You give 100 people a $1,400 check, right? Everyone understands you can't just leave it in the bank forever because of inflation. The value goes down because what happens when they print trillions of dollars from the sky, the dollar becomes less valuable. And now we're living in a world right now where inflation's getting out of control, especially in America, right? In the last year, inflation's up like 6-7%. So no poor person is going to take that money and just leave it in the bank. They're going to either spend it or invest it. Let's say there's 100 poor people and the 100 poor people spend their money. What do they spend it with? Businesses. Who owns businesses? Rich people. Amazon, their stock price went up 30%. Why? Because people are getting stimulus checks and spend it on Amazon. It all went to the rich guy. And then they go, oh yeah, but what about they invest it? Invest it where? Invest it in the stock Stock market, that increases the stock price. Who owns the company? Rich people. You've made them richer. What if you and all your poor friends, 20 poor friends, it'd be more than 20, 200 poor friends, put all your money together and bought one house between you? That still takes one house off the market and raises the property value of that area.
Listen, in the game of corruption, okay, if you're not one of the people who are making money out of thin air, controlling that, you're not fucking rich. And you're not one of the winners. Get it straight. He just finished telling the truth about it, right? Like all we did now is like interjected money in the equation. And as one of the ruling class people, one of the slave owners, now I just print all this money out of thin air. That's what I get to do, but you can't do that. So I'm the winner, you're the loser, even if you make trillions of dollars. You still have to work for it, and you still have to buy all the things that I don't have to buy because I just print this trillion stuff out of thin air, and I own all the cards by design because you're dumb enough to fall for my game. And now he's saying on the flip side, the way to win the game is to make the most money, to be the best slave. He's saying to be the better slave, to be the one who's good at the slavery. Really? That's how you're going to win this game? It's not even like be the one to make the game. He's not even saying that. He's just saying to be the top player on the slavery board. Wow. And that's the narrative. That's how you know it's a psyop.
Yeah, because you have to join the upper echelons of the pyramid scheme in order to win. And then even then, like you said, like you keep putting into our head, you don't win because
That's
it's a
not winning.
zero-sum game.
That's not winning. And not only that, because the next there is a level that you'll never get to. The one that is printing the
On the
money.
top, the capstone,
Right, the one
right?
that's printing the money and doesn't have to work. The one that you're making the money for and from the whole entire time. Even if you're at the top of that level, you'll never get beyond that. You'll never get to the true owner's status of the game. You won't. The only way you could do that is if you go start a plantation and get other believers and followers in your plantation that you just print all the money and they work for it. You're the money maker, and you create another version of this game, a carbon copy of it. That's the only way you would do that. That's it. And then you would be a top loser, the top loser in the game of corruption. Nobody would be above you. And you'd be ruling over all the other losers who are believing in your game. But you'd all still be losers. But that's the highest that you can get. None of that is a solution. None of the positions on that board. None of it. None of it is a healthy way to function. None of it. None of it is a solution. But especially, this isn't even the highest you can get in the board. It isn't. And I can even show you much better strategies than this. Much better strategies than this guy will ever tell you. To gamify the gamification. And be the closest thing you can in the rigged game of corruption to actually winning the fucking thing without succeeding until you succeed. Go borrow a whole bunch of money and don't pay it back. You didn't have to work for it other than the attention that it took you to borrow it. There it is. Go borrow a whole bunch of money from the bank that makes it out of thin air, that just makes it up, right? Go borrow a whole bunch of it and leverage that and compound that into a whole bunch more money. And don't work for an ounce of it. And then walk away. As you're learning how to function without it. Learn how to function without it. Learn how to function without it. Learn how to get to the point where you don't even need to do that. That's how you win the game. You win the game by getting out of it. The game of corruption. And you'll never hear any of these fuckers tell you that. Never. Why? Because they need you in the game. They need you to be a pawn. They need you to be below them in the Ponzi scheme. Because without your participation, there's nobody to win against. There's nobody who's going to do their laundry. That's the truth.
Area. Who already owns those expensive houses? Rich people. You can't stop making the rich richer. You cannot stop it. People inside the matrix don't understand what's happening. And they're going to sit there and go, but the government cares about me. You gave me $1,400. The government doesn't give a shit about you. The government is looking after its friends. The government gave all the slaves a little bit of pocket money so they can send it all to the rich guys. It's all a scam.
Even when I was going to school and they're sitting there going, you're not going to get a good job if you don't get good grades. I was the one sitting there going, you're a liar. Shut up. I just knew the teacher was lying. I knew school was bullshit. I knew college was bullshit. I knew university was a lie. I always knew it was a trick and a con. I didn't truly understand things to the level I understand them now. But I had an intrinsic understanding, and I think everybody does. If you're at a gas station and it's 3 a.m. and a Lambo pulls up and a guy gets out of it, you're thinking criminal, drug dealer, gangster. Yeah. You're not thinking, he has a uni degree. Because you're not going to think that. So when you see money, people don't even associate the money they see with university. But then they go, I want to make money, so I go to university. It doesn't make sense.
So school's a scam. And it's the biggest scam on earth. The reason it's a scam is because it operates in a vacuum. It operates in a vacuum because it cannot be fairly compared to any other service. So you can get a loan for school, but you can't use that money for anything else. Because if they were to open it up and put the school, the education system into the fair market of capitalism, it would fail. If I were to give you $100,000 and say you can get
That's not why it's a scam. He was right at the first part. School is a scam, but here's why school is a scam. School is a scam because it teaches you to chase after this. It teaches you to be a wage slave and perpetually chase after this and spend it away, and chase after this and spend it away, and chase after this and spend it away. And that's all you focus on. And everything about your life is consumed by focusing on this. And everything you get angry about is tied into this. Oh, somebody else is getting the cookie crumbs that I should be getting, that the government made, these fiat currency dollars. The immigrants are coming and they're taking all my bread. Everything. It consumes your entire mind. That's why it's a scam.
I think the reason why it messes with us so much, though, is because we don't produce anything worth, that will actually get us to self-sustainability, right? Like a lot of people go to an office job, right? The office job isn't going to feed you. The office job isn't going to house you. The office job is not going to do any of like basic needs. It's not going to cover those needs. You know what I mean? So when the money thing is basically like, that's the biggest scam of it all, because it makes us feel like we have some self-worth or we have some worth, when in reality the paper doesn't mean anything. If you have strawberries, you have value. If you have a dollar bill, you don't really have value. You have nothing. You have a piece of paper that was made by destroying something that was beautiful.
You have a
destroying
permission
trees and
slip.
stuff. You have a permission slip. There you go.
Permission to access that which you can access freely without that, if you're not gaslit into thinking that you need to have this permission slip to access that. That's why it's a scam. You don't need this fucking paper. Unless you don't know how to access it without the paper. Then you need the paper. And that's where all the slaves are caught in this entanglement trap. They don't know how to access it without the paper. They don't know how to go to the source, collect it from source, cooperate with each other, and work together without the paper. So they're paper chasers, paper slaves. And it's so bizarre, you'll even trade a couple pieces of paper away for a fucking house? Wow. I mean, that's some kind of special, right? Like, people are trading this for a house. You got to be pretty psyoped, pretty gaslit to fall for that one. Cooperation is the key to how it's done. You can cooperate just fine without any of this stuff. And when you do, man, are you powerful. Holy shit, are you powerful. You have everything. You have all the abundance that nature entitles us to by default. All of it. Without any interference whatsoever. Other than one thing. Other people who think you don't. And for that, there's a class, right? There's a class of how to deal with that, but we won't get into that right now.
Because if they were to open it up and put the school, the education system into the fair market of capitalism, it would fail. If I were to give you 100 grand and say you can get a degree, or you can buy a crypto, or you can start your own business, or you can do anything you want with it, who's going to choose a degree? Nobody. So they say you can only get the money if you use it for education, which allows it to operate inside of a vacuum. Because it operates inside of a vacuum, it is one of the few things on the planet which is allowed to be non-competitive. It's not competitive against any other investment. Everyone knows that. But you can only get the money for that. So you can't get the money to invest in anything else. So you end up doing it, learning something that is outdated, slow to learn. There's more, it doubly inflates. There's more degrees every single year, meaning the value of a degree decreases. And the price goes up every single year. So it's worth less each year. It costs more year on year. There's no other industry where you can even get away with that. You get wrecked, except for the educational system.
I think everybody knows that the system and the path they lay out for you is not a path that's going to lead to where you want to be. And I didn't know what the other path was, but that intrinsic distrust for the system and that distrust for the things they wanted me to do made me search for other avenues. And then I found them, right? And if you speak to the people who are richest, if you speak to the people you know, this is for everyone at home as well, if you speak to the people you know who have the most money and go up to them and say, hey, what made you rich? None of them say school. It's bullshit, right? So it's all indoctrination. So I knew it was indoctrination, and for that reason, I was always searching. And if you're searching, you're going to find. I think.
And what he found was a shortcut path to getting rich. Which, I don't know about you folks, but to me, is not a new path. It's the same path, isn't it? Isn't that just another touting of the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, is that a solution?
No.
No, it's not a solution for anything, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not.
Not one bit.
Right.
You see it right now, it's not working.
Right. So as far as the solution goes, this guy is not it. He's not. But as far as telling very critical points of truth about the system and hitting the nail on the head very accurately, this guy has a pretty good uncanny knack for doing some of that. And whether or not that's actually himself coming up with that or it's scripted, as Mitchie was probably saying, there's probably a combination of both. I don't know. He's just, nonetheless, he's a very good spokesperson, which is a soft semantic synonym for saying actor. He's an actor, a Muppet. He's a paid Muppet actor, just like Elon Musk, just like Tom McDonald, just like Donald Trump. Just another actor. That's it. That's it. To give those people who get even deeper, to give those people who get even deeper to a cognitive awareness about the fuckery that's going on, that reach this state. See, nobody who isn't already cognitively there will get what this guy is already, won't get what this guy is already saying. He's not going to, what he's saying here is not going to reach people who aren't there. It's not going to get through. So he's preaching to a choir. He's preaching to people who have reached a certain level of awareness and giving them another feed of indoctrinative distraction for them to chase after. Well, you guys are smart enough to see through some of the bullshit. That means you're smart enough to probably get the information to fast track and be more at the top of the Ponzi scheme. Come join me. I'm going to show you how to be just like the oppressors and fuck over the lower levels of lazy idiots in the system and take advantage of them. And you know what? Maybe rightly so, because those people, they don't want to take the initiative to learn how to be a good, what? Muppet Show player? Slavery player?
Slave? Yeah, I was going to say slave, yeah.
And so you see here, you have fuckery pinning fuckery against fuckery. That's what's going on, right? And that's what I said earlier, and that's what I meant about there is no winners in this game. There's only people who are more or less efficient in playing the game of fuck and playing the game of stupid for stupid prizes, as Mitchie would say. That's it. And this guy figured out how to be a good, stupid game player. He's very efficient at it. Very efficient at it. By even telling the truth to some degree, right? But never. This is where the line crosses. They are never, ever to shred 1 ounce of actual solution-based rhetoric that falls in line with being an actual solution for responsibility, taking responsibility for your life and seceding from the system of corruption where you actually are the healing solution. Never will you hear that. I bet you a person at this caliber would probably have their head blown off instantly for even having the audacity to peep one word about something like that. Why? Because that would be the end of it. That would actually work. And if people listen to that, these people who have figured out how to play the game and master the game and got good at the game, all that work would be for nothing. All of a sudden it would come out from under their rugs too, right? Because now they wouldn't have anybody who is dumb enough to do their laundry for them and pay them for it with taxes and suck their dick for it and their balls and wipe their ass. That's why.
Freedom is being destroyed in real time. Even before Corona, freedom is being destroyed. If you look at even very basic things, right? Like freedom of speech. If a man isn't free to say what he thinks in the way he wants to say it, if political correctness or hate speech or whatever, if a man can't even express himself the way he thinks it, is he free? You know? And what they do first is they restrict your speech, because if they restrict your speech, then they can start to restrict your thoughts. If you're not allowed to ever say it, then you're probably not going to think it so often. This is why it's done on purpose. So I don't think that society is very free at all. And I think that in regards to keeping our employment, keeping our money coming in, making sure we don't lose our social medias, every single person has to censor themselves to some degree. And I try very, very best to skirt that line, you know, as far as possible. So I feel free. Freedom is the ability to scream when you want to scream, be angry when you want to be angry, smile when you want to smile, say what you want, do what you want. And that's a very, very rare commodity in the modern world. That's extremely rare.
Once you escape the matrix and you try and find a way to get your wealth outside of the system, then you can exist geographically anywhere. And once you can do that, then laws don't really apply to you.
Wow. Let that sink in. Let me play his rhetoric of a solution one more time. This is what he's selling and promoting.
And that's a very, very rare commodity in the modern world. That's extremely rare.
Once you escape the matrix and you try and find a way to get your wealth outside of the system, then you can exist geographically anywhere. And once you can do
Once you find a way to get your wealth from outside the system.
Very, very rare commodity in the modern world. That's extremely rare.
Once you escape the matrix and you try and find a way to get
your wealth from outside system. Do you know how many people who just by that sentence alone are going to go on a wild goose chase, probably forever and a day, that's even worse than trying to make money in the system? How the fuck are you going to do that? How are you going to try and get your wealth outside the system? You're going to go and try and make money from the trees? I mean, you're going to ask the chickens to pay you a wage? And where's your money going to come from? What a gaslight. What a gaslight. Again, everything all about this superficial, like this idea that you have to get wealth. This is what, and it's so clever, right? It's like so close, but so far.
And that's a very, very rare commodity in the modern world. That's extremely rare.
Once you escape the matrix and you try and find a way to get your
wealth. Try and find a way to get your wealth. You don't need to get your wealth. The getting part, that's where the psyop is. Your wealth is already here. You're alive. You're in divinity. You're in abundance world. The water falls from the fucking sky without any of us having to press any buttons, as far as we know. I mean, getting into psyop conspiracies. It could be some man behind the curtain pressing buttons for it to rain. Maybe. Who knows? But as far as I can tell, the rain just fucking falls for all of us. And the sun, it shines for all of us. And the flowers just grow. And the food just grows. It just grows everywhere. It's just there. Ah. But if you live in the city, you don't get to see it anymore. You don't know that. You don't know that anymore. So if you lived in the city and you're cut off from that concrete jungle, right? Then you might be right for this next level of psyop. To look around in this concrete jungle and go, where the fuck's my wealth? How am I going to get it? How am I going to find it here? I reckon for those who want to go down that path, as I've said many, many times, continue. Starbucks is very convenient. Don't you dare think or have the audacity to even think to come outside your little concrete jungles and go where the abundance truly is, growing crazily in the booty lands. Don't even think about that. There's no convenience out here. There's no Starbucks. There's no McDonald's. There's no money. There's just abundance growing everywhere. You don't want that. Believe me, you don't want that. It's not for you. It's not good for you. You're not going to get your wealth out here. Getting your wealth is so important in the psyop. Instead of recognizing that it is here. Chasing after that which is already all around you. How gas it can be. I have a great meme for this. I'll find it after. It's about a fish. Just remember that when we get to it.
Your wealth outside of the system, then you can exist geographically anywhere. And once you can do that, then laws don't really apply to you. If they made a law in the UK I was unhappy with, I'd just leave. And if they made a law in Romania where I live I'm unhappy with, I would just leave. I don't have to be a law breaker. I don't have to be a criminal. I'll just go somewhere else, right? It's like in chess, they say good moves come from good positions. It's true. You can't find a good move from a terrible position, right? If you're sitting at home with no money, it's hard to invest in Bitcoin at $1. Doesn't matter what it goes to, right? You got to be in a good position to take advantage of things. So you've always got to be in a position where you have a good network, you have good information, you have some kind of liquid money, you have the ability to survive without that money. You can take a risk. Like it's hard to set yourself up. I'm in a position now where I'm in the NBA. I'm an NBA player. I can never go broke again. So it doesn't matter, right? Once you're in the NBA, I can throw $1 million at something. It doesn't matter if it works or not. So for me, it doesn't make a difference. And that's why it's so much easier. They always say the first million is the hardest, and they're completely right. Once you get to a certain point, you can gamble to it, right?
You know what's amazing? Now I have money. Lots of people always ask me, how do I get rich? And I say, when's the last time you talked about money? When's the last time you sat down with your friends and refused to talk about anything else but how to make money? How are you making money? How are you making money? How am I making money? How can we make money together? How's that guy making money? How's that coffee shop there making money? Is that coffee shop making money? I don't know. Do they sell cake? No. Why don't they sell cake? Everyone in here is a businessman. If they had a cute young waitress, a girl, instead of a guy, they'd probably sell more coffee. Like no one analyzes anything. They just want to get rich, right? I want to be rich, but they have no plan to get rich. And a hope and a plan are very different things. I explain this to people all the time. Everyone has a dream, but no one has a plan. And nothing good is going to happen on accident, right? I didn't become world champion on accident. I didn't wake up and someone go, how'd you become world champion? And I went, oops. You have to plan for it. So I said to Tristan, we need to discuss money. We need to plan this, and we need to work out a way we can get rich. And that's when I started analyzing and understanding banks and the credit system and the money system, how the world actually works.
And what do you think he found out? Anyone want to take a stab at that? I completely, what he's just saying right now, I think he's being completely straightforward and honest and truthful. I completely think so. Anyone want to take a stab at what he actually found out and discovered? Nobody? Right, you with us?
Well, there's nobody saying anything, though. No one's saying a word. Anybody here?
Reggie's still here. Might have fallen asleep, though. I don't know where Mitchie went. Might have fell out.
Jeez. He took off on us. Wow. All we had was what? How many left? 10 hours and 3 minutes.
I don't know where Moose or Mitchie went. I was totally just watching the video on the tab, so I didn't see when or where. If you guys are still in the chat.
Let's see, we got
just
9
lives
people watching. Good damn watch on all together, though, it does.
Sometimes Mitch's battery goes dead.
Hmm.
So he might have went off because of that.
You're fired, bitch.
All right. Well, you're here. Dan, you still here? Or did you fall off? Dan probably passed out. Reggie?
Wow.
This is usually, it's getting close to the time where he's got to get up to take Reggie for a walk. 2 hours.
You mean Reggie's got to take him for a walk? Oh, I just heard somebody.
Hey, Sly. Morning, Sly. Oh, you're on mute.
Is that Slashy?
I had,
Kush is with us.
I had to close all this other stuff so you would complain about my audio. And I'm not camera ready, so you might see my black girl afro, if anything. But you know when you start talking, everyone listens, right? And can't nobody top what you be saying, so can't nobody back you up when you say anyone. It's like saying Bueller. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, anybody want to take a stab at what this man discovered when he decided to sit down with his friends or camaraderies or whatever and analyze the monetary system and figure out how it works and how to win this fuckery?
You got to be part of him. You got to be a crook.
They didn't figure it out. They all came to the conclusion that you have to go along to win the game.
They did figure out something.
All right, Rudy. What did they figure out?
How to play the game of corruption better than everybody else.
Didn't I just say that? In words.
Close.
Words close. I was close. Well, you gotta give me the credit for at least being close.
I do. And I'll give you some nudie bucks as the form of credit.
No, thank you. No, I don't. You just got finished saying there's no money there.
Right. Well said. And I'll give you the badge of certification that you learned the what was meant to be learned. You've been certified to self-certify.
I get a certificate.
Yes, you get a certificate that certifies you to self-certify. Oh man, the satire. I have much of it. I have bundles of quotes of the day that some of it I was even reluctant to put out there because it mirrors so much to the T. Just being another status touting Muppet that I didn't want to turn off people who were starting to figure out the actual truth here to separate it. But it is there. I even came up with a clone version of Freetopia or Freedomopia, I think I call it, something like that. I got the whole thing laid out, you know. I mean, the Nude Guru version of Andrew Tate, for anybody who wants to go down that path, right? What Nude Guru would have looked like if he was just another one of these Muppets. I have the satire version.
I can see you looking like an Andrew Tate.
Right? You see how it'd be so easy, right? And I can come up with I came up with like the script. The script. That just comes when you see this narrative for so long. You know, it just.
But you would come without the psyop though.
The script is the psyop.
All right. So
You see what I'm saying? So the satire is mocking the script, and the Nude Guru version would be the satire is the script, and then if you're dumb enough, you did it all on your own this time. You walked right into your own pit of slavery, and it was you by yourself in the middle of nowhere enslaving yourself. And if you're that dumb to fall for it, you really never would have made it out of the system. You really wouldn't have.
So who's to say you're not an Andrew Tate?
Because I'm not looking to be your savior. I'm not telling you that I'm your Jesus. And that's all I can tell you for using what I'm suggesting you do is learn how to discern properly the difference between somebody who's selling you up the river.
But you're not selling. And this
Bingo. Keep going.
Wait. You gotta listen first, because you know I gotta be funny sometime, right? But you're not selling in anything, but you kind of are a Jesus. Yeah, I mean, do you follow? I mean, you understand what I'm saying? You're a new guy with a leaf, and you speak all this truth, basically common law. And you understand where I'm going with this?
I do. I'm what that is trying to project. Okay. That's the thing. It's the actual version of what that's trying to project. And when you figure it out, you realize that it's about letting go of all that. And because that's so difficult for people to do, I have the ultimate mockery of it that will reflect the projection of anybody who can't see it and is not getting there. Nude Guru is nude, naked absence of guruism.
Wow. I never ever. Thank you so much. Because wait, Nudie.
Go ahead. It's just my leg here. Go ahead.
All right. So I could never understand what Joe Cool's. We have one that can see.
Mm-hmm.
You see his introduction his. So when you could you say with yours again?
Nude Guru, nude, naked, absence of, or transparent, guru or guruism, or if you look more closely, it's metaphoric. Like the actual original definition of guru just means teacher. It's a Hindi thing. But the common projection of guru is actually, oh, I'm a guru. Look at me. I'm better than other people and blah, blah, blah. And it's just another psyop status that people use to gain followers of a cult, usually for purposes of money and blah, blah, blah. So I'm using that in antithesis of the ideology behind that, making a mockery of the whole thing.
Right. So you're nude, transparent, can see right through you, and you're not a guru.
Right. It's kind of like one of those, as Paul would say, bit on bit things, I think.
I got you. I mean, listen, when you explained it and like, said it like that, I clearly understand. But if people would listen to if people that didn't have an open mind and think outside the box, they would think that you are trying to be a guru, like you know it all. You
Isn't
understand?
that why it's the perfect bait to set that up? Because when people go into that as a presumption, they're projecting where they are in the mindset. And isn't that just the perfect thing that helps me identify where an individual is with their own egoism? They're reflecting back what it represents to them, and I know who I'm not going to deal with.
Right. Just like on the screen it says GOAT, GOAT minded, GOAT minded. What does that mean to you?
Goat minded. Satanic.
Being led, right? Because goats have to be led, directed, right?
Part of a cult.
Right.
Part of a satanic cult. A goat is a huge symbol in the satanic pagan religion, as is an owl. I believe it originates from the god, what's his name? Pan.
Don't get me to lying. I ain't never heard of him.
I forget what Pan represents, but Pan is very mischievous, to say the least. And he was Pan, I believe, in physical form, is half human, half goat.
Ain't it a Sagittarius or something?
I'm not sure. It could be. I'm not thoroughly versed in occult stuff. I just have enough understanding of it to see enough of the base narrative that I know that it's ridiculous mindfuckery. It's kind of funny, actually.
Horoscopes is cult minded too.
I'm sorry, horoscope? No, it depends. Like a lot of these things are tools, but just like any other tool, discern wisely. Even astrology and things of that nature, they have their uses.
Yep, that's what I was saying, referring to when I said the goat, half man, half goat, whatever. I was referring to Sagittarius of the horoscope.
You know, these things of the majestic nature, if you want to call them that, or magical nature, are no more or less bad than something like electricity. Electricity is magic. It's all what you use it for.
That's why you're supposed to walk barefoot, so you stay grounded.
Yes, ma'am. Very important. Yeah, so that's the basis behind Nude Guru, and you guys are all Nude Gurus, if you can see. It's the symbol for everybody, and you either can see it or not, and that's why it's black and white. It's it represents duality, right? You either have your blindfolds on or you don't.
I'm black. I'm black.
White. I'm white.
I'm colorblind.
Nudie, you the only transparent one up here.
And invisible, and pay no attention to the invisible naked leaf guy behind the curtain, right? Isn't that the thing about it? And you know what? It all ties in together when you get it, right? Because again, ego stuff is, and that's what it's going to come down to, how you can also discern, have a healthy way to discern. Do you hear me looking for any clout? Or do you hear, right?
Never.
Or do you, Or do you hear me projecting that onto the imaginary thing of Nude Guru, saying you can have it all, pay no attention to this man behind the curtain? That's because I don't want any of that. I don't need any of that. I'm not here for that. And you also don't hear me seeking any form of monetary gain for this or asking for it, do you?
So don't be texting me, don't be inboxing me $20 to come up on a panel no more, okay?
Oh, I finally found the truth. Aha. That's where money's going to.
Yes, Lucy's getting it all.
I got it.
Yeah, I had to get that one in there.
See if I peel potatoes for you anymore.
See, you got to be on Facebook, right? So you can inbox.
Oh.
And as you just brought that up, Sushi, that's what that's about too, right? Like we make fun of that because that's really what you would normally expect to hear when it comes to these types of things, right? It's like, keep waiting for it. When is he going to ask for that? Give me money or sign up to this membership thing or whatever, right? Isn't that what you always can expect to hear?
And that's kind of what I was trying to explain to one of my YouTube people. They was like, well, I want to get your channel going. I want you to and then you ready to. I'm like, listen, that's not why I got a YouTube channel. I want people to sub to my channel, yes, because that's what y'all do. But I'm not trying to monetize and be all a part of, another contract that, you know what I mean? I don't need all that.
Right. And again, no bad sentiment to those who are still in the monetary world and have to, you need to eat. So I give absolute no disrespect for anybody who's touting positive, healthy messages and getting paid while they're doing it so that they can still eat and continue to do that. I just won't let anybody hide from the fact that until you learn how to secede out from that and not have to depend on that anymore, you're not really part of a true solution narrative. And that's the truth, right?
Because you're dependent on something else. You're dependent on another entity to take care of you.
You're still dependent on the system of slavery.
Exactly.
And
See,
until you learn how to secede from that, you're still part of the system, and that's fine. Again, like I said, it's just making sure that even rhetorics of improvement is all right too, as long as it's understood that it's still just a band-aid and not an actual true solution. Because a lot of people are getting caught up and lost in the psyops of band-aidism. If we could just fix the system, make it so it's not broken anymore. No.
Come
the
on,
system
man.
is not broken. It's perfectly functioning exactly as it's designed. And
trying to get talc out my brain right now. Stop it.
Right. Example, good example. Yeah, that's the thing, right? The idea behind that means you're broken. The system is working on you.
Exactly. And if you continue to let the system work on you, you're gonna fail, and the system is gonna keep going.
Right, because you are the system. You are the system that fails.
Yeah.
And thinking that you can get the system that fails, which is the people that are failing, to recognize it is just as part of the incognizance as those people. You can't. That's another level of blindness. So the kind of one of those last levels of indoctrinative stickiness that people have is like, we just got to go and wake everybody up. You can't. Thinking that that's what you got to do is.
Can you wake that guy up though that's snoring though right now?
Who's that?
Yeah, you, damn it.
Was I snoring?
Yes.
I didn't even hear myself. Wow.
I did. I heard your ass snoring.
Muted.
I missed it all. My net cut out for a second there. I'm back now.
Yeah, I heard the little in and out too. It's been crazy. Like I've had some electrical issues at my house. A surge went and burnt out my slave lane. Remember I told y'all I was down for 3 days?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my slave kept burnt out. Like a surge went through from the storm. But I gotta do me a favor. I gotta shout out my Lyft driver from yesterday. I'm gonna tell you his name,
Oh, okay.
and
You're
I would
gonna
like.
you're gonna do like Wrights does now at the beginning of the stream. You're gonna shout out a sponsorship commercial.
No, I think this guy is he only drives. That's he. You know, he only drives the Lyft car. And if you listen to him though, he's boy. He was glad he met me yesterday, and I was glad I met him. I'm gonna tell you his channel.
Okay, so he's got a YouTube channel.
Yes.
Well, you can promote him if you want.
His name is his YouTube channel is.
Two-tapping me again. I knew it.
Oh my God! Always.
Do we get a commission?
Well, I think over if shout him out and sub to his channel. I think he'll come over and share some of his nudiness.
I promise Wrights will pay him his royalties to the foundation after he's deceased.
Oh my God! I thought we didn't ask for money here.
We don't. The foundation does.
And he's back. But his channel is all together. Destiny Makers and Takers. That's Destiny Makers and Takers all together.
Destiny Fakers and Tigers. Okay. Well, I'll let you find his link because I'm not at my keyboard. And if you do, you can. Are you able to paste it in the chat?
Destiny Makers and Takers, not Takers and Makers.
Oh. Well, now I'm depressed.
Don't be depressed. Just sub channel.
I like the taking part.
Yeah.
I was excited.
He said something very, very interesting to me because the GPS was trying to take him a different way, right? So we were talking about traffic. I said, yeah, they got the traffic all jammed up there. I said, well, why they can't do that at night or peak hours when people are not on the road? He said, it's part of the system. He said to keep the people frustrated, angry, late for work. You know what I mean? Late for their appointments. Keep them all.
And obedient. Practicing obedience.
So when he said that nudie, I was like, yes. I just listened to him. I was like, yes. I said, listen, I want you to get and he said, well, you got to sub to my channel. I said, yes, yes. Sub to my channel too.
All right. Well, so he's a little bit. Does he talk about this stuff on his channel? As he's like, what does he do on his channel? Let's find out. Let me. I'm back at my keyboard. Can you say his channel name again? I'll search for it right now as we speak.
I know what he's doing. He's two-timing me. That's what he's doing. Taking my woman away from me.
Goodness.
I already got paid, so you can have the rest. You can have all the breadcrumbs.
All the $20 that I done gave him since I've been coming here, I think you deserve half, okay?
Half of what isn't spent already. It's totally yours.
On a new, he's spending my money on me, yo.
Wow.
But anyway, his channel name is Destiny
Destiny
Makers and
Makers.
Takers.
Sorry, I cut out the last one.
Makers and Takers all
And
together.
Takers.
Yeah.
All right. Destiny Makers and Takers. That's all. That's the handle name. So it's
Yeah.
all one thing. Okay.
Yes. And he dress.
Okay.
He only has shorts.
He only has shorts. Okay. Well, I see.
I got
I see
pants.
the guy.
You got what?
I got pants.
I knew that
Yes.
was coming.
I got the channel. I'll subscribe to him. It's got to be him. He only has shorts, and looks like he did a couple lives a month ago. Very short lives. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'll put his link in the chat for anybody who wants to take a look. And by all means, if this guy has some brains that works, you know the drill. Everybody's welcome to come participate.
Yeah, I sent him a message this morning and see if he maybe check his page. But yeah, I would love to hear what the brother talks about. You know what I mean? Like, I always like hearing people that are aware. You know, ones that can see.
Right. Ones that can see.
Like, cause when I thought it was Joe Cool, and I just thought it was real cool, right? But then when I heard somebody explain it, but they wasn't talking about Joe Cool, I think I don't think they was talking about Joe Cool. They was just explaining it. We have one that could see, and I said, "Damn, that's where Joe Cool's thing came from."
We have a Kimberly Richards in.
Hi, Kimberly Richards. Welcome.
Right as I do that, I get a circle. I don't know if that came through, but we have a Kimberly Richards. Welcome through.
Your slave is acting up again.
Yeah. Not a name I recognize, but
I can't talk yet.
Appreciate your presence.
Yo, wait. Do you dare? Wait. Do you dare into the witch lair?
Witch's lair. Do you dare enter the witch's lair? I dare.
I can't read, but
that's what it says. Do you dare? That's her.
This is one of Vets. Hey, Vets, are you cheating on me?
Damn.
Yeah, he called up one of his girlfriends and told her to come up.
Damn, I got caught. Shit. Damn, she snitched on me. Thank you. You're all supposed to be coming up here. Damn. I got it again. Yep.
Lost my net again. Fuck.
That
What's your name? Kimberly Richards. How you doing, Kimberly Richards? Welcome to Rights for Vets and New Guru and Slushy.
Can I say something? Excuse me, Vet. Can I say something?
Yeah.
From now on, right? When you get people come up with your channel or whatever, or when you introduce it, when you're talking about your show and you start naming people that come up here, be up here often, make sure you say Slushy too, okay? I heard you say me, Nudie, Dan, Ish.
If I were to know better, she's trying to sell herself on entitlement to black privilege.
Exactly. See, when I got paid $20 every time I come.
She paid her membership dues, rights.
Thank you,
her
Kimberly.
some privilege.
Yeah.
I can't read that logo. What does it say?
Privilegeopia certified How much further can I go on with this?
Wow.
Clout, entitlement. What else can we add on here, right?
Gratefulness.
Birthday cake, Christmas present, tooth fairy.
Hold up, that sounds like the 12 days of, the 12 days of, the 12 months of the year. What are you talking? It does. It
The,
sounds like
the 12 days of privilege.
okay,
12
yeah.
days of privilege.
And it's once a month, right? One every month, right?
Right. You know.
That's crazy. How because people be asking me, they say, what you doing on the 4th? Or what you doing on the holiday? I said, I don't wait that shit. I said, but you cooking?
You know, yesterday's was Joe Cool's birthday.
Yeah, he was 82. He turned 82.
Yep.
No.
That's what he said. Yep.
No, he ain't turned no 82. Y'all lying.
He did though.
That's what he
He
said.
absolutely did. I thought it was.
He turned 73. Stop saying Joe Cool was that old. He turned 73 years old.
I'm telling you, I thought it was 78. And I said, happy 78th. He said, thank you so much. You're so kind, but it's 82.
No, it's 73.
I'm telling you, it's 82.
I'm telling you, it's Joe Cool is not no damn 83, 82 years old.
If he was here, he'd be say, don't be taking some of my privilege away. I'm telling you, it's 82.
All right, man. See, no, hold up. See, that's that guru shit, though. See, that's that guru shit. It's 82. Don't be taking your privilege away.
Joe Guru. Joe Guru. He's one that can see.
Yeah.
$20.
All right, what did Kimberly got you laughing at that? Huh?
That's good. That's good.
What is she saying that got you laughing like that?
Oh no! What new guru said? New cool guru.
Rugu.
Yeah, Rugu.
Yoon Rugu.
That's a tongue twister.
Never trust a man that wears an upside down leaf on his crutch.
She did. Somebody put it up. What'd she say here?
I don't know how to decipher this. That's what I was trying to do, but she says his life in my name, and then the way you have any attachments are not sure if we are you are not be in a lot and.
Is this Nafu?
I don't know.
That was a bit. So. I'm sorry, Kimmy. That was a bit.
Witch Slayers. I wonder if she's what do you call it? Spirit chaser or whatever.
I told you one of your friends. You up here when you cheating on you called one of your girlfriends and told her to come over.
I don't even know her. She might be a ghost chaser. I don't know, like me. I don't know.
So let me ask you a question.
I just went to Kimberly's channel, and Kimberly has 2 subscribers and a bunch of subscriptions. So just take note.
All right, so that's it. Got a bunch of subscriptions, but 2 subscribers.
Right.
Wait,
so doesn't have any content, at least on this account. So it could be a stalk or just a chill person who likes to participate.
No, just don't let her up on the panel yet until she gets some more stuff. I'm trying to get some kind of attention up here. I don't know.
Let's see who she subscribes to. Taco Leader, the Michael Boyko Productions, the C Bros, Joe Scott, 3 Dren, Who's Your Daddy topic, the Toyo Fanatic, PDK Films, Whirly Extras, Ricky Shorts. See, I even do free promotions for people. Isn't that crazy? Lost in Code 238, Media Blue Splat, Logo Maker 610. Oh, and there's more? Is there more? You all? There is more. Oh, wow.
Don't tap on.
I don't understand what she's doing here. She's writing down, welcome to mechanical keyboard board. Any text you copy will be saved.
Using a
Here,
keyboard.
tap on the clip to paste it. The text box
Soccer
tap.
account. This is somebody's soccer account. They're using the keyboard to generate the conversation, the talk, whatever.
Wow. Okay.
Welcome to mechanical keyboard clipboard. Any text you copy will. That's funny. That is funny. Is this our first AI encounter? Are we speaking with are we having an encounter with the third kind here?
Seems like it.
I think so.
Answer another question, Moody.
You mean like, hey Siri?
Or Google, or Alexa, whatever you pick. Or Kimberly.
I have a parrot thing that I'm subscribed to. That half of the time it likes to mock Siri. Likes to try it tries to troll Siri. Hey Siri, and it tries to make something dumb up to troll Siri, and then it laughs at it.
Yo, can you play that?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. It's funny. Funny stuff. I think, what's the bird's name again? It comes up in my feed all the time. I love animals, so I couldn't resist. I had to subscribe. Right, so you probably don't remember that parrot that I gave you one time, a short while ago. What his name was?
Yeah, I have to see it to remember. Excuse me.
Gizmo, I think. Gizmo the parrot.
Gizmo, the parrot's name?
Yes.
Oh no, that's a copyright strike. You can't do that.
Well, their channel's pretty big.
Who Gizmo is?
Gizmo the parrot. Yes, I know. Gizmo is from Gremlins.
Yes. How do you name it Gizmo? No.
Gizmo the parrot classics. I think that's. Best talking parent okay, this will probably do it. Best talking parent compilation. Gizmo. Let me cue that up while the commercial is playing. I think we don't need to finish Andrew Tate. I think the rest is probably he's probably just talking more about the money aspect, right?
Yeah, totally.
Now, not that again though, right? Like, you know, he is one of those controlled opposition people that do tell the truth about things. So it is good to have an open view of not throwing the baby out with the bathwater and just taking the truth parts and discarding the rest, you know.
Right. That's what I do with certain people on the internet. Even like yesterday, Paul was playing on this guy, and everybody was like dogging the guy in the chat, right? But if you listen to the guy, he had a message, right? And I was not clear because I related to his message. The character, check out the message, and that's what I got into.
All right. This is one of my 3 favorite talking parrots.
Oh my God. Oh, let the birds out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You still got it? Yeah? Oh, what are? Oh. Oh, what's Scrabble?
Do you want to go out?
Oh, let the birds out.
I let the birds out. Come on.
You want a pistachio? No?
Yeah.
I'm Gizmo.
Thank you.
Peekaboo.
I see you.
Peekaboo.
I see you.
Give us a kiss.
Come on.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Oh, damn it.
Sorry.
Water? What now? Hello? It's Squirtle. Here we go. Hang on.
Here we go.
Hey Siri. Oh, it's alright.
You're not setting timer?
Sorry, now what to?
Yes, can you... No, let me finish.
Oh, I knew it.
Let me finish. If there was an intruder, what would you do? That's it, that's it. Do the alarm. Yep, that's it. Louder. A louder alarm. What if someone tried to come and rob us? What would you do?
Just owl.
Are you going to try and kisses? Someone's in the house. What do we do? Where's the alarm? That's it. You do the police. You scare them. Yep, please.
Sorry, Bill. Oh, damn it.
It's okay.
Oh, damn it.
Jeez.
What you doing?
I'm looking for my tablets.
What's up?
I can't find them.
You want some?
I do, I need them.
Oh. Gay bird. Oh.
You tired?
You want a pistachio?
Do you want a pistachio? I'll be a pistachio. Oh. Here we go.
You want a pistachio?
You just had one.
I can make the you with that over now. What's up?
What do you want?
You want that?
What?
Oh.
Oops.
What you doing? Oh, you just water open. Want a pistachio?
In a minute. You have two.
Ooh.
What?
What's going on? To watch her naked. I'm a bird. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do.
Can you sing it?
Are you doing? Oh.
I love it.
Are you something there, bro?
Thank you for the kiss. Oh, cute.
What
A song? And I'm feeling
trapped too long.
No. 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 Yeah.
My bird.
That was cool.
Alright, nobody else. Go.
Wow.
I'm in love, so.
Aww. That was cute.
One of his common things, he didn't say it in here, I'm surprised, but his trademark is "Mom beats me." Woo!
Mom beats me. Mom beats me.
Mom beats me.
You said you're in love.
Everywhere. Okay.
What is that?
Right. I love you.
I love you, Giz.
What's up?
What do you want? You want some water?
It's water.
You're fine.
You're fine. Are you not second water?
You want some more water?
Mom. Come on. Bad bird.
Bad bird.
Sweaty? You want some more water?
You want a sip of water?
Oh.
Yeah? You never said that.
Come on. Drink that water.
Oh, you're so clever.
Strike a wire. That bird. What you gonna for you? Yay! Sorry, go. Let's go. Hey Siri, set timer for.
How long? 1, 2, 3. 2.
Chirp chirp.
He's trying to
Bow
troll
bow
Siri.
bow.
Yes. Do I need to change your battery?
That's how I know.
Something on your beak?
Well,
Yes, a little something on your beak.
Stop making me laugh.
I tried. What? Spider. Select a wire. Sure, let go.
Please sing like that more often.
All right.
Good morning. It's night time. Say good night, everybody.
All right. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Oh.
I'm Gizmo. Your name?
I'm Emily.
Yes. I love you.
I love you guys.
See you later.
Bye. Can you sing me a song? Please?
All right.
What are you going to sing?
Be Siri.
No. Sing a song. That's Love Pops. That's still popping. Okay. That was it. Yay. That was good. Yes. That's my boy.
You want a statue?
In a minute, okay?
Gee, you want shit.
You're great bird.
You are a great bird.
Ooh. What you doing?
Watching you.
You switch in there, huh? You're okay.
You're okay.
Oh, that's okay. Goodbye. See you later.
Slow and steady. Oh, that's the key, man. That's the key. No, for the last time I ran the race.
Oh, he didn't do the Mom Beats Me one, but he did Siri, trolled Siri a bit. That was a compilation video. There's somewhere that's all he does for like 10 minutes to just try and troll Siri. It's funny.
I told you my son-in-law had an African parrot. That sucker was smarter than shit. Dirty birds, though. I mean, they can really make a mess.
Oh, yeah?
Wow. Oh, yeah. They're just filthy. But he gave it away to his sister, so she's taking care of it now. And then I found out, I tried to get it to talk, my voice, and it wouldn't do it. Then I found out as soon as he gave it to the sister, my voice is on there. Sounded like me.
Hey, Nudie, you ever see the video of the parrot? Well, the people call the cops on the guy on the neighbor because they heard screaming.
Yes, I did see that, and it was just the parrot that was indicating being captive or whatever. I saw that. That was funny, and he was just beacon his memory.
Play that for vets, man.
Oh, okay, I'll see if I can find that.
Just type in parrot. Cops called on parrot.
Yeah, that should probably do it. That's funny.
Cops called on parrot. This song's gonna be good. Yeah.
Parrot. That one, oh, there it is. Gizmo, good eye on that one. Slooshy. That made the first one come right up. Give me
I
a
should
second.
listen. I should make my own sushi, right?
You should.
Look, add sushi.
Right. You make your own AI version.
Yo, it like slang instead of professor. You just say some slang shit, and I come up with the answer.
Right. Google and Siri ain't got nothing on Slooshy Bot.
Right?
Okay, there it is. Gizmo, by the way, is a rescue bird. Gizmo apparently spent 17 years in his cage without ever coming out before they rescued him.
Wow.
All right, here's the funny one.
What the heck?
The boys in green. Oh my
Did you catch that, right? Do you see what's going on here?
No, I don't. All I heard was the I see the cops and he grabbed the bird and everybody showed would the bird do something wrong?
Okay, listen closely. Don't tell him. So she listen closely to the first part. You hear that?
Oh, it's a girl. It's a baby girl.
Sounds
like
like
someone's getting murdered.
Right. Sounds like somebody's getting tortured or something, right?
Oh God.
Well, somebody heard that. Somebody heard that. One of the neighbors heard that and called the cops.
Oh, cops.
Now put the rest together.
All right, I got it now. Yeah.
Rambo. I'll bring out the screamer to you.
I'll bring out the screamer to you, he says.
Wow.
That bird should be charged for bearing false witness, don't you think?
That's right. Call 911. Yeah. They're laughing their asses off.
Rambo. The boys in green. Oh my
That's pretty good, eh? If he's that convincing that the neighbors thought it was real.
Hello.
Hi.
Rambo said, so yeah. That's him. All right. All right. No problem. No worries.
Oh, this is cops feel like an ass.
I'm surprised. I did.
Wow.
You're hang on. Thing was still blasting in my ears there. There it is, folks. Your system of justice and protection and tax dollars hard at work.
They didn't get ID from that damn bird.
No kidding. Yeah, they didn't even ask for it. Wow. Holy shit. That's a first, isn't it?
They didn't come up with, we got a call.
They were so embarrassed they didn't even want their little commission.
No, they should have got some identification with his beak.
They're probably going to put them on the embarrassed watch list. Do not return.
Will be kind of funny if that pair got locked up with his feet, carried him out.
It was fault. It's the neighbor's fault for being mean, not my damn business.
Wow.
Right?
Say that again, Slushy. It's the what?
Neighbor's fault for not minding their business.
Mm-hmm.
It's the neighbor's fault for not investigating the truth.
Yeah, that sounds better. Yep.
And wanting the state to do the work for them.
A scary movie, anything. Mind your business. Like why you gotta investigate screaming coming out of my house?
Well, if it was convincing enough, I'd be concerned, right? Like I would be concerned, but I'm gonna see what I'm concerned about. And me, of course, I'm never gonna call the cops anyways. But let's say I was just your Karen indoctrinated sheeple. I would still at least investigate to know what the hell I'm calling about.
You're right. You're right.
It's pretty damn stupid.
I'm not going to call the cops first. I'm going to go knock on my neighbor's door and be like, "Are you all right? Is everything okay? Do you need any help?" Whatever. First,
right? They obviously didn't. It's not like the sound was like coming from a place that you couldn't get to the bottom of or something like that. It wasn't coming from some secret basement somewhere that you couldn't see or access. Like, come on, people. That's pretty silly. But I'll give it to the bird for being pretty convincing about it. Like, he had people fooled, at least to that level. It sounded real. It sounded like somebody was really in trouble. That's pretty good.
It did. So the only way to get shicey over my house is they cry like a baby. Should come over and investigate. Okay.
You might have figured it out.
I think I did. She ain't saying nothing, so I got her now.
Either that or $20.
Yeah, that's yeah. I'll cry like a baby.
Yeah, right. Your bank account's empty. You have no more crumbs.
That's why I'm going to cry like a baby.
Right. I can't afford to give you any more privilege, so I'm going to beg for some of yours. That's what he's saying.
I was making preparing my coffee to y'all.
I'm not going to say nothing, but my wife cooked yesterday, and I'm telling you, she cooked a hamburger. I couldn't even bite through the damn thing, but it was a good Brillo pad to clean hands.
Please, can I tell you something? Please, can I tell you something? Please talk about your because some females, I ain't gonna say get bitchy, but some females don't like you talking about your wife or whatever.
All right, I won't say nothing, but I will tell you this much, though. I put dental floss on my kitchen. Even the cockroaches are hanging themselves.
You ain't right, man.
You writing this down, dude?
I've committed it to memory.
Okay.
All right, come on, let's get back to education.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's go back.
Tweet start to this crazy.
You're breaking up bad.
You're breaking up, Slushy.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really bad.
What you say?
Yeah, it's sort of going in and out of. It's almost like you're walking with your cell phone and the mic is like going in different places or something. That's what it sounds like on this end.
Well, she sounded good there.
There you go. That's better.
Because when I finish talking, I turn my mic off because the fan is on, and it'll sound like on the phone.
Yeah, that's not what I mean. I know that you do that, and that's good. But in between that, when you're actually talking, like that time was just good. Whatever you did just there, that came through really well.
Yep.
So basically, y'all saying bit stay still.
Now it's not coming through.
No, it's not coming through again. Yep.
The slave link, man.
It's the what? The slave link?
Yes, it's the slave link. Somebody said, "Oh wait, somebody did have a good suggestion." I ain't gonna mention his name, but he did have a good suggestion. Did y'all get me a good headset, something?
Did you? I didn't catch the last part of what you said. Did you all get a what?
A good headset. Did she say?
Is that what she said?
Wait, yeah. Good.
Oh, that was the suggestion. Have you ever tried that? I think you do have a headset.
You know how many headsets I booked when I started messing around on Sunday? Because for some reason, y'all in these Neverlands, right, can't never connect with people in the city, in the States. Y'all, we just so far away from them. And this phone is only Bluetooth, so I can't connect to it.
So you can't even what?
I can't connect nothing to it. I connect my Bluetooth to it.
That's the only way to connect a headset? It doesn't have a jack, you mean?
No, not this device.
It sounds like a white privilege phone. That's a phone for white people. What are you doing with that?
I got bamboozled. They're free nudity. Got bamboozled into that free thing.
Right. Exactly. Right. Don't go to the white stores. I'm telling you.
Right.
Their privilege isn't all that it's cracked up to be. I can tell you from firsthand knowledge.
I needed to be at Metro.
Right.
What I can't think of, but yeah, I need to stay black. I need to stay black.
She sounds like the solution she tried, or just like you, right?
Oh, I just heard somebody.
I got it. Don's back. Good morning,
Hey,
sir.
you're faster than I am.
Good morning, guys.
Welcome back to Never Neverland.
Hey, Dove.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Sly. What's up?
Nothing much, hanging out with these crazy guys. I've been up 3:30 listening to them. Down, I'm hanging out with them. I ain't gonna get nothing done today. You can see it. Oh no, the stream ends in an hour or less than an hour. Have a chance to go.
This stream was just the what do you call that? The opening act.
I
can start another stream up for you guys. No problem. I can start a stream up. I'll be a little busy, but I can start a stream up for you guys. No problem.
Why don't you let's do that right now so that we don't have to think about it, since it's nice and low key.
Wait,
okay.
wait. What? Take a nap first, because y'all start another stream, y'all asses get sleepy, then you start letting anybody up on the damn panel, the show goes to shit, and then what?
You're missing the full picture. Slashy. That's at the end of the next one. Remember, that's around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We're still only 4 in the morning here.
That's what I'm saying. If you end this one now, take a nap, and then come back 12 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh.
No. It won't work that way. It won't work. That'll be backwards. Yeah. That'll be backwards.
Dude, I'm going to be kind of busy. You know why? But I'll give you guys a link, and you can handle it from there.
Wait, no, hold up, hold on there. What are you doing? You three-timing again?
No, he's got a situation at home that he's got to tend to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An important one.
Brother. Prayer. All right.
Yeah.
And I commend him for wanting to even continue while that's going on. That's testimony to resolve. That's for sure. So I appreciate that very much. And Rights, if you want to just have us, like I said, we'll do that now so that it's already taken care of, and you don't have to worry about that when you have to tend. Then you can just come and go as you need. And since we're getting close already, we might as well just, while it's low key like this.
All right, I'll do it right now then.
All right.
So, you going to end this one and come back to another one?
He's going to make a new live as we speak here. Send us the link for it in the private chat. We'll jump over and we'll just continue as we're.
All right, so I'm gonna go while he does that. I'm gonna go and prepare myself for my day, and then I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Okay.
Right. See you guys after a while.
Well, we won't see her until 1.
Remember, it's $20 for the next one if you're not with us through the transition, Slushy.
Good. Hey, smart deal. Smart deal. All right, I'll get onto this right now.
So what's happening, Dommy?
I got myself rested a bit, guys.
That's nice.
So what was shared a little bit? Anybody come up and give some insight of what they're aware of?
Yeah, we had what happened after? We had Mitchie that joined us. Moose joined us for a little while, and we started talking more about
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, the focus of the classic guru that touts the controlled op guru that touts a lot of truth, but always intertwined and mixed in with the gaslight of a solution that leads people back into continuing being a slave in the system.
So talking about Andrew Tate, who gets a lot of entertainment.
Right.
Yeah, he
right.
entertains the crowd, and every so often tells them a little bit that's probably of value to them, but it's over their head.
And anybody who has the intelligence to see, which would be preaching to the choir, leading them down another indoctrinated path. In other words, if you're smart enough to see that it's a zero-sum game, I'm going to teach you how to win by being good at the game of corruption. I'm not going to teach you that the real solution is to secede out of it. But I'm going to teach you that winning means being a good gaslighter and playing it so that you make more money than other people. Right? That's always the end. And it's always the same guru-itis method, which is I have a website and a subscription thing, and you come and you pay me. And what I'm going to teach you how to do is make a website that you're going to charge a subscription for, where other people pay you as a guru to teach them how to make a website, where they pay them as a subscription to teach other people how to be a guru. And this is being at the top of the pyramid, Ponzi scheme corrupt game. And yes, you will get rich off that. You absolutely will. And we're going to pretend that that's how you win in life. I've seen it a million times, you know.
So here's you're that person, the bouncing ball, and here's the musical notes that we're going to give you to follow.
Right.
I'm with you there. So it's always interesting when people talk about the words subscribe.
Subscribe. Exactly. Yeah.
Subscribe. You know,
and
not directly subscribe. Go ahead.
We'll even teach you that it's a game of hot potato, and we're gonna teach you that as long as you're the one that's not holding the potato when the game is called, you're not the one who's gonna fall flat on your face. You'll be the one who's stepping on the people who are falling flat on the face. But when they're gone, you're the one next in line who's gonna fall flat on your face, because that's how a pyramid Ponzi works. We're not going to talk about that part. We're going to completely neglect that.
Well, they can still talk about it. It'll just be the different version. It's so when people come to the awareness that Nukes, I know you're pretty aware of all this. When people become aware that there's a possibility that these characters are playing a couple of sides, do they realize their reaction tells a lot about them? If they get angry, oh, I can't believe they would do that. You know, they're our enemy now. Do they realize how much they've been indoctrinated in that moment?
It's no. Otherwise, they wouldn't do that.
Okay, good enough. Good enough. As we're all looking through a mirror with the lens that we use, whether it's an iPhone or a MacBook or a Microsoft, whatever laptop, I guess that's the best way I could say.
Even just looking outside through the eyes, it's a reflection of how could you recognize anything that's not within you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why It's when I tell
That's about
people,
as
you know,
deep as awareness can get. You know, go on.
I was going to say that's why when I just say it for the sake of saying, because I had those moments myself when people start hearing the word, the eye of the beholder in a Plato's cave. Once they hear that, there should be, if they're looking for awareness, like a pain, like, oh, I get I get what that means now. You know, you're looking through that lens, as you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But then we try to explain it to other people, and it's one of those things you got to keep saying it over and over again to oneself, kind of like fake it till you make it, and then eventually, then it's like trying to talk to a child that your uncles, and then eventually one day for some of them you realize those are my brothers and my sisters, your aunts and uncles. And then they might have that, I didn't realize that. It's an aha moment. You finally realize it's been in plain sight the whole time. It's just for some reason, excuse me, you know, the word reason, again, our son, or patterns rhyme. They said, well, then I've never really been truly critically thinking. No, you haven't. So welcome to the club now. What do you mean? You've just left the non-grade. Now you're actually in grade school now. But then again, they'll go back to somewhat with that veil over top of them again by saying, yeah, and then they'll tell me how old they are. They think their color of their skin is black and white. I said, it clearly does not show black and white. So you've been parroting information. It's like when people talk about the word conspiracy theory. I said, those are two words that should never be together. Is there people conspiring? Yes. But what are these people? You know, the term people, what does it mean? Does it mean nobles? Does it mean persona if you start breaking it down? You know, unfortunately, most people, I'm just using America as an example, they think when they talk about the Constitution, they were talking about them, like the person that within this vessel. No, they're talking about them, those people. They don't even have rights anymore because they went under a thing called corporation. If they want to play the game of the Constitution, because then you have to start getting even further and realize, but what does the written work do? Well, that's another story. The only we could do is share nuke. That's all we can do. The rest of them, they already are sharing. They're, I got to fight the system. I want to live off grid. I want to make sure that I teach America a lesson. Got to make sure that the Russians learn something. I've said, okay, but you realize you're inside of a meat suit? It's its own intelligence, and there's people that know how to communicate with it.
And also looking for solace retribution in what is that? When you want somebody, when you want to have the laugh about it, the ha I told you so. What is that called? There's a name for that. I forget off the top of my head, but that's a big thing. It's just all ego,
Well, yeah, ego.
Complete superficial attachment, and just looking at surface. That's all. Not looking at truth. Not even knowing there's something other than surface. Thank God I'm not entangled in that. I'm just really grateful that I don't have that problem.
Well, you have this, obviously, when I hear NG, you have discernment. You're applying wisdom and realizing there is a difference. Where other people, they're looking through their lens and not realizing constantly when they're in the awakened state, they're using their imagination. Somebody will say, yeah, but Dom, it's real. I said, so what's real? And then they'll give me an example. Well, that car's real. I said, really? So where do you see the word that you just said? You're looking at a linear experience the whole time. You call whatever, a tree, a woods, and all that. Those are all different experiences in thoughts. But where do you see car? And then they'll keep pointing to it. I said, no, you're not getting it. You're not seeing the word car unless somebody writes the word car down. And I'm saying it, so that'll affect my avatar. You're receiving a thought, hence the word Kabbalah. Some people just don't, they hear these words. Kabbalah just means to receive. You're receiving information. Are you receiving it from me? Are you receiving it from a recording system from the liquids in your body? Are you reading from your aura? This is quite intense for most people because they don't even realize the program that they're fighting is actually pretty intense.
Right. They really don't. They don't even know there is a program or that they're running on program.
Yeah, and if they're honest with themselves, and we were talking about that earlier, if they're honest with themselves, and then eventually it can come out of their mouth, well, no, I don't care, then why are you here? Because I love it when people tell me, say, Dom, I care, I don't care, I'm reading your energy. You don't know how to care. Because if you did, you wouldn't be saying the word.
Yeah, and there's a
Now,
reason why all the superficial things get really monotonous fast, right? Like they're short-lived in their what they do for as an amusement and whatnot, and that's there's a reason for that, and at some point, where do you ask yourself, hey, is this really what it's all about? Is this what I'm supposed to be like experiencing loops of over and over again, through little dopamine rushes just to prop me up from my miserable actual state? And why is my state miserable? Why am I in that state?
Or we can observe. I've done it. You observe and you look at the outside realm, and it's like you'll see all the insanity. Going to work, coming home, taking a shit, eating, maybe having sex, maybe showering, and all that. If they see it, people love the term. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. That's what we do constantly.
Right.
And then they put all the little surroundings to it. Now, some people get clever, Nuga, and they'll say, well, Dom, what about you? I said, how interesting a self-absorbed person, when they finally been challenged, which they should have done a long time ago for themselves, make it about me. Quite interesting. I said, this is not about me. That's the reason why I can actually probe. But that is when a person discovers, know thyself is a good step. Because then there's the observer and the observed. Now, some people they just know how to do it, or be in that case. And then once you realize the observer and the observed, then you realize you're in a objective realm. And we're giving descriptions of it: objective, subjective, known, unknown, feminine, masculine, positive and negative. Again, we're using words to describe things to give us the illusion that it's division. Again, I'm just using words. And this is where when people say, okay, well, what about different languages? Well, Sanskrit is a different kind of a tonality to it. Same with Greek. Like, I get it when people talk about 440 and 432, but what's the energy for each number? 440, time, encompassing number. You add them together as 8. That's the material number 8. What's 432? Those are all sounds and frequencies. We're gauging things that we can't see with things that we can't see. Like, a person will write the number 9. I said, so then why is it done opposed to the way that the Latin used to write the numbers? With the X's. So
it is.
Go ahead.
It is an amusing thing to watch people using visible tools to describe invisibleness.
Yeah, no. I get frustrated sometimes. Because I realize sometimes my ego perks its little self out again. I said, Dom, you're just sharing out love for your own benefit. For them, they're going to do what they're going to do. I didn't create the language, so I just get to use it. But for some folks, they don't realize how much they become attached without unaware that they're attached to it. Dom, I'm a male. I'm like, okay, so how can we do pushback on that? What makes you a male? Are we talking about physical parts? You're talking about some of your programs. What makes you a male? What makes you a woman? What makes you a mother? Then you can say, okay, so all those things you just said, well done. Let's group that as personalities.
Right. Let's try that for a second. Just, hey, Wright, are you a man?
Hello.
Why do you ask?
Even in that joking response, it is still mocking the as if the question was directed towards the physical view, right?
Well, at the same time, right? I know you're just joking, but you're also indicating that you think a voice determines the gender.
Yeah, I thought I just put a little twist to it.
Are you human?
Trust me. Well, they say I am. Whether I don't know I am or not, but that's what they say I am. I'm not an animal. Well, I guess I am an animal in a certain sense, but a human animal.
Well, even that concept, you know, when people say I am, and whatever you fill in, those
You're
are your
lying to
personalities.
yourself.
Well, yeah, those are your personalities.
Right. Your characters.
Yeah. Now, if you believe that, let's go with the word believe, but let's say you play those things out, hence delusion.
Right.
But again, is that who you are at that point? Now, a person says, well, and then they'll quickly, and in that moment, I'm reading the energy. I'm like, oh, he or she's conceited.
Can you say I am what I am? Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can say that. It's my dad used to say that when he'd be cornered. He said, "I am what I am." I said, "Oh, that's a good defense."
That would be more honest in a sense, right? It's closer to honesty.
Yeah, that's humbleness at that point, where a person will reside. It's like a dog that will do a submit pose or whatever. But for a lot of folks, is they'll give you the deer in the headlight look. If you're around them, then you can start reading body language.
Can I break this up just for a minute? You guys want to go over to the other side? Then I'll.
Yeah. I just saw you put the link. Yep. Let's put that on pause for a bit,
Thanks,
Dom. We're gonna in the private chat. There is the link to the new one he just made. And so I'm going to jump over there now.
Do you want the long version or the short version, dude?
Let's do the long because I got to take Tim 100 and recharge my match as well.
Okay, I'm going to get out there and talk a little bit, and then I'm done. You guys do what you got to do. You guys, you and Dom, and whoever shows up. I know it's going to be busy today. I have a feeling.
I won't let it be too busy.
Dom, it was nice talking to you after this, though. I got to do some stuff, so
enjoy your day.
Glad you're up here. Thank you. You too, sir.
Okay, so the new link is in the private chat for the next StreamYard. I'm leaving this one. I'm already almost in there.
Okay, give me time. I got to go to the other side. I got to go to the other side. Okay. Do you guys leave? Then I'll go. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Do appreciate it. We're going on to the next one, and we'll catch you later on.